Shi Yi, your cultivation has been utterly depleted. Henceforth, the engagement with the Li sisters is annulled. The Li sisters share a deep affection with the young master. They are destined to be together. Tomorrow, they shall wed, and the entire family will rejoice. Shi Yi has defied authority, clashed with the family head, and plotted against the young master. He shall be executed in 3 days. In the Shi family of Tianyuan City, a tempest was brewing. Within a dilapidated thatched hut, a frail boy clad in tattered black cloth lay motionless beside a broken wooden table, his eyes rolled back. Amidst a haze of weakness and confusion, fragmented memories swirled in Shi Yi's mind. Suddenly, his eyes snapped wide open, and he sat upright, coughing up dark, viscous fluid, the medicine of delaying. The suffocating grip of death had left him gasping for this long-lost air. What transpired? I distinctly remember being slain. How have I returned? Shi Yi murmured. Shi Yi was a being from the Blue Star, having traversed to another realm, fiercely competing with numerous powerful cultivators for opportunities to ascend. Unexpectedly, a bald man wielding a long blade and radiating golden light had launched a sudden attack. Shi Yi had let his guard down, watching helplessly as he met his demise. Never did he anticipate that he could be granted a second chance at life, that he was torn between joy and sorrow, elated at his rebirth yet troubled by the imminent execution in 3 days. Cough, cough. Feeling the frailty of his body, his foremost thought was to recuperate. As he scanned the desolate room, he noticed a crooked blood letter scrawled on the broken table, alongside an open vial of poison. Perusing the blood letter and piecing together the memories within his mind, he grasped the original owner's plight. Shi Yi was a renowned genius in Tianyuan City, blessed with extraordinary comprehension. Any technique or secret he encountered, he mastered effortlessly. Yet, in a single night, his cultivation regressed, and his prodigious insight vanished without a trace. Upon discovery, Shi Yi was relegated to the status of a notorious waste within the Shi family and the entire Tianyuan City. His father, the family head, had mysteriously vanished, stripping him of his last sanctuary. Once the esteemed young master of the Shi family, he became the target of scorn, even subjected to humiliation by the lowliest of creatures. His cultivation loss led to the annulment of his betrothals to 2 fiancées, who were subsequently given to the current young master. Fueled by rage, he sought an audience with the family head for an explanation. In the end, he was falsely accused of assaulting the family head and conspiring against the young master, resulting in his current fate. Shi Yi gathered his thoughts, determined not to succumb to execution in this new life. He calmed his mind, seeking to understand the essence of this body. The original owner's regression in cultivation must have stemmed from some underlying cause. Indeed, upon investigation, he discerned the issue. Celestial bone, Shi Yi exclaimed. My golden opportunity is at hand. His heart raced with excitement as he discovered a dark bone situated at his brow. In his previous life, Shi Yi had encountered individuals with such celestial bones. Is it any wonder the original owner could effortlessly grasp the profundities of any technique? This celestial bone is akin to a cultivation cheat. The celestial bone at his brow simplified the complex, granting infinite enlightenment. Though he had only heard of it, he never imagined he would possess it in this lifetime. In his previous life, he had heard tales of a person blessed with a celestial bone. That individual could easily comprehend any technique or secret art. Even reconstructing the most fragmented of methods to IT was as if their understanding of the Dao was maximized, showcasing the extraordinary nature of the celestial bone. Shi Yi was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Had he not been gravely injured, he would have leapt with joy in his previous life. Shi Yi had lamented the absence of such a golden opportunity, having struggled for decades to reach the pinnacle of existence. Now, possessing the unparalleled celestial bone, what more could he wish for? Destiny is on my side. At this point, he comprehended the reason behind the original owner's cultivation regression. The celestial bone required energy to enter the awakening phase, hence draining the original owner's cultivation. As for the method of final awakening, Shi Yi had a plan forming in his mind. Just as he envisioned a glorious future, defeating Emperor Yi and trampling Emperor Li, the door to his room was violently kicked open. A mocking voice echoed in his ears. Our Shi family's genius has resorted to suicide by poison. It seems I have arrived at an opportune moment. Before Shi Yi stood a flamboyant youth, elegantly attired and wielding a fan. Behind him trailed two burly subordinates, bowing and displaying a servile demeanor. Shi regarded the youth with calm indifference, refusing to speak. Such base provocation failed to rattle him. Shi Huang, one of the gifted youths of the Shi family, was also among those who had tormented him. Tomorrow marks the joyous occasion of our young master's wedding. Do you not wish to witness your beloved sisters, Yao and Xer, joyfully wed to their cherished partners? Even in death, one should endure for another 2 days. Loving someone means wanting to see them happy, does it not? Shi Huang approached Shi Yi, towering over him with a haughty smile plastered across his face. Upon hearing the familiar names, countless memories flooded Shi Yi's mind. Li Yao and Li Xan were twin sisters. The elder, Li Yao, was pure and adorable, while the younger, Li Xan, was charming and alluring. They had been adopted by Shi Yi's father since childhood and promised to him in marriage. The three had grown up together, developing deep feelings for one another, with Shi Yi being especially fond of the sisters. Even as Shi Yi fell from grace, the sisters remained steadfastly loyal to him. These two stunning beauties, upon catching the attention of the current young master, were heartlessly given to him, voiding Shi Yi's engagements with both. Shi Yi was consumed by rage and despair, yearning to resist, only to meet this dismal fate. Seeing Shi Yi unresponsive, Shi Huang's eyes flashed with annoyance. He chuckled, "Rest assured, the young master will cherish them dearly, attending to them from top to bottom, inside and out." After this, Shi Huang fixed his gaze on Shi Yi's face, noting the lack of the reaction he desired. He felt as though he were the sole performer in this farce, akin to a jester, which irked him greatly. "Humph, you worthless fool. When you see your beloved women surrendering to the young master, begging for his favor, I wonder if you can maintain your composure." With a darkened expression, Shi Huang flicked his sleeve and turned to command his two subordinates. "You two, keep a close watch on him. If anything happens, I'll ensure you two pay dearly." "Understood." Once Shi Huang departed, the two burly men cracked their knuckles, threatening Shi Yi, "You'd best behave, otherwise we won't hesitate to make your life miserable." They finished with a sinister laugh, shutting the door behind them as they took up position outside. Shi Yi felt a shiver run down his spine, a wave of dread washing over him. Those two perverse fiends, just wait until I recover. I shall make you pay dearly. Shi Yi vowed to himself. As the door closed, he began to quell the tumult of his thoughts, gathering his focus. His intention was to awaken the celestial bone, regain his cultivation, and reclaim the twin sisters. With a single thought, he infused the remnants of his reborn soul's power into the celestial bone. In his previous life, he possessed formidable power, even as a remnant soul. The energy contained within him was sufficient to awaken the celestial bone. The dark celestial bone on his forehead gradually began to glow, emanating countless principles of the great Dao. A radiant light burst forth from the celestial bone, marking its complete awakening. At that moment, Shi Yi felt a surge of clarity in his thoughts. He gazed into the air, as if he could perceive the profound truths of the universe. Soon after, warmth enveloped his Tianyuan, and a stream of spiritual energy flowed through his body. He could distinctly feel this energy cleansing his meridians, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort as it expelled numerous impurities. His body began to heal. The scars on his skin fell away, revealing soft, tender flesh beneath. The contours of his physique emerged, rendering him even more handsome. What astonished Shi Yi was that the celestial bone could nourish his soul, elevating it beyond ordinary levels. His strength surged to an unfathomable degree. With such a flawless beginning, what more could be said? Destiny was on his side. Shi Yi opened his eyes, rose from the ground, and stretched his arms skyward, relishing the power coursing through him as a faint yellow aura swirled around him. The sensation was exquisite. That moment. A clear voice echoed from outside the door to a tall, stunningly beautiful young woman approached the humble dwelling where Shi Yi resided. Clad in a delicate green dress and adorned with slender white high heels, her cold demeanor exuded an alluring grace as she moved. "Open the door. I wish to enter." Li Xian commanded coldly to Shi, who, and Shi too. "Madam, the young master has decreed that no one is to see Shi Yi." Shi too and Shi who stepped forward, blocking Li Xian's path. This is the young master's token. Li Xn, unwilling to engage in further discussion, produced a token. Shi Tu and Shi, who exchanged glances. Although they were puzzled why the young master would allow Li Xn to meet Shi Yi, they had no choice but to comply upon seeing the token. With a creaking sound, Li Xn entered the room, promptly closing the door behind her, and rushed to Shi Yi, throwing herself into his embrace. "Master, are you all right? My heart aches for you," she exclaimed, her icy demeanor melting away as tears welled in her eyes. Seeing Shi Yi in tatters, with blood and scabs adorning his body and face, filled her with sorrow. She despised her own powerlessness and the injustice of the world. Shi Yi gazed at the beautiful woman in his arms, memories of their past flooding his mind. This woman held a significant place in the heart of the original owner. Why must the heavens be so cruel as to tear us apart? The family is unjust. Li Xn lamented, her eyes filled with despair. The tremor coursed through Shi Yi's heart as he reached out to wipe away her tears. Though his feelings for Li Xn and her sister were not profoundly deep, he would not allow them to be taken from him. "Xen, I will not stand idly by while you fall into the abyss. No, master, do not act foolishly. Yower, and I will find a way to rescue you. We shall not let you be executed." Li Xn grasped Shi Yi's hands tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. She understood his intentions, but could not bear the thought of him sacrificing himself for their sake. "Do not worry. I have regained my strength." Shi Yi spoke soothingly. Had this been before, he would have faced certain death, but now the spiritual energy within him provided immense confidence. "Really, master?" Li Xn's voice trembled, laced with both hope and fear of disappointment. Shi Yi nodded, releasing a formidable aura. "Wonderful, master, you have finally recovered," Li Xn exclaimed joyfully. Yet, her expression dimmed as she added, "But we still cannot resist the family." In her eyes, even with Shi Yi's regained strength, it was far from enough to confront the family. "Master, I will find a way to save you. You must live well for the sake of us sisters," Li Xn resolved, determined to do whatever it took to save her beloved. Hearing her words felt like a final farewell to Shi Yi, stirring a sense of unease within him. But he knew that her so-called plan was merely to offer herself to the current young master in hopes of sparing Shi Yi. "Do not act foolishly. As long as I am here, no one in the Shi family can coerce you." Shi Yi gently patted her small hand. "Master, you remain ever optimistic. I believe in you. Tomorrow, at our wedding, do not do anything foolish," Li Xn replied with a sorrowful smile, clearly doubting Shi Yi's ability to stand against the entire Shi family. "Also, Shi Kun is on the verge of breaking through to master level," she warned. Memories of Shi Kun flooded Shi Yi's mind. Shi Kun, the current young master of the Shi family, ascended to this position through the machinations of his father after Shi Yi was stripped of his title. Once overshadowed by Shi Yi, he now harbored a deep-seated hatred for him, wishing to seize all that rightfully belonged to Shi Yi. Yet, as the pride of the Shi family, his power was not to be underestimated, capable of contending with masters at a young age. "Master, I must leave now. If I linger, Shi Kun will send someone over. You must endure. Living is the most important thing." Li Xn urged Shi Yi before resolutely departing. Watching her retreating figure, Shi Yi shook his head helplessly. He understood that Li Xn did not believe in his capacity to confront the Shi family. However, he could empathize. As one of the four great families, the Shi family had deep roots and numerous formidable masters. Even when the original owner had power, he had not reached the level of master. How could one hope to contend with the Shi family? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Shi Yi sat cross-legged, adjusting the spiritual energy within him. His foremost priority was to familiarize himself with his newfound strength and restore his condition to its peak. Time flowed swiftly, the sun rose and set, and soon a day had passed. Shi Yi glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It was now noon. According to custom, Shi Kun's wedding with the twin sisters should be underway. He had already devised a plan to reclaim the twin sisters and deal with Shi Kun. According to the family rules of the Shi clan, on the day the young master marries, the younger generation may challenge him. Should they succeed, they can take his place as young master. However, such challenges have rarely succeeded, as those who attain the title of young master often possess exceptional talent and temperament. Today's challenge would be Shi Yi's opportunity. Even Shi Kun's father, the family head, could not obstruct it. Currently, Shiye's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation compared to before. From the original owner's memories, he learned that Tianyuan City lay within a realm governed by a mortal kingdom, where a distinction existed between immortals and mortals. Mortals devoid of innate talent could not cultivate and could only practice martial arts. Martial arts are primarily divided into several realms: body refinement, postnatal, innate, and master. The path of cultivation includes chi refinement, spirit gathering, and divine movement. For mortals, the path to immortality is fraught with difficulty. Without innate talent, even the chi refinement stage remains unattainable. Many heroes have fallen at the very first step of cultivation. Yet, upon awakening his celestial bone, Shiye effortlessly reached the second level of chi refinement. He had directly crossed over from mortal cultivation into the realm of immortality. Among the four great families of Tianyuan City, the strongest were merely martial masters at the 9th level. The divide between the immortal and mortal realms was akin to a chasm. Barring unforeseen circumstances, few posed a threat to Shiye within Tianyuan City. Shiye planned to strike at Kuan during the challenge before the wedding, as the son and heir of the Shi family. Kuan was to be wed, and the heads of the other three prominent families, along with the city lord, would grace the occasion, lending an air of undeniable legitimacy. Shiye wished to depart this place and change into a more dignified attire. His current garments were tattered and filthy. Today, he must present himself in a manner befitting the momentous occasion. To his dismay, he found that the original owner of this body possessed not a single decent outfit. However, he did discover a white vial tucked away in the storage box. Upon opening it, a foul stench engulfed him, prompting Shiye to quickly close it. At that moment, voices from outside reached his ears. He glanced out the window, inspiration striking him. The young master is to enjoy his wedding night, while we are stuck here watching this waste. Came the disgruntled voice of who from outside. His rotund figure trembled with indignation. His face, bloated and red, bore a resemblance to an irate Bo. Are you courting death? The young master's affairs are not for us to discuss. This waste will not see tomorrow. We just need to endure. Too echoed, equally dissatisfied, directing his resentment toward Shiye within. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from within, followed by Shiye's scream. Not good. That waste might have committed suicide. Hu and Too's faces turned pale as they rushed to open the door and burst inside. Should anything happen to Shiye tonight, Kuan would surely flay them alive. Shiye, just don't die here. Hu, startled, hunched his body and charged in, his ample form wobbling as he shouted. A large foot, size 45, came hurtling toward him. Bang! The force knocked Hu off his feet, while Too followed closely behind, only to be engulfed by the shadow of Hu's hefty backside, both of them tumbling out together. Hu, when was the last time you washed? Too's face contorted in disgust at Hu began to explain, but at that moment, Shiye stepped onto both of them, grinning. Who did you just call waste? He had been contemplating how to procure a new outfit, and now it seemed fortune had smiled upon him. Of course, I was referring to you. Get your foot off me, or you'll regret it. Despite the imprint of a size 45 foot on his chubby face, Hu continued to bluster. What was a sneak attack? He had merely been careless, not because he lacked the ability to fend for himself. Shiye chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes, as he simmered with suppressed anger. Then a chorus of anguished cries erupted. Wrong. Wrong. Don't hit there. I'm the waste. We're the wastes. Having endured trials in the cultivation realm for centuries, Shiye possessed a wealth of torturous techniques in his mind. Before long, Hu and Too lay on the ground, clutching their abdomens, their faces twisted in pain. Now tell me, who is the waste? Shiye placed a foot upon Hu's face and delivered a slap to Too's head. Hu's face swelled until his eyes were nearly obscured, while Too, being more cunning, covered his face desperately, absorbing the blows elsewhere. I'm the waste. I'm the waste. Both men hastily acquiesced, fearful of another strike from Shiye, who had thoroughly instilled dread in them. Yet, they were perplexed. How could this waste suddenly exhibit such prowess overnight? Go fetch me some food and bring back a fresh set of clothes. Since the previous night, Shiye had not consumed a morsel, and after his exertions, A fierce hunger surged within him. Of course. I'll go. Sure scrambled to his feet, a sheepish grin plastered on his swollen face, appearing quite comical. Ouch! Sure kicked him again, sending him tumbling back to the ground. Are you looking to summon someone to deal with me? Not at all. From now on, you are my boss. I wouldn't dare stray from your command. Sure hastily pledged loyalty, waving his hands in feigned innocence. Sure go. The boss orders you. Sure nudged Sure, urging him to hasten in fetching food and clothing for Sure. Sure glanced at Sure, and upon seeing no objection, turned toward the door. However, as he looked back, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Hold on. Shure's abrupt command froze Sure in place, his body rigid, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. He could see that moment. 2 dark pills appeared in Shure's hand. Both of you eat these before you help me. Boss, is that really necessary? We are loyal to you. Sure trembled under Shure's gaze. Sure face mirrored his hesitation. I will give you 4 seconds to decide. Sure smiled, watching Sure and Sure intently. 3, 4, 1. Eat. I'll eat. Under the pressure of Shure's gaze, both men felt a chill run down their spines. Shure's methods of torment instilled fear, and they quickly accepted the dark pills from his hand. Sure gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and swallowed the pill. Sure followed suit, swallowing it as well. This is the 9-day ascension pill. As the name suggests, it will dissolve within you over 9 days, if not counted in time, leaving behind only an empty shell of your former selves, allowing you to ascend in place. Seeing the alarm on Sure and Sure faces, Sure explained, having retrieved the pills from the storage box. Boss, we would never betray you. Sure and Sure fell to their knees, terror gripping them. Enough. As long as you don't betray me, I won't let you die. Sure give me a clean outfit and some food, Sure commanded with a wave of his hand. Once Sure departed, only Sure and Sure remained in the room. Sure felt uneasy under Shure's gaze, akin to a mouse before a cat, his anxiety palpable. Boss, I'll go stand guard outside for you. Sure stammered, clearly nervous. Noticing Shure's cowardice, Sure smiled. Come here. I have something to instruct you. Whatever you say, boss, I'll hear you out. Little who will ensure everything is in order. Sure, now deeply shadowed by fear of Sure, approached hesitantly. Tell me, how many are preparing to challenge Sure today? There's the second Elder's faction. Sure, feeling the weight of the situation, divulged all he knew to Sure. After hearing this, Sure formed a clearer expectation in his mind. Soon, Sure returned with a set of clean clothes and food, appearing notably more astute, even bringing a pair of white sneakers with hooks. This also earned him a fleeting glance of appreciation from Sure. With the release of my new book, I hope for your support. In the past, I shared the same passion for reading novels as you do, but eventually, I transformed that passion into a profession. Haha. Those who have experienced this sensation will certainly understand. Chapter 3. The Wedding. A Path to Death under the attentive care of Sure and Sure. Sure took a refreshing bath and made a modest adjustment to his hair, revealing an astonishingly handsome visage, with a tall and graceful stature. He donned a crisp white polo shirt paired with sleek black straight-leg trousers and stylish sneakers adorned with hooks. His well-defined muscles exuded an aura of exceptional charm. Sure was a man of discernment. Regardless of his prowess, one's appearance should precede one's strength. For the way one dresses and lives is also a form of cultivation. As he stepped out of the dilapidated abode, his gaze swept across the opulent villas that adorned the estate. This expansive manor was replete with verdant lawns and a variety of rare and exotic trees, creating a picturesque environment where the arrangement of towering trees was meticulously considered. The place Sure called home had once been a mere storage room. Nestled inconspicuously in a corner of this grand estate, a stark reminder of the wretched treatment he had endured. Upon reaching the front courtyard of the manor, the sounds of revelry reached his ears from afar, accompanied by jubilant cheers. The Su family celebrated the wedding of their young master, presenting a pair of exquisite jade gifts. The Wang family heralded the marriage of their young master, offering a magnificent piece of celestial gold stone. The entrance was abuzz with the arrival of guests bearing lavish gifts, their voices rising in a cacophony, tinged with a rasping excitement. A queue formed before the gates, predominantly consisting of members of the Shi family. And Shi Yi joined the line. Is that Shi Yi? Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd, drawing numerous gazes his way. Wasn't he sentenced to death recently? How is he here to attend the young master's grand wedding? A young man from the Shi family scoffed. Are you unaware? Today, the one marrying the young master is Shi Yi's childhood sweetheart. It's clear he was released for that reason. Laughter erupted, with some spectators appearing to relish the unfolding drama, while others wore expressions of delight. When Shi Yi was once the young master, none dared to mock him so openly. But times had changed, and now, everyone seemed eager to pile on. The scornful glances and derisive remarks pierced Shi Yi like daggers. Hey, former young master. What gift have you brought for young Master Shikuan today? A youth grinned malignantly, deliberately invoking Shi Yi's past title to humiliate him. Shi-san, your inquiry is rather presumptuous. After all, it is his beloved who is marrying today. Surely, the former young master has brought something of immense worth. Another young man chimed in, his tone laced with mockery and ridicule. Their banter turned Shi Yi into the subject of amusement for the gathered crowd. As anticipated, their words incited another wave of derisive laughter, with every gaze directed at Shi Yi laced with scorn. What gift I bring is of no concern to you. Do mind your own affairs. Speaking indiscriminately can lead to unfortunate consequences, Shi Yi replied with a calm demeanor, choosing not to engage with these petty characters. However, the minor characters were unwilling to let him go. While they were not entirely indiscreet with their words, it was concerning that certain individuals, oblivious to their own limitations, attempted to offer trivial gifts to the young master, only to find themselves imprisoned once more. When Shi-san realized that Shi Yi dared to threaten him, a surge of anger ignited within him, prompting a sarcastic retort. Alas, third brother, your golden carp is worth merely 300,000 Tianyuan coins. Although the former young master has fallen from grace, presenting a gift valued at 1 or 2,000 should not pose a challenge. The young man beside him remarked with a mocking tone, considering Shi Yi's current lack of family resources, even possessing 1 or 2,000 was an extraordinary feat. What if the former young master has a considerable stockpile? He continued. Indeed, it is the wedding of his beloved. Even if he must resort to unsavory means, he should still offer an impressive gift. If all else fails, a painting inscribed with a century of harmony would surely delight the young master's wife. Laughter erupted among the crowd, echoing the young man's derision. Shi Yi furrowed his brow, his fists clenched, spiritual energy surging forth as murderous intent welled up within him. He had initially wished to ignore these insignificant pests, yet some were intent on courting disaster. You all, silence. Today is the young master's wedding. Do not provide outsiders with the opportunity to mock us. Just as Shi Yi contemplated silencing them physically, a sharp voice rang out. A striking young woman, elegantly dressed and possessing an air of nobility, stepped forward. Upon her arrival, Shi-san and the others paled, silenced by her presence. This was Shi Fengying, a prodigy of the Shi family, granddaughter of the third elder, with a formidable background and abilities rivaling Shikuan. They were not to be trifled with. Shi Fengying approached Shi Yi, her voice icy. Since the young master has spared your life, do not provoke further discord. And you lot, mind your tongues, or I shall not hesitate to shatter your teeth. Her fierce gaze sent chills down Shi-san and the others' spines. Her intervention was not out of sympathy for Shi Yi, but rather a disdain for the mockery that would tarnish the family's reputation. With that, Shi Fengying turned on her long legs and departed. Very well. I shall let him have his moment for now. I will make him pay later. After her departure, Shi-san and the others dared not speak further, casting furious glares at Shi Yi as they retreated. Shi Yi felt no gratitude towards Shi Fengying for her intervention, as she had indirectly spared Shi-san and his companions. Soon, it was Shi Yi's turn. Gue Libo noticed Shi Yi's furrowed brow, being familiar with the former young master. He understood that attending the wedding of the beloved woman must have been a bitter pill to swallow. Gue Libo shook his head. Though he felt some sympathy for Shi Yi's plight, the family orders were not to be disobeyed. What offering do you present? Gue Libo inquired. A bottle of strengthening pills. Shi Yi replied, producing the foul-smelling concoction he had prepared for Shi Tu and Shi Hu. Strengthening pills? Gue Libo frowned. They were a commonplace elixir known for their ability to instantly enhance one's strength. However, upon reflection, it is quite remarkable that with Shi Yi's current status, he could present the great strength pill. Yet, To offer such a meager gift at the wedding of the young master would surely belittle him. San, feeling a sense of foreboding, remarked. Initially, San had presented his congratulatory gift before Yi, but was taken aback to see Yi proffering such a paltry elixir. Instantly, he sensed an opportunity. If Gue Libo were to feel displeased, Yi would undoubtedly face consequences. Following this thought, San cast a triumphant glance at Yi. Humph, there's no need for your insolence here. Gue Libo scoffed coldly, instantly silencing San, who had no choice but to depart in discontent. Before leaving, he shot a venomous glare at Yi, harboring resentment from his recent misfortunes. Proceed to table 208, seat 7, and remember, do not stir up trouble, Gue Libo advised. Handing Yi a numbered plate. He had witnessed many similar encounters. Numerous scions of prestigious families often found themselves unable to dictate the course of their own marriages, leading to various complications. As Yi observed the number on the plate, he realized that table 208 was situated at the very periphery, typically reserved for the lesser branches of the family. However, it was a fortunate arrangement. On other occasions, Gue Libo would have relegated him to the servants' table, a position even lower than that of the branches. Noticing San and his companions glaring at him from a distance, a glint of coldness flickered in Yi's eyes. These individuals were courting their own demise. With a subtle movement of his fingers, he directed several strands of spiritual energy towards San and his companions' stanchions. Chapter 4. A day of joy turned to bloodshed upon entering the grand courtyard. Vibrant decorations adorned the space. In the center of the family's expansive plaza stood a colossal arena, approximately 100 meters in diameter. Surrounding this grand stage were numerous seats, with a towering structure opposite the arena featuring 5 seats, affording a panoramic view of the entire square, reserved for the prominent figures of the 4 great families and the city lord's estate. Yi arrived at the outermost table 208, seat 7, where 8 members of the family's collateral branches were seated. Do you see that grand arena? Today, someone will challenge the young master, and if successful, they will ascend as the new young master, remarked a youthful companion beside Yi, his eyes glimmering with aspiration. What, Hao? Do you also wish to challenge the young master? Inquired a sun-kissed youth with a teasing tone. Me? Hao pointed to himself, then sighed. I lack the strength for such a feat. I've heard the young master is on the verge of breaking through to the master level. To step up would only be an act of self-degradation. Hai chuckled, further encouraging Hao. If you were to defeat the young master, you would gain everything he possesses, including today's bride. Your family would then become the direct lineage of the clan leader. That is but a dream. If I had the former young master's talent, it might be conceivable, but now I haven't even broken through to the innate level. Hao shook his head, fully aware of his limitations. It was indeed a pity for the former young master, whose cultivation had suddenly regressed, losing his gifted abilities. It is said that the former young master possessed extraordinary talent, capable of mastering any technique after merely observing it once. Alas, he has since become a mere shadow of his former self. Were there an opportunity, it would indeed be a privilege to make his acquaintance. Hai sighed, seemingly filled with regret for Yi. However, even if the former young master were to regain his abilities, he would still be unable to best the current young master. Kuan. A thought seemed to cross Hai's mind, and he smiled wryly. Indeed, the present young master is immensely powerful. Today, all challengers would merely serve as background. Perhaps Fengying might stand a chance, along with the grandson of the second elder, listening to those around him speak of his own self. Yi wore a smile, quietly absorbing their conversation. The youth's words were always tinged with the dreams of instant fame. Yet, challenging the young master at a wedding undoubtedly offered a chance to ascend swiftly. Countless members of the family fantasized about being that fortunate one. Success would grant them everything the young master possessed: resources, beauty, and status. The ancestral rule established by the family undoubtedly serves as a stimulant for the younger generation, motivating them to strive for the position of young master, thus uplifting their own lineage. It could be said that one person's success could elevate an entire clan. Though few ever achieve success, it provides countless young members of the family with a goal to strive toward. Which branch do you belong to, brother? Do you not have an interest in the position of young master? Suddenly, Yi heard Hai's voice beside him. Observing Yi's quiet smile, Hai inquired further. I belong to the Ling branch, and naturally, I am interested in the position of young master, Shi Yi replied with a smile. The Shiling branch? Shi Hai pondered, feeling perplexed, as he had no recollection of it. Yet, he did not dwell on it. It was normal not to know every side branch of the Shi family. Oh, so you intend to challenge the young master later? What are your chances? Shi Hai asked with a grin. Shi Yi's smile broadened. I am 90% confident. Ha. At this remark, Shi Hai and the group of young men burst into laughter. They were not mocking Shi Yi, but rather believed he was boasting, as many had previously claimed they would secure the position of young master. All right, brother. I shall watch your performance later. Shi Hai chuckled, taking Shi Yi's words lightly. After all, successful individuals were rare, especially among their side branches. Shi Yi shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that his honesty was met with disbelief. Please welcome the bride and groom. A booming voice captured Shi Yi's attention as he turned to see Shi Kuan ascending the platform with two brides, clad in resplendent red attire. Shi Kuan stood tall and handsome, radiating an aura of confidence and poise. Li Xian and Li Yao, adorned in exquisite gowns, were a vision of elegance, their beauty striking and their figures graceful. The two shared a resemblance, their red high-heeled shoes adding to their charm as they walked, exuding an enchanting glow. How beautiful! Simply breathtaking. Such lovely brides, and twins at that. The young master is indeed fortunate. If someone can successfully challenge today, everything shall belong to him. The moment the bride made her entrance, a wave of admiration erupted from the crowd. She is breathtaking, my friend. It is said that she is the fiancée of the former young master. If you can defeat the young master today, the beautiful maiden shall be yours, Shi Hai exclaimed, excitedly patting Shi Yi's shoulder. I will, Shi Yi replied, his eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance. Ha. We will realize all our dreams, Shi Hai's companions echoed, equally exhilarated. As the clan leaders took their seats, a stern-faced middle-aged man delivered a speech, proclaiming the clan rules and procedures. Shi Yi recognized him as the clan head, Shi Jing, the very man who had stripped him of his title and condemned him to death. Following this, the sound of drums resonated, accompanied by an exhilarating melody that stirred the blood. This is the clan's battle dance, a performance by the younger generation, symbolizing the enduring spirit of the Shi clan. Shi Hai remarked beside him. It is a pity I was not selected. Otherwise, I could have graced the stage, Shi Hai lamented. Soon, the war drums sounded, and a group of robust young men clad in armor ascended the stage, wielding weapons and showcasing their martial skills in a choreographed display. Among them, Shi San and others took the stage. A peculiar smile crossed Shi Yi's face. Roar, roar. Clad in iron armor, we brandish our battle songs, engaging in war. Though the road ahead is long, united in defiance, through life and death, we fight together, hearts unwavering. As dozens don their battle gear and unleash their inner strength, their shouts reverberated through the air, and a phantom of a fierce tiger began to materialize. However, at that moment, Shi San and his companions felt their inner energy spiral out of control, followed by a violent explosion from their dantians. Boom! The fierce tiger vanished in an instant, blood splattering across the arena. The remaining warriors, suffering from backlash, violently spewed blood. The explosive sound sent shockwaves through the audience, inciting chaos. What is happening? Why did they explode? This is ominous, indeed. Today is a day of great celebration for the Shi family, yet we witness bloodshed. How unfortunate that this has occurred. The elders of the Shi family pounded their chests in despair, with some lamenting loudly. Shi Jing's face darkened, and he crushed the teacup in his hand. My apologies. City Lord, esteemed clan heads, for the disturbance, Shi Jing said, bowing towards the city lord and the clan heads beside him. It is of no consequence, they replied, though their expressions betrayed amusement that they chose not to voice. Shi Jing turned coldly, commanding, bring them down. Soon, a group of fallen soldiers in armor was carried away. Let us continue. Shi Jing's demeanor remained grave, his voice laced with icy fury, as anyone could sense his simmering anger. High above, Shi Kuan's expression was equally severe. How dare anyone disrupt his wedding? Issue orders for a thorough investigation. Shi Kuan commanded a trusted aide beside him. The young master, it has been reported, that the clan head has already dispatched personnel to investigate. Should I discover the identity of the one who is sincerely causing trouble, I shall ensure they face the consequences. Meanwhile, Shi Fengying, awaiting her turn, furrowed her brow as a rather absurd thought crept into her mind. It could not possibly be those few from Shi San, could it? Absolutely not. It was entirely implausible, for he possessed no cultivation. Shi Fengying shook her head, dismissing the notion. The third elder, noticing her furrowed brow, assumed she was feeling the pressure of the upcoming challenge, and said, Yinger, do not carry too much stress. After all, only a select few can surpass the young master. If you cannot win, simply concede without hesitation. It's all right, Grandpa, she replied, shaking her head to cast aside her distracting thoughts. Regardless, this matter had little to do with her. The forthcoming challenge was of utmost importance. On the upper floors, Li Xian gazed vacantly at the throngs surrounding the grand arena. Though these individuals had gathered to celebrate her recent marriage, she felt no joy. Perhaps he will not come after all. A mixture of worry and a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. Yet, perhaps it is for the best. It may preserve my life, she sighed. Li Yao approached her. Sister, are you still preoccupied with thoughts of him? After years of sisterhood, Li Yao knew her sister's mind all too well. Adorned in a phoenix crown and flowing robes, her youthful visage exuded a pure and innocent charm, devoid of much sorrow. Li Xian nodded. Sister, you met him last night. Did you not? We cannot resist the family's arrangements. After today, as wives, we must not harbor any lingering thoughts of him, Li Yao advised. In truth, compared to Li Xian, Li Yao's feelings for Shi Yi were not as profound, making her more accepting of the family's decisions. However, Li Yao interrupted Li Xian. No more buts. The young master has already promised us to spare his life. The debts of gratitude have been settled. We owe him nothing now. He has regained his cultivation. Li Xian gazed intently at her sister, understanding that Li Yao prioritized personal gain and cared little for whom she married. She was curious to see Li Yao's reaction. To her surprise, Li Yao scoffed. And so what? He has wasted so many years. Does he truly believe that regaining his cultivation can rival the young master? Surely you do not still fantasize about him challenging the young master today? He is unlikely to even exit that straw hut. Sighing deeply, Li Xian resigned herself to the fate that had been set before her. Outside the towering structure, an elderly man with a ruddy complexion and white hair ascended to the grand arena, his presence exuding the essence of a master. Any member of the Shi family may challenge. Those who can withstand my presence for half a stick of incense will earn the right to contest for the position of young master. His voice thundered, reverberating with such force that it stirred the hearts of those who heard it. This method would significantly reduce the time required, swiftly identifying those qualified to challenge. Shi Yi rose to his feet and walked towards the arena. Hey, brother, you truly are courageous. Shi Hai and Shi Hao exclaimed in astonishment as they looked at Shi Yi. Indeed, Shi Yi replied with a smile over his shoulder. In a fleeting moment, all those harboring challengers' thoughts gathered upon the arena, a staggering multitude numbering in the hundreds. Among them stood Shi Yi. Stand firm, bellowed the venerable master. His overwhelming aura enveloping the entire platform, rendering the atmosphere unbearably oppressive. Everyone braced themselves, fervently channeling their inner strength, exerting all their might. As time elapsed, numerous individuals succumbed to the pressure. 100 remained. 50, 20, 10. Ultimately, the venerable master constrained the number to 10, signifying the end of his oppressive influence. Those remaining on the stage felt as though a colossal weight had been lifted from their shoulders. A delicate sheen of perspiration appeared on Shi Fengying's refined visage. Though the pressure was daunting, she remained steadfast. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed, as if witnessing something extraordinary. How could this be? He actually passed, and with such ease. Shi Fengying was utterly astonished to see Shi Yi standing tall on the platform. Previously, she had sensed no fluctuation of inner power from him, unaware of how deeply he had concealed his capabilities. Shi Yi stood upon the arena, exuding an air of nonchalance. Simultaneously, everyone felt a wave of astonishment. Among the 10 remaining, Shi Yi, the former young master, had been recognized. From the elevated platform, Shi Kuan's gaze darkened, a flicker of malice igniting in his eyes. How could Shi Huang, that useless fool, allow Shi Yi to emerge, to appear on the day of my grand wedding? Such ill fortune. Observing this, a close confidant hastily reassured. Young master, there is no need for anger. Even if Shi Yi has reappeared, what of it? Though we know not how he regained his strength, years of neglect have rendered him no match for you. Hearing this, Shi Kuan suppressed his ire, pride swelling within him. Today, I shall utterly shatter his hopes. What if he has restored his cultivation? The title of young master shall forever belong to me, and the Li sisters shall only ever be mine. Chapter 5. He has arrived upon the elevated platform. The city lord chuckled. Master Shi, is this the prodigy of your clan, having regained his cultivation? The other clan heads wore expressions of mirth. It seems today we'll witness a fierce contest of dragons and tigers. Indeed. Shi Yi is the former young master of the Shi clan. His return heralds a chance to redeem past grievances. Master Shi, your son may be feeling the pressure, remarked another. In my view, the others are quite formidable as well. Those young individuals below possess peak innate capabilities. And that Shifeng's strength is perilously close to that of a master. I believe Shifeng stands as the strongest among them. While Shi Yi is also at the peak of innate power, yet Shifeng has the highest likelihood of triumph. The three clan heads exchanged opinions on the 10 competitors on stage. Shi Jing laughed heartily. Thank you, city lord and esteemed clan heads, for your concern. My Kuan possesses the talent of a master. Victory in this battle is assured. He has actually come. Why does he not remain in seclusion? Li Xian murmured. Gazing at Shi Yi on the arena, her expression fraught with worry. Li Yao chuckled lightly, declaring, You are merely courting death. I fear that after today, no matter how we plead, we shall be unable to save him. The spectators surrounding the grand arena buzzed with speculation. How did Shi Yi ascend to that position? His cultivation has been restored. Heavens! Was he not sentenced to death for attempting to harm the young master? How could he possibly be released? Well, if he stands here, he must indeed have been freed. It is evident that young Master Kuan possesses a benevolent heart and chose to let him go, they conjectured among themselves. Before long, the 10 challengers commenced their duel. Yet, at that moment, a haughty voice resonated through the air. There is no need for such trouble. You may all come at once. For this young master desires to conclude matters swiftly. A figure soared into view. Upon the arena, Shi Kuan's arrival was akin to a radiant star streaking across the sky, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. His garments billowed, his silhouette stood tall like a pine tree, enveloped in a formidable aura, reminiscent of a majestic mountain that would not waver. Within his starry eyes flickered a blend of arrogance and confidence, as though he held dominion over all that existed. He commands the air with his chi. He is a master. Someone exclaimed, their voice tinged with awe. A master. Such a state is coveted by many, yet today, in this humble arena, they bore witness to a youthful master. Shi Kuan's presence struck like a hammer, reverberating through the hearts of everyone present. His master-like aura surged forth like a tempest, impossible to ignore. His entrance instantaneously elevated the atmosphere of the arena to a fever pitch. Young Master Shi Kuan has indeed transcended to master. Upon his arrival, gasps of astonishment filled the air, as his master-like essence astonished all. A half-step master. The city lord narrowed his eyes, acknowledging, a tiger begets no dogs. Indeed, he is remarkable. Haha, thank you for your kind words, city lord. My Kuan possesses the potential of a master, Shi Jing replied, laughing heartily, filled with pride, especially before 3 old rivals, as Shi Kuan brought him immense honor. Wait, you are merely a half-step master. Shifeng's expression turned grave. Her grandfather was a master, and she was well acquainted with the aura and characteristics of such a rank. Shi Kuan exhibited discernible fluctuations of inner strength, clearly still in the process of converting all his power into the formidable essence required to ascend to true mastery. A half-step master is more than sufficient to subdue you all, Shi Kuan declared, turning his back to the crowd with an air of arrogance. At that moment, Shi Kuan spun around, casting a cold glance at Shi Yi. Though I know not how you regained your cultivation, today, should you dare to stand here, I shall personally shatter your hopes. I had intended to spare you at the behest of Li Xinji. But since you audaciously aspire to contest for the position of young master today, I must send you to your demise. Shi Yi retorted, spare me your grandiloquent threats. Were it not for the guilt that festers within your hearts, why would you two be so eager to see me perish? Come at me. Shi Kuan, with his disdain and arrogance, incited discontent among Shifeng and the others. Despite our numbers, even if you are a half-step master, you shall not fare well. A young prodigy from Shijia coldly declared, you may strike first, or else, once I make my move, you shall stand no chance. The crowd regarded Shi Kuan with disdain, for his arrogance was beyond measure, dismissing them entirely. Receive my punch. A youth bellowed, unleashing an overwhelming aura of peak innate power. His fist seemingly imbued with the strength of 1,000 mountains. With a mere flick of his sleeve, Shi Kuan extended his palm. manifesting a colossal hand that sent the youth hurtling away. Blood splattered as the blow severely wounded him. All together now, Shi Fengying shouted, her expression grave. Shi Kuan's prowess surpassed them all. Even she could not easily vanquish a peak innate fighter. In that moment, everyone remained cautious, exerting their utmost strength. Everyone except Shi Yi. Techniques of various martial arts rained down upon the arena, internal energies wreaking havoc. Shi Kuan's gaze flickered, and with a punch and a palm strike, the terrifying force shattered all their techniques, his hands coming together to suppress them all. With a resounding thud, all 9 were sent flying. Shi Fengying's face turned pale, blood trickling from her lips. I refuse to believe you are this powerful. Shatter it, she cried, her aura surging skyward, the pressure approaching that of a master. Merely relying on secret arts to forcibly elevate your realm. Shi Kuan scoffed. So what? I shall see just how strong you truly are. With a furious shout, Shi Fengying charged forth, her violent internal energy erupting as she threw a punch aimed directly at Shi Kuan. However, mere moments later, she was sent sprawling out of the ring, barely clinging to consciousness. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Young Master Kuan is astonishingly powerful, suppressing everyone single-handedly. Even with Shi Fengying forcibly raising her realm, she stands no chance against young Master Kuan. The might of Shi Kuan inspired awe in all present. What is Shi Yi doing? Is he here for amusement? Everyone else has engaged, yet he remains, as if he wishes to face the young master alone. Suddenly, a laugh erupted from the crowd. Perhaps he has been intimidated. At least he possesses some self-awareness. At that moment, nearly everyone doubted Shi Yi's ability to defeat Shi Kuan. Do you wish to descend or be laid low? Shi Kuan remarked, hands clasped behind his back, his tone haughty, utterly dismissing Shi Yi. I intend for you to lie down. Shi Yi replied with a grin. Arrogance. Shi Kuan snorted, no longer wishing to engage in idle chatter. He unleashed a punch, his fist enveloped in a fierce energy. Bang! Shi Yi retaliated with a punch of his own. In the next moment, Shi Kuan's expression shifted. This, poof. A single blow sent Shi Kuan reeling, blood spewing forth as he was launched backward. How can this be? Is this a master? So formidable. The crowd erupted in shock. Even Shi Jing began to fidget, an ominous premonition creeping in. You will pay for this, Shi Kuan roared, enraged at having been bloodied by Shi Yi in front of everyone. The humiliation was unbearable. In a fit of fury, Shi Kuan unleashed a terrifying aura that surged skyward, his palm descending like Mount Tai. Shi Yi exhibited no fear, unleashing a powerful punch. It was laughable. The disparity between spiritual energy and formidable aura was of a fundamental nature. How could a mere martial artist possibly rival an immortal cultivator? This was an overwhelming dimensional strike. The terrifying force surged through Shi Kuan's arm, violently impacting his internal organs. Blood gushed forth, and Shi Kuan was sent flying from the arena, a pitiful sight, his eyes closing as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Silence enveloped the air, a chilling stillness settling in. In the next moment, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonished chatter. This was utterly inconceivable. Young Master Kuan had been defeated. Merely 3 or 5 exchanges had led to victory. Shi Hao and Shi Hai stared wide-eyed. Brother, you are incredible, they exclaimed. The former young master truly is remarkable. Their astonishment was palpable, having already discerned Shi Yi's identity during the match. He won, the young master triumphed. Li Xian's voice trembled with excitement, while Li Yao appeared incredulous. The venerable elder presiding as the judge was momentarily taken aback. I declare Shi Yi the victor. Hold on. A commanding voice interjected. A regal woman clad in a qipao, her heels clicking on the ground, stepped onto the stage. Shi Yi has offended the family head, attempting to harm the young master, and has been sentenced to death. Yet he has secretly escaped. It dawned on everyone. He had orchestrated a prison break. How could a condemned criminal aspire to the position of young master? This was sheer chaos. The audience below erupted into fervent discussions upon hearing Huang Rong's proclamation. Guards, seize him. At Huang Rong's command, a cadre of armed attendants surged forward, surrounding Shi Yi. He remained composed, disregarding Huang Rong, and instead turned his gaze to the elevated platform where Shi Jing stood. What is this, family head and madam? Are you disregarding the family regulations, or is it a matter of pride? Shi Jing's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Shi Yi's effortless victory over Shi Kuan. With a stern countenance, he replied, of course, the family regulations must be adhered to. In the glaring eyes of the assembly, Shi Jing could not dismiss the rules without tarnishing the family's reputation. However, your unauthorized escape indeed contravenes the regulations. After all, how could you, as a convict of the Shi family, participate in the young master's challenge? Shi chuckled, family head. If memory serves, the family regulations state that any offspring of the Shi family, regardless of their origins, may contend for the position of young master. Would you not agree? Elder Six? The Elder Six referred to as the venerable judge. Oh well. Elder Six found himself in a predicament but eventually acquiesced, for it was undeniable. Indeed, that is how the regulations are written. Family head of Shi, since it conforms to the rules, the position of young master is indeed valid and legitimate. Chimed in the Li family head, a smirk on his face, clearly stoking the flames of conflict and leaving Shi Jing in a precarious position. In the presence of numerous Shi family members and elders, Shi Jing was compelled to acknowledge the regulations. Observing the Li family head's initial provocation, the other family heads joined in, adding fuel to the fire. Without rules, there can be no order. The position of the young master should rightfully belong to the capable. A flicker of anger crossed Shi Jing's eyes, yet he was compelled to maintain a facade of composure. There is no need for outsiders to concern themselves with the internal affairs of the Shi family. I shall adhere to the established protocols. Upon hearing this, the other heads of families fell silent, their expressions betraying curiosity about his next move. Elder Lu, please announce the results, Shi Jing said with an impassive demeanor. As Elder Lu prepared to speak, Huang Rong interjected, her lips parting gracefully. Hold on, third elder. Is there something you wish to convey, madam? Elder Lu asked, perplexed. If my memory serves me right, there exists a stipulation in our clan's regulations stating that those who bear guilt cannot hold significant positions within the family. Shi Jing's eyes sparkled with admiration at his astute wife. Elder Lu paused, taken aback by Huang Rong's recollection of this rule, and was about to respond when Huang Rong continued. However, Shi Yi did indeed defeat the young master. I propose we proceed with today's grand gathering as planned, allowing our kin and esteemed guests to celebrate together. We shall convene a council of elders at a later date to determine the rightful heir to the young master's position. What do you all think? Agreed. Let the banquet commence. We cannot keep our esteemed guests waiting, a dignified elder declared from the elevated platform. I second the grand elder's sentiment. Let the proceedings unfold as usual, echoed Shi Fengying's grandfather. One by one, the elders voiced their agreement, each astute enough to avoid offending the couple over a matter as tenuous as Shi Yi's claim. Since all esteemed elders are in unanimous agreement, Shi Yi, do you have any objections? Shi Jing inquired with a smile, fully aware of his control over the situation. Since you all have made your decision, what objections could I possibly raise? Shi Yi thought to himself, a cold smirk lurking beneath his composed exterior. Yet he remained unfazed, confident that his strength would pave the way for his ambitions. Very well, let the banquet proceed as planned, Shi Jing announced decisively. You lot, escort the young master and young mistress home. Huang Rong instructed her subordinates before departing the grand arena. As she left, she cast a glance at Shi Yi, a flicker of malice glinting in her beautiful eyes. Watching the sophisticated lady retreat, Shi Yi felt a chill rise within him. What a cunning woman. Soon after, the festivities continued as usual, and Shi Yi was ceremoniously seated at the young master's table amid a throng of admirers. Before departing, Li Xian glanced back at Shi Yi, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Shi Yi did not attempt to retain the two sisters. According to custom, they were already his. Should Shi Jing and the others disregard the rules, they would have only themselves to blame for the ensuing chaos. As night fell, guests began to depart, leaving mostly members of the Shi family behind. Each of them regarded Shi Yi with eager admiration, convinced that his position as the young master was now indisputable, and perhaps even the future head of the family. Meanwhile, those who had previously insulted Shi Yi were filled with unease, their hearts gripped with fear at the thought of retribution. In a secluded villa, Shi Kuan roared in fury, his eyes blazing crimson as his voice echoed throughout the space. I want him dead. I want him dead. His visage contorted in a grotesque display of fury, resembling a ferocious beast stirred to wrath. At this moment, Shi Kuan's heart brimmed with resentment and indignation. He could not fathom the reality of being bested by Shi Yi in front of the onlookers. This battle had cost Shi Kuan everything. Kuan, calm yourself, Huang Rong admonished sharply as she approached his bedside, cradling his head against her ample bosom. There remain opportunities. Perhaps Shi Yi has encountered some fortuitous event that has enhanced his prowess beyond yours. However, in the Shi family, possessing a modicum of strength suffices to claim the title of young master. Do not forget, you have the unwavering support of both me and your father. What does he possess? The other elders would not conspire against us for his sake. At her words, Shi Kuan found solace, reassuring himself that momentary victories and defeats bore little significance. His greatest asset was the backing of his parents, while Shi Yi stood alone and unprotected. This title of young master was not his to claim. I understand now. I will deal with him earnestly from here on, Shi Kuan declared, a shadow of darkness flickering in his eyes. Seeing that Shi Kuan had shed his distress, Huang Rong smiled. It is good that you comprehend. The position of young master is yours alone. He cannot lay claim to it. Shi Kuan nodded, his eyes alight with determination. Huang Rong continued. I have arranged for Li Xian and Li Yao to stay in Villa No. 7. You should go there tonight and finalize matters. A knowing smile graced Huang Rong's lips. Instantly, Shi Kuan grasped her meaning, a wicked grin spreading across his face. I understand. Even if he were to win, he would gain nothing. Shi Kuan promptly dressed and made his way towards Villa No. 7. Though he had been grievously injured by Shi Yi, the treasured elixirs of the Shi family would ensure he could still partake in the festivities of the night. Before long, Shi Kuan arrived at Villa No. 7, where the sisters Li Xian and Li Yao resided. The two had already shed their high heels, exposing their delicate, fair feet as they sat on the large bed, seemingly embroiled in a discussion. Suddenly, the door swung open, startling Li Xian. Young master, what brings you here? To her, it seemed that after losing the title, Shi Yi should have been the one to arrive today, not Shi Kuan. Haha, what do you think I am here for? Surely, to complete the final step with you both. Shi Kuan chuckled, an ominous glint dancing in his eyes. The striking resemblance of their exquisite faces stirred his desires. Otherwise, he would not have sought to claim the two sisters for himself. Young Master Kuan, do you not know that we are now the young mistresses? You are no longer the young master. Li Xian retorted coldly, her gaze towards Shi Kuan filled with vigilance. Haha, are you still pinning your hopes on that useless Shi Yi? He cannot save you tonight, as long as I am here. He is destined not to be the young master, Shi Kuan said, gripping Li Xian's fair chin and speaking icily. Young Master Kuan, I implore you to spare my sister. A fruit forcibly plucked does not taste sweet. It is best if we are willing participants, Li Yao interjected calmly, having already gleaned some understanding of the situation during her departure with Huang Rong. Upon arriving at Villa No. 7, rather than the palace inhabited by the young master, Li Yao grew increasingly convinced of her thoughts. Shi Kuan aimed to consummate his desires. Ultimately, they could not escape the grasp of Shi Kuan. For Li Yao, marrying anyone would be the same. However, she leaned towards Shi Kuan, for unlike the feeble Shi Yi, Shi Kuan had the backing of Shi Jing and Huang Rong. The ultimate victor was likely to be Shi Kuan. Yet, just as Shi Kuan was eagerly anticipating the company of the enchanting twin beauties, the door swung open once more, revealing a figure behind him, sending a shiver of fear through him. The visitor was none other than Shi Yi, who had initially gone to the young master's palace only to find it empty. He realized what might transpire that night. Despite searching the nearby buildings, he had failed to find the sisters. Unbeknownst to Shi Kuan, his furtive movements had been detected by Shi Hu, who then led Shi Yi to this location. You, what are you doing here? Shi Kuan's voice trembled slightly. Oh, you brought my two young ladies here. What do you think I came for? Shi Yi replied with a smile, though the look in his eyes instilled profound dread in Shi Kuan. I'm leaving. Is that not permissible? Shi Kuan stammered as he hurried towards the door. Huh. Shi Yi leapt in front of Shi Kuan, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Shi Kuan's head buzzed, feeling as though it might explode. Shi Yi seized Shi Kuan by the head and thrust him towards the window, casting him out with a single motion. Bang! Shi Yi clapped his hands together. All right, now it's peaceful. Young master, we can finally be together, Li Yao exclaimed, her emotions surging as she threw herself into Shi Yi's embrace. Lifting her delicate face, her beautiful eyes hinted at a burgeoning affection. Shi Yi extended his other hand, beckoning Li Yao to join them. The unspoken understanding lingered in the air. Chapter 6. Shi Jing, Useless. The following morning, a beautiful woman clad in a vibrant red qipao, her face adorned with a smile, conversed with the man beside her in an opulently decorated villa resembling a palace. That child Kuaner, truly, it's already so late. Yet he has not brought the bride to serve us morning tea. He ought to exhibit some restraint, she remarked. The youth is quite fiery. Kuan-er lost to Shi Yi last night, and I bet he is feeling rather vexed, Shi Jing said with a triumphant grin, recalling their past when they sat idly by. Ha ha. The beautiful woman giggled softly, her expression slightly pursed. What does it matter that Shi Yi won against Kuan-er? He is still under our control. Yin-er. Yes, madam. How may I assist you? Please summon the young master and the bride. How long must we wait? This is simply unacceptable. Huang Rong instructed the maid standing beside the tea set. Certainly, madam. Perhaps the young master and the bride are on their way. Yin-er replied with a courteous bow and a cheerful demeanor as she hurried out. Rong-er, do not be upset. Kuan-er will arrive shortly. Shi Jing gently wrapped his arm around Huang Rong's shoulder, softly patting her hand in a gesture of comfort. Huang Rong pushed aside Shi Jing's hand, displaying an expression of exasperation as if lamenting the lack of ambition. I fear he may become ensnared in the embrace of indulgent softness. Those two sisters possess an extraordinary beauty, and I worry that Kuan-er, at such a tender age, may succumb to weakness. Ha ha ha, fret not. I shall ensure Kuan-er diligently practices martial arts from now on, Shi Jing replied with a carefree laugh. Huang Rong shot him a disdainful glance, as if to say, Go on, continue your nonsensical chatter. At Villa No. 7, Shi Yi tenderly patted the soft figures of the beautiful maidens nestled beside him. Get up quickly and help me with my attire. Yao, embracing his arm with a gentle sway, protested, but I wish to sleep a little longer. Shi Yi, unfazed by her coquetry, thought to himself, a hero lost in the allure of beauty ultimately finds himself adrift. To the viewer before the screen, do not indulge excessively in superficial charms. Hurry up, the outside world is likely in chaos, he urged. Upon hearing this, Li Xian and Li Yao, acknowledging the gravity of the situation that would impact their fates, wasted no time and hastily assisted Shi Yi in dressing, disregarding their own state of disarray. Standing before the full-length mirror, Shi Yi confidently spread his arms, allowing the two maidens to adjust his garments. Gazing at the impressive figure reflected back at him, he smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. I look quite handsome. Suddenly, a panicked voice cried out, Oh no, someone's coming. Young Master Kuan has met with misfortune. Yin-er, filled with delight, rushed towards Villa No. 7, only to find Shi Kuan curled up in a corner, his face marred by dark streaks of blood, his lavish clothing tattered, and his pallor resembling that of a corpse. Yin-er was horrified, fleeing in a frenzy, her terrified screams echoing dreadfully. This is bad. We've been discovered. We must flee at once. The commotion outside startled Xian and Yao, who, despite Shi Yi's formidable strength, felt apprehensive about facing an entire family. Small matter, small matter. Do not panic. Bang. The cup in Shi Jing's hand slipped and shattered upon the ground upon hearing Yin-er's frantic report. What? Are you certain? Is it the young master? Breathless, Yin-er nodded repeatedly, affirming, Indeed, it is the young master. With a furious expression, Shi Jing crushed the armrest of his chair, summoned all guards. Accompany me to the young master's villa. How dare they treat Kuan-er in such a manner? I will see him dead. Shi Jing, accompanied by a band of guards, stormed towards Shi Kuan's villa. Huang Rong, nearly losing her composure in her rage, speculated that this incident might involve Shi Yi. Perhaps today would be the opportune moment to eliminate this source of trouble once and for all. Xiaohuan, take the family token and summon the elders. Also, invite the esteemed elder who serves our lineage, Huang Rong commanded her maid, producing the family token entrusted to her by Shi Jing, and then proceeded towards Villa No. 7. Bang! The grand door was forcibly flung open, revealing Shi Jing leading a formidable group of guards, who swiftly surrounded Shi Yi, who was leisurely sipping tea in the hall. Shi Yi, you possess an audacity most brazen. Upon seeing Shi Yi embrace Yao and Xian, Shi Jing instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, an icy murderous intent almost solidifying in the air. The guards nearby felt an overwhelming dread, finding it arduous even to speak. They had never witnessed their master in such a furious state, and it seemed that Shi Yi was doomed. Li Xian and Li Yao, intimidated by Shi Jing's imposing presence, dared not lift their heads, retreating into Shi Yi's embrace. Shi Yi, however, maintained an air of nonchalance. Do you not comprehend the magnitude of your actions? How dare you direct your ire towards me? Humph. To offend the head of the family, prepare to meet your demise. Observing the master's fury, Shi Huang, ever perceptive, unsheathed his sword, eager to assert himself before Shi Jing. A gleaming arc of blade was swiftly unleashed, aimed directly at Shi Ye's head, yet Shi Ye remained seated, appearing almost frozen in shock. "Ah, be careful!" cried Li Yao and Li Xian in unison. However, to everyone's astonishment, Shi Ye merely extended a hand in a scissor gesture, effortlessly grasping the blade's arc and tossing it back with a flick of his wrist. With a sickening thud, Shi Huang was cleaved in twain by his own attack, blood splattering the ground. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. "What are you waiting for? Seize him!" Shi Jing commanded, his voice laced with fury. The remaining guards, witnessing the chaos, drew their blades and charged at Shi Ye. Rising swiftly, Shi Ye delivered a powerful kick that sent the foremost guard flying. In a flash, a pristine blade swung towards the back of Shi Ye's head. With a swift backward kick, he struck the assailant's knee, eliciting a painful grunt. Yet, the assault was far from over. Shi Ye seized the assailant's arm, wrenching it upward with brutal force. The assailant shrieked in agony as his arm bent at a horrific angle. In a mere 2 minutes, the guards lay strewn across the floor, groaning and writhing in pain. "Heh, Shi Jing, the warriors you brought are quite inept," Shi Ye chuckled, unabashedly addressing Shi Jing by name, dismissing him entirely. "Though I am unaware of how you regained your strength, it ends here." Shi Jing's expression remained impassive, yet his furrowed brow betrayed the tempestuous rage boiling beneath the surface. "Father, incapacitate this worthless Shi Ye. I wish to torment him thoroughly." The venomous voice of Shi Kuan echoed from behind the crowd. 2 burly guards flanked Shi Kuan, lifting him from the entrance. His disheveled appearance, bruised, bloodied, and barely coherent, rendered him almost unrecognizable, save for the conspicuous garb he wore. "Ah, you still draw breath. Yet your schemes have led you to this dire end." Shi Ye laughed heartily, relentlessly provoking the nerves of Shi Kuan and his son. "Ah, Shi Ye, I will kill you." Shi Kuan, driven mad with rage, completely lost his sanity, his swollen face appearing somewhat comical. "Ha ha," Shi Ye mocked mercilessly. Even Li Yao and Li Xian beside him could not suppress their laughter, hastily covering their mouths. "Father, father, kill him, quickly kill him." Shi Jing could no longer contain the fury within. Witnessing his son's miserable state, his heart bled incessantly. "You deserve to die. You truly deserve to die." A violent aura suddenly engulfed the entire hall, causing everyone, whether standing or lying down, to instinctively retreat to a distance. The formidable energy of the master radiated outward, making all within a radius of 3 zhang dare not approach. The ground trembled as Shi Jing propelled himself forward like a cannonball, a brilliant yellow light erupting as he charged at Shi Ye, his chaotic energy wreaking havoc, sending all the furniture flying. Despite Shi Ye's seemingly calm demeanor, he did not dare to be careless. He retreated, his body bending like a bow, gathering spiritual energy over his fist, and retaliated with all his might. One must know that even a lion must exert full strength to catch a hare. He certainly did not wish to be outdone by the 6th brother, for not everyone was a war god like the Dragon King. Boom! The 2 forces collided fiercely. Just a moment ago, Shi Jing deemed Shi Ye foolish for daring to confront him head-on. Yet in the next instant, his expression changed drastically as an overwhelming force surged through his arm, rendering him helpless. Impossible! With a loud thud, Shi Jing was sent flying, crashing heavily against a stone pillar, his arm hanging limply as blood poured from his mouth. In a mere exchange, Shi Jing had his bones shattered and was gravely injured on the ground. How is this possible? His face was filled with disbelief. He was a dignified master, yet could not withstand a single punch from Shi Ye. He was no mere half-step master like Shi Kuan. Cough, how could this be? Shi Kuan, supported by others, eagerly anticipated seeing Shi Ye brought to his knees by his father, but as Shi Jing was sent flying, he stood frozen, feeling as though the world had dimmed around him. "No, this cannot be. You are nothing but a waste, just a waste." Shi Kuan could never accept this reality. The one he had bullied, the one he had forced to drink swill, who had never dared to resist, had suddenly become so formidable. "Ha ha!" Shi Ye suddenly laughed maniacally. "You are the waste. I will make your entire family into waste." The painful memories of his past surged back into his mind. The bullying, the forced drinking of swill, the public beatings, the stripping of his clothes that led to his humiliation. The unbearable recollections instinctively urged him to unleash his pent-up rage. Shi Ye charged forward, his fist sending the guards beside Shi Kuan flying, and then he seized Shi Kuan's hair, violently slamming his head down towards the ground. With a brutal force, The legs of Shirkuan were crushed, and his arms were twisted at a 90-degree angle. His agonizing screams pierced the air, and the excruciating pain rendered him unconscious, leaving him unable to plead for mercy. Beast, how dare you? Shi Jing's eyes were filled with rage as he summoned a sword, sacrificing his own blood to unleash a furious strike with a formidable blade. Sensing imminent danger behind him, Shi Yi swiftly dodged and hurled Shirkuan aside. This wretch deserves to die? The colossal sword surged forward with the force of thunder, and Shi Jing could only brace himself against the onslaught. With a sickening sound, Shi Jing's meridians ruptured, a torrent of blood surged backward, and his body erupted in multiple places, each eruption a spout of crimson. One must remember, a swordsman must always forge ahead. Having already sustained severe injuries from sacrificing his essence, the backlash from halting the sword was catastrophic. How could you, a fellow clansman, resort to such cruelty? Shi Jing's eyes widened as he glared at Shi Yi. Shi Yi swiftly approached Shi Jing, seizing his throat and lifting him into the air. Huh? How laughable, to call us kin. When your son was humiliating me, where were your words of kinship? Forcing me to kneel, shaming my dignity, compelling me to bear myself. Where was your sense of family then? He struck Shi Jing, shattering the so-called honor of the clan leader into pieces. Damn the notion of kinship. Prepare to face my wrath. Just as Shi Yi intended to completely incapacitate Shi Jing, a brilliant blade appeared, menacingly aimed at Shi Ye's head. Shi Jing was cast aside like a discarded object. With a thunderous crash, the floor of the hall was cleaved, furniture and decor shattered into splinters. Shi Yi looked up at the newcomer, a man clad in white, radiating an aura of ethereal grace, whose presence was overwhelming. Had he not been vigilant, he would have surely suffered injury. Meanwhile, Huang Rong had arrived with the family's esteemed elders, each exuding an air of authority that commanded respect and instilled trepidation in those of lesser cultivation, with Shi Yi bearing the brunt of this oppressive force. Yet, Shi Yi remained unfazed. Approaching Li Xian and Li Yao, the two sisters breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped a brush with death moments earlier. Their hearts raced as they exchanged grateful glances with Shi Yi. Observing Shi Ye's composure in the presence of the elders, they could not help but speculate on his extraordinary nature. Cough, Elder Tian, quickly apprehend this boy, Shi Jing exclaimed, elated to see the family's protectors arrive. Jinggu. Huang Rong, upon witnessing Shi Jing's bloodied and pitiful state, was filled with fury and rushed to embrace him. Kuiner. Ronger, quickly check on Kuiner. Shi Jing coughed blood, pushing Huang Rong away. Ah, beast, I desire your demise. Upon witnessing her son's contorted limbs, Huang Rong's eyes turned crimson with rage, her exquisite visage contorting into a mask of fury. Chapter 7. The Wrath of Huang Rong. Tian Lao, incapacitate this beast. I shall wrench his limbs apart. With Huang Rong's furious command, the atmosphere grew tense, the impending clash palpable. Payanpalm. Tianyuan was the first to strike, with the matriarch's orders. He would not dare to disobey. After all, having enjoyed the Shi family's patronage for many years, the debts incurred were not easily dismissed. And Tianyuan did not consider Shi to be his equal. The other elders refrained from intervening, and the matriarch had yet to speak. To act now would merely overshadow Tianyuan's prowess, and the elders, seasoned in the ways of the world, understood that survival in this realm was not solely reliant on strength, but also on wisdom and social finesse. Youngsters, fresh to the fray, often brimming with arrogance, would inevitably find themselves bloodied and battered. The elders unanimously believed that Shi Yi could not withstand the might of Tianyuan's two palms, for Tianyuan was the strongest among them. The wrath of a master was no trifling matter. Alas, this young man was doomed. The turbulent waves surged forth, the pure clouds descending. The might of the ninth layer of the master realm resembled layers of heavy clouds parting. A colossal wave transformed into a palm. One hand, emanating an overwhelming force, seemed insurmountable. Settle. Shi Yi dared not underestimate the threat, raising his sword and channeling a torrent of spiritual energy, inscribing the character for settle in the air with his blade, directing the sword's brilliance toward the imposing palm. Crash. The clash created a colossal shockwave, radiating outward and shaking the entire hall, debris cascading down, while a cloud of smoke erupted at the sight of their confrontation. Alas, this young man was most likely finished. Observing the formidable Paiyun palm, one elder could not help but stroke his beard and chuckle. The others nodded in agreement. Just moments ago, Even they had to summon their protective energy. One could only imagine the fate of Shi Yi, caught at the epicenter of the tempest. As the dust settled, Huang Rong's expression shifted to one of satisfaction, yet her pupils narrowed in shock. In the center of their clash lay a deep crater, and remarkably, Shi Yi, aside from his slightly disheveled attire, emerged unscathed. Hiss! The elders outside collectively gasped, astonished. Tianyuan felt a chill run down his spine. He had held nothing back in his attack, yet Shi Yi had withstood it. This implied that the young man possessed at least the strength of a master at the 8th layer, if not the 9th. Drawing forth a gleaming blade, a radiant sword appeared in Tianyuan's hand, its blade radiating a chilling brilliance. Few in the mortal realm could compel him to unsheath his weapon. Moments ago, he had transformed his energy into a blade to thwart Shi Ye's intent to incapacitate Shi Jing. As the head of the Shi family, Shi Jing possessed formidable strength. Despite his mastery at the 3rd level of the Grand Master realm, he was still vanquished before Shi Yi, which compelled Tianyuan to take the matter seriously. Having been a Grand Master for over 20 years, I have seldom drawn my blade. Today, as you drink blood beneath my sword, I shall have no regrets in your demise. The aura of his blade surged across 30 miles, compelling every Grand Master before him to bow their heads in submission. Tianyuan stood, one hand gripping his sword while the other caressed his beard, exuding a fierce energy that portrayed him as the epitome of a sword master. Quick, retreat! An elder exclaimed, retreating hastily. Hurry! Tian Lao is about to show off. Everyone, clear the area. A brilliant golden light enveloped Tianyuan. And that colossal sword was no jest. In the full display of a 9th level Grand Master's prowess. Even the 7th and 8th level elders had to steer clear of its edge. Thus, one by one, the elders retreated, activating their protective auras, and an array of colorful lights erupted, reds, blues, yellows. Even Shi Kuan, in a haze of consciousness, could vaguely perceive the shimmering energies around him. With a thunderous roar, a massive blade of light cleaved through the air, as if day and night had collided. All present felt a profound stillness, as a blinding white light pierced the darkness. Slicing through the heavens, a gasp escaped the crowd. This was Tianyuan's renowned technique. Clearly, he was now fully committed. Suddenly, Shi Yi felt a darkness envelop him. Followed by the descent of the blade's radiance, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within him, as if he were about to be cleaved in two. He hastily raised his sword to block the impending strike. With a sharp sound, Shi Yi was sent flying, stumbling backward, leaving 2 deep gouges on the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and a significant wound marred his left shoulder. Indeed, one should not underestimate a martial cultivator. Shi Yi wiped the blood from his lips, reflecting upon his overconfidence. He had once believed that upon stepping into the realm of immortal cultivation, he could reign supreme here. Yet reality had delivered a harsh blow to his pride. He now understood that his cultivation at the 2nd level of Qi refinement was akin to that of a 9th level martial grandmaster. The distinction lay solely in quantity versus quality. A grandmaster possessed an immense reservoir of inner strength to wield martial techniques, while an immortal cultivator tapped into spiritual energy to manipulate objects and sense the Dao. Even the most rudimentary of Taoist spells could unleash earth-shattering might. Thus, immortals were indeed unmatched. Drawing upon spiritual energy, Shi Yi thrust both hands upwards, his sword shimmering with a layer of ethereal light as he formed a spell with his fingers. Sensing Shi Yi's intention, Tianyuan felt a flicker of unease and, unwilling to delay further, advanced with great strides, channeling all his inner strength into his blade and leaping high to strike at Shi Yi. Water sword, go! Shi Yi exclaimed, and his sword transformed into a colossal blade, glistening with moisture as it struck upward with fierce intent. A lethal crisis loomed, and Tianyuan's eyes widened, instinctively attempting to retreat, but it was too late. With a piercing sound, the massive blade impaled Tianyuan's body, cleaving him in half, blood raining down as his form crumpled to the ground. Tianyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, motionless, while Shi Yi, having expended nearly 80% of his spiritual power with a single sword strike, appeared pallid. Witnessing this scene, everyone exhibited expressions of incredulity, and a profound silence enveloped the air. Quick, finish him off. He is utterly drained. Huang Rong was the first to recover from her shock, urgently issuing commands. Boom. The elders rapidly regained their composure, various weapons materializing in their hands, as the presence of 8 masters surged forth, unleashing a terrifying might that permeated the entire hall. The already dilapidated structure threatened to collapse, while the guards, unable to flee, fell victim to the overwhelming pressure of the masters. Indeed, it was the perfect moment to strike. All the masters surged forth, unleashing their renowned techniques upon Shi Yi, the very ceiling of the hall being torn asunder. Danger! Cold sweat trickled down Shi Yi's back, and he couldn't help but feel distressed. He had been far too careless. Yet, this was not the time for lamentation. He tightened his grip on the sword, channeling his spiritual energy as he surveyed his nearly depleted reservoir of power. It was no longer feasible to confront them head-on. Shi Yi formed a sword technique with his hand, unleashing a sharp blade of energy that instantly repelled the weakest master, before seeking an opportunity to escape. Why is this happening to me? Li Haida gasped as he saw Shi Yi's massive sword descending towards him. The ferocity of Shi Yi was vividly etched in his memory, leaving him no choice but to brace himself. With a swift motion, Li Haida was sent flying, leaving a trail on the floor, and he lay motionless. His sword momentarily halted. A flicker of doubt crossed Shi Yi's face. How could he be so weak? However, the oncoming large halberd left him no time for hesitation, compelling him to swing his sword once more. The remaining 7 masters surrounded Shi Yi, their figures intertwining in the air as the once elegant villa was reduced to ruins. Shi Yi's energy was nearing its limit, his body marred with wounds, blood cascading uncontrollably. Continuing in this manner would spell disaster for him. He resolved to gather his strength to eliminate one opponent and then flee. Thus, while parrying one master, he fiercely kicked him away, disregarding the attacks from behind, and abruptly turned his sword towards the leftmost 6th-stage master, striking with all his might. This master, believing Shi Yi would first deal with the assailants behind him, was taken aback when Shi Yi chose to attack him first. A piercing scream erupted as the elder was impaled through the heart and lungs, meeting his demise. Yet this act exacted a heavy toll on Shi Yi. He groaned, feeling a knife pierce above his kidney, but having found an opening, he bore the pain and escaped the encirclement. With a thud, the body of a master fell beside Li Haida, who cautiously opened one eye. Oh my heavens! How dreadful! There's a massive hole in his chest. Li Haida's heart raced with fear, grateful for his narrow escape. He quickly shut his eyes again, feigning death, intending to awaken leisurely once the battle concluded. His newly wedded concubine awaited him. He couldn't afford to lose his life here. As Shi Yi was on the verge of fleeing the estate of Shizhezhuang, a chilling aura of terror emanated from the depths of the manor. Instantly, his hair stood on end, and a profound sense of dread engulfed him, for he sensed an overwhelming force, far surpassing that of a master, converging upon him, relentlessly locking onto his presence. In a state of panic, Shi Yi took flight. Chapter 8. The ancestor of the Shi family. As Shi Yi fled, the remaining masters followed closely behind under Huang Rong's directive, well aware that Shi Yi was at his wit's end. The masters unleashed a flurry of attacks in pursuit of him, and a cloud of dust billowed as the very ground trembled beneath their onslaught. The buildings along their path collapsed like paper. Yet, Shi Yi could not afford to look back, desperate to escape. However, just 3 breaths later, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through Shi Yi as he perceived a formidable attack hurtling towards him. Yet, this beam of sword light was not aimed at him. It descended from the heavens like a celestial sword, effortlessly nullifying the assaults of all the masters. Enough, this matter ends here. An elderly figure, whose presence was as profound as an unfathomable abyss, stood in Shi Yi's path, clad in a flowing azure robe, his back facing the crowd. With a youthful visage and a complexion radiant as if he had attained immortality, he exuded an aura of tranquility. At that moment, Shi Yi was momentarily taken aback but remained vigilant, delving into his memories to recall the identity of this man. The 2nd ancestor, he thought. Recalling that this wretch had injured Jing Gu and incapacitated Kuan Air, Huang Rong soon arrived with a retinue of guards, escorting the sisters Exine Air and Yao Air. Clearly unwilling to let Shi Yi escape, Shi Jian turned, his eyes as tranquil as still waters, as if no great calamity could disturb his composure. In my years of seclusion, the Shi family has been thrown into turmoil by your actions, plagued by internal strife. The inscrutable expression on his face rendered Huang Rong and the elders pale, prompting the masters to hastily sheath their weapons, exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to the old patriarch." 2nd ancestor, even so, we cannot let Shi Yi go unpunished. Shi Jing, seated in a wheelchair, was pushed forward, his face a mask of fury. Shi Yi has defied authority, attacking the patriarch and the elders. Many in our clan have fallen victim to his malice, including Elder Tianyuan and Elder Wang Li, who met their demise at his hands. Shi Jian scoffed coldly. Is it justifiable to bully the weak? Not only that, but you have also proven to be inferior, leaving us in such a disarray that it has severely wounded our clan's vitality. Old ancestor, since my father's disappearance, the patriarch has sought power for himself, eliminating dissenters. At this moment, Shi Yi realized that the figure before him was the former patriarch of the Shi family, who had been in seclusion for 16 years, his fate unknown. He forced many elders into exile, and when my strength waned, he stripped me of my position as the young master, relegating me to a thatched hut, allowing the servants to humiliate me. I have lived a life worse than that of swine or dogs. Memories surged in Shi Ye's mind. Shi Jian was the ancestor of Shi Jing's lineage, once the esteemed head of the Shi family. However, he had entered a state of deep meditation upon returning from a journey, and since then, he had become a figure of legend. In the recollections of those around him, Shi Jian was revered for his unwavering integrity and fairness, thus prompting Shi Yi to voice his grievances. Upon hearing these words, both Shi Jing and Huang Rong turned pale, while the other elders lowered their heads, not daring to breathe, for they understood that Shi Jian was a man of unwavering integrity who detested the idea of fratricide. Shi Jing was acutely aware that Shi Jian would not show him any favoritism simply because he descended from the same lineage. With a disdainful snort, Shi Jian's terrifying aura descended upon the assembly, causing those of lesser cultivation to collapse to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Effective immediately, I shall relieve Shi Jing of his position as head of the family, and I will temporarily assume this role. Furthermore, the other elders will face a penalty of 3 years' salary. Huang Rong, upon hearing this decree, was immediately displeased and, under pressure, spoke up, questioning the fate of that young man. For according to clan rules, one who slaughters family elders should rightfully have their cultivation abolished and be imprisoned for 3 years. What a venomous woman! She leaves no avenue for survival. Shi Yi was incensed, pondering how he could endure such a fate, for if his cultivation was indeed stripped away, he would no longer be able to resist their whims as he once had. Humph! You leave me no choice. Were it not for your incessant oppression, I would not rise to retaliate. In my view, your punishment is still too lenient. Shi Yi expressed his dissatisfaction. Merely stripping the title of family head and withholding salary was hardly a significant consequence for Shi Jing and the elders, who had long occupied high positions and amassed considerable wealth. The matter of Shi Jing's reinstatement was entirely at Shi Jian's discretion. As Shi Ye's words fell, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. He was openly accusing Shi Jian of favoritism towards Shi Jing and his ilk, a clear affront to Shi Jian's authority. Even Huang Rong wore a smile, revealing her naivety. At this moment, anyone with discernment could see that Shi Jian sought to downplay the situation. But Shi Yi had the audacity to provoke him. Shi Jian was known for his decisiveness. Did Shi Yi not fear being dealt with harshly? Surprisingly, Shi Jian remained calm and explained, Alas, the Shi family has endured years of internal strife, and our former glory has waned. Today, we have lost 2 elders, leaving us severely weakened. If this infighting continues, the Shi family will inevitably be consumed by the other 3 clans. I can see that Shi Yi has stepped into the realm of cultivation. The future of the Shi family rests upon his shoulders, and you should nurture his growth. With Shi Jian's insight, he could perceive the vibrant energy emanating from Shi Yi. What? A cultivator? No wonder we, after years of training, find ourselves at a disadvantage. The assembly realized, understanding why Shi Yi was so formidable. The elders began to contemplate ways to improve their relations with Shi Yi, recognizing that a young cultivator of his caliber promised boundless potential. Meanwhile, Huang Rong and Shi Jing exchanged glances, their desire to eliminate Shi Yi intensifying. Ancestor, I have suffered greatly these past years, receiving no resources for cultivation within the family. Living in a state of utter despair, Shi Yi lamented. He had grasped Shi Jian's intentions and resolved to seek greater benefits for himself. Oh, do elaborate on how the family ought to compensate you, Shi Jian remarked, his gaze fixed meaningfully upon Shi Yi. Since I am the future of the family, the brilliance of our lineage rests upon my shoulders. Allow me to assume the role of the family head and lead us to greatness, while allocating 2/3 of the family's resources annually for my cultivation, boldly declared Shi Yi. Given that I am the hope of the Shi family, is it so unreasonable for me to ask for more? Shi Jian had yet to respond when Shi Jing and Huang Rong interjected urgently. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our Shi family is a prestigious lineage. How could we allow a mere youth to take on the mantle of the family head? Such news would tarnish our reputation. As for the idea of granting 2/3 of our resources to you, how can you even entertain such a thought? How would the other talented members of our family grow? Shi Jing's face flushed with indignation. If Shi Yi were to become the head, he would undoubtedly wield power over them, and the vast resources would be funneled entirely to him, making it all the more challenging to eliminate him. The elders, too, harbored discontent. For a significant portion of the family's resources had found their way into their hands over the years. Should Shi Yi take 2/3, their own share would dwindle considerably. Nevertheless, the elders remained silent, subtly aligning themselves with Shi Jing and Huang Rong, refraining from direct opposition. They, seasoned in the ways of the world, were cautious not to offend Shi Yi, the future hope of the Shi family. Very well, let it be decided. Restore Shi Yi's position as the young master and allocate 1/3 of the family's resources for his cultivation. Do any of you have further objections? Shi Jian's voice resonated with finality, leaving no room for dissent. Shi Jing and Huang Rong wore expressions of reluctance, but, recognizing the authoritative tone of Shi Jian, dared not oppose him further. To do so now would only invite trouble. The other elders, too, expressed no dissent, as they found the allocation of 1/3 far more palatable compared to 2/3. Shi Yi, a smile gracing his face, reveled in the outcome he desired. Had he initially requested such compensation, it would surely have been diminished, yet by first proposing terms they found difficult to accept, he could now lower his demands, making them more amenable. Let us conclude this matter, disperse, and send others to address the aftermath. Shi Yi, come to the back mountain to see me later. Shi Jian instructed, casting a lingering glance at Shi Yi as he turned to leave, his expression laden with meaning. Understood, came the response. Wait, leave that person behind. Shi Yi called out just as Shi Jian departed. As Huang Rong led Shi Jing and the others away, Shi Yi suddenly spoke up. Chapter 9. The World Beyond the Divine Edict. Upon hearing Shi Yi's voice, Xian and Yao immediately displayed expressions of hope. From the moment Tianyuan had made a move against Shi Yi, Huang Rong had taken the initiative to capture Xian and Yao. Shi Yi, engrossed in battle, had momentarily been unable to attend to the two sisters, initially planning to defeat the adversaries before rescuing them. However, he had been careless, nearly allowing them to escape while still preoccupied with thoughts of the sisters. After all, without life, beauty would hold little value. As the tumultuous events unfolded during the escape from Shi Yi, both Yao and Xian's hearts were enveloped in a profound darkness. Even when Shi Yi demanded compensation, he failed to mention either of them. Initially, they believed Shi Yi would abandon them, but to their surprise, he spoke up, igniting a fervent glimmer in their eyes. Humph, you shall not succeed, declared Li Xian and Li Yao, for they had already pledged themselves to Kuan, living as his and dying as his spirits. Huang Rong's countenance darkened, her gaze piercing enough to seem as if it could devour Shi Yi. That rascal Kuan, can he even be called human anymore? I've rendered him incapacitated. His wife should be entrusted to my care, Shi Yi mocked. Do not overstep your bounds, Shi Yi. Li Jing glared furiously, his eyes ablaze as he slammed his hand down, shattering the armrest of his wheelchair. I demand you release them. Shi Yi's voice turned icy, a formidable pressure descending upon Huang Rong and her companions. The two guards holding Li Xian and Li Yao felt a cold sweat break forth, their hands trembling uncontrollably around their weapons. The oppressive aura emanating from Shi Yi was overwhelming. Upon meeting his frigid gaze, they felt as though they were staring into an abyss, fear gripping their hearts. Huang Rong and her husband were not faring any better, gritting their teeth to suppress their simmering rage, wary of provoking Shi Yi. Release them, Huang Rong commanded through clenched teeth. The guards relinquished their hold on Li Xian and Li Yao, and the weight of pressure dissipated instantaneously. Yet, before the sisters could exhale in relief, two blades of energy pierced through their hearts and lungs, leaving them wide-eyed and unable to close their eyes even in death. Li Jing, consumed with fury, was interrupted mid-sentence by Shi Yi. Speak another word, and you too shall meet your end. Touch my women, and death is a mercy to them. Li Xian and Li Yao, one on each side, entwined their arms around Shi Yi, unable to resist pressing their delicate faces against his chest. He claims we are his women, they whispered, tears of joy streaming down their beautiful faces, their cheeks flushed with emotion. Shi gently cupped their radiant faces, bestowing tender kisses upon each. Let us depart. Huang Rong's face was a mask of cold determination as she turned and led Li Jing and the others away. Shi, be vigilant. That woman Huang Rong will undoubtedly seek revenge against us. Watching them disappear into the distance, Yaoer expressed her concern. Fear not. I am well aware of my course of action. I have no intention of sparing them. Should they dare to retaliate, I will ensure their family is dealt with decisively. We should venture out less, to prevent her from finding opportunities to trouble us, and to avoid burdening you, young master, Li Xen timidly suggested. Fearful of Huang Rong's vengeance and worried that Shi might abandon them due to the ensuing troubles. Shi smiled, playfully pinching Li Xen's delicate cheek. Rest assured, you need not tread so cautiously. Should any trouble arise, I shall stand firm as your protector. Observing the sisters' anxious expressions, Shi found their concern quite amusing. Well, look at yourselves, you're all filthy. Hurry and wash up. I will visit the old master on the back mountain first, change my clothes, and wait for me tonight. Shi revealed a knowing smile that only men understand. During the recent battle, the two sisters were also affected, their alluring figures covered in dirt, their delicate faces marred. Yet their beauty remained undeniable. All right, young master, we'll wait for you, the two sisters said, planting a kiss on Shi's cheeks before shyly running off. Shi harnessed his spiritual energy, moving swiftly towards the back mountain of the estate like a wraith. He intended to discern Shi Jian's purpose while remaining vigilant against him. The Shi family's estate was remarkably vast, more akin to a small city than a mere manor, with various buildings surrounding the villas inhabited by Shi Jing and others, each showcasing distinct architectural styles. Some structures were resplendent palaces, others were classical Chinese edifices, while some exhibited a modern blend of Eastern and Western designs. Upon reaching the back mountain, Shi beheld a myriad of peaks, each uniquely shaped and exquisite, adorned with an array of precious trees that dazzled the eye. From a distance, he spotted a figure atop a western peak. This was a sword's edge, exuding an ancient aura. Shi Jian sat cross-legged upon the sword's peak, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Shi. The sword's edge soared approximately 2,000 feet high, inclined at a 90-degree angle, with no foothold except at its summit. Typically, a master would require inner strength to ride the winds to ascend, and any momentary lapse would result in a fall, leading to severe injuries or worse. However, this challenge posed no difficulty for Shi. He utilized his spiritual energy, and a misty substance appeared beneath his feet to assist his ascent. During the climb, he moved gracefully, as if strolling through a garden. Haha, splendid. Your mastery of energy manipulation is indeed remarkable, Shi Jian remarked, nodding approvingly as he stroked his beard. Well, it's merely average, Shi replied, realizing that the old man was testing him. No wonder he chose such a high and steep peak. Even Shi Jing would likely struggle to ascend it. They say that cultivating immortality requires a foundation, and entering the immortal realm is fraught with difficulties. The practice of qi has 9 levels, each shedding the mortal shell. What level have you reached in your qi cultivation? Shi Jian inquired. I have reached the 3rd level of qi cultivation, Shi replied nonchalantly. After a recent battle, he was nearly depleted of spiritual energy, yet upon recovery, he had made progress. As for Shi Jian's talk of 9 levels and shedding the mortal shell, it was nothing more than nonsense, merely the misunderstandings of those who lacked the proper guidance. One must understand that even mortals can ascend to immortality. Haha, it's good to be young. In my youthful days, I too aspired to enter the immortal realm, yet I never glimpsed its mysteries, Shi Jian said, seemingly reminiscing about his own youth upon seeing Shi's indifferent demeanor. Not wishing to hear the old man's stories, Shi interrupted him, as he had 2 beautiful maidens awaiting his return at home. Ancestor, please reveal your purpose. Why have you summoned me? With a hearty laugh, Shi Jian said, do not be anxious. My purpose in seeking you is not malevolent. Since you have already stepped into the realm of cultivation, I wish to share with you some insights about the sacred lands of this world and certain fundamental truths. The northern region is vast, is it not? A mere mortal could spend an entire lifetime traversing its expanse. Yet even though our Shi family is one of the 4 ruling clans in Tianyuan City, we are but a speck in the grand tapestry of the northern region. Shi Jian bore an expression that suggested he expected Shi Yi to be astounded. Shi Yi merely nodded lightly, acknowledging that the world was indeed immense and that the Shi family was not particularly significant within it. In the memories that belonged to this body, there were no recollections of anything beyond Tianyuan City. Despite his ignorance of this continent, Shi Ye's experiences from his travels in other splendid worlds led him to understand that the realm beyond Tianyuan was undoubtedly vast. Thus, there was little reason for astonishment. Shi Jian, feeling somewhat perturbed, wondered why the young man did not display surprise, especially considering he had never ventured beyond the confines of Tianyuan. He continued, "The place we inhabit is governed by a nation called the Heavenly Sanctum. This includes Tianyuan City, which is merely a fraction of its expansive territory. However, due to our remote location, the Heavenly Sanctum is disinclined to send officials to oversee us. This nation boasts numerous formidable cultivation academies. Are you not interested in joining one of those institutions?" Shi Yi, reluctant to endure Shi Jian's lengthy discourse any further, interjected. "Yes, I indeed wish for you to join those cultivation academies," Shi Jian replied with an awkward smile. "The academies of the Heavenly Sanctum accept all who seek knowledge. They are a gathering place for immortals. To join one of these institutions and attain immortality is not merely a dream. Had I not surpassed the suitable age, I would surely have become an immortal myself by now." Shi Jian's face radiated with a semblance of wisdom born from experience. "Oh, perhaps it is not merely age that hindered you, but rather a lack of talent, leading you to be overlooked by those academies," Shi Yi remarked bluntly, exposing his ancestors' shortcomings. "If they accept all, then even those of advanced age still have the opportunity to join and cultivate," he mused, considering that Shi Jian was not particularly old at the time. Shi Jian's face flushed slightly, and he retorted, "You insolent brat. If you were to be in my position, you might not even pass the first test. I have already reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Becoming an apprentice should pose no issue." Shi Yi replied with a smile. Shi Jian, unwilling to engage further with Shi Yi, who could easily provoke him, continued to speak to himself. "The ancestor has already embarked on the path of martial cultivation, rendering it impossible for him to pursue immortality. The responsibility of our family becoming a lineage of cultivators now rests upon your shoulders. A year from now, the cultivation academies of the Heavenly Sanctum will commence their enrollment. During this year, focus on your training and strive to reach the 5th level of qi refinement." Shi Yi nodded slowly, recognizing that while he may not pursue immortality, martial cultivation was indeed a valid path. Perhaps in this world, the complete system of cultivation simply remained undiscovered. Those who achieve mastery in martial cultivation can attain sanctity in their physical forms, unleashing devastation with a mere wave of their hands. Plucking stars from the heavens and moon from the night sky, there are numerous formidable beings who surpass even the cultivators. The stone page has also included numerous martial cultivation methods, with several directly pointing towards the sacred realm. Currently, it would not readily be presented to Shi Jian, as the practice of such methods demands vast resources. Whether it will be given to Shi Jian depends on the old man's performance. Even if Shi Jian remains silent, the stone page cannot linger indefinitely in this remote land of Tianyuan. To reclaim the heights of his previous life in this reincarnation will require abundant cultivation resources. Naturally, the cultivation academies and sects are his primary choices, for only they possess sufficient resources for cultivation. "This is for you," Shi Jian said, retrieving an ancient tome from within his robes. "What is this?" Shi Yi inquired, taking the book from Shi Jian, whereupon he noticed the prominent title "The Scriptures of the Demonic Heart and Divine Soul," inscribed in large characters. It appeared quite aged, yet intriguingly showed no signs of wear. "I stumbled upon this during my travels years ago, after accidentally dropping it from a cliff. I suspect it is a scripture for divine cultivation. The text is divided into 9 layers, and due to its complexity, I have only comprehended the first layer over the past 20 years. However, even that singular layer has enabled me to reach the transcendent realm. This book undoubtedly has an extraordinary origin, and I entrust it to you for your thorough contemplation." Shi Jian's expression was one of regret, as if lamenting a tremendous opportunity missed. "Thank you, ancestor. I will meditate on it earnestly," Shi Yi replied, opening the ancient tome. Golden light radiated before him, his brow furrowed as he entered a state of enlightenment. The scriptures suddenly burst forth in brilliance, projecting a grand phantom of the book that flipped its pages in the air. The once obscure and challenging characters transformed into clarity, and the difficulties that had puzzled Shi Yi were effortlessly resolved. Shimmering characters leapt from the pages and into Shi Yi's mind. Goodness! Shi Jin gasped in astonishment. The talent of this youth was indeed formidable. He had so easily entered a state of enlightenment. Rather than interrupting Shi Yi, Shi Jin chose to observe quietly, safeguarding him. Shi Yi himself was taken aback by how effortlessly he had immersed himself in understanding. With his extensive knowledge, he could discern the caliber of this book. Previously, he had categorized cultivation methods into mortal, spirit, earth, heaven, sacred, and emperor. To his surprise, this tome belonged to the sacred level. It truly astonished Shi Yi that this old man's fortune could be so remarkable to find a sacred scripture after a mere tumble from a cliff. However, the book's level was regrettably too high for Shi Jin to grasp. Before long, Shi Yi opened his eyes, a divine light shimmering within them, enabling him to perceive minute creatures hundreds of meters away. Even with his eyes closed, he could distinctly sense everything within a Tianyuan radius. Beside him, Shi Jin expressed his shock. Young lad, you have actually cultivated divine consciousness. Sensing Shi Yi's probing gaze, Shi Jin was filled with astonishment. How could it be that within such a brief period, he had developed divine consciousness? This book is indeed wondrous. Having mastered just one layer has allowed me to awaken my divine consciousness prematurely, according to the classifications in the scriptures of the demonic heart and divine soul. Shi Yi had now reached the first layer, seed of the soul, which involves nurturing the divine soul within the mind, essentially planting the seed of the soul in his consciousness, laying the groundwork for expanding his spiritual sea. In his previous life, the cultivators typically reached the fourth realm of cultivation, wherein they nurtured their divine souls and opened their consciousness seas. Yet, this tome astonishingly enabled him to possess divine awareness right from the nascent stages of his cultivation. How could this not be remarkable? In his perception, the energy stored within Shi Jin's Dantian was significantly lesser than that of a master. It was a spiritual essence distinct from internal force. Although the quantity was modest, its aura far surpassed that of a master, illustrating the qualitative and quantitative disparity between the realms of celestial beings and masters. It could be asserted that Shi Jin had already taken his first steps toward the threshold of martial cultivation. Unbeknownst to Shi Yi, in this world, the energy cultivated after attaining the celestial realm is referred to as true energy. Shi Jin acknowledged his envy. Indeed, it was disheartening to realize that his decades of effort paled in comparison to Shi Yi's achievements in mere minutes. This lad was truly exceptional, and it seemed likely that the upcoming recruitment would be a resounding success. Shi Jin chuckled wryly. Huh? Isn't that an easy feat to master? Shi Yi laughed heartily, reveling in his extraordinary talents, which had long been the subject of legend in his past life, akin to a cultivation cheat. Just moments ago, he felt as though practicing was as effortless as drinking water, seamlessly entering a state of enlightenment. Imagining the ease with which he could master the myriad martial arts, techniques, and secret methods of this world, he mused that no one could obstruct his progress. With ample resources, ascension to immortality and founding a legacy was merely a matter of time. Observing the self-satisfied expression on this lad's face, Shi Jin was tempted to deliver a hearty slap and send him back, declaring, "Ancestor wishes to continue his cultivation." He waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to witness this boy any longer, as he felt deeply disheartened. Huh, the early bird catches the worm. Ancestor's diligent cultivation will turn dreams into reality. Shi Yi quipped cheerfully. Come, let us hasten our departure. As Shi Yi gradually receded into the distance, Shi Jin revealed a sinister smile, laden with meaning. However, unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Shi Yi also wore a knowing smile as he departed. Chapter 11. Retribution. Upon awakening, Shi Kuan was tormented by the unbearable pain from his shattered limbs, encased like a zongzi, lying helplessly on the bed. Mother, I want Shi Yi dead. I want him dead. Shi Kuan's eyes blazed with fury, utterly unable to accept his newfound state of helplessness. He screamed madly at Huang Rong, who sat by his bedside. Kuan, my dear Kuan, I will avenge you. Huang Rong wept uncontrollably at the sight of her son's condition, her heart swelling with boundless hatred for Shi Yi. Mother, it hurts. I am in so much pain. Shi Kuan's face, twisted in agony, soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Kuan, Huang Rong cried. Kuan, how is he? Outside, Shi Jing, reclining on the sofa, heard his son's anguished wails and, leaning on his cane, hurriedly hopped into the room. Witnessing the bloodshot eyes of his wife and the unconscious state of his son, this once iron-willed patriarch of the Shi family could not restrain the tears that welled in his eyes. Huang Rong quickly assisted him to a seat. "Rong, we must ensure that the wretched little beast pays dearly for this," Shi Jing declared, his face etched with vengeance. At present, he has yet to recover from the wounds inflicted by Shi Ye. Following a severe backlash, he has been continuously assaulted by Shi Ye, rendering his path in martial arts largely futile. Shi Jing is acutely aware that even if he regains his former strength, he will no longer experience any advancement. The only way to make Shi Ye pay is to employ the boundless wisdom of himself and Ronger to devise a strategy to eliminate Shi Ye. Focus on your recovery. We shall not let him escape justice. Now is not the opportune moment to act. After this incident, Shi Ye will undoubtedly be on guard against us, Huang Rong stated. Having regained her composure, she recognized that brute force was no longer an option against Shi Ye. It was time to engage in cunning. Do you truly believe you can overcome him? Huang Rong shot Shi Jing a glance, feeling that his words were utterly pointless. Humph, I cannot defeat him. If it weren't for the interference of our second ancestor today, that little beast would have been vanquished long ago. That wretched old man chose this moment to intervene instead of earlier or later. Those of the same lineage do not stand with us. Shi Jing expressed his growing resentment towards Shi Jian. The elder was quite obstinate, unwilling to allow his kin to turn against one another. However, even if he refrained from intervening today, it was unlikely they could have dealt with Shi Ye. Huang Rong sensed that Shi Ye still possessed hidden cards, despite his retreat. He exhibited clarity of thought and a lack of panic, as if he had weathered countless life and death trials. Yet, having lived under her watchful eye for so many years, how could he have experienced such trials? Furthermore, Shi Ye's ascension to becoming a cultivator perplexed her, unless he had encountered some extraordinary fortune suddenly, or had been biding his time for years. If the latter were true, it would be terrifying. But none of that mattered. Her subsequent plan was that Shi Ye must die. Ronger, have you ever considered why Shi Ye suddenly transformed into a cultivator? Just the day before, that little beast was still under the oppressive thumb of Kuan-Er. Could it be that he unexpectedly obtained some remarkable fortune? Once we capture him, perhaps we will seize the opportunity for ascension ourselves. Shi Jing's previously clouded mind suddenly sparkled with insight as he pondered the prospect of attaining immortality. Unable to suppress his greedy expression, he thought, if that waste of Shi Ye could achieve such fortune, why could he not? Indeed, it was possible that they could acquire the methods of cultivation from him. Huang Rong's enchanting visage also revealed a glimmer of yearning. The tales of cultivators retaining their youthful beauty were immensely alluring to her. Do you have any plans? Shi Jing's eager gaze turned toward Huang Rong. She smiled softly and leaned closer to him, whispering her thoughts, which caused his eyes to gleam with excitement. Ah, ha Rong. Your wisdom is indeed remarkable. Shi Jian planted a firm kiss on Huang Rong's exquisitely beautiful face, earning him a series of eye rolls from the lovely lady. Oh, by the way, Ronger, your fine brew has matured after so many years. Do hurry and bring it forth for us to enjoy and aid in our recovery. Shi Jian remarked, his gaze lingering on Huang Rong's alluring figure, unable to resist poking playfully at her. Huang Rong, standing tall at a remarkable height of 175 centimeters, epitomizes the alluring figure of voluptuous curves, particularly accentuated by her ample bosom, which bestows upon her the innate qualities required to become a sommelier. A sommelier is not merely an individual engaged in the art of winemaking. It also encompasses those who utilize their own physical attributes to craft exquisite wines. The wines crafted require extensive maturation, transcending the mere essence of liquor itself. For ordinary individuals, consuming such uniquely brewed elixirs can fortify their physique, enhance their cultivation speed, and serve as a veritable panacea during times of injury, transforming grievous wounds into mere scrapes. The miraculous effects vary from person to person, with those of higher cultivation reaping even greater benefits. In the realms of powerful immortal clans and ancient lineages, numerous esteemed sommeliers are nurtured. Even in the remote locale of Tianyuan City, formidable families sustain such artisans. These sommeliers are predominantly robust women, endowed with an ethereal charm. As only women possess the requisite capacity for winemaking, men, though not entirely absent, are exceedingly rare. The criteria for becoming a sommelier are exceptionally stringent, with only a handful among 10,000 women meeting such prerequisites. Huang Rong is one of the fortunate few. Guided by enlightened masters in her youth due to her ample physique and vivacious spirit, she began to cultivate her own wine, utilizing her extraordinary form as a vessel. She has meticulously brewed her creation for many years, which is now ready for indulgence. Suddenly, Huang Rong regained her focus. The day's numerous events had consumed her thoughts, nearly causing her to forget that her wine had reached maturity. "Step aside. I shall pour it out," she gently urged, pushing aside Shi Jing with a playful glance that brimmed with allure, rendering him utterly captivated. The reason Shi Jing had not taken a concubine over the years was due to Huang Rong, who, despite nearing 40, maintained her exquisite beauty and resplendent figure. With a countenance that was simply breathtaking, harboring secrets too tantalizing to share with outsiders. Before long, the sound of high heels striking the ground echoed as an enchanting figure entered, her delicate hands holding two exquisite goblets, each filled with a milky-hued wine. Even from a distance, Shi Jing could already detect the intoxicating aroma of the unique brew, a blend of pure liquor with a hint of fresh creaminess, luring him into a state of rapture. What a fine wine! Just the scent alone is enough to ensnare one's senses. One can only imagine the divine experience awaiting with a sip. "Ha!" Shi Jing exclaimed, utterly entranced, momentarily forgetting the pains inflicted upon their family by Shi Yi. Eagerly, he reached out to take a goblet, only to be halted by Huang Rong. "Look at your impatience. Kuan-er is still resting in bed. We must first ensure he partakes. Seeing him in such a state breaks my heart." "Indeed, let us first tend to Kuan-er." Shi Jing sheepishly retracted his hand, only then recalling that his beloved son lay in bed. "Oh, Kuan-er, it is not that your father does not love you. It is merely that your mother's wine is so fragrant and utterly enchanting. Here, allow me to feed Kuan-er," she said, taking charge. Huang Rong delicately placed one cup into Shi Jing's hand, bending gracefully to support Shi Kuan's chin with her fair hand, carefully guiding the cup to his lips. As the exquisite wine flowed into Shi Kuan's belly, his complexion visibly transformed to a rosy hue, and the furrowed brows that once marred his face relaxed. "The wine you have concocted, Rong-er, is indeed remarkable. It is no wonder it is so sought after by the noble families." With that, Shi Jing could no longer restrain himself, and hastily brought the cup to his lips. The fine wine slid down his throat, spreading a wondrous warmth throughout his limbs, revitalizing his previously injured insides. This delightful sensation prompted Shi Jing to exhale contentedly. "Thank goodness for you, Rong-er." After finishing his drink, Shi Jing embraced the voluptuous Huang Rong beside him, his gaze fixated on her qipao, slightly dampened from pouring the wine. He eagerly reached for the substantial wine jug, as if to drink directly from its spout. Huang Rong swiftly removed his hand from the jug, chiding, "Do you still have the mind for such things?" Kuan-er is still lying there. Embarrassed, Shi Jing chuckled awkwardly and retracted his eager hand. Chapter 12. Plans after departing from the sword's edge. Shi Yi arrived at a palace steeped in classical charm. The decorations within were understated yet exuded exquisite elegance, the walls adorned with breathtaking murals, and each stone pillar intricately carved with beautiful designs. This was the unique palace of the Shi family's young master, the very place where Shi Yi had once resided, unchanged and echoing with traces of his past. This preservation was largely due to Shi Kuan's disdain for occupying the space that Shi Yi had lived in, thus maintaining its original style. Now, with Shi Yi reclaiming his title as the young master, the palace naturally returned to his possession. As Shi Yi entered the palace courtyard, he found himself in the very chamber where he once slept. Upon opening the door, a melodious and enchanting voice greeted him. "Welcome home, young master." He looked up to see Li Xian, clad in a black mini-skirt, her long, graceful legs adorned with over-the-knee black stockings. She wore a cropped black and white top that snugly embraced her alluring figure, with an exquisite silk adornment atop her head that was quite provocative. Shi Yi felt a surge of exhilaration as he beheld Li Xian in her alluring maid outfit, bending gracefully to welcome him home. It was indeed a delightful sight. Li Xian's delicate face radiated warmth as she bent to assist Shi Yi in removing his shoes, then led him to a bath, helping him disrobe. Shi Yi lifted Li Xian's delicate chin and planted a gentle kiss on her lips, expressing his satisfaction. "Very well, I am quite pleased." He then stepped into the lavish bath, which could comfortably accommodate 10 people, a testament to the opulent lifestyle of the Shi family's young master. Leaning against the side of the bath, Shi Yi closed his eyes to relish the pampering provided by Li Xian, who, having removed her black high heels, entered the bath to knead his shoulders. The allure of the drenched figure made it difficult for Shi Yi to compose himself, That rosy little face was utterly enticing, evoking a desire to pinch it. Even more audacious was the jade-like foot that playfully teased Shi Yi. He exclaimed, "Boldness! How dare this little maid act so brazenly? Witness how I shall subdue you." Li Yao's innocent and beautiful visage emerged from the water, her hair damp and cascading. Shi Yi immediately suppressed her. The gurgling sounds of water echoed throughout the bathroom. Within a palace, Elderly remarked, "Let us enjoy some tea to refresh ourselves. Thereafter, we can attend to our business." Huang Rong, adorned in a flowing purple gown, sat gracefully at the head of the tea table, one leg crossed elegantly over the other, her pristine foot encased in exquisitely crafted white high heels. "Ah, business? The lady wishes to engage in some sort of endeavor with me," thought Li Haida, feeling a thrill within. No wonder I pondered why the lady would invite me for tea alone. Could it be that the master is unable to satisfy her, and she seeks solace with me? The mature, beautiful, and noble lady was indeed alluring. I, Li Haida, had unexpectedly found myself in such a romantic encounter. It seems my valiant presence in the recent battle has captivated her. Li Haida felt a swell of pride, entirely forgetting his previous act of feigning death. "Yinner, do hurry and serve tea to Elderly," Huang Rong interjected, interrupting Li Haida's fanciful thoughts as she instructed the maid to attend to him. Observing his lecherous demeanor, Huang Rong felt a deep-seated disdain. What a lowly creature to dare covet me! Yet, for the sake of her forthcoming plans, she suppressed her aversion and maintained a pleasant smile. "Elderly is indeed the cornerstone of our Shi family. I have a matter to entrust to you." Huang Rong spoke with a gentle tone and a smile. "Haha, my lady, you are too kind. As an elder of the Shi family, I will not hesitate to plunge into the depths of peril should the family require it, even in my current state of injury," replied Li Haida with a cheerful demeanor. What a cunning old fox! Huang Rong, having overseen matters for many years, was not oblivious to the underlying implications of Li Haida's words. "I am an elder of the Shi family. If the family needs assistance, I can certainly provide it. However, if it is a matter of your own arrangement, that is another story. It is said that those who are injured find it difficult to act. A benefit must be provided, some sweetness to entice cooperation." "Elderly, you jest." "Naturally, everything is for the benefit of our Shi family. Tomorrow, at the Tianbao Pavilion's auction, you shall represent our Shi family." Huang Rong's eyes darkened momentarily. Li Haida harbored a faint suspicion. Why had so many elders chosen to seek him out? Although he had participated in such auctions before, it felt peculiar that they would approach him at this particular juncture. This is an arrangement by the ancestors. There is a precious spiritual object at this auction that must be secured. It is known as the diamond crystal, exceedingly rare, capable of significantly enhancing a warrior's physical strength and reconstructing a formidable physique. With this object, there lies a substantial opportunity to transcend the realm of the master, achieving greatness beyond. The acquisition of this item will undoubtedly deepen the foundation of our Shi family. For someone like Li Haida, who merely takes advantage of the resources provided by the Shi family without putting forth earnest effort, Huang Rong must certainly devise a meticulous plan, bringing forth Shi Jian to enhance credibility. As for Li Haida's return to consult the ancestor, Huang Rong harbors no concerns, for this indeed has the ancestor's tacit approval. Well, since the ancestor has spoken, Li Haida will undoubtedly honor the trust placed in him by both the ancestor and his wife, although a faint doubt lingers in his heart. Upon hearing it was Shi Jian's directive, Li Haida could only acquiesce. Elderly may select some guards to accompany him. Upon successful completion of the task, the family will reward him handsomely. In a few days, they plan to choose a number of young and beautiful maidens to bring in, and at that time, they will send Elderly a selection of those he finds pleasing. To ensure a horse runs swiftly, one must feed it well. Huang Rong understands this principle well, especially when it comes to a man like Li Haida, who is insatiably greedy for pleasure. To motivate this old rogue to act, it is only fitting to promise substantial benefits. Indeed, upon hearing of the beautiful maidens, Li Haida's eyes sparkled, and half of his doubts dissipated. I said, "It's merely an auction. What danger could there possibly be? Moreover, I, Li Haida, am a master of the seventh realm, a rarity capable of matching me in the entire Tianyuan. Rest assured, madam, for the sake of the family's advancement, I would lay down my life to protect such a crucial treasure." Li Haida immediately adopted a righteous demeanor, thumping his chest in assurance, as if he were committing himself for someone else's cause. But in truth, he was fighting for his family. There are 1 billion Tianyuan coins at stake. And besides acquiring the diamond crystal, he aims to secure other valuable treasures as well. Huang Rong produced a golden, gleaming card and handed it to Li Haida, emblazoned with the Shi family's exclusive logo. Gasp! A familiar chill swept over him. Upon hearing the figure of 1 billion Tianyuan coins, Li Haida was utterly astounded. As he accepted the savings card, he felt its immense weight. Although he had represented the Shi family at many auctions over the years, the most he had ever handled was a mere 100 million Tianyuan coins. He had never possessed such a sum. Clearly, the family was investing heavily to secure this treasure. In that moment, Li Haida's understanding deepened. So that is why they sought only me. Such an important arrangement must be entrusted solely to me among the elders of the Shi family. His doubts were entirely dispelled. Given that many elders from the Shi family had suffered substantial losses during the last siege against Shi Yi, only he, with his profound martial skills, had remained unharmed. Very well then, I would appreciate your assistance in selecting guards, madam, Li Haida stated solemnly. This is a sum of 1 billion Tianyuan coins. It is worth noting that the entire Shi family's annual income barely exceeds 100 million Tianyuan coins. The amount in his possession equates to a decade's worth of the family's earnings, leaving no room for carelessness. Chapter 13. The Missing Sutra Gather. The captain of the guard bellowed. With the call to assemble echoing through the air, a multitude of guards converged at the central square of the Shi family. Standing tall and in perfect formation, Huang Rong and Li Haida stood before Captain Shi Yuan, observing the neatly arranged ranks and nodding in approval. Indeed, the Shi family's guard possessed noteworthy capabilities. Li Haida's expression was solemn as he called forth those above the innate level. Among the 100-strong contingent, more than 10 stepped forward, while the rest were of lesser cultivation. With a substantial sum of money at hand, Li Haida aimed to recruit all the elite warriors. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, counted 15 individuals, among them the formidable Shi Hu. These 15 shall be taken, Li Haida declared, turning to Huang Rong. Huang Rong, stepping forward confidently in her high heels, announced, "This mission is of great significance. You must heed Elder Li's commands. Upon successful completion, there will be ample rewards. We shall obey the lady's orders." The 15 innate masters responded in unison. Huang Rong glanced at Shi Yuan, who understood her intent. "You 15 will remain. The others may disperse." The remaining guards quickly vacated the expansive square, leaving only Huang Rong, Li Haida, and the 15 warriors. In truth, the 100 guards gathered were but a fraction of the Shi family's total, which boasted 1,000 members. Those present had been cultivated by Shi Jing and Huang Rong over the years, representing the direct lineage. And it was only prudent to entrust important tasks to one's own trusted personnel. Elder Li, tomorrow, in addition to the diamond crystal, there are some precious spiritual herbs, heavenly spirit ginseng, fiery grass, and soul herb. Please secure as many as possible, Huang Rong instructed Li Haida, her eyes scanning the group, reassured by the loyalty of her direct lineage. Standing straight, Shi Hu's small eyes gleamed with wisdom. "If I share this information with the young master, I shall surely be rewarded. Rest assured, I will not fail your expectations." Meanwhile, Shi Yi was enjoying a carefree and joyous life, typical of a wealthy scion. Reclining on a plush sofa, he was attended by beautiful maidens. Perhaps the sofa was not soft enough, as Exano leaned against him, using his shoulder as a pillow, while Yaoer sat on the other side, gently massaging his thigh with her delicate hands. A variety of rare fruits adorned the table, and Yaoer occasionally extended her slender, jade-like fingers to feed him. Both Li Yao and Li Xian wore breezy, convenient short skirts, their lovely legs exposed to the air. Shi Yi, ever considerate, placed his hand on their legs to keep them warm. As he lounged comfortably, Shi Yi immersed himself in the profound understanding of the Soul-Heart Sutra. Although he possessed formidable cultivation techniques, he sensed an incongruity between the powers of his world and the rules of this one. Comprehend the divine, awaken the Dan Si. Within him, a divine light flickered, and a strand of consciousness was released from his dantian, illuminating the darkness until it was dispelled by radiance. In Shi Ye's dantian, a vast Dan Si was opened, where spiritual energy surged like waves crashing against the shore. At the center of the Dan Si, tumultuous waves swirled, forming a massive vortex that spiraled into a water tornado. This is the primordial cultivation technique of Shi Ye from his previous life, the imperial-level technique known as the Water God technique. In his former existence, Shi Ye attained enlightenment through the essence of water, the source of all things, which nurtures life and from which all beings emerge. He once ascended to the pinnacle of power through the path of water, and naturally, in this life, he can once again pursue the way of water. Shurye was astounded. The water god technique is indeed remarkable, comprising 108 levels, each more challenging than the last. In his past life, he had only reached the 70th level, where he could transform all things into water, rendering him invincible and unmatched in the world. Having only just begun to comprehend it, Shurye formed a water eye within his Dansi. The water eye is fundamental to cultivating the water god technique. The larger the water eye, the higher the potential for growth, and the more robust the foundation becomes. Shurye contemplated seeking powerful sex during his early stages of growth. Otherwise, he could hastily ascend to the 9th level of the water god technique and directly merge with the waters to create great rivers. However, he was in no rush. Shurye desired to showcase his talents during recruitment at formidable sects to receive better training. As for why he did not cultivate to a higher realm before joining these sects, there were nuances to consider. It is known that many sects prefer to recruit disciples at the chi refinement stage, or even those with no prior cultivation foundation, as long as they exhibit talent. For gifted cultivators, advancing through realms is swift. Disciples who begin their training in sects from humble beginnings are more likely to develop a sense of dependence and strong belonging. This also contributes to the legacy of the sect, as over time, these talented disciples become the foundation and backbone of the sect. Even in open and accessible immortal cultivation academies, those who grow up within the institution often become its mainstay and the foundation it seeks to cultivate. Shurye aimed to acquire better resources, planning to cultivate up to the 9th level of chi refinement before showcasing his talents during recruitment. To journey further in this life, he needed to meticulously refine himself at each level. It is common knowledge that a solid foundation allows one to strive for higher realms in the world of immortal cultivation. Yet few possess the patience to settle down and temper themselves at such a youthful and impetuous age. However, without a touch of recklessness, one cannot truly embody youth. Above the Dansi, a vague silhouette emerged. This was the nascent spirit he had cultivated in advance through the Demon Heart Soul Sutra. The spirit was still inchoate and quite weak. The Demon Heart Soul Sutra resonated with the rules of this realm, allowing Shurye to practice it with ease. While cultivating his spirit, he discovered that this nascent spirit bore an obscure demonic quality, not inherently negative, but one that could lead to a loss of rationality, rendering one cruel and merciless. With the enhancement of his celestial bone, Shurye deduced the ultimate form of the Demon Heart Soul Sutra, which would lead to the complete obliteration of humanity from one's consciousness. A shadow of darkness flickered in Shurye's heart. What a cunning man! That old Shurjian dared to scheme against him. This Demon Heart Soul Sutra harbored flaws. The sutra is divided into 9 levels, the first 3 levels being soul-seeding, heart-shaping, and demon heart. When Shurye cultivates the demon heart, he risks becoming a mindless puppet, controlled by a higher form of the demon heart. It is evident that this tome is designed to cultivate puppets for the master of the demonic heart. The complete version of the Demonic Heart Soul Scripture should include a primary edition, known as the Mother-Daughter Demonic Heart Soul Scripture. Those who practice the subordinate version will ultimately become mere sustenance for the primary version, subject to its control and exploitation. When practitioners of the primary version suffer severe injuries or their physical forms decay, as long as their souls remain intact, they can seize a puppet and be reborn, achieving a flawless integration with no rejection from the original body. Shurye lamented that the original creator of this scripture was indeed a remarkable talent. Anyone who practiced the subordinate scripture would unknowingly become a puppet for another. Had it not been for Shurye's celestial bones and extensive experience, he might have fallen into Shurjian's trap. It appears that Shurjian's depths are profound, far exceeding the superficial realm of celestial beings. Long before Shurjian presented the heart scripture to Shurye, Shurye had quietly remained vigilant, sensing that the old fellow was not what he seemed, and had not directly pursued the practice to its conclusion. Otherwise, with his celestial bones, he could have easily implanted a demonic heart, which would have led to his downfall. Having been deceived in the past, Shurye harbored a cautious attitude towards everyone. One must acknowledge that in this brutal world of cultivation, instances of spouses betraying each other and fathers slaughtering sons abound. Moreover, it had been many years since he last saw the venerable Shurjian. Such a remarkable cultivation method. Why did he not practice it himself? Friends must remain vigilant when venturing out. one should not easily trust others. For even a wife might plunge a dagger into your back. Very well, you may rest for now. I shall retreat to the training chamber for a while. Unless there is something of utmost importance, do not disturb me. Having realized that Shi Jian was scheming against him, Shi Yi naturally took precautions. Pushing aside the comforts surrounding him, he addressed the beautiful twin sisters, expressing his intention to devise a perfect heart scripture, although it was possible to formulate it here directly. As previously mentioned, even those close to him might betray him. Moreover, he did not wish his own twins to succumb to pressures and compromise their integrity. Sweet kisses on both sides, my dear. At your command, young master. The sisters, aware of Shi Ye's authority, obediently bestowed sweet kisses upon his face. With reluctance, Shi Yi patted the soft forms of the two sisters before making his way to the training chamber. As Shi Ye's figure receded, a flicker of unusual expression crossed Li Yao's innocent countenance, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 14. Formulating the heart scripture deep within the palace. A wall adorned in classical decor began to shift before Shi Yi, revealing a door. He stepped inside, and the door swiftly closed behind him. The floor beneath his feet descended, transporting him downward in an internal elevator. After descending approximately 300 meters, the elevator halted, yet the doors did not open immediately. Instead, a luminous screen emerged, casting a red light that scanned Shi Yi from head to toe to confirm his identity before unlocking the elevator doors. This is to prevent outsiders from entering. Should they breach this confined space and fail the identity scan, the elevator transforms into a cage, from which even a grandmaster would find escape impossible. At that moment, various mechanisms would be triggered, and intruders would meet their demise on the spot. Behind the door lies a large blue gate crafted from a special material. Shi Yi extends his hand and places it in the recess at the center of the gate. With a resounding boom, the door swings open, revealing a vast training chamber, complete with an array of beds, stools, and essential living tools. As Shi Yi steps inside, the door closes automatically. Arriving at the meditation area, Shi Yi sits cross-legged, retrieves the magic heart divine soul scripture, and a flicker of light shines from his brow as a series of profound runes leap forth. The scripture materializes in the air before him, and with Shi Yi's comprehension, the pages turn one by one, and the text is stripped away, allowing the essence of its meaning to enter his mind. The intricacies of the magic heart divine soul scripture are unraveled by Shi Yi, forming a renewed understanding that is imprinted back into the scripture. Within Shi Yi's Danci, a soul gradually takes shape, projecting characters above the Danci, radiating a golden glow. The original demonic nature is purified, and from this soul emerges a sanctified light. Subsequently, the Danci stirs, and all spiritual energy converges upon the ethereal image of the soul, merging at his heart. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful sound of a heartbeat reverberates through the training chamber, and a buzzing light erupts from Shi Yi's heart, culminating in the formation of a sacred heart. The sacred heart is implanted onto Shi Yi's original heart. He has completed the transformation of the magic heart divine soul scripture, resulting in a brand new soul technique. Shi Yi names it the sacred scripture, which comprises 9 tiers, with the first 3 being purification of the soul, planting the sacred heart, and condensing the sacred soul. This technique, under the guidance of the celestial bones and combined with Shi Yi's insights, possesses growth potential far exceeding that of the original magic heart divine soul scripture. With Shi Yi's comprehension, the essence of the entire scripture is already thoroughly understood. However, he cannot cultivate the sacred scripture to its highest level. This is because the soul itself has the capacity for growth, and every technique, scripture, and celestial art harnesses the power to shape the heavens and earth. Yet, growth necessitates energy, much like how cultivators require the absorption of spiritual energy from the world to reach higher levels. Without a source of energy, even the most formidable techniques are rendered useless. Currently, Shi Yi finds himself in such a predicament. Cultivating the soul requires an energy source, such as consuming elixirs or spiritual herbs imbued with soul power. Thus, Shi Yi can only cultivate the sacred scripture to the 2nd tier for the time being. With a subsequent source of energy, ascending to higher levels will come naturally. Even at the 2nd tier, he can surpass the 3rd tier of the stone firm scripture's magic heart. The original scripture relied on planting the magic heart to control others, while Shi Yi's sacred heart seeks to enlighten others, transforming them into his followers, subtly altering their hearts so that they willingly yield to his influence without compromising their consciousness. Unlike the magic heart, which directly turns individuals into puppets to achieve control, Shurye's approach fosters a more profound and willing allegiance. Moreover, the remarkable stone page possesses the ability to draw upon the power of faith from his followers, with the strength of this faith amplifying in accordance with the number of believers. Upon reaching a certain level of prowess, Stone Page can manifest projections through his devotees. As his spiritual power escalated, the entire Dan Sea began to bubble with fervor, and the water orbs spun rapidly. Indeed, Stone Page intended to seize this moment to revise the water god technique, adapting this formidable practice to align with the rules of this realm. Intricate and enigmatic runes materialized in the air, dancing joyously around Stone Page, while a vast funnel formed above him, drawing in the spiritual energy from the atmosphere. A torrent of spiritual essence surged into his being, yet Stone Page felt it was still insufficient. Unbeknownst to him, his voracious consumption of spiritual energy had already caused a stir in the outside world. Thunderous roars echoed as the sky, drained of its spiritual power, formed gaping voids. Scattered wisps of energy began to coalesce toward the Stone family's direction, with the funnel hovering above the palace where Stone Page resided, channeling the essence into the earth beneath. Meanwhile, atop Sword Peak, Stone Jian floated in midair, surrounded by layers of dense celestial energy. The environment underwent a sudden transformation, with spiritual energy swirling like a tempest. The howling winds prompting Stone Jian to open his eyes in astonishment. How could such a massive influx of energy be directed toward him? Could it be the result of his cultivation? Elation surged within him. No wonder so much spiritual energy gathered around him. The visible clusters of energy bolstered Stone Jian's confidence, affirming that this scripture was indeed suited for him. Truly, he was a genius of cultivation. Just as he closed his eyes, preparing to absorb the spiritual essence, a fierce gust blew in from the distance, scattering the energy around him, leaving him solitary amidst the tempest. Watching the energy dissipate, he exclaimed in frustration, "Ah, how infuriating! Yaoer, what is happening? Did you hear that sound?" The wind carrying the spiritual energy rushed into the courtyard, startling Li Xian and Li Yao within the house. "I don't know, perhaps it was thunder." The booming noise startled the sisters, who feared an attack on the young master's palace, prompting them to rush outside. Amidst the torn heavens, ominous winds swirled, and the darkness within the fissures was deeply unsettling. Witnessing this scene, the faces of Li Xian and Li Yao paled. This leads to the young master's cultivation space. What could he be doing? Li Xian pondered, incredulous, aware that Stone Page was indeed cultivating there. Although she was unsure of the nature of the funnel above, the refreshing air that filled her lungs made her secretly grateful for following the right person. A smile breaking across her face. Beside her, Li Yao appeared wan, her gaze betraying inner turmoil. The commotion had stirred the entire Stone family. "Madam, did you hear anything?" "I don't know. Perhaps it was just a dog barking." With a spirited demeanor, Shi Jing spoke, feeling invigorated by the exquisite wines of recent days. Believing himself capable of engaging in 100 rounds with Shi Yi, Huang Rong pushed aside Shi Jian's antics, her expression grave due to the commotion caused by Shi Yi. "We must act swiftly," she remarked. "That little wretch has thrown the entire manor into chaos with his training." Shi Jing harbored a relentless desire to eliminate Shi Yi, as the humiliation he endured from him would forever be etched in his memory. "Mother, do not let that worthless Shi Yi escape." Shi Kuan emerged from his room in an automatic wheelchair, his fierce gaze brimming with profound hatred. He yearned to consume Shi Yi's flesh, to drink his blood, and to mutilate him, for Shi Yi had condemned Shi Kuan to a life of impotence. And those two vile women, along with Shi Hu and the two traitors. Shi Kuan had completely lost the vigor of his former self, his thoughts consumed with devising retribution against those who betrayed him. For days, he had been imploring Huang Rong to assist him in avenging his grievances. Witnessing her son's haggard appearance, even the often resolute Huang Rong could not restrain her tears. She cradled her beloved son in her arms, assuring him, "Mother will not spare anyone who has harmed you." Yet, her tender voice carried an undercurrent of ruthlessness. "I want Shi Yi to become a cripple too, to sever his limbs and leave him exposed at the city gate, alongside those two harlots, so that all may witness the fate of those who cross me." Shi Kuan pushed away Huang Rong's comforting embrace. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have sought solace in her warmth. However, his mind was now solely fixated on vengeance. madness gleaming in his eyes as he vowed to exact retribution for every wound and suffering he had endured upon Shi. Chapter 15. I, Shi. Invite the ancestors to rest in the earth within him. The Dan sea churned, vast spiritual power empowering Shi to break through to higher realms. The water god technique operated swiftly, guiding vapor through Shi's meridians in successive cycles. The bottleneck in his cultivation was continuously being shattered. 4th layer of Qi refinement. 5th layer of Qi refinement. 8th layer of Qi refinement. 9th layer of Qi refinement. Within a single day, Shi's realm ascended dramatically, even hinting at a breakthrough to a higher level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Nevertheless, Shi restrained himself, intending to refine his current state thoroughly to better adapt to the new version of the water god technique. He had completed the adaptation of the first 3 layers of the water god technique, with the water eye in his Dansi now exceeding 3 times its previous size. This signified that Shi's spiritual energy reservoir was thrice that of an ordinary 9th layer Qi refinement master. Theoretically, Shi could now contend with 4 opponents of equal standing. Yet, with the soul power he had previously condensed, he was uncertain of the exact number he could defeat. However, presently, Shi could effortlessly overpower 10 masters, even easily handling Shijian from before. Yet, none could ascertain whether Shijian had concealed his true strength. The power he wielded bred confidence, and Shi rose to deliver a powerful punch forward. Boom! The thick stone wall was effortlessly breached, creating a tunnel. Indeed, quite impressive. With arms crossed behind his back, Shi expressed satisfaction with his current strength. When I unleash my water technique, who could possibly oppose me? He mused, recognizing that the greatest threat to him at present was Shijian, an old man harboring ill intentions while waiting for his opportunity. If Shijian's capabilities were concealed, it could pose a significant dilemma. However, if he were merely a celestial being, I, Shi, shall invite the ancestors to rest in peace. To ensure absolute security, Shi resolved to enhance his spiritual essence further. Currently, the only means to elevate his spirit was through the absorption of rare treasures imbued with soul energy or through elixirs designed to enhance spiritual strength. However, such elixirs were exceedingly rare in the small realm of Tianyuan. Young master, you have emerged, Shihu announced, indicating that he had urgent matters to report. Shihu had previously been a sycophant to Shikuan, and Li Xian naturally recognized him. Despite his curiosity regarding why Shihu sought out Shikuan, Li Xian promptly informed him upon Shi's emergence. A flicker of intrigue crossed Shi's eyes. Have him wait for me in the hall, and instruct Yaoer to bring some food. As his realm ascended, Shi found himself in need of greater sustenance. Upon exiting his retreat, he felt ravenous. Shortly after, Yaoer arrived, accompanied by the chef, presenting an array of dishes, each crafted by the specialized chefs of the Shi family. The offerings included plump Tianyuan rice, Tianyuan chicken, Zishuan duck, Linghu fish, and Jinxiang blood python. With Shi's reinstatement as the young master of the Shi family, his treatment was now worlds apart from before. There were dozens of dishes, all beyond the means of an ordinary household, and even the Tianyuan rice was distinct from regular rice. The Tianyuan rice harbored immense energy, capable of replenishing vital essence, making it perfectly suitable for a martial arts family like the Shi. The Tianyuan chicken, Linghu fish, and Jinxiang blood python were delicacies reserved solely for the elite of the Shi family, unattainable for the average disciples. You stay? Shi instructed one of the chefs who had brought the dishes. How to put it? He simply found him quite agreeable. The chef, a bit flustered, felt a mix of confusion and surprise. Was the young master favoring him? Did he desire him as his personal chef? Goodness, I, Shi, have struck gold. Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect. For ordinary chefs, being recognized by the upper echelons and retained was a tremendous honor, promising not only an elevation in salary, but also in status. How could Shi not be thrilled? Shi initially intended to ask him to taste the food for poison, but upon observing Shi's reaction, he reconsidered and spoke earnestly. Do you understand how arduous it is to attain the position of young master? I must constantly be on guard against those with ulterior motives. I do not wish to live in fear even while dining. I require someone trustworthy to ensure the safety of my food. Do you comprehend? Understood, Shaoxin comprehended. Upon hearing this, Shi quickly nodded. The events of recent days had sparked much discussion among the lower echelons. He was acutely aware that the individual before him possessed extraordinary potential, and Shi realized that an opportunity to transform his fate had arrived. Thus, he picked up a pair of chopsticks and began to sample each dish meticulously. As he tasted, tears of joy welled in his eyes. Who would have thought that Shi, would one day radiate brilliance, able to shoulder the responsibility of the young master's food safety? At last, I, a master chef, have encountered my mentor. Shi silently vowed not to disappoint the young master. Having swiftly finished sampling each dish, he stood by the dining table, gazing expectantly at Shi. Shi responded with a faint smile. Do you see? This is how one wins over the hearts of the lower classes. When you are in a position of power, bestow recognition upon them, offer a taste of sweetness, and they will willingly take on the role of your testers in the future. A great person is defined by how they treat those of lower status. These seemingly insignificant individuals can play unexpectedly crucial roles at pivotal moments, potentially saving your life. Therefore, it is essential to show some consideration for minor figures. Great leaders always begin with the minutiae. Very well, from now on, I shall entrust my culinary affairs to you. Shi patted Shi, expressing his approval. At the same time, a subtle golden light flowed from Shi's shoulder into Shi's body. Shi expressed his gratitude for the young master's recognition. From now on, his life would belong to the young master. Overwhelmed with emotion, Shi knelt before Shi, bowing his head repeatedly, his eyes glimmering with fervor, as if he would unhesitatingly follow Shi to the ends of the earth. Observing Shi's demeanor, Shi smiled softly, realizing his success. Shi had just infused a ray of holy light into Shi's being, and without any resistance, it was effortless for him to plant the seeds of faith within him. Shi sensed a faint glow within Shi's heart. Subtly connected to himself, over time, Shi would undoubtedly become a devoted follower. Of course, once Shi's cultivation reached a certain level, he would no longer need to employ such methods, but could directly guide him to enlightenment. Seeing that the food exhibited no abnormalities, Shi could no longer contain himself and promptly devoured everything on the table. In the hall, Shi paced anxiously. Nearly 2 hours had elapsed. He was aware that Shi was certainly inside, yet he dared not disturb him recklessly. The fear instilled in him by Shi had etched itself deeply into his mind, and his anxiety stemmed from the concern that if Shi took too long, it might arouse suspicion. After another half hour, Shi finally felt satisfied, and, upon seeing him approach, Shi hurriedly met him. Greetings, young master. I have urgent matters to report to you. Shi approached eagerly, his small eyes signaling Shi to have those nearby, including Li Yao, withdraw. No need. They are all our own. Shi waved his hand dismissively. Upon witnessing the scene, Shi recounted the events of that day when Huang Rong had summoned them to the central square. Young master, that day was merely an auction. I am perplexed as to why they have made such a solemn affair of it. The attendees are all individuals of innate prowess. Naturally, the allure of the diamond crystal, capable of bestowing a master above the rank of a sect leader upon a family, compels them to exert their utmost efforts. I suspect other families have already taken notice. Wait, did you just mention the soul herb? Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. It felt as though fortune had favored him at the perfect moment, as he had been seeking treasures to enhance his spiritual essence. Indeed, young master, however, the directive from Madam is to primarily secure the diamond crystal, while the soul herb and celestial ginseng are of secondary importance. Oh, then I must certainly involve myself in this matter, Shi declared. This auction featured items he desired, and he was also eager to witness the so-called auction in Tianyuan City, having participated in very few during his previous life. How could they hold such a significant event without notifying me? This is clearly a disregard for me as the young master of the Shi family. Shall I go? No need. I shall handle it myself. Shi was about to suggest notifying Li Haida, but that would inevitably reveal Shi's affiliation with him. Well done. Always report any important matters promptly. You may leave now. Oh, and take this. Shi was quite pleased with Shi's dedication and tossed him a small porcelain vial. It is my honor to serve the young master. I would brave fire and water for you. Upon seeing the words Qi Restoration pill on the vial, Shi beamed with joy and hurriedly pledged his loyalty. Such pills were far beyond the reach of bodyguards like him, reserved only for those who had rendered great service to the family. He had never received one even during his time serving Shirkuan. Shi's delight was palpable. With this Qi Restoration pill, he hoped to break through to a higher level soon. envisioning himself in the captain's position once he reached a certain threshold. The future appeared promising. I knew the young master would reward me. See, one must navigate social situations astutely and adapt to circumstances. It's no wonder I fare better than Shihua. With these hopeful musings, Shihua departed. Come here, Shihua beckoned to Li Yao, who was clad in a short skirt and white knee-high socks, while simultaneously embracing the enchanting Li Xian beside him. Now that we have feasted and the matters are settled, it is time to indulge in more pleasurable pursuits. Chapter 16. Am I not allowed to come? The Tianbao Pavilion, situated in the prime location of Tianyuan City, buzzed with an impressive foot traffic. Today, the entrance of the Tianbao Pavilion was particularly lively, with luxury vehicles arriving in succession. After presenting their invitations, the guests were escorted to their seats by beautiful hostesses. Shihua, adorned in attire specially tailored for the young master, exuded an extraordinary air of nobility, flanked on either side by the elegantly dressed Yao and Xian. As they journeyed forth, the striking combination of handsome men and beautiful women inevitably attracted numerous glances. Particularly, with Shihua accompanied by two stunning ladies, many men felt a pang of envy, wishing to replace Shihua and embrace the two beauties instead. Conversely, the dashing Yi drew the admiration of youthful maidens and the predatory gaze of mature women, yet none dared to approach him. The spectators possessed a modicum of discernment, especially given the resplendent attire of the Shih family's young master. Thus, there was no display of ostentation or humiliation. Shihua remained unruffled, indicating that he stirred no tumult. The allure of a handsome figure indeed captivates attention. Young Master Shih, please present your invitation. A guard respectfully stated as Shihua arrived at the entrance of Tianbao Pavilion. I do not possess an invitation, Shihua replied coolly. The guard, looking somewhat troubled and about to speak, was interrupted by a voice that held a hint of flippancy. Tianbao Pavilion has always extended invitations to the young masters of prominent families for the auction. How could young Master Shih be without one? Or does this young master lack your acknowledgement? A flamboyantly dressed youth strode forth, exuding an imposing presence, accompanied by a retinue of guards. He fanned himself with a paper fan inscribed with the words, I am extraordinary. The young man's demeanor radiated confidence, as if he had the word extraordinary emblazoned upon his very visage. Beside him stood an elderly man of profound aura, commanding respect. The young master of the Li family has arrived, a true scion of nobility, indeed, gasped the crowd. Master Li Hao is also present, the formidable figure who once cleaved through the demonic path. Many were astounded to see Li Hao in attendance. What a grand occasion this is, with several masters in attendance. A collective gasp arose as onlookers beheld the master accompanying Li Fan. Wow, young Master Li Fanning himself is so stylish. It is said he has reached the pinnacle of mastery, the crowd murmured, with some young ladies gazing at Li Fan with starry-eyed admiration, while others regarded him with reverence due to his status. Shihua regarded the youth before him, who was slightly less handsome than himself, as memories flooded his mind. Li Fan, a contemporary genius of the Li family, possessed exceptional martial talent and was indeed extraordinary. 3 years prior, he had already attained the 8th level of innate mastery, a rare prodigy in the Li family. It was rumored that he had now reached the realm of masters, though no one had witnessed him in action to confirm his prowess. The guard smiled and bowed, replying, I have seen young Master Li at Tianbao Pavilion. We pride ourselves on our rigorous operations, ensuring that no invitations are overlooked. It seems young Master Shih may have simply forgotten his. The guard's response was both humble and tactful, avoiding any offense to Shihua. I suspect the invitation bears the name Shikuan. It seems there was no time to amend it, Li Fan remarked with a sidelong glance at Shihua, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Is it that I cannot enter without an invitation? Shihua did not respond to Li Fan, instead turning to the guard at the gate and saying, Of course, young Master Shih can enter. A flicker of hesitation crossed the guard's eyes. Remembering Shihua's status, he added respectfully, however, please allow me to make an announcement to arrange a suitable place for the young master. Li Fan, feeling a surge of anger at Shihua's repeated disregard, was further provoked by a sycophant nearby, who mockingly remarked, the young master of the Shih family changes so quickly. Just a few days ago, young Master Kuan got married, and now we have a new young master. It seems anyone can assume the title of young master in the Shih family. As these words fell, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The recent events within the Shih family could not be concealed. On the night of young Master Shikuan's wedding, The former young master had audaciously snatched the bride, leading to a swift change in leadership the following day. The city buzzed with this sensational tale. The former waste young master regaining his powers overnight and disrupting the current young master's wedding. This bizarre twist of fate left many questioning whether it was a distortion of humanity or merely a reflection of moral decay that allowed such events to transpire. Yet, conversations remained hushed until this sycophant ignited the flames of scandal, effectively unveiling the Shi family's shameful secrets. Noticing his subordinate's astute remarks, Li Fifan cast an appreciative glance before smiling at Shi Yi, eager to witness his reaction of indignation. Li Mingliang, observing his master's satisfied expression, raised his nose in arrogance, his eyes gleaming with pride as he regarded Shi Yi. Audacious! How dare you, a mere servant, discuss matters concerning my Shi family? Before Shi Yi could speak, Li Xian erupted in fury. Li Yao, equally enraged, felt the insult not only targeted the Shi family, but also humiliated her and her sister. While others may fear your Shi family, my Li family holds no such trepidation. This is the undeniable truth. You two are truly shameless, having just married Shi Kuan. Yet you now grovel before Shi Yi, Li Fifan declared mercilessly, showing no regard for Shi Yi. Li Yao and Li Xian felt their cheeks flush with indignation. Even the most insignificant creatures dare to prattle before me. Shi Yi's expression darkened as he approached Li Fifan, his fists clenched. Oh, do you intend to strike me? Some people simply cannot comprehend their own standing. Not all young masters possess the same strength, Li Fifan remarked nonchalantly, fanning himself, relishing the thought of Shi Yi making a move against him. The four great families often clashed, with numerous conflicts of interest at play. The Shi family had its fair share of disputes with the Li family, and as the young master of the Li family, Li Fifan sought to trample Shi Yi's dignity underfoot. This promises to be an exhilarating spectacle. A confrontation between the two young masters of the four great families is bound to be a fierce battle. You underestimate it. Young Master Fifan is not to be compared with young Master Kuan. Shi Yi is destined to stumble, someone remarked, shaking their head, harboring no faith in Shi Yi's prospects. The young master of the Stone family, lacking discernment, failed to notice that Master Li was accompanied by a formidable expert. It seems that the Stone family is destined for disgrace today, someone remarked with a mocking smile. Elderly, what cultivation level does this Stone Yi possess to dare provoke our young master? Inquired a guard from the Li family, casting a glance at Master Li Hao. The guard's words were loud and unabashed, seemingly intended to rally support for their young master. Instantly, many turned their gazes toward Li Hao. Li Hao exuded an overwhelming aura, his presence commanding the air around him. A pair of eyes emitted a terrifying gleam, causing those nearby to tremble as if a fearsome entity had set its sights upon them. He spoke with an unflinching calmness. Fifan is a once-in-a-century genius of the Li family. Even I, in my advanced age, would not dare to claim superiority over him, let alone lesser warriors. His tone, though understated, was imbued with an undeniable authority. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd at his words. So, it is true that young Master Fifan has reached the realm of a master at just 19. It is almost unimaginable. He may very well be the youngest master in history. Indeed, young Master Li is a prodigious talent rarely seen in a century. While the other young masters of the three families are still lingering in the innate realm, Li Fifan has already ascended to mastery. The Stone family's young master is in for a dire fate, and their reputation will likely be tarnished by his hands. Li Fifan brimmed with confidence, assured that no one among the younger generation could rival his cultivation at the second level of mastery. Come, put your face on the line and try, he taunted, putting away his extraordinary demeanor and extending his face provocatively. Perhaps it would be better to reconsider, Li Xian said, pulling on Stone Ye's hand with a worried expression. Having overheard that Li Fifan was indeed a master, it's of no concern. Stone Ye gently pushed Li Xian's hand away. In a flash, he transformed into a mere shadow, swiftly appearing before Li Fifan, and struck him with two resounding slaps. Slap, slap. Li Fifan was caught completely off guard and sent flying. How is this possible? He gasped in disbelief. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Look at how young Master Li was struck away like a dog. Li Hao and the guards nearby widened their eyes in shock. Stone Ye, you seek your own demise. Li Fifan, now fully enraged, unleashed his aura, a tempest of mastery emanating from him. The unprepared guards were thrown back, and the streets were swept by a violent wind, the oppressive aura of mastery suffocating all around. Divine Wind Fist. Li Fifan roared to the heavens, unleashing his wrath as his fist, the size of a sandbag, surged forth with gale force power, shattering the ground beneath him. Li Fifan is terrifying. He has reached the second level of mastery. Stone Yi is in for a calamity. Yes. The aura emanating from young master Li makes me tremble even from this distance, a spectator remarked. Stone Yi felt the pressure, locked in by the force of the punch. Yet he remained undaunted, lunging forward and striking back with his own fist. Boom, boom. The tremendous clash of power unleashed a series of shockwaves, akin to the impact of a missile, causing the surrounding structures to collapse with a resounding crash and stones to fly in every direction. How could this be possible? Li Fifan was utterly astonished. The force exerted by Shi Yi was surprisingly on par with, if not superior to, his own, rendering his hand momentarily numb. Very well. Shi Yi, you have earned the right to stand against me. Li Fifan mused, conceding that Shi Yi was barely worthy of a duel. However, that was all there was to it. A wicked smile curled upon Li Fifan's lips as he emanated an eerie green light, his form fading into obscurity. Like a phantom, he transformed into multiple silhouettes, surrounding Shi Yi with relentless attacks, creating the illusion of countless Li Fifans encircling him. Hiss, that is the Li family's ultimate technique. Someone exclaimed in awe. The Li family's secret skill, the myriad shadows offensive, manifested as innumerable figures assailing the opponent. Many in the distant crowd recognized the unparalleled martial art that Li Fifan was employing. With breathtaking speed, he conjured countless shadows to confound his enemy, leaving them with no retreat and no means to counterattack, turning the tide from defense to offense. The moment an adversary showed even the slightest lapse in focus, they would be vanquished. Sister, young Master Li has encircled young Master Shi. Shi Yi gazed at Li Fifan, who was circling him incessantly, and felt a surge of amusement. To the onlookers, Li Fifan appeared to move at lightning speed, transforming into numerous afterimages. Yet to Shi Yi, his movements seemed excruciatingly slow, resembling a simpleton with wide eyes. Circling around him in a daze, Shi Yi nearly burst into laughter. A perfect opportunity. In that fleeting moment, Li Fifan discovered an opening. He could not fathom how Shi Yi was still able to chuckle, perhaps rendered dazed by his own myriad shadows. Nevertheless, he would not grant Shi Yi any leeway. A torrent of blood energy surged within him as he hurled his massive fist toward the back of Shi Yi's head. At that instant, Li Fifan was already grinning, convinced that his colossal punch would shatter Shi Yi's skull. Even with his back turned, Shi Yi had long since locked onto Li Fifan with his mental acuity, which was why Li Fifan's speed appeared to him as if it were crawling. Shi Yi swiftly reached back with his palm and forcefully slammed it onto the ground. Li Fifan's smile froze in an instant as he felt immobilized, unable to move. Bang! The ground was struck by Li Fifan's body, creating a crater, while cracks spiderwebbed across the surface. The collision between Li Fifan's solid form and the fragile earth caused him to spew blood. How could I, the foremost young master, be defeated by a worthless fool like you? Li Fifan's eyes widened in disbelief, still unwilling to acknowledge Shi Yi's superiority. You enjoy spinning in circles, don't you? Allow me to assist you, Shi Yi teased with a smirk, then seized one of Li Fifan's legs and began to whirl him around. Behold my invincible whirlwind. Li Fifan found himself spinning rapidly in Shi Yi's grasp, the whirlwind generated surpassing even that produced by his own masterful aura. My heavens! The situation with Shi Yi is utterly terrifying. I have witnessed Li Xiaozhu being lifted and spun around. As this person spoke, he rubbed his mystical eye in disbelief. How astonishing! Sister, Li Xiaozhu has taken flight. The onlookers were utterly stunned, their mouths agape in shock at what they had witnessed. With an indomitable aura, Li Xiaozhu struck at the back of Shi Yi's head, only to be thrown to the ground, subsequently being spun around like a dog by Shi Yi. Desist your insolence. Release my young master, Li Hao exclaimed, snapping out of his astonishment. Initially believing that his young master could easily handle Shi Yi, he was taken aback to see him being manhandled. Unbridled arrogance. A throng of attendants drew their blades, charging at Shi Yi, while Li Hao exuded an overwhelming aura of mastery, his silver hair dancing in the air as if propelled by an unseen wind. Come forth. Shi Yi laughed heartily, wielding Li Fei Fan as a weapon, striking the approaching attendants. Bang! Bang! Each assailant was sent flying by Shi Yi's strikes with Li Fei Fan. This infuriates me. Witnessing his young master being tossed about like a mere stick, Li Hao could only lament as he prepared to strike down his own master. A blade of immense force cleaved through the air, a slash that could part waves, a strike aimed directly at the enemy's life. Take this. Shi Yi released Li Fei Fan, hurling him towards the sharp blade. No, spare me. Li Fei Fan, dazed and in excruciating pain, cried out desperately. His vision clouded with stars. Despicable. Li Hao's veins bulged with fury. At that moment, he could not retract his blade, knowing that if Li Fei Fan collided with it, he would be severed in two. Li Hao swiftly maneuvered to the other side and unleashed another strike, a massive wave of blade energy surging forward. I am in peril. Li Fei Fan, through his blurred vision, saw another blade of light approaching and desperately shut his eyes in despair. Boom. Two blades collided just above Li Fei Fan's head, yet the residual energy still sent him sprawling. Young master, are you unharmed? Li Hao's figure flickered as he rushed to Li Fei Fan's side, supporting him. Cough, I'm not dead yet. Li Fei Fan coughed up blood, his head spinning, feeling as though his very bones were shattered. Just then, a gust of wind swept by, and he felt a chilling sensation atop his head. Reaching up to touch it, he felt something smooth. Oh no, my hair. Li Fei Fan cried out, tears of grievance welling in his eyes. He had not wept even with broken bones. But this moment shattered his composure. Reflecting on his extraordinary life, with his flowing locks and handsome visage, he could not accept the sight of a balding crown. Overcome, he fainted, his eyes rolling back. Why has young Master Fei Fan fainted so easily? Shi Yi chuckled from the side. You have gone too far. This matter is far from over. My Li family will ensure you pay the price. Li Hao declared angrily as he lifted Li Fei Fan into his arms. The prowess of Shi Yi has surpassed Li Hao's judgment. With their young master now in a state of unconsciousness, Li Hao refrains from engaging too deeply with Shi Yi, opting instead to allow his family to address the matter upon their return. Chapter 17. The Purple Maiden of Tianbao Pavilion. Shi Yi smiled as he watched the Li family retreat into the distance, but did not pursue them. He dismissed Li Haoshan's threats entirely. With his current strength, he found no worthy opponent within the entirety of Tianyuan City. I am invincible. What is there to fear? You are truly remarkable, young master. Li Xian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Dressed in a flowing gown, she embraced Shi Yi with her delicate arms, playfully rubbing against him. Remarkable? Where's the merit in that? Shi Yi replied with a smile, playfully pinching Li Xian's charming cheek. Instantly, Li Xian turned bashful, as if recalling something mischievous, burying her face in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Li Yao, also smiling, spoke to Shi Yi with a hint of concern in her eyes. Young master, your confrontation with the Li family's heir is tantamount to striking a blow to the family's pride. They may not let this matter rest easily. The Li family has grown increasingly powerful over the years, on the verge of surpassing even the Shi family. It is likely that they will seek to mediate this situation. Li Yao aimed to convey the formidable nature of the Li family, suggesting that the Shi family might sacrifice Shi Yi to appease their anger. However, Shi Yi remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. They are merely a bunch of insignificant clowns, unworthy of my attention. Seeing Shi Yi's arrogant demeanor, Li Yao felt a sense of helplessness. Yet she secretly rejoiced in the choice she had made. She understood that since Shi Yi's rise, he had offended many, and following such a reckless individual would ultimately lead to trouble. Fate must be held in one's own hands, Li Yao mused inwardly. Observing Li Xian's infatuated demeanor, she couldn't help but shake her head. Well, for the sake of sisterhood, I shall lend her a hand when the time comes. After all, twin sisters hold the greatest value. As Li Yao engaged in her inner contemplation, Shi Yi addressed the crowd. Elderly, how long do you intend to linger here? Greetings, young master. Upon hearing Shi Yi call him, Li Haida, accompanied by several guards, stepped forward from the throng to pay his respects. Li Haida chuckled awkwardly. I did not wish to disturb the young master while you were showcasing your formidable power. Fortunately, Li Haoshan had the sense to retreat. Otherwise, I would have led the others in a charge to teach him a lesson. Oh, is that so? I had thought Elderly intended to stand idly by. Shi Yi replied with a smile. Even during his confrontation with Li Fei Fan, Shi Yi had noticed the presence of the Shi family. Li Haida felt a shiver run through him, and quickly replied with a grin. Such a notion is far from the truth. Whenever the young master calls, we shall brave fire and water without hesitation. I was simply too awed by the young master's might to act in time. Seeing Li Haida's shamelessness, Shihu could not help but smirk. This old man was utterly shameless, clearly intending to remain a bystander, wishing to witness a confrontation between Shi and the Li family. If Shi were to be subdued by them, it would only serve to deepen the enmity between Shi and the Li family. Such petty tricks are easily discerned. Li Haida's intentions are transparent to me. Yet I have no desire to engage with such a troop of clowns. May I enter? Stone Yi inquired. Li Haida, perceptive as ever, produced a resplendent golden invitation. The young master jested. Even without an invitation, you may enter, the guard replied with a respectful demeanor, having been instructed by his superiors moments prior. Even without such orders, the guard would not dare obstruct Stone Yi, for the Tianbao Pavilion would not risk offending a prominent family for the sake of a mere sentinel. The interior of the Tianbao Pavilion is vast, its layout an elongated oval with a square auction platform at its center, surrounded by seats accommodating approximately 3,000 guests. Above the square platform, 10 exquisitely adorned classical pavilions hover, designated for the esteemed visitors. Under the guidance of a welcoming attendant, Stone Yi and his companions made their way inside. The Shi family had a designated area, positioned closest to the auction platform, offering the best view aside from the 10 pavilions. Apart from the unoccupied seats of the Li family, Stone Yi noted that the other two major families had already settled in. The arrival of the Shi family drew the attention of many, particularly focused on the newly appointed young master, whose presence sparked curiosity. Among the two families, two young men brazenly scrutinized Stone Yi. Upon meeting his gaze, Su Wu, the young master of the Su family, rose with a smile and a nod, dressed in elegant azure robes, exuding a scholarly grace, extending goodwill towards Stone Yi. In return, Stone Yi offered a polite smile and nod, adhering to the principle of not striking those who greet you with kindness. One may possess audacity, yet should also embody a measure of refinement. Conversely, the young man from the Shao family radiated a fierce sword energy, his piercing gaze akin to two blades aimed directly at Stone Yi, subtly emanating hostility. However, Stone Yi met Xiao Yun's gaze head-on, unperturbed by the latter's imposing presence. Stone Yi, you are quite impressive for having defeated that flamboyantly fiefin, Xiao Yun remarked, rising from his seat, his expression one of admiration, as if acknowledging Stone Yi as a worthy rival. In Xiao Yun's eyes, only a master could barely qualify as a contender, dismissing even the so-called genius of the Li family as merely a name-seeker. However, this young master of the Shi family subtly evoked a sense of threat. Otherwise, he would not have deemed it necessary to engage in conversation. Stone Yi perceived that Xiao Yun was indeed superior to Li Fifan, exuding the aura of a sword ready to strike, yet posing no immediate danger to him. You are commendable as well, equally formidable as Li Fifan, Stone Yi responded, showing no deference to Xiao Yun. What a preposterous notion to think oneself akin to the emperor of the Shao family, speaking with such an air of arrogance. My courtesy does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly before me. A surge of sword energy, almost palpable, surged skyward, aimed directly at the stone tablet. Xiao Yun felt a wave of irritation. No one had dared to speak to him in such a manner, as those who did lay beneath the grass of their graves. Just as Shi Yi was poised to retaliate, Su Wu, the young master of the Su family, interjected with a chuckle. Everyone is gathered here with great difficulty. Why must we be so tense? His words instantly diffused the charged atmosphere, providing some relief. However, the subsequent utterance from Shi Yi ignited Xiao Yun's fury. Just a pawn. In 3 moves, I'll dispatch you, Shi Yi proclaimed, exuding an air of calm, dismissing Xiao Yun entirely. Seeking death, Xiao Yun's raven hair whipped wildly in the wind. His rage uncontainable. Sword energy surged upwards as he drew a gleaming sword, swinging it menacingly towards Shi Yi. Blood surged through him, and his strike was as swift as lightning, an unstoppable force that cleaved through anything in its path. In that fleeting moment, the blade was aimed at Shi Yi's head, poised to sever it from his body. Yet, Shi Yi stood motionless, seemingly frozen in fear. The commotion attracted the attention of many observers. This Shi Yi truly knows how to stir trouble. Having just offended the young master of the Li family, he now confronts Xiao Yun, remarked a well-dressed middle-aged man, shaking his head with a sense of gravitas. Such reckless youth seldom live long. He shook his head again, lamenting the foolhardiness of someone daring to act within the Tianbao Pavilion. Shi Yi appeared paralyzed, remaining stationary amidst the auction platform as whispers filled the air. Some spectators were amused, others relishing the unfolding drama, while some eagerly anticipated a clash. Just as the sword light descended, a sharp voice rang out, causing Shire's hair to stand on end as he felt his body momentarily paralyzed. A powerful hand descended, effortlessly grasping Xiao Yun's sword energy with overwhelming spiritual force, rendering it immobile and shattering it in silence. Xiao Yun was jolted by an immense force, blood surging from his mouth as he staggered backward, unable to withstand the terrifying spiritual pressure. The Tianbao Pavilion is not a place for your recklessness. A black-clad elder materialized between Shi and Xiao Yun, exuding a formidable presence that reverberated throughout the auction hall. Everyone present struggled against the oppressive aura, feeling as though their very bodies were on the verge of being crushed. An immortal cultivator. The thought surged through the minds of all present. It was utterly terrifying. Such power was beyond the realm of mortals. An immortal cultivator could move mountains and fill seas, soaring through the skies and altering the very earth itself. The mere pressure from the cultivator shattered the spirits of those gathered, leaving them in awe of the potential devastation should he choose to act. Positioned at the epicenter of this overwhelming force, Shi and Xiao Yun felt its weight most acutely. From the moment Shi had entered the auction hall, he sensed the presence of a formidable observer lurking in the shadows, yet he had never anticipated it to be of such terrifying caliber. The old man's sudden appearance was utterly unexpected, causing a shiver to run down Shi's spine. It was undeniable that he was a terrifying entity beyond the realm of qi cultivation. The moment the elder materialized, Shi found himself paralyzed, instinctively deducing that the black-clad figure before him was a formidable force surpassing him by at least 3 major realms. Shi struggled to withstand the overwhelming pressure, relying on his rapidly circulating water god technique, yet the discomfort remained unbearable. He had no doubt that should this individual choose to strike, he would be unable to endure even a single move, likely reduced to a mere mist of blood in an instant. Shi cursed inwardly, lamenting that had he known such a fearsome presence resided in Tianyuan City, he would have tempered his arrogance. It was easy to imagine that had he caused a ruckus outside the Tianbao Pavilion, the outcome would have been dire, as Shi grappled with the oppressive force. On the other side, Xiao Yun had already fallen to his knees. Under this immense pressure, the 6th-level master suffered from damaged meridians and internal injuries, blood surging back up his throat. Is this how Tianbao Pavilion receives its guests? By overpowering them. Who would dare to conduct business here in the future? Shi attempted to leverage the reputation of Tianbao Pavilion to compel Gu Tianlong to relent. Indeed, such a treatment of guests could lead to ridicule if word got out. Sensing Shi's intention, Xiao Yun hastily spoke up. Impudent. The affairs of Tianbao Pavilion are not for you 2 younglings to dictate. Gu Tianlong retorted coldly, disdain evident in his voice. He regarded them as mere natives from a remote area, daring to utter such bold words. Were it not for his current mission, he would not have set foot in this desolate place. Intensifying the oppressive force, Gu Tianlong intended to crush these 2 ignorant ants, who were not worthy of his attention. Crack! Crack! The sound echoed as Shi felt his bones shifting under the unbearable pressure, his body on the verge of being crushed. Damn it! He clenched his fists, realizing his own weakness. Just then, a voice as melodious as a celestial being resonated, soothing and warm like flowing water. Enough, Ancestor. Please, stand down. From within the 10 pavilions, the most prestigious one in the center slowly revealed its curtains, first showcasing a delicate, white jade hand. Following this, a visage of unparalleled beauty emerged, clad in noble purple attire that signified her exceptional status. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her demeanor calm and gentle. Standing gracefully on the observation deck of the pavilion, her enchanting figure is sight to behold. Unmatched elegance. In that moment, the term echoed in the minds of all present. As the purple-clad maiden's words fell, the suffocating pressure receded like a receding tide, causing everyone to collapse to the ground, gasping for air as if they had narrowly escaped death. The crowd below cast grateful glances upward toward the purple maiden. Humph, consider this a lesson. Should there be a next time, it will cost you your lives. The figure of Gu Tianlong vanished from sight, a cold snort echoing as if thunder had struck in the minds of Shi and Xiao Yun. Shi's consciousness was suddenly assaulted like a hammer, causing him to spew blood. Xiao Yun, already injured, was struck as if by lightning, his head tilting back as bright red blood gushed forth like a fountain, plunging him into unconsciousness. Young master, the The members of the Li family exclaimed in alarm, hastily dragging Xiaoyun back to his seat, fearful that he might lie there lifeless. Li Xian, with a worried expression, rushed forward to support Shi. "I am fine. Let us sit down," Shi said, wiping the blood from his mouth with a commanding gesture. How unfortunate that this old man did not eliminate Shi. Li Haida, who had been watching the scene unfold, lamented inwardly, regretting that the little rascal had survived. Observing Gu Tianlong's retreating figure, Shi silently vowed to strengthen himself. Had he not already reached the 9th stage of qi refinement, he too would have suffered a grievous blow like Xiaoyun. It seemed imperative that he elevate his cultivation level swiftly. That damned old dog dared to bully him so. Shi swore that once he attained greater power, he would make Gu Tianlong pay dearly for today as humiliation. Weakness is ultimately a sin. Had Shi possessed formidable strength, Gu Tianlong would not have dared to treat him so contemptuously. In the eyes of Gu Tianlong, Shi and his companions were merely a band of primitives, and even the entire Tianyuan city seemed beneath his notice. What does it matter if they are bullied? Shi mused as he settled into his seat, narrowing his eyes slightly. He never forgot to adjust his posture, sitting upright with his back straight, shoulders aligned, chest expansive, and legs comfortably apart, exuding stability. Seeing their young master so composed, Li Yao and Li Xian mirrored his dignified demeanor, sitting gracefully at his sides. The layout of the Tianbao pavilion was meticulously designed, with 3 seats arranged in a circle at the front of the auction stage, followed by additional rows behind, ensuring that everyone had the best possible view. "Today's auction is truly a rare spectacle in decades," one remarked. "Indeed, even the highest floors are lit up. In previous years, only 1 or 2 were illuminated. It seems this auction features something extraordinary," others whispered, engaging in hushed discussions with friends and younger generations, quickly forgetting the earlier turmoil. In truth, the recent conflict had little to do with most of the attendees. After all, Gu Tianlong's ire was not directed at them. With no personal stakes, many adopted a spectator's attitude, which further emphasized the formidable nature of the Tianbao pavilion. The pavilion's success in conducting business in such a remote mortal realm stemmed from the powerful forces backing it. Without such strong military support, this substantial prize would have long been devoured, leaving nothing but bones behind. Shi directed his gaze upwards towards the 10 lofty pavilions, where brilliant lights emanated from within. The curtains of the most elegant and ancient pavilion in the center had been drawn, obscuring the enchanting beauty within from view. Shi couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. It was a pity that this captivating woman did not allow the common folk, these middle-aged men, the opportunity to admire her beauty and perhaps even extend their lives a little. "Young master, have a fruit," Li Xian said, skillfully peeling a purple grape and sweetly offering it to Shi's lips. Despite having lost face in front of everyone moments earlier, Li Xian's admiration for Shi remained unaffected. For he was a cultivator, was he not? Yet, even so, Shi merely spat out a mouthful of blood, while the renowned genius, Xiaoyun, within the city of Tianyuan, had been rendered unconscious. The distinction between strength and weakness was thus starkly illustrated. Before long, the commotion at the auction stage captured the attention of Shi and his companions. The sharp sound of high heels tapping against the ground echoed, and a stunning beauty clad in a red qipao, her figure alluringly tall and curvaceous, approached. The qipao was adorned with exquisite embroidery unique to Tianbao Pavilion. "Good morning, everyone," she greeted with a charming smile. "My name is Yinya, and I am the auctioneer for today's event." With poise, she took her seat and then rose to announce, "Today's auction is rather special, a rare occasion indeed, featuring treasures from the Immortal sect, culminating in a mysterious grand finale." Yinya's enchanting smile and captivating movements mesmerized the audience, and as a seasoned auctioneer, she expertly piqued their interest. Almost immediately, a rather foolish individual began to shout, "Miss Yin, spare us the suspense. Please reveal the mysterious item." This man, with a shiny forehead and slicked back hair, presented himself as a typical successful businessman. The crowd began to stir, each voice contributing to the excitement. Some were curious about the treasures mentioned by Yinya, while others sought to catch her attention for familiarity. Yinya's brief remarks were akin to a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves of anticipation. "Ah, I can sense your enthusiasm, dear friends. As for the remarkable treasures, please stay tuned," she said, playfully covering her delicate chest with a smile that was both charming and alluring. her sweet voice igniting a fervor among the audience. Indeed, Miss Yin, you needn't hold back. There's nothing I, Wang, cannot afford. Today, I seek not just treasures, but also to elicit a smile from you, ha ha ha, boomed a portly gentleman in the crowd, his greedy little eyes fixated on Yinya. Wang Tsung's boastful bravado was merely a facade to showcase his financial prowess, hoping that fortune might smile upon him and win him the affections of the beauty before him. Wang Pengzi, cease your boastful chatter. Miss Yin, this Wang Pengzi owes all his fortune to his father's wealth. Unlike me, Qin, who, despite being born into affluence, is resolutely determined to forge a remarkable career. Though I have achieved modest success, I am certainly more accomplished than this Wang Pengzi. I dare not claim to possess it all, but I could certainly acquire 100 or 80 treasures. Qin Daitian, seated not far from Wang Pengzi, boldly proclaimed while casting a challenging glance at him, mocking Wang Pengzi's dependence on his father while subtly showcasing his own achievements. Miss Yin, I would like to extend an invitation for dinner. My family is home to a flying little deer. I wonder if I, Qin, am fortunate enough to invite you. Miss Yin. Chapter 19. Ensnared by beauty. Humph. Qin Daitian, we all know your true intentions. You foolishly dream of inviting Miss Yin. If it weren't for your father incessantly funding you, you'd be left with nothing. Wang Pengzi retorted furiously, launching a verbal assault on Qin Daitian. Humph. That is still better than your idle existence. Qin Daitian shot back, his pride wounded as he and Wang Pengzi engaged in a heated exchange. Both believed that the other had sullied their image before the fair maiden, and a verbal quarrel ensued. Laughter erupted among the onlookers as their insults reached a clever crescendo. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your kind offer, young Master Qin. If tonight's auction proceeds smoothly, perhaps I may have the opportunity to visit your home and see the flying little deer. Young Master Wang, should you make a grand gesture tonight, you could become a distinguished guest of Tianbao Pavilion, and I would personally attend to you, Yinya cleverly interjected, skillfully halting the bickering between the two while ensuring the auction continued smoothly, bestowing respect upon both, while subtly hinting that any invitation would depend on their performances tonight. With a gentle smile, Yinya swayed gracefully, her captivating form mesmerizing the men present, who were utterly entranced by her allure. Confident in her charm, she reveled in their attention, fully aware that some would undoubtedly vie to win her favor. Now, returning to the matter at hand, I trust that everyone present, as well as our esteemed guests upstairs, can hardly contain their excitement to behold today as treasures. Yinya, with her long, elegant legs, approached the center of the auction stage, her demeanor solemn as she addressed the crowd. Bring forth the treasures. With Yinya's melodious voice resonating through the room, a young, beautiful attendant clad in a qipao approached, carrying an exquisite plate emblazoned with the exclusive Tianbao Pavilion logo. Esteemed guests, please direct your attention to the large screens. Yinya gestured gracefully, and 4 large screens illuminated around the auction stage, ensuring that every guest could see clearly from any angle. The screens displayed an elegant shot of the plate, which was covered by a red cloth. Just as the audience's curiosity piqued, a delicate, porcelain-like hand unveiled the crimson drape. A pot, adorned with ancient runes and perfectly square in shape, appeared before the crowd. It was small yet exquisite, easily grasped in one hand. As the onlookers pondered and prepared to inquire, Yinya, with a radiant smile, spoke. It is well known that for mortals to pursue martial arts, becoming a master is akin to surmounting a formidable chasm. Among the multitude of practitioners, those who achieve mastery are exceedingly rare. In the realm of martial arts, a master can establish their own sect or become a local lord. However, the object contained within this pot possesses the remarkable ability to effortlessly elevate innate martial artists to true warriors. This precious item is known as the Tianyuan Dan, and its value is, I trust, self-evident. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Even Wang Tsung, who had been leering at Yinya, was taken aback, his focus shifting towards the Tianyuan Dan, rendering his previous distraction insignificant. Miss Yin, is this truly the case? Someone in the audience urgently queried, their gaze fixed intently on the jar containing the Tianyuan Dan. This revelation surpassed their comprehension, for they had never encountered an elixir capable of directly promoting someone to mastery in the mortal realm. This must be a fabrication. Such a pill cannot possibly exist. Every master has transcended through understanding the world. I have never seen anyone ascend to mastery through the use of drugs. Another individual stood and voiced their disbelief. Indeed, could this be a deception? Tianbao Pavilion has been established in Tianyuan City for quite some time, with an excellent reputation. Surely, they would not engage in trickery. Others maintained a skeptical stance. Yinya's introduction stirred a tempest of excitement, igniting fervent discussions among the crowd, their voices echoing throughout the venue. All eyes turned towards Yinya in hopes of further clarification. Qin Datian, momentarily disregarding the attractive woman beside him, swiftly withdrew his hand and fixed his gaze upon Yinya, eager for her explanation. Despite his wealth, he was not foolish. For no one desires to squander their money unnecessarily. Yinya smiled, her anticipation of the crowd's reaction evident. Ladies and gentlemen, at Tianbao Pavilion, we conduct our business with integrity. There is no deception involved. Now, let us verify the authenticity of this claim. With a clap of her hands, a man clad in the uniform of Tianbao Pavilion stepped onto the auction stage. He was a martial artist at the 8th level of the innate realm of average talent, having reached his limit at this stage. As Yinya introduced him, the martial artist showcased his 8th level innate prowess. Then, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Yinya poured forth a pill from the small pot, glistening like jade. At first glance, it appeared as pure as Yinya's delicate fingers. The individuals seated along the stone benches caught a whiff of an intoxicating fragrance that enveloped them in a soothing embrace. Little master, this scent makes me feel quite invigorated, Li Xian remarked, her complexion slightly flushed. Invigorated in what way? Asked Shiyi, intrigued. Invigorated, to the point where I feel compelled to exclaim, Li Xian confessed, shyly lowering her gaze. Beside her, Liao too felt a wave of comfort wash over her, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. As laughter erupted from Li Xian's bashful demeanor, I couldn't help but smile at her charmingly shy expression. Although the Tianyuan pill is only beneficial for warriors at the innate stage, Shiyi, with his keen insight, discerned that this elixir harbors immense energy. Even an ordinary person consuming it could experience prolonged vitality and rejuvenation. Encouraging Li Xian and Li Yao to partake in it would undoubtedly yield endless benefits for Shiyi, as the enjoyment would ultimately be his own. He could assist the two sisters in harnessing the effects of the pill to maintain their youthful allure. Thank you, young master. Li Xian expressed her gratitude, leaning forward to present her rosy lips. Thank you, young master, Li Yao added, a hint of shyness gracing her features, her eyes shimmering with appreciation. Oh, how do you intend to express your gratitude? Shiyi inquired with a playful smile, casting a meaningful glance at Li Yao. Curiously, this seemingly innocent beauty had recently exhibited rather peculiar behavior, as if her mind were in turmoil, which indeed unsettled him. Upon meeting Shiyi's gaze, Li Yao felt a sudden jolt of panic. Had she inadvertently revealed her thoughts? Quickly, she laughed nervously. Oh, young master, how could that be? He must be unaware. Perhaps I am overthinking it, she reassured herself, confident in her ability to remain unnoticed, considering she had never strayed from Shiyi's watchful eye. Oh, what color? White. What length? Knee length. With a smile of relief, Li Yao felt her earlier anxiety dissipate completely. Observing Shiyi, lost in admiration for her beauty, she concluded that he could not possibly be aware of her inner turmoil. Chapter 20. Bloody Qin Datian Boom. An overwhelming aura radiated from the guardsman, whose cultivation soared like a rocket to the 2nd level of the master stage. The formidable pressure exuded by this master swept across the venue, stirring the atmosphere and instilling a profound sense of trepidation among all present. Hiss, hiss, quick, Miss Yin, how much is it? Let's auction it off. The urgency in the crowd surged as anticipation mounted. The presence of such a master was unmistakable, and the palpable tension was felt by everyone. Yinya, with her delicate hands, lifted a small hammer crafted from jade and struck it against the platform. With a charming smile, she announced, since everyone can hardly wait, let us commence. The starting bid is 50 million Tianyuan coins. Each increment must not be less than 5 million. This price was exorbitant. Historically, few items auctioned in Tianyuan City exceeded 30 million, let alone surpassing that threshold. 50 million equated to an entire year's income for a prestigious family in Tianyuan, or even 2 years' worth for a second-tier family, making it exceedingly valuable. Yet, no one in attendance deemed the Tianyuan pill overpriced, for its worth was indisputable. The income a master could generate for a family far surpassed the mere sum of 50 million. Moreover, today's attendees were not limited to Tianyuan City, as numerous affluent families from the surrounding cities were also present, each with profound resources. 55 million. A distinguished middle-aged man was the first to raise his bid. 65 million. 85 million. With the first call for a price increase, the bidding voices rose and fell like the relentless emergence of bamboo shoots after a rain. 110 million. The one making this bid was Wang Tsong, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Wang Tsong held a deep admiration for this Tianyuan Dan. After all, he was a cultivator of mediocre talent, a veritable wastrel. Were it not for the fortune of having a prosperous father, he would have long been cast out by his family. Before him lay a chance to ascend to the rank of a master. An opportunity he could not afford to squander. Should he attain mastery, he would seamlessly inherit the family estate, becoming the foremost heir of the Wang family in Feiqing. As Wang Tsong raised his bid, the number of contenders dwindled. This price was sufficiently daunting to deter many third-rate families, especially when they had other necessities to consider. Upon hearing Wang Tsong's bid, Qin Datian felt compelled to contest. 115 million. Wang Tsong glared at him, teeth clenched, and shouted, 130 million. Qin Datian, with a smug tilt of his chin, countered with 135 million. Many families joined the fray. Yet none could rival the fierce competition between Wang Tsong and Qin Datian. 200 million. Wang Tsong gritted his teeth. This was nearing his limit. He had brought 300 million Tianyuan coins, but he also needed to procure several family-designated treasures. 200 million plus 500,000. Qin Datian leisurely proclaimed this price, unfazed, as he had brought over 500 million Tianyuan coins. Damn it, Qin Datian, are you deliberately trying to thwart me? We're both from Feiqing. You'd best watch yourself. Wang Tsong slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Qin Datian. Every time he raised his bid, this scoundrel would add 500,000 more, as if he were intentionally opposing him. Ha ha, Wang Kangzik, the auction favors the highest bidder. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Yin? Qin Datian chuckled, regarding Wang Tsong with an air of indifference to his threats. Giggle, gentlemen, there is no need for such anger. The auction rewards the highest offer. Yinya smiled radiantly, relishing the escalating conflict for her own gain. Observing the fierce contest between the two, Shi Yi was in no hurry to make his move. Given the nature of such auctions, it was unlikely that this precious Dan would be sold as a singular item. Indeed, many prominent family heads had come, remaining steadfast and unhurried, particularly the 10 families seated in the uppermost boxes who had not uttered a word. This only reinforced Shi Yi's conviction. As Qin Datian concluded his final bid, the auction drew to a close. 250 million once. 250 million thrice. Congratulations to young Master Qin for securing the Tianyuan Dan. Watching Qin Datian bask in his triumph, Wang Tsong seethed, his jaw clenched, the flesh of his cheeks quivering with indignation, wishing he could tear Qin Datian to shreds. Ha ha ha, Wang Kangzik, if you lack funds, spare us the embarrassment. Qin Datian beamed with satisfaction, relishing the sight of Wang Tsong's frustrated demeanor, knowing that there was nothing he could do about it. Wait for it. If you manage to successfully bid for something today, consider it my defeat. Wang Tsong fumed, determined that even if he did not bid, he would not allow Qin Datian to prevail. The opening of the event was exceptionally fervent. It was evident that everyone craved the Tianyuan Dan. We have prepared another Tianyuan Dan for everyone. Bring forth the elixir. Yinya cheerfully announced. The first bid soared to an astonishing 250 million, far exceeding her expectations, largely thanks to the two unwitting participants, Wang Tsong and Qin Datian. Upon hearing that another Tianyuan Dan was available, the crowd's excitement reignited. Initially believing they had missed their chance, they now rallied with renewed vigor to secure a portion of the coveted item. The starting price was set at 50 million, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 5 million. 600 million. The sounds of bidding rose in a crescendo, culminating in the second portion being sold for 200 million Tianyuan coins. However, by the eighth portion, Shi Yi had yet to make a move, leaving Li Xian disheartened. Convinced that Shi Yi was merely toying with her emotions. Only one portion remains. Miss this chance, and it will be gone forever. Yinya continued to smile from the stage. Discontent murmured among the audience, their skepticism palpable, as this was the 8th time she had uttered such a claim. Initially, they had taken her words to heart, bidding fervently to avoid missing the precious Tianyuan Dan. Yinya had profited considerably from their eagerness. But now the bidders were more astute, knowing that a smaller portion would inevitably fetch a lower price. By the 30th portion, the starting bid had plummeted to 25 million. And when the call for 30 million was made, no one was willing to raise the stakes. 25 million. This truly is the final portion, Yinya sighed, feeling fatigued. The crowd had become difficult to manage. Those who could afford it had already made their purchases, while those who could not remained unable to do so, leaving her perplexed about the arrangements above that led to such a situation. As for Shi Yi, he had already secured 2 portions at a bargain price long before the 20th bid. Haha, 30 million. I'll bid for another portion. Oh, who would have thought I would once again acquire the Tianyuan Dan at such a low price? If only I, Wang, were wealthier, I would have bought it for over 200 million. Wang Tsong laughed heartily, the earlier frustration now transformed into joy. The crowd erupted in laughter at Wang Tsong's words, all aware of whom he was subtly mocking, as it was only Qin Datian, the unwitting participant, who had paid the exorbitant price of 250 million for the Tianyuan Dan. Even Li Xian and others found amusement in the situation. Haha. Brother Qin indeed has money, spending over 200 million at once, unlike me, who spent tens of millions just for 2 portions, Wang the Fat chuckled, reveling in the hilarity of Qin Datian's predicament. Qin Datian's face turned an ashen hue, his teeth clenched in anger as he crushed the glass water cup in his hand. By now, he could no longer deny that he had been deceived by the Tianbao Pavilion, caught in an endless bidding war with Wang the Fat. Damn Tianbao Pavilion. Damn Wang the Fat. Qin Datian, increasingly infuriated, found himself consumed by rage, especially as that insufferable fat man continued to prattle on. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and a surge of blood erupted from his throat. He clenched his mouth shut, desperately stifling the flow, his eyes blazing with fury as he fixed his gaze on Wang Kong. The intensity of Qin Datian's stare sent a shiver down Wang Tsong's spine, causing him to retreat in alarm. What are you staring at me for? I am not interested in men. With a loud splatter, Qin Datian could no longer contain himself. The insufferable fat man had pushed him to the brink, and he expelled a mouthful of blood. I am exhausted. Let it all end, he muttered, collapsing as if lifeless. This farcical scene brought laughter to the auction house, with everyone reveling in Qin Datian's plight, except for the one feigning unconsciousness. Chapter 21. The 6-path secret vault above in the loft. Merely a mundane pill had drawn a swarm of ants. How pitiful. One could only wonder what Li Zishi was thinking, choosing to come to such a remote place in the mortal realm for an auction. A young nobleman observed the scene coldly, his countenance as imposing as the heavens, a halo faintly shimmering behind him. Even seated, he exuded an aura as vast as the ocean, unfathomable. His starry eyes sparkled brilliantly, radiating an otherworldly charm. My lord, a voice whispered. The informant has conveyed news that Li Zishi has received guidance from a master and has come here to uncover that item. As the space shimmered, an elderly man clad in azure, emanating a profound aura, stepped forth and respectfully stood behind the young nobleman, clasping his hands in reverence. Zhao Wuji's gaze, sharp as candlelight, fell upon the pavilion where Li Zishi resided, his presence echoing with the rise and fall of celestial bodies. Is it not normal for a disciple of the Tianyuan to vanish in such a remote domain? Hearing this, the earth deity's heart skipped a beat, startled by Zhao Wuji's insinuation. In this place, only we possess the power to eliminate her. This suspicion is hard to dispel. But what of Yang Tian and the others? Hasn't he the demon sect followed as well? The demon sect, in its quest for treasures, has slain many heirs of various factions. Yet here I stand, striving to save the world, albeit with limited power, unable to rescue all. The Tianyuan disciple tragically fell into the hands of the demonic path. Ah, splendid. If Li Zishi perishes at the hands of the demon sect, what concern is it of mine? I have risked my life to rescue the world. Is this not the embodiment of righteousness? Zhao Wuji mused. Who would dare to tarnish my reputation as a savior? The earth deity gazed upon the young man's terrifying scheming with increasing reverence. Though he was a guardian, he found himself outmatched in cunning by this youth. My lord, will you require my assistance in due time? He inquired, pondering the inscrutable depths of ancient Tianlong. 3 centuries had passed since the great battle, and none knew the extent of his power. Even now, I hold little confidence against ancient Tianlong. There are those who will confront him. Await my command and ensure we have proof of our absence, Zhao Wuji replied, his eyes shining like the cosmos, deep and fearsome. The earth deity's expression faltered. It seemed the nobleman possessed hidden cards, truly a formidable presence. Beneath a facade of calm, thunder rumbled in his heart. At such a young age, He already bore the aura of a great leader. Meanwhile, in another loft, Yang Tian's gaze pierced through the beaded curtain as if he could see the prodigies within each chamber. Old Jiang, I suspect this treasure hunt will not proceed calmly. What Li Zishi possesses is coveted by many, and bloodshed seems unavoidable. Young master, Zhao Wuji has also arrived, along with Tianwu. An elderly man with a gaunt visage spoke slowly from behind Yang Tian. The figures Jiang Tian mentioned are indeed unparalleled prodigies of this generation, capable of rivaling Yang Tian. They are destined to become mere bones beneath my feet. Yang Tian exuded an air of invincibility, akin to a deity standing atop the rainbow's pinnacle, commanding and surveying the world. Even the sons of gods and the ancient ferocious beasts are merely stepping stones on his path to supremacy. I am inherently invincible. What have I to fear? High above, Gu Tianlong spoke somberly. Miss, Zhao Wuji, Yang Tian, and Tianwu are all after what you possess. In this remote realm of mortals, one cannot be certain they resort to unscrupulous means. In his view, such isolated places were ripe for action, should any incidents arise. Only those with extraordinary prowess could perceive them. Moreover, should an accident occur here, even the mightiest beings would struggle to arrive in time. If one dies, so be it. Can you truly resurrect the dead? The Elder of Divine Mechanics had calculated this locale. To conceal their whereabouts, they had quietly come here. Yet some discerning individuals had still discovered them. However, they dared not hastily drive them away, lest it attract even greater forces, jeopardizing their chance of seizing this opportunity. Li Zishi furrowed her brows, expressing her concerns. Now that Zhao Wuji and others have arrived, even I feel the pressure. They likely share this sentiment. Otherwise, the news of the 6 Dao secret vault would have circulated long ago. Miss, it has been 15 days since we arrived, and we have yet to find a means of deciphering it. If the prophecy of the Elder of Divine Mechanics proves false, we shall face repercussions from the council. Gu Tianlong frowned, for he and his companions had arrived at Tianyu City early in search of a solution, but found no leads. Li Zishi produced an ancient, talisman-shaped token. We expended great resources to obtain the prophecy inscribed upon this token. Surely, the Elder of Divine Mechanics would not deceive us. The extreme south mortal realm, as the ancients spoke, is where the 6 Dao converge, allowing one to behold the divine. The extreme south mortal realm refers to this very place. Beyond lies the boundary wall, which is insurmountable. The ancestors should be a certain race, yet despite extensive inquiries, no trace of them has been found. Li Zishi pondered deeply, perplexed by the latter 3 lines of the prophecy. Could the mention of the ancestors refer to the symbols on the Tianyu? Gu Tianlong suddenly interjected. I suspect it is a form of language. Once that item is auctioned, we shall ascertain whether anyone recognizes this language among the bidders. Li Zishi's gaze flickered, her eyes shimmering with a violet glow as she scanned the lofts where Zhao Wuji, Yang Tian, and others resided. The 6 Dao secret vault is indeed tantalizing. Simultaneously, a mysterious figure clad in black robes entered the backstage of the Tianbao auction. The soul herb, with its dark yellow hue and 7 leaves, exudes an abundance of spiritual energy, granting an ethereal sense of clarity upon its fragrance. Truly a superior grade spiritual medicine. The appraiser gazes entranced at the swirling aura and manifest soul light of the soul herb before him, recognizing it as one of the few high-quality specimens he has encountered throughout his years in the field. Both warriors and cultivators can utilize it. Its wondrous effects rivaling those of the celestial spirit pill, one enhances cultivation, while the other amplifies the power of the soul. The figure in the black cloak spoke in a hoarse voice, stating, as per our agreement, this item is to be compensated with 1 billion currency units. The rest may be auctioned by your Tianbao pavilion. The appraiser was somewhat taken aback, considering the value of the soul herb. Should it be entrusted to Tianbao pavilion for sale, it would undoubtedly fetch a price far exceeding 1 billion Tianyuan, even after accounting for the pavilion's 4% commission. The cloaked figure would still gain substantially. Very well, take my appraisal certificate to the back to collect the funds. However, as the cloaked individual had already conferred with the leadership, the appraiser chose not to question further. Once the cloaked figure departed from Tianbao Pavilion, they revealed a delicate, fair hand that removed the black cloak, unveiling a stunningly beautiful and mature visage. Gazing distantly upon Tianbao Pavilion, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in her exquisite eyes. Her reflection in the sunlight radiating an air of pride, particularly against the backdrop of the towering peaks that stirred envy in countless hearts. Had Shiyi been present, he would surely recognize her. Chapter 22. Blinding radiance. At that moment, the auction was in full swing, with many affluent individuals acquiring numerous items. Even those lacking sufficient funds were hastily contacting their families to procure more money, as this auction resembled a generous giveaway, featuring items unprecedented in past years. With Li Haida's assistance, Huang Rong dispatched someone to bring an additional 30 billion Tianyuan. Numerous potent elixirs and cultivation techniques to aid martial practitioners were available, all of which could significantly bolster a family's foundation. Various clans were investing heavily, including the Li family, who sent representatives with substantial capital. Each family understood that this auction could determine the trajectory of their future development. Missing this opportunity could result in a setback of decades or even pose a risk of annihilation. Esteemed guests, we are nearing the conclusion of this auction. We sincerely appreciate your support. We will now auction the final 10 treasures. Yenya smiled radiantly, reveling in the success of her role as the auctioneer. Having already earned over 100 million Tianyuan in commissions, the next item up for bidding was the Vajra crystal, a treasure whose benefits were likely already known to all. So I shall refrain from further elaboration. The starting bid is set at 100 million Tianyuan, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 10 million. Yenya swayed her captivating figure, enticingly captivating the audience with her flirtatious glances, unabashedly leveraging her beauty. After all, the patrons were exceedingly generous. 120 million. An elder from the Li family was the first to call out a bid from their table. 160 million. The voice belonged to the now awakened Xiaoyuan, who, despite having been momentarily overwhelmed by Gu Tianlong's imposing presence, remained undeterred. His indomitable spirit remained resolute, for Gu Tianlong's dominance stemmed merely from his formidable prowess. Xiaoyuan aspired to acquire this piece of diamond crystal, intending to embark on a broader quest for immortality after his ascension to the realm of celestial beings. His ambition was to reach the pinnacle of divinity. 200 million. Li Haida, brimming with confidence, appeared composed and assured that he would secure this diamond crystal. As his words resonated, a wave of applause erupted around him, commending Li Haida's audacity. He stood up with an air of calmness, raising his hands in a gesture of moderation, as if to remind everyone to remain humble. Such is the pinnacle of life's glory, Li Haida mused silently, grateful to have accepted the task assigned by his lady, justifying his decision as sagacious. At that moment, with several billion in cash at his disposal, he felt invincible. 220 million, 290 million, 350 million. Xiaoyuan remained unfazed, for he too held over 10 billion in cash reserves. Young Master Xiaoyuan, why not take a step back? Surely, you possess several billion as well. The auction is nearing its conclusion, with 9 treasures remaining. Miss Yin mentioned there would be additional items of cultivation. Should you exhaust your funds here, you might miss out on those celestial artifacts, Li Haida advised. A confident smile gracing his face as he casually rested one hand behind his back, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This acquisition is imperative as mandated by my lady. Although I have ample funds, I cannot afford to squander them here. Some factions were swayed by Li Haida's reasoning. The thought of missing out on a celestial artifact due to insufficient funds was indeed disheartening. Humph. Xiaoyuan scoffed coldly, for Li Haida had struck a chord within him. His yearning for cultivation was profound, and he was unwilling to relinquish even the slightest opportunity that could pave his path to immortality. If he were to deplete his resources on the diamond crystal, he might forfeit his chance at enlightenment, rendering the pursuit a grave miscalculation. Nonetheless, Xiaoyuan and his allies would not permit Li Haida to easily secure the diamond crystal. Ultimately, Li Haida acquired it for a staggering 800 million. Meanwhile, Shiyi leisurely sat in his seat, enjoying the attentive service of beautiful maidens, quietly observing Li Haida's performance. The treasures on offer did not pique his interest. As time swiftly passed, Shiyi spent 500 million Tianyuan coins to procure the soul grass essential for cultivating his spirit, utilizing funds from the family account, which left Li Haida visibly pained. However, under Shiyi's persuasive words, Li Haida reluctantly settled the payment. Indeed, the finest treasures often make their appearance towards the end. The excitement surged as exquisite items drew the attention of many, igniting a fierce bidding war. Li Haida's predictions proved accurate when a copy of the Lingyunju, an exceptional cultivation technique, emerged, inciting fierce contention among the noble families present. In a fit of rage, Xiaoyuan expended vast sums. ultimately depleting centuries of the Shao family's wealth to secure the Lingyunju, spending an astonishing 70 billion Tianyuan coins. However, what left Shao Yun feeling bloodied was the fact that after he invested a staggering 7 billion in acquiring Lingyunju, 3 additional cultivation techniques emerged, each costing several billion less than his. Made Tianbao Pavilion, made Yinya utterly indifferent. Shao Yun was incensed, on the verge of cursing. Under Yinya's introduction, Shi Yi came to understand the realms of cultivation in this world. Qi Training Realm, Spirit Gathering Realm, Divine Movement Realm, Heavenly Palace Realm, and Supreme Soul Realm. The recently auctioned techniques could support cultivators in reaching the Spirit Gathering Realm, but to ascend to higher realms, one must seek out the external world and join a cultivation sect. Tianyuan was merely an inconspicuous speck within the vast and boundless Kunlun domain. Nonetheless, in the mortal realm, a spirit-gathering cultivator was a supreme being, commanding respect and enjoying a lifetime of honor. Shi Yi couldn't help but marvel at the boundlessness of this world, realizing he was merely a speck of dust in the grand tapestry of existence, with a long journey ahead. What puzzled Shi Yi was the 10 pavilions suspended above the auction stage, which remained eerily silent, seemingly unimpressed by the items being auctioned below. Were they merely there to put on a show? Shi Yi mused inwardly. Esteemed guests, the next item to grace the stage is the final treasure. However, this particular item will not be auctioned. As Yin Ya's voice resonated, a stir erupted in the audience. If it's not for auction, what is the point of presenting it? Is this merely a jest at our expense? Tianbao Pavilion is truly lacking in integrity. Hearing such remarks, Shi Yi frowned. His interest in the forthcoming treasure peaked. As the situation began to spiral out of control, Yinya decided to reveal more, smiling as she spoke. Please, do not rush. Allow me to elaborate. This item is exceedingly peculiar and only resonates with those fated to possess it. We shall not auction it. Should a worthy individual be able to awaken its resonance, they may take it away. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed an array of curious expressions, as Tianbao Pavilion had never before conducted itself in such a manner. Yet, curiosity prevailed among the attendees. Yinya, too, found the situation strange, despite years of auctioning. She had never encountered such an occurrence, but this was a directive from above, and she could only comply. Bring forth the treasure. A graceful young woman clad in a qipao approached, holding a square tray. Unlike the previous items, the moment the maid presented this one, it captivated everyone's attention. The treasure, covered with a red cloth, emanated a mysterious glow, with radiant halos issuing forth. Astonishingly, a rune was affixed atop the red cloth, its aura of the great Dao swirling as if suppressing the item, yet it continued to radiate a spectrum of colors, even illuminating the maid holding the tray, rendering her resplendent and exquisite. After placing it at the center of the auction stage, Yinya removed the rune and swiftly unveiled the red cloth. Buzzing. In an instant, a beam of divine light shot skyward, an explosion of brilliance erupted, and waves of luminescence rippled outward. The multitude present, numbering in the thousands, was momentarily blinded by a dazzling light, a blinding expanse of brilliance that seemed to illuminate their very souls. The closest to the source, Yinya, was violently pushed back. Before them lay a square tray, upon which rested a piece of jade radiating a resplendent glow, imbued with an air of profound mystery. The absence of runic suppression allowed the essence of the Dao to dance jubilantly around the stone, flowing incessantly. Such a wondrous treasure. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Chapter 23. The ancient heavenly ritual text. All were astonished. A divine artifact. Wang Tsung's eyes widened, an instinctual awareness whispering that this object was indeed extraordinary. Miss Yen, what is this? Qin Datian inquired loudly about the Dao. Amidst the chaos of exclamations, a formidable consciousness surged from the floating pavilion towards the heavenly jade, pressing down upon the onlookers like a colossal stone upon their chests, rendering them breathless. Young master, this is the heavenly jade. Who would have thought that the heavenly treasure pavilion would bring it to this place? We now have the chance to acquire it. However, Jiang Tian, despite his disbelief, noted that this was merely a scrap of the heavenly jade. Beside him, Yang Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he scrutinized the jade, seemingly attempting to decipher the runes inscribed upon it. Simultaneously, other factions could no longer contain themselves. Waves of potent consciousness erupted from the pavilion, recklessly sweeping towards the auction stage. Those who were touched by this force trembled in fear, with some unable to withstand the oppressive pressure, resulting in them spitting blood and losing consciousness. Yi also felt the overwhelming strain and quickly unleashed his spiritual power to assist Li Xian and the others in resisting the weight of this oppression. This group of old codgers is far too arrogant, relying on their superior cultivation without restraint, Yi thought bitterly, vowing to address this injustice once he attained greater strength. This was the second time he had felt such subjugation, akin to an ant being trampled at will. Humph! Within the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, we must adhere to the rules. Do not be too audacious. A chilling snort reverberated, instantly severing all consciousness, allowing the crowd to breathe a sigh of relief. Ha! Why must the Ancient One be angered? These individuals are merely ants, a haughty laugh echoed from a nearby pavilion, oozing nobility and superiority, leaving the audience's ears ringing. Tianwu, even your father would not dare to be so brazen before me, Gu Tianlong declared as a dominating aura erupted forth, laden with the weight of heaven and earth, descending upon the pavilion where Tianwu was situated. The structure creaked ominously, on the verge of collapse. A muffled sound emanated from within as a great force transformed into a protective barrier around the pavilion, clearly indicating that Tianwu had suffered a covert setback. Young master, do not underestimate Gu Tianlong, an elder, brimming with spiritual energy, stepped forth to shield the pavilion. Inside, the red-haired Tianwu bore an ominous expression, addressing the ancient figure. I shall remember today's events, and will seek your counsel in the future. Tianwu's implication was unmistakable, though he could not match him now. The future would tell a different tale. With that, he fell silent. I await your guidance. The Tianbao Pavilion adheres to its own regulations, welcoming only those guests who abide by its rules. The ancient figure, Gu Tianlong, appeared out of thin air in the auction hall, his aged eyes glimmering as they scanned the assembly, particularly focusing on Zhao Wuji and the others present in the upper pavilion. The warning was unmistakable. Gu Tianlong's intent was straightforward. His purpose for intervening was to instill a sense of awe among the attendees, cautioning them to contemplate carefully before attempting to challenge the heirs of the Tianbao Pavilion. Very well, Yinya, please continue. A melodious voice emanated from the highest tier of the pavilion, allowing Gu Tianlong to rest in place. Upon hearing Li Zixi's command, Yinya collected her thoughts and addressed the audience. This item is known as Tianyu, resplendent and translucent, akin to a celestial treasure, remarkably resilient. Even when subjected to immense force, it retains its divine essence. Its extraordinary property lies in its ability to enhance cultivation speed exponentially when placed nearby during training. When paired with cultivation techniques, an ordinary person could achieve spirit gathering in a single day. Yinya responded, relaying what had been instructed by the esteemed individuals above. However, her intuition suggested that this Tianyu was far more significant than merely a cultivation aid. At her words, the crowd gasped. To achieve spirit gathering in a single day was an unfathomable prospect for mortal cultivators, particularly among those from prominent families who had acquired cultivation techniques. Their eyes gleamed with fervor. Pray tell, what constitutes a fated individual? One man, suppressing his excitement, inquired. Yinya gestured gracefully towards the flowing divine script on the Tianyu. Simply place your hand upon it, and silently recite the meaning of the script within your heart to resonate with it. Following Yinya's indication, everyone beheld the intricate inscriptions adorning the Tianyu, 2 lines of golden characters shimmering with an ancient aura. Yet, a moment of bewilderment swept over the assembly, for none could decipher the script. It resembles the writings of our ancestors, pondered a patriarch of a prominent clan, his voice thoughtful. As these words escaped him, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, drawing glances from all quarters. Even Li Zixi in the high pavilion could not suppress her excitement, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the speaker. Yinya paused, a question from Li Zixi echoing in her mind, prompting her to ask how he recognized the script. With a radiant smile, Yinya responded, it seems this esteemed guest is indeed a fated individual. Might I inquire how you came to recognize the characters inscribed on the Tianyu? As the crowd regarded him with intrigue, the patriarch chuckled and shook his head. Miss Yan, you flatter me. The characters inscribed on the scrolls left by my ancestors bear a resemblance to those on this Tianyu, yet I, too, am not well versed in them. I recall that my clan possesses similar scrolls. Yes, our ancestors left behind such writings as well. Come, swiftly return to our clan and retrieve the ancestral scrolls. With the patriarch's declaration, the other clan leaders began to recall their own ancestral writings, realizing they too possessed similar, albeit somewhat obscure, texts. In the attic, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Li Zixi's eyes, affirming that holding the auction here was indeed a wise decision. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets did not deceive her. The words of the ancients likely refer to the manuscripts left by the ancestors of mortals in this domain. Miss, it appears you will soon unravel the mysteries of the heavenly jade and obtain its treasures. However, I presume Zhao Wuji and the others have now grasped our intentions. Spoke Gu Tianlong with a complex tone. I have made preparations for contingencies. Those who seek to seize treasures from me must be prepared to pay with their lives. Li Zixi's voice was icy, declaring, those who obstruct my quest for treasures shall perish. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji, positioned nearby in the attic, gazed intently, a halo forming behind him, surrounded by extraordinary phenomena, revealing an expression of realization. It became clear that Li Zixi's objective was to find someone to unlock the heavenly jade in her possession, explaining her presence in this location. Such runes were indeed the key to accessing the 6 paths' hidden treasures, and it seemed everyone was beginning to understand. With Zhao Wuji's intellect, he had long discerned Li Zixi's motives. Quietly departing from the ancestral grounds of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, he sought to monopolize this secret trove. Little did he know that since Li Zixi acquired the Heavenly Jade, she had been under surveillance. Fully aware of the extraordinary talent that followed her, he dared not act rashly. Not only Zhao Wuji, but also the forces that trailed Li Zixi comprehended her intentions. They remained still, biding their time for the opportune moment to reap the rewards. Then I invite all esteemed guests to line up and place your hands upon the heavenly jade. Whoever resonates with it shall be able to take it away, instructed Yenya with a smile directed at the various families present. Under the guidance of the beautiful maidens of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the crowd surged forward. At this moment, Shiya, seated among the Shi family, displayed profound astonishment, even shock. Indeed, no one could have anticipated that Shiya would recognize such characters. Impossible, Shiya exclaimed inwardly. These characters shared a common origin with the water god technique he cultivated. Could it be that this world was somehow connected to the one he inhabited in his past life? However, Shiya was perplexed. If they indeed shared a common origin, why did the cultivation methods from his previous life and this world conflict? The water god technique was a treasure he had acquired in a perilous ancient battlefield. To this day, he vividly remembered that serendipitous moment, which set him on the path of strength, elevating him to a renowned tribulation-level powerhouse of this era, known as the Stone Emperor. At that time, he faced few rivals, commanding awe across the universe. Yet, on his journey, he fell victim to a treacherous plot, resulting in his untimely demise. The script upon the heavenly jade was known as the ancient heavenly ritual text, and even Shiya had expended millennia to comprehend these characters. In that ancient battlefield, numerous remnants of walls and shattered palaces bore these inscriptions. When Shiya attained unparalleled strength, he had returned to that ancient battlefield, yearning to uncover more secrets. However, upon stepping onto that battlefield once more, he was overwhelmed by an unfathomable aura, as if he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast from the depths of time. Years of intuition warned Shiyi that stepping inside would lead to certain death. Reluctantly, he chose to abandon the endeavor. Little did he anticipate that the ancient celestial sacrificial script would once again manifest in this realm. To others, the runes inscribed on the celestial jade were perplexing, yet Shiyi deciphered the resplendent golden characters. In profound emptiness, maintain serene stillness. All things coexist. And I shall observe anew. Chapter 24, Utterly Shameless Elderly. Do you recognize these runes? Shiyi inquired of Li Haida, despite his familiarity with the ancient script. He sought to understand its appearance in this context. Young master, you may not be aware, but the manuscripts left by prominent families are accessible only to the head of the family and the esteemed elders. Our Shi family is no exception. To my knowledge, such manuscripts do exist within our clan, though I lack the privilege to peruse them, Li Haida candidly replied, revealing his own curiosity about the celestial jade. You recognize these runes? Li Yao, surprised by Shiyi's expression, perhaps sensed something more. In response, Shiyi merely cast a knowing smile at Li Yao, choosing silence. Young master, shall I dispatch someone to contact the elder head of the family to retrieve the manuscript? Li Haida refrained from mentioning Shi Jing, as it was presumed that the ancestral manuscript still resided with him. Li Haida, wise and experienced, suggested retrieving it from the elder head instead. Indeed, given the multitude of events that have transpired here, it would be prudent for the elder head to be informed, and we could conveniently acquire the manuscript as well. However, such a critical matter should be handled personally by Elder Li. I trust no one else, Shi Yi contemplated before speaking. Understood. Li Haida was taken aback by Shi Yi's insistence on his personal involvement, yet it aligned well with his intention to return and report the intelligence. Alas, a chorus of lamentations arose from the auction platform, as numerous individuals attempted to resonate with the celestial jade according to their own interpretations, only to be repelled by its inherent power due to their misunderstandings. Head of the family, the manuscript has arrived. The ancestral manuscript has come. At this moment, representatives from various families returned. The clan leader who had first mentioned the ancestral manuscript laughed heartily. Let me see. Today, is this head of the family the fated one? Many pressed forward, eager to discern the nature of the manuscript, the throng of bodies pushing Shi Yi aside, just as the clan leader prepared to unveil the manuscript. A commanding voice interrupted, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. Allow this young master to observe the manuscript first. Boom. The ground trembled as an individual descended from the heavens, exuding a formidable presence that forcefully radiated around him, sending everyone in the vicinity sprawling backward, colliding with one another in disarray. Tianyuan, with his flowing red hair, manifested a towering crimson Qilin, engulfed in roaring demonic flames, instilling awe across the heavens. At that moment, Tianyuan, shrouded in a vast blood-red aura, resembled a malevolent deity descending from the night sky. His eyes, a striking crimson, reflected endless flames that seemed capable of consuming all. Please, esteemed sir, feel free to observe at your leisure. Originally, the master of the house was about to utter a disdainful remark when he met the all-consuming gaze of Tianyuan, causing an instant chill to envelop him, rendering his legs weak with fear. Ah, since you so warmly invite me, I shall not decline, Tianyuan remarked, a smirk gracing his lips as he drew the hand scroll into his possession. The master felt an overwhelming sense of despair, torn between anger and silence. The others who had been sent flying glared at Tianyuan with fury, yet none dared to speak, for they all understood the formidable strength he possessed, which was beyond their means to confront. Damn it, what a show-off. Shi Yi felt exceedingly aggrieved, having been among those violently thrust away by that force, utterly unable to resist its might. This humiliation would not go unavenged. Shi Yi yearned for power, knowing that only through strength could one avoid being trampled upon and endure indignities in silence. In every prominent family, similar scenes unfolded as various sects of cultivation vied to seize the hand scroll, creating an atmosphere thick with tension, yet no one dared to resist. Whether they belonged to Zhao Wuji's faction or Yang Tian's, they were simply too powerful for the families to contend with. Hand it over, old man. A cloaked attendant, spotting Shi Jian clutching the scroll, lunged to snatch it away. You, how dare you? Shi Jian, taken aback by the audacity of the theft, felt a surge of anger as the aura of a celestial warrior erupted from his being, intent on suppressing the insolent attendant. Oh, so you are a celestial martial artist. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant, Li Xiaoming sneered, exuding the aura of a gathering spirit realm expert, overwhelming Shi Jian. While several attendants by his side drew their weapons, a terrifying pressure emanated from the gathering spirit realm masters, their cold gazes fixated on Shi Jian. Humph, I shall show you. Shi Jian defiantly shook his sleeves, lamenting the youth's disregard for martial ethics and the audacity of overwhelming the few with the many. How shameless. To seize my ancestor's hand scroll. This spectacle unfolded throughout the auction house, as various cultivation factions scrambled for the scroll, plunging the venue into chaos. The crowd could only murmur discontent, too intimidated to resist. Your audacity is beyond measure. Ancient Tianlao's voice boomed like thunder as he hovered in the air, his hand morphing into a colossal palm aimed at Li Xiaoming and his companions. Young master, save me. Li Xiaoming and his comrades felt an icy dread, utterly powerless before ancient Tianlong. With a sickening crunch, Li Xiaoming and his companions were mercilessly crushed, their bodies exploding into clouds of crimson mist in the air. Ancient Tianlong repeated his ruthless actions against other factions, crushing them with equal brutality, and soon, blood rained down from the sky. In mere moments, The once boisterous venue fell into an eerie silence. Tianwu, let me educate you on your father's behalf, ancient Tianlong declared, his hand descending towards Tianwu, who was lost in contemplation of the hand scroll, intending to use this youth as an example. The force of his strike far surpassed that of the gathering spirit realm, capable of obliterating the entire Tianbao pavilion with a single blow. Old man, who do you think you are to reprimand me on behalf of my father? Faced with Gu Tianlong's overwhelming strike, Tianwu showed no signs of fear. With a mighty roar, Tianwu's vitality surged, enveloping his fist in divine flames. An ancient Qilin, imbued with apocalyptic fire, charged towards Gu Tianlong, shattering the void with a resounding crash. The space erupted violently, sending Tianwu flying into the wall behind him, while hundreds were instantly obliterated into a mist of blood by the shockwave. Emerging from the rubble, Tianwu, though somewhat disheveled, remained entirely unscathed. Gu Tianlong looked at Tianwu in astonishment. He had exerted 30% of his strength in that strike, yet this mere junior should not have been able to withstand it. This young man is remarkable. He will undoubtedly be a fierce rival for the young lady on her journey. Gu Tianlong, with a fierce flick of his finger, pierced the void, unleashing an astonishing force imbued with the essence of the great Dao, capable of piercing even the strongest of souls in an instant. It was clear that Gu Tianlong harbored murderous intent. Unstoppable, Tianwu's hair stood on end as he sensed the imminent danger. However, he remained calm, standing resolutely in place. Gu Tianlong, have you forgotten my existence? An elder materialized out of thin air, effortlessly negating Gu Tianlong's formidable strike with a gentle wave of his sleeve. His icy gaze fixed on Gu Tianlong. Tianxin, you old man, you're still alive. Gu Tianlong laughed heartily, recognizing that he had overstepped his bounds and nearly forgotten about Tianwu's protector. What a pity, he mused. You're still alive? How could I possibly perish? Do not disrupt the order by bullying the weak. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as today. Tianxin regarded Gu Tianlong coldly, recognizing the elder's treacherous nature. Had he not been present today, Tianwu might have fallen victim to Gu Tianlong's schemes. Heh, brother Gu, that is rather unprincipled of you. If everyone acted as you do, would the younger generation still dare to step forth? Jiang Tianfu positioned himself in the void opposite Gu Tianlong. You allow your subordinates to run rampant in my heavenly treasure pavilion, showing it no respect. If they perish, they have only themselves to blame. Gu Tianlong retorted mercilessly. But that does not justify your slaughter of my disciples from the Wuji divine sect. Zhao Wuji stepped forward, 9 divine rings rising behind him, emanating a primordial aura. His presence was unparalleled, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, his eyes shimmering with boundless divine light. The individuals recently dispatched by Gu Tianlong, including Li Xiaoming, were disciples of the Wuji divine sect, and Zhao Wuji had awaited this moment to confront Gu Tianlong. With that, Zhao Wuji's guardian, the earth deity, manifested beside him, surrounded by chains of the great Dao, exuding an overwhelming aura, ready to strike at any moment. Heh, do you think I am unaware of your ulterior motives? To seize another's fortune, one must be prepared to pay the price of one's life. Gu Tianlong sneered coldly, recognizing that these individuals sought to exploit the situation for the sake of the 6th Dao secret vault, hoping to claim their share. The old man is jesting. The creation of heaven and earth belongs to everyone. Those virtuous individuals deserve their greater share. How can one speak of seizing another's fortune? As Yang Tian ascended into the sky, he stirred up ripples with every step, each footfall giving birth to a golden lotus, reminiscent of a youthful celestial being. Those of virtuous nature would not follow another into this land of celestial edicts with ill intent. Li Zishi, stepping gracefully, radiated a mysterious and noble purple light as she approached the ancient Tianlong, smiling. Yet, a glimmer of coldness flashed through her violet eyes. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of Zhao Wujing, Yang Tian, and Tianwu darkened instantly. The 6 Paths secret vault is not something one can claim alone. Attracting transcendent forces would benefit no one. Yang Tian narrowed his eyes and threatened. Li Zishi squinted her beautiful eyes, feeling quite displeased. She understood that if Yang Tian and the others could not secure a share, they would spread rumors to attract transcendent forces, a situation they could not afford to be part of. At this juncture, there was no need for concealment. The key to unlocking the 6 Paths secret vault rests in my hands, but there is no free lunch in this world. Li Zishi knew that her solitary strength could not contend with so many, so she boldly sought some advantage. Speak plainly about what you desire, Zhao Wujing urged. The six-paths secret vault harbors boundless potential, and any price paid for a ticket would be worthwhile. Chapter 25. The key to unlocking the celestial jade. I require the innate soil of the Wujing sect, Li Zishi stated to Zhao Wujing. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujing's face displayed a look of difficulty. The innate soil of the Wujing sect is exceedingly precious. Acquired at great cost and intended for his forthcoming endeavors to expand the celestial hall. With this innate soil, he could at least ensure the opening of 4 celestial halls. You must understand the magnitude of the six-path secret vault. It may well contain treasures surpassing the innate soil. Observing Zhao Wujing's hesitation, Li Zishi smiled. After some deliberation, Zhao Wujing gritted his teeth and acquiesced, sending forth a piece of soil encircled by celestial light towards Li Zishi. I also require the divine weapon, divine powers of the god of war from the Shindi sect and from the blood god sect. I ask for a weapon of the realm of law. After receiving the soil, Li Zishi addressed Yang Tian and Tianwu. Both Yang Tian and Tianwu displayed expressions of reluctance. The items Li Zishi sought were exceedingly valuable, and even as young lords, they could not easily afford such a price. Nevertheless, they ultimately consented. Yang Tian cast forth a jade slip imbued with supreme techniques. Tianwu glanced at Tianxin, who understood the cue and produced a sword, exuding an overwhelming aura, thick with the essence of the realm of law. Clearly, this weapon had been sealed by great powers. Otherwise, Li Zishi, with her current cultivation, would be unable to wield it. Regarding the powers above, each faction is to provide 3 supreme soul artifacts. Li Zishi did not forget about those silent factions. Although they may not rival Yang Tian, Zhao Wujing, and the like, she harbored no intention of relinquishing her opportunity for gain. After extracting offerings from the various factions, Li Zishi was satisfied and collected all the treasures. The items have been given. It is now time for you to present the celestial jade, Tianwu remarked, visibly displeased. As having a divine weapon taken by Li Zishi felt akin to sacrificing flesh. The unlocking of the celestial jade depends on you all. Surely, you have heard our call. We implore you to unveil the secrets within the celestial jade. I vow that whoever resonates with it once shall be rewarded with the gathering spirit technique. Twice shall earn the divine movement technique, and so forth. The more resonances, the greater the reward. Li Zishi gazed at the assembly, encouraging them with promises to entice their assistance in unraveling the celestial jade. As for any treachery or the leaking of information, Li Zishi had not a moment's concern. After all, they were mere mortals who could hardly cause upheaval. Upon her declaration, the attendees appeared invigorated, their eyes aflame with fervor as they turned to Li Zishi, eagerly referencing their family records. Long ago, during the agreement, Li Zishi and Zhao Wujing had returned the records to each family, leaving them to decipher the cryptic texts, a task only these natives could manage. After observing the scene for some time, Shi Yi finally discerned their intentions. This was a common occurrence in the realm of cultivation. Certain individuals possessing keys to unlock hidden realms or treasures invariably incite chaos, especially when it pertains to relics left behind by formidable beings, which provoke fierce competition among all. It seems that the celestial jade is the key to the so-called Six Paths secret vault, and the means to unlock it lies within the celestial rite. Regrettably, Shi Yi lamented his inadequate cultivation, otherwise he might partake in the spoils. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind. Perhaps he could leverage the celestial rite to gain significant advantage, yet he must remain wary of the shadowy tactics employed by the sections. Pray tell, esteemed lords, what rewards await should I succeed in unlocking the celestial jade? Someone in the crowd queried, driven by greed. Before Li Zishi could respond, Tianwu scoffed dismissively. Should you manage to unlock it, I shall grant you a place among the blood god sect, ensuring your path of cultivation remains smooth sailing. A mere mortal, capable of resonating, was commendable enough, yet to presume one could unlock it was utterly laughable. Thank you for your enlightening response, my lord. The man, oblivious to the disdain in Tianwu's tone, bowed his head in gratitude, envisioning himself ascending to divinity in the not-so-distant future. Many others, upon hearing the prospect of joining an immortal sect, were filled with exuberance, each believing themselves to be the fortunate one destined to unlock the celestial jade. Alas, humans often allow their desires to cloud their judgment, mistakenly believing they are the chosen ones, unaware that ambition exceeding ability often leads to tragedy. Shi Yi contemplated the possibility of seizing this opportunity to join a sect of cultivation, confident that his innate talent would soon allow him to shine. Throughout this, he also glimpsed the so-called ancestral records, which chronicled the family's secrets. The script bore some resemblance to the celestial rite, but it was evident that the records merely imitated it. More accurately, the celestial rite had been heavily altered, creating a variant of its own. In Shurye's words, it had been transformed beyond recognition, akin to the convoluted adaptation of Japanese into Chinese, resulting in a chaotic and perplexing form. Bring forth the true celestial jade. Li Zishi commanded from above, her voice steady. Very well. With a resounding roar, the ancient Tianlong Avenue runes flowed, and a magnificent celestial palace was summoned by the ancient Tianlong. The palace emanated an overwhelming aura of the great Dao, inhaling and exhaling the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At that moment, a piece of heavenly jade, enveloped in chaotic energy, soared forth and gracefully landed upon the auction stage, instantly captivating the attention of all present. This piece of jade was a flawless natural formation, devoid of any signs of cutting, and compared to the previous piece, its size was equivalent to 20 times that of the former. Its shape resembled that of an embryo, surrounded by a swirling chaos that seemed to belong to a realm of immortals, inscribed with numerous ancient celestial inscriptions, each shimmering with golden light as if they were leaping and dancing around the heavenly jade. At its core, a faint radiance of 9 colors shimmered. What a marvel of nature! The stone page marveled inwardly. Such an object could not have been placed within without immense resources, indicating that its owner must be an extraordinary individual. Observing the dense celestial inscriptions, the stone page speculated that they might record the owner's experiences or life insights. Yet they were too distant to discern clearly. Such caution! Upon witnessing the jade being extracted from the ancient Tianlong's celestial palace, Zhao Wujia's face flickered with surprise. Without proper caution, you will inevitably find yourselves left with nothing but remnants, Li Zishi teased with a charming smile. What a divine object, truly worthy of its celestial origins. It must indeed hold the key to unlocking the secrets of the 6 paths, Yang Tian remarked, directing his gaze towards Li Zishi. Indeed, it is the key to the 6 paths' concealed treasures. Previously, we summoned the powerful beings of the Tianbao Pavilion to attempt a forceful breach. Yet they could not even make a dent. We even enlisted the aid of a sage's treasured artifact, but to no avail. Thus, we concluded that the secrets could only be unraveled through the inscriptions, and deciphering them relies solely on fortune. Li Zishi recounted the challenges of opening the heavenly jade. Even the mighty of your Tianbao Pavilion could not unlock it? Have you not attempted to decipher the inscriptions upon the jade? Yang Tian inquired, astonished. Zhao Wujia and others nearby shared his disbelief, knowing well the formidable strength of the Tianbao Pavilion's experts. It was no wonder Li Zishi and her companions had come to this place. We tried, but without understanding that particular script, how could we decipher it? Li Zishi shrugged her delicate shoulders, indicating that they had exhausted all possibilities to no avail. So, you sought the guidance of the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms? Zhao Wujia suggested. Oh, the young Master Wujia is quite well informed, Li Zishi replied with a knowing smile, choosing not to elaborate further. It seems that few can resonate with the heavenly jade. The guardian of Zhao Wujia's side remarked. Among the crowd, over 1,000 individuals had attempted to touch the heavenly jade, yet it remained unresponsive. Suddenly, a wave of exclamations arose from the throng. It resonates. It is crimson. The chaotic enshrouded heavenly jade erupted in a brilliant light, a column of crimson radiance shooting straight into the sky. It is Su Wu, the young Master Su. Indeed, Master Su possesses exceptional talent, truly worthy of being hailed as the genius of the Su family. At this moment, Su Wu wore a joyful expression, having just comprehended the text from the manuscript, unexpectedly triggering a resonance with the heavenly jade. A gathering of spiritual energy techniques was bestowed upon him. A luminous orb soared from the hands of Li Zishi's made towards Su Wu. Elated, Su Wu strode forward, attracting envious glances from all around. Indeed, someone had begun to resonate. Gu Tianlong nodded, having witnessed numerous instances of resonance before. What significance does this crimson hue hold? Yang Tian inquired. In truth, the heavenly jade comprises 9 colors. Even without understanding the language inscribed upon it, cultivators can evoke a resonance based on their innate comprehension. However, no one has ever been able to elicit the 9-colored divine light, thus necessitating the search for someone well-versed in this language. Gu Tianlong explained. Prior to this, they had allowed many to contemplate the heavenly jade, and several had managed to invoke colored divine lights. They speculated that if one could stimulate the 9-colored divine light, the heavenly jade could be unlocked. I wonder how many colors Master Li Zishi can evoke, Zhao Wuji remarked, confident that his peer, Li Zishi, possessed equal insight. 5 colors. Li Zishi replied, her red lips parting gently. However, with the contents of the manuscript, it remains uncertain how many colors she may now achieve, she added, her brows furrowing slightly as she noted the manuscript's details. Once again, a resonance occurred. 3 divine lights soared into the sky, manifesting as red, orange, and yellow. It's Xiao Yun, young Master Xiao. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A technique from the heavenly hall was conferred. As Xiao Yun descended from the stage, he exuded confidence, tilting his handsome face to reveal a jawline that elicited envy from all men. With this heavenly hall technique, the world was his oyster. As he passed by Shi Yi, he furrowed his brow and spoke in a cold tone. I am the true genius. You are not. Shi Yi felt a surge of frustration, wishing to strike Xiao Yun for his arrogance. Nevertheless, he restrained himself, as 5 others stood before him. Shi Jian and the others approached. Yet the heavenly jade showed no response, leading even Li Haida to leave in disappointment. Just as Shi Yi prepared to step forward, he suddenly heard, everyone, step aside and let me through. Chapter 26. The convergence of all things Tianwu descended from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura, surrounded by blazing red flames that forced those nearby to retreat. Upon grasping the manuscript, Tianwu believed that with his innate talent, he could at least evoke 4 colors of divine light, and perhaps, with a stroke of luck, even the 9-colored divine light. Those who had been forcibly displaced by Tianwu could only glare at him in silent indignation. Hey, civilized individuals do not cut in line, Shi Yi remarked, frowning as he subtly criticized. Kid, I regard you highly by even acknowledging your presence. Do you really think a mere mortal like you can unravel the heavenly jade? Tianwu replied with haughty disdain, clearly unimpressed. Were it not for his urgent desire to stimulate the heavenly jade, he would have long since dismissed such insignificant beings with a mere flick of his hand. Upon uttering those words, he placed his hand directly upon the heavenly jade. Instantly, the chaotic energy emanating from the jade enveloped Tianwu's palm, causing the jade to tremble violently. Boom, boom, boom. Columns of vibrant light, crimson, orange, yellow, green, cyan, and blue, shot skyward, forming 6 brilliant beams. Following this spectacle, magnificent golden characters surged forth, encircling Tianwu. With a soft rustle, a 9-colored blossom emerged in the sky, accompanied by ethereal melodies that seemed to drift down from the heavens. The petals of the flower unfurled, each one radiant in shades of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, and blue, dazzling to the eye. Such an astounding phenomenon naturally left the onlookers in awe, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Truly, this individual was remarkable. Was it not obvious that a person of such divine stature would be extraordinary? The resplendent effects surrounding him spoke volumes of his genius. Exchanging glances, Li Zishi and Gu Tianlong could not help but acknowledge Tianwu's prowess. It was noteworthy that before comprehending the scroll, Li Zishi had only managed to manifest 5 petals. The outsiders, unfamiliar with the inscriptions on the heavenly jade, could only cultivate petals through innate talent. What a pity! Tianwu opened his eyes, a stream of characters swirling in his mind, yet despite his efforts to decipher them, he could not grasp their true essence. He sensed that these inscriptions might indeed pertain to a profound technique. With hands clasped behind his back, Tianwu descended from the auction platform. Although he had not unlocked the jade, generating 6 petals was a source of pride for him. Surely, Zhao Wujia and the others could not surpass him. A smile graced Tianwu's face, delighting in the astonished ignorance of the crowd. However, upon noticing Shi Ye's calm demeanor, his irritation grew. Why was this insignificant ant not shocked? Surely, he was feigning indifference. He should not present himself with such confidence. One might think he could decipher the heavenly jade. With a dismissive curl of his lip, Tianwu spoke, prompting the crowd to focus their attention on Shi Ye. What? Everyone else is in disbelief, yet you remain so composed. Indeed, what a pretense. Do you truly believe yourself to be an unparalleled genius? The crowd's discontent grew as they observed Shi Ye's aloof self-assurance. It was one thing for the esteemed individuals to act as they did, but for an ordinary person to mimic their demeanor was intolerable. In their eyes, cultivators were lofty beings, and Shurya ought to exhibit the same astonishment and ignorance as the rest. Who is this? Oh, it is the so-called waste of a genius from the Shurya family, someone sneered. Recalling his previous visit to Tianyuan city where he had learned of the Shurya family's so-called failed prodigy. So he is indeed a failure. No wonder he seeks to impress. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Unfazed by their mockery, Shurya paid them no heed. They were merely a group of mediocrities seeking validation through the misfortunes of others. Throughout his journey, Shurya had endured countless trials, forging an indomitable heart along the way. Humph, you narrow-minded individuals. Even the likes of Li Fifan cannot rival my family's young master. What right do you have to mock him? While Shurya remained silent. Li Xian could no longer contain her anger, her face radiating fury. With a gentle smile, Shurya affectionately ruffled Li Xian's hair and whispered in her ear, "If anything happens later, you all should leave first." Disregarding the gazes around him, Shurya strode confidently onto the auction stage, approaching the enigmatic Tianyuan enveloped in chaos. "Oh, it seems I must once again reveal my true capabilities," he thought with a resigned smile, placing his hand upon the Tianyuan. Suddenly, the Tianyuan trembled, and a cascade of golden characters surged into Shurya's mind, swirling within like a golden ocean. In the celestial realm above and the netherworld below, there exists a domain known as the Six Paths, a chaotic amalgamation. Shurya had long since committed the ancient sacrificial texts to memory, and the golden symbols aligned themselves according to his will. Despite his familiarity with the ancient texts, their intricate meanings remained elusive. Had it been the former Shurya, he might have required extensive time to comprehend them. However, under the enhancement of the celestial bone, his mind became exceptionally agile, making the understanding of each phrase increasingly effortless. The shimmering golden light in his mind felt as though a divine presence was guiding him towards enlightenment. Simultaneously, Shurya uncovered some hidden truths inscribed upon the Tianyuan, including a scripture titled Returning to One, authored by a formidable entity known as the true god of the Six Paths. Shurya was astounded. No wonder this Tianyuan was so indestructible. Only a being of equivalent strength to the true god of the Six Paths could hope to shatter it, as its divine essence was beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Returning to One is a scripture for cultivating mental strength, constructing 99 pillars of spiritual fortitude within the sea of consciousness. Once perfected, one could summon the true god of the Six Paths using the power of the 99 divine souls in battle. The stronger the practitioner, the mightier the summoned deity. Returning to One could pave the way to divine realms, enabling the construction of an impregnable mental world that transcends the same realm. Through the analysis of the celestial bone, Shurya comprehended the profound essence of returning to One, erecting pillar after pillar in his sea of consciousness. With the celestial bone amplifying his innate understanding, he rapidly mastered returning to One, erecting numerous spiritual pillars, albeit somewhat diminutive. As his strength grew, these pillars would eventually reach the heavens, standing tall and resolute. Oblivious to the external tumult ignited by his awakening, Shurya remained immersed in his mental domain. Chapter 27. The Moment of Glory. Boom. Two radiant beams of color shot up into the sky, enveloping the surroundings in golden light. Instantly, envy flickered across the faces of the spectators below. Whether they had just mocked Shurya or not, they all regarded him with admiration. Regardless of the circumstances, he had undeniably elicited a resonance from the Tianyuan. Two divine lights. Such a pity, Li Zishi sighed, shaken by a sense of melancholy. Was there truly no one who could invoke the 9 colored beams? Or perhaps the words of the ancients merely referred to the language of this place. At this moment, a resounding explosion echoed as 2 radiant beams of colorful divine light surged into the heavens, enveloping the celestial jade in a dazzling brilliance. The stone tablet ignited with 2 more vibrant glimmers, causing the eyes of onlookers to glisten with envy, though the heavenly warriors could not harbor jealousy. For it was a natural occurrence. Xiao Yun's handsome visage twisted in embarrassment as he recalled the prideful tilt of his chin before the stone tablet, his cheeks flushing crimson. The humble heavenly warriors were taken aback, yet their astonishment was fleeting. The natives possessed a linguistic advantage rather than any innate talent. Li Zishi, who had previously worn a downcast expression, could not help but display a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes. With another resounding boom, 2 beams of colorful divine light ascended skyward, golden runes swirling around the stone tablet, continuously flooding into its consciousness as celestial melodies echoed from the Empyrean realms. Ethereal blossoms began to materialize above the stone tablet, reminiscent of that esteemed individual. The assembly was collectively astonished, their gazes shifting towards the heavenly warriors. Recalling the weighty words spoken moments prior, "What are you staring at?" He merely recognizes the characters upon it. "My prowess lies in innate talent. If he can evoke 9 hues, I shall stand on my head," the heavenly warrior thought. A flush creeping across his face as he reassured himself that it was merely 6 colors. It was nothing more than familiarity with the script. Upon witnessing 6 colors, Li Zixi's expression transformed with astonishment. She had previously believed that the stone tablet's 4 colors were remarkable, only to discover it could manifest 6, while she herself could scarcely reach 5. At this juncture, Zhao Wujin and Yang Tian were equally taken aback. The young master was at the 9th level of qi refinement, his aura more substantial than that of the average individual. Jiang Tian discreetly transmitted his thoughts to Yang Tian, remarking on the rarity of such talent. Yang Tian was astonished. In such a remote realm as Tianyuan, where the spiritual energy was exceedingly sparse, attaining the 9th level of qi refinement was indeed a remarkable feat, especially with a presence surpassing that of most. This individual surely possesses exceptional fortune. The young master should consider him a follower, for he may prove invaluable in the future. Jiang Tian conveyed through his thoughts. His cultivation and spiritual strength far exceeded that of the stone tablet, and with the celestial eye activated, the stone tablet's cultivation could not be concealed. Historically, extraordinary talents often emerged from humble origins, destined for greatness unless they met an untimely demise. In his eyes, the stone tablet embodied such exceptional fortune. Yang Tian nodded, internally resolved to recruit the stone tablet as a follower. Individuals born in such places had not witnessed the vast, magnificent world beyond, rendering their perspectives limited. He believed the stone tablet would not refuse his offer, brimming with confidence. Just as the assembly remained enraptured by the astonishment the stone tablet incited, the next moment shattered their composure. Crimson, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, black, gold, and violet, 9 divine lights erupted in a spectacular display, the celestial jade resonating with thunderous roars. A 9-colored halo unfurled beneath the stone tablet as the celestial jade ascended, transforming into a colossal flower. The scene was far more magnificent than the commotion instigated by the heavenly warriors. All of this unfolded unexpectedly, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. The celestial jade ascended, releasing a dense aura akin to the blooming of a life-giving flower. With a soft pop, the celestial jade unfurled like petals in bloom, its 9-colored petals gracefully expanding and swirling into the sky, heralding its arrival to the world. In that moment, the entire auction hall was suffused with a radiant, multicolored light. It has begun. This scene was extraordinarily mystical and beautiful, forever etched in the memory of those present. Li Zixi trembled with excitement, her eyes filled with fervor as she stood abruptly. It had finally begun. For years, she had labored tirelessly to unveil the celestial jade, sacrificing immensely in pursuit of this moment, and now she was witnessing the fruition of her efforts. How could she not be exhilarated? Truly exceptional. The earthly deity of Zhao Wujia sighed in awe. The earthly deity exchanged a glance with Zhao Wujia, bracing themselves for the potential upheaval that might ensue. Indeed, extraordinary. A spectator below could not help but sigh in agreement. Upon finishing his sigh, he sensed an eerie silence around him and turned to find everyone casting peculiar glances behind him. When he looked back, he was met with Tian Wu's murderous gaze, causing him to tremble in fear. It was not intentional. You damn it, perish. Tian Wu, enraged and humiliated, unleashed a palm strike imbued with raging flames, engulfing the man in an instant. Before he could utter another word, he was reduced to ashes. Tian Wu's cold gaze surveyed the surroundings. Feeling as though he had been slapped in the face, his words from moments ago now lost to the ground, especially being exposed by a mere mortal. Tian Wu clapped his hands. You deserve to perish, lacking any discernment. At that moment, amidst the flowers formed from the celestial jade, a palm-sized key slowly ascended, buzzing. As the key emerged, it instantaneously resonated with the principles of the universe, causing every heart to tremble as if they had touched the very essence of the Dao. The resonance of the Dao, Jiang Tian exclaimed in surprise. Not only Jiang Tian, but Gu Tianlong and others felt it too. In that fleeting moment, The Dao within them quivered violently, a phenomenon only experienced when encountering a Dao stronger than their own. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grasped the key. Shi Yi gazed at the ancient, palm-sized key in his hand, his eyes glimmering. Before long, the brilliance faded as Shi Yi turned his back to the crowd. His stature tall and radiant, exuding an extraordinary aura. In that instant, Shi Yi became the focal point of all eyes. He said nothing, wearing a subtle smile as he gazed in the direction of Tianyuan, embodying an air of unperturbed grace. This was the sensation of manifesting one's prowess before others. The astonished yet foolish expressions in the eyes surrounding him were inexplicably exhilarating. Even after experiencing 2 lifetimes, the thrill of showcasing his talents before an audience still sent a rush of adrenaline through Shi Yi, filling him with a profound sense of comfort. Oh, this is the essence of youth. The crowd followed the gaze of Shi Yi. As all eyes fell upon him, Tianyuan felt a burning flush on his face, wishing fervently to reduce Shi Yi to mere pulp. You reckless lad, do not presume that by unraveling the Tianyuan, you can flaunt your bravado before me. Just as Shi Yi was about to retort with a sharp comeback, a sudden chill coursed through him, rendering his body rigid and immobile. An icy sensation surged from his feet, and a hand appeared from the void, grasping Shi Yi firmly. At such a tender age, you ought not to seek the limelight, came the jovial voice of Gu Tianlong, as he seized the ancient key from Shi Yi's grasp. Gu Tianlong, do you intend to claim it for yourself? A colossal fist loomed, its overwhelming force slicing through the air with a cacophony of explosive sounds. Bang! The air rippled. Gu Tianlong retaliated with a punch of his own, unleashing the profundities of his fist technique, unyielding and formidable. Boom! The void trembled as his strike repelled Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, taken aback, recognized the prowess of the old master. Divine martial fist. He bellowed, a torrent of immense power erupting from his fist, surging towards Gu Tianlong like an unstoppable deluge. The onlookers trembled in the wake of this formidable strike, immobilized on the ground. Gu Tianlong's expression shifted, one hand weaving the essence of Tai Chi while the other held Shi Yi aloft. Heavenly extreme palm, he intoned, manifesting a colossal golden light that coalesced into a Tianzhong Tai Chi diagram, shielding him from Jiang Tian's assault. Jiang Tian's relentless fists pounded against the Tai Chi diagram, gradually compressing its form. Yet, Gu Tianlong remained unfazed, skillfully navigating the onslaught. At that moment, a gigantic crimson hand descended from above, aimed directly at Gu Tianlong's head. Tian Wu's guardian, Tian Xian, emerged from behind Gu Tianlong, unleashing a palm strike that seemed to cleave through the very fabric of reality. Imbued with terrifying flames and overwhelming might. Miscatch. Gu Tianlong's heart raced. Should this strike connect, he would surely be injured, leaving both himself and the lady vulnerable. Not to mention the secrets of the 6 paths reluctantly, he hurled Shi Yi towards Li Zishi, his hands forming the Tai Chi to counter the ferocious blow. As the 2 tremendous forces collided, Gu Tianlong was forced to retreat repeatedly, the Tai Chi diagram shrinking perilously close to him, on the verge of collapse. Under the residual force, Shi Yi felt utterly distressed, as if his very organs had shifted. Li Zishi stepped forward, purple ripples emanating behind her, as a violet jade ribbon soared towards Shi Yi. Just as fate would have it, a fierce gale swept in, laden with tremendous force, rushing towards Li Zishi. Little girl, this is not your arena to meddle in. The earth god shrank down to a mere inch, arriving before Shi Yi and gently waving his sleeve. Whoosh! The disparity between the two was insurmountable, and Li Zishi found herself helplessly swept away by the fierce gust, as the stone tablet fell into the hands of the earth god. Chapter 28. Where lies the 6 paths secret, Miss Zishi? I believe it would be prudent for you to remain below and observe the spectacle with us, Zhao Wuji remarked, an ominous halo emanating from the back of his head, exuding an overwhelming presence. With deliberate steps, he obstructed Li Zishi's advance. His tone was casual, yet it conveyed an undeniable authority. Tianwu and Yang Tian similarly advanced, encircling Li Zishi. Their intentions were unmistakable. Any sign of defiance from her would be met with a tempestuous retribution. Li Zishi clenched her small hands tightly, her gaze fixed on the besieged Gu Tianlong. Dragon Avatar. Gu Tianlong roared, summoning forth a colossal golden dragon that roared into the heavens, its majestic might sweeping across the surroundings like a tidal wave. The earth god and Jiang Tian were directly sent sprawling by the force. As Gu Tianlong clenched his fist, Golden scales gradually enveloped his hand, and he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Empowered by the might of the golden dragon, Gu Tianlong's blood surged, releasing an immense force from his fist. The air exploded, and under the weight of this formidable strike, the very fabric of space could not withstand it and was violently torn apart. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Tianxin and Zhang Tian were not the least bit complacent. Summoning all their focus, Tianxin bellowed, and a towering figure materialized behind him, wielding a blood-red longsword. Shura Slash, the Shura avatar, sword in hand, descended upon Gu Tianlong with lethal intent. Xuanwu avatar. A colossal Xuanwu beast emerged behind Zhang Tian, its massive claws descending with ferocity, tearing through the void. Boom, boom, boom. The three forces collided with tremendous impact, sending shockwaves that lifted the very roof of the Tianbao Pavilion. The sturdy walls crumbled under the pressure, and the surrounding structures in the commercial district were caught in the devastating fallout. The powerful energy fluctuations surged like a tsunami, reducing any unfortunate mortals caught in the fray to mere blood mist. Oh, I should have known. Wang Tsong lamented as his body was torn apart, his last thoughts dwelling on the many beautiful women awaiting him. Qin Datian struggled to escape, only to be shattered by the force. Old patriarch, save me. My wife is still waiting at home. Li Haida cried, his heart torn with fear. Hearing Li Haida's plea, Shi Jian sensed something amiss, but in this moment of crisis, there was no time for contemplation. The blood within Shi Jian surged, and a celestial aura erupted, forming radiant shields to protect himself. Fearing injury, he fortified his defenses, yet he was still hurled through the air. Poor Li Haida met a grim fate, reduced to blood mist before he could even reach Shi Jian. Meanwhile, Li Zishi and Zhao Wuji, among others, were also conjuring their energies to shield themselves. In truth, Gu Tianlong and others deliberately distanced themselves from Li Zishi and her companions, a strategy aimed at evading any repercussions that might tarnish their own appearances. The onlookers, aside from the cultivators, were not so fortunate, as they were met with a cacophony of anguished cries, reduced to mere blood mist. Li Xian and the others, having heeded Shuri's instructions to depart early, were thus spared from the chaos. Run for your lives. Is this an earthquake? Are we facing annihilation? Are celestial beings engaged in battle? Such terrifying commotion undoubtedly roused the entirety of Tianyuan City, the earth trembling as if stirred by a celestial ox. In that moment, fear gripped some, while others trembled with trepidation, and a few were exhilarated. Boom! Gu Tianlong, embodying the ferocity of a golden dragon, unleashed a barrage of punches that forced Zhang Tian and Tianxin to retreat repeatedly. Behind Gu Tianlong, 100-foot-long golden dragon roared, its aura surging with each passing moment. Zhang Tian and Tianxin, increasingly alarmed, found themselves struggling to keep pace against Gu Tianlong, who remained unfazed, even seeming to hold the upper hand. Shura Judgment. Tianxin's aura erupted suddenly, his vitality surging like a dragon. The spectral figure of Shura, sword in hand, pointed skyward, summoning a blood-red Shura sword that descended from the heavens, extending a full 100 feet. This blade possessed the power to sever stars and obliterate mountains, a single strike capable of bathing the world in blood. Undeterred, Gu Tianlong met the attack with his fists, the golden dragon roaring defiantly. Crash! Gu Tianlong was momentarily repelled by Tianxin's sword strike, yet emerged unscathed. Brother Gu, we have yet to locate the six-paths secret vault. Why engage in a life-and-death struggle? Zhang Tian remarked with a grin. Oh, then why did you strike me earlier? Gu Tianlong's tone was icy, his gaze shimmering with golden light. And furthermore, that old rascal Tianxin actually attempted to ambush me. Gu Tianlong was no fool. He recognized that these individuals had long been plotting, offering Li Zishi as bait merely to draw out the true Tianyu. After all, the secret vault was best kept for oneself. Hee, Brother Gu, your prowess is unparalleled. I assume you have already sensed my intentions. There is no question of ambush. Moreover, I acted to assist Brother Jiang. Tianxin's expression was one of feigned joviality. After all, this world was one where it was either you or I that would survive. And the realm of cultivation was particularly ruthless. Only those who stood at the end would truly revel in triumph. Brother Gu, the six-paths secret vault is not something any single faction can consume. It would be wiser for us to unite. The Earth Goddess' gaze shifted slightly. Oh, then you should return him to me. Gu Tianlong's eyes narrowed, a bone-chilling aura enveloping the surroundings. Agreed. I shall return him forthwith. The earth god feigned the act of releasing the imprisoned Shi. I meant the key, Gu Tianlong retorted, his anger palpable. Leaving no doubt that if merely Shi were tossed back, he might be reduced to a pulp in an instant. Hey, is there any merit in your incessant bickering? A languid voice interjected. The crowd turned to see Shi, still restrained by the earth god, speaking up. Kid, this is not your place to interject. Gu Tianlong replied coldly, a wave of icy intent directed at Shi. Oh, it seems I have no right to speak. Yet the 6 paths secret vault you seek cannot be separated from me. Shi maintained a serene expression, seemingly unfazed by Gu Tianlong's imposing presence. With the key now in his possession, what grounds do you have to claim that I cannot do without you? The earth deity was somewhat astonished. It was remarkable for a youth to remain composed in such a daunting situation. Do you know where the 6 paths secret vault is located? Are you aware of how to unlock its entrance? Are you familiar with the paths within? Shi posed these 3 inquiries in succession, leaving the earth deity and his companions momentarily speechless. Indeed, although they had acquired the key, the whereabouts of the 6 paths secret vault remained a mystery to them. Furthermore, the method of opening it was also a conundrum. Many relics left by powerful beings were not simply accessible with a key, as they often contained numerous hidden traps, the existence of which was not widely known. Recklessly entering could lead to dire consequences. If I were to pry open your skull, the ominous Tianxin remarked from a distance, his smile revealing a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The Blood God sect was notorious for employing sinister methods. Their arsenal of soul-searching and spirit-snatching techniques was notoriously brutal. While such tactics were frowned upon in the cultivation world, various factions indeed possessed these esoteric skills. After all, possessing a weapon and being unarmed are 2 entirely different matters. If soul-searching and spirit-snatching were sufficient, you would have acted long ago. The Tianyuan ancient sacrificial text cannot merely be comprehended by glimpsing it within another sea of souls. Moreover, given my current cultivation, I have yet to form a divine soul. It is fragile to the point of shattering upon the slightest touch, Shi remarked, spreading his hands in a nonchalant manner. You are acquainted with this script? This script is known as the Tianyuan ancient sacrificial text. Upon hearing Shi utter the name of the Tianyuan ancient sacrificial text, the earth deity, Gu Tianlong, and Tianxin all turned their gazes towards him, awaiting his elucidation. Even Zhao Wujin and the others below leaned in to listen intently. Oh, being suspended in midair is quite uncomfortable. It feels as though I am silenced by confinement, Shi said, cracking his knuckles and twisting his neck, feigning discomfort. Boy, are you attempting to haggle? Do you wish to court death? The earth deity's expression darkened, his irritation palpable at Shi's audacity to negotiate. In his view, it was an immense honor for a mere ant like Shi to engage in dialogue with individuals of their caliber, and yet he dared to bargain. If I were to perish, you would find it impossible to locate the 6 paths secret vault, Shi said with a smile, exuding calmness, entirely disregarding the earth deity's threats. After all, he was the one holding the reins of the situation. Chapter 29. Why should I show you courtesy, earth deity, my fellow? As seasoned elders, we ought to possess magnanimity. Why not grant this modest request of young Shi? Gu Tianlong smiled benignly, ostensibly portraying the demeanor of a benevolent elder while subtly ridiculing the earth deity's narrow-mindedness. Humph. The earth deity flicked his sleeve, releasing Shi from his confinement. A cloud materialized beneath Shi's feet, gently lowering him to the ground. Boy, hasten to reveal what you know about the Tianyuan ancient sacrificial text. Tianwu urged impatiently as Shi touched down, hovering above him with an air of authority. Shi found a chair and seated himself, completely ignoring Tianwu. In Shi's own words, he was just a reckless youth, unworthy of attention. Kid, you're courting death. Shi repeatedly contradicted himself, and Tianwu's fury had reached a boiling point. Never in his life had anyone dared to disregard him in such a manner, which deeply offended Tianwu. As his anger surged, the divine flames atop his head erupted violently, as if they were about to incinerate Shi into ashes at any moment. Brother Tian, do not be hasty. Brother Shi's cultivation is relatively low, and he needs a moment to recover from the battle's impact. This bottle contains a calming elixir. If Brother Shi consumes it, his mind will be at ease and his fatigue alleviated. Yin Tian approached, fanning himself with a relaxed gait and a congenial smile on his face. Shi, unceremoniously, took the bottle from him, inspected it for any issues, and poured out a pill to place in his mouth. With a long exhale, he felt his spirit clear and an immediate sense of refreshment washed over him. Observing Shiya accepting his goodwill, a flicker of pride flashed in Yin Tian's eyes. With a smile, he gently inquired, "Brother Shi, might you grant me the favor of sharing the Tiangu sacrificial text with us?" Yin Tian believed that his amiable tone would compel Shiya to comply. However, Shiya shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Who do you think you are? Why should I grant you any favor?" At these words, Yin Tian was momentarily taken aback, his expression oscillating between shades of green and purple. Nearby, Li Zixu stifled her laughter with her hand, unable to contain herself any longer. "Haha, Yin Tian, you truly deserve this." Tianwu, devoid of any reservations, burst into laughter, suddenly finding that being overlooked by Shiya wasn't so unbearable after all. "You seek death." Yin Tian's face turned ashen, a surge of rage boiling within him, causing the ground beneath him to buckle under his fury. He had approached Shiya with a conciliatory demeanor, even offering a bottle of the calming elixir, expecting Shiya to be taken aback and fawn over him. To his dismay, Shiya offered him no respect at all, making him feel as though he had merely presented his face for a slap. It was insufferable. Yin Tian's eyes blazed with fury as he unleashed a punch. Imbued with the force of thunder, the terrifying power of his wrath seemingly capable of annihilating everything in its path. Yin Tian's prowess far surpassed Shiya's. With this strike, Shiya would undoubtedly be pierced through. Yet, Shiya remained unflustered, facing the terrifying force of Yin Tian's punch with an air of nonchalance. For he knew he could not afford to perish just yet. Indeed, a finger struck through the air, and Yin Tian was sent reeling back. Youngsters are so impetuous. They must refine their composure. It was the intervention of Gu Tianlong. The key to the Six Paths secret vault rested with Shiya, and thus he had to protect him. Yin Tian's expression turned icy as he realized he could not eliminate Shiya at this moment, forcing him to suppress his boiling rage. Fortunately, he had previously entertained the thought of recruiting Shiya as a follower. That notion was now entirely discarded. His current intention was to obliterate Shiya into nothingness once he discovered the secret vault. "Now can we speak?" The Earth Deity, along with Jiang Tian and Tian Xin, gathered around, and to ensure security, the Earth Deity cast a protective veil around them. "You all have come for the inheritance of the Sixth Path, true God. Haven to you?" Shi Yi, seated calmly in his chair, met the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd with poise. "Isn't that obvious? If not for the inheritance, would it be for you?" Tianwu replied with a hint of annoyance. Shi Yi remained unfazed, remarking, "With so many of you vying for a single inheritance, this is bound to be a challenging affair." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji and the others exchanged glances. Indeed, with only one inheritance at stake, a fierce competition is inevitable. If it's difficult, then perhaps it's better not to pursue it. Tianwu suddenly sported a smile, a thought inexplicably surfacing in his mind. "Oh, this must be the indomitable Dao heart," he mused inwardly. Tianwu was filled with confidence, believing himself to be the foremost among the younger generation. Ultimately, the inheritance would fall into his hands. "Then let us rely on our own abilities," Li Zixi said, a smile dancing at the corners of her eyes, her gaze shimmering with purple energy. "Indeed, it all comes down to skill," Zhao Wuji nodded, equally self-assured. "Surely, there must be more than just this single inheritance within." Gu Tianlong remarked somberly, acknowledging that they could not partake in the younger generation's strife, nor could they utilize the inheritance contained within. They belonged to an older generation, having carved out their own paths. However, the techniques and treasures left by the Six-Path True God were tantalizing to them. And there was even the possibility of a life-extending divine herb, which would be of immense value to their aging cohort. With sufficient lifespan, they could aspire to reach even greater heights. The Six-Path True God is an extraordinary entity. As you are all aware, such a being stands unrivaled in today's world. The Six-Path Secret Vault holds the entirety of his life's collection. Just imagine the worth of its contents. Shi Yi spoke slowly. At this, the hearts of the gathered individuals ignited with fervor. The Six-Path True God. He is a legendary figure within the grand Kunlun divine domain. Even the likes of Gu Tianlong, Tian Xin, and Jiang Tian, as seasoned veterans, felt dwarfed in comparison to him. Had it not been for Li Zixi's fortuitous acquisition of the celestial jade, they would never have encountered anything related to the Six-Path True God in their lifetimes. Young talents like Zhao Wuji, Yang Tian, Tianwu, and Li Zixi gazed on with fervent longing. as becoming an entity akin to the six-path true God was their lifelong aspiration. Now that we possess the key, what shall be our next step in locating the six-path secret vault? The earth deity produced a massive, ancient key. All eyes turned to Shi. With a smile, Shi explained, the ancient scripture inscribed on the celestial jade is the key to locating the six-path secret vault, while this key is meant to unlock its entrance. The scripture recorded on the celestial jade is used to summon the secret vault, and that scripture is already imprinted in my mind. Shi pointed to his head. Indeed, as Gu Tianlong and the others gazed into the distance, they discovered that the once resplendent Tianyuan had dimmed, its golden inscriptions now vanished. If you assist us in locating the six-path secret vault, along with the techniques, treasures, and beauties, we can satisfy your desires. I can ensure your admission into our Tianbao pavilion, granting you a lifetime of glory, Li Zishi said with a charming smile. She understood that finding the six-path secret vault required the stone tablet. Thus, she initially lured him with promises of great rewards. The future uncertain once the vault was found. I can welcome you into the Wuji divine sect, taking you as my follower, granting you the privileges of a true disciple, and placing you under the tutelage of a powerful figure within our sect. Zhao Wuji likewise presented his terms. For a native like the stone tablet, to become a true disciple of the sect was an immense honor, elevating him alongside Zhao as his follower. As others began to offer their assurances, Yang Tian was about to speak when Tian Wu hastily interjected, pride etched on his face. Prepared to articulate his own proposal, I can grant you entry into my blood. However, he was abruptly interrupted by the stone tablet. Spare me your empty promises. Let us discuss something tangible. Summoning the entrance to the six paths secret vault requires considerable effort. How dare you? Tian Wu, humiliated once more by the stone tablet's retort, felt his face flush with rage, wishing he could strike him down. Yang Tian, observing from the side, felt a surge of satisfaction, grateful that he had not spoken first. There is 100 million gathering spirit coins here, sufficient for you to cultivate to the heavenly palace realm, Li Zishi declared. Though she felt displeased by the stone tablet's opportunistic behavior, she still offered something of value. In the past, someone like the stone tablet would never have been worthy to sit before them. Had they not been in need of his assistance, he would have been eliminated long ago. Ah, splendid, the stone tablet remarked with a smile as he accepted the storage ring from Li Zishi. Upon inspection, he found it filled with an abundance of gathering spirit coins, radiating rich spiritual energy. The stone tablet was a pragmatic individual, unimpressed by their grandiose promises. Harboring no doubts that once the six-paths secret vault was secured, they would cast him aside without a second thought. And you? The stone tablet asked cheerfully, turning his gaze to Yang Tian. The thrill of receiving payment was indeed exhilarating. Yang Tian, with a dark expression, produced a storage ring containing another 100 million gathering spirit coins. When the stone tablet turned to Tian Wu, he found him icy and seething with anger at the sight of the stone tablet's grin. Reluctantly, he tossed a storage ring, which also contained 100 million gathering spirit coins. In total, Li Zishi, Zhao Wuji, Yang Tian, and Tian Wu contributed 400 million gathering spirit coins to the stone tablet, softening his gaze towards them. This substantial sum would sustain his cultivation for a considerable period. In the great Kunlun divine realm, the universal currency was crafted from spiritual energy and spirit stones, commensurate with the cultivator's realms. The Chi coins, gathering spirit coins, divine movement coins, heavenly palace coins, supreme soul coins, and dharma aspect coins, all possess increasingly higher qualities as their levels ascend. The exchange ratio between each level of currency is 1:1,000. With 400 million gathering spirit coins at his disposal, it is more than sufficient for Shi to cultivate to the heavenly palace realm. I also require a tome regarding the external world's comprehensive guide, Shi mentioned. Once the six-path secret repository concludes, he intends to venture into the broader world. Upon hearing this, Tian Wu seemed to have found a point of contention against Shi. A mere native is just a native. This great Kunlun divine domain compendium is yours, as it is evident you lack worldly experience. Tian Wu chuckled with a hint of arrogance. Shi remained unfazed, acknowledging his own unfamiliarity with the outside world. Then I shall express my gratitude for your 100 million gathering spirit coins and the great Kunlun divine domain compendium, he replied, casting a mocking glance at Tian Wu. Upon hearing the figure of 100 million gathering spirit coins, Tian Wu's laughter abruptly ceased, and his expression darkened. This predicament was indeed quite uncomfortable. Chapter 30. Raising the stakes. You should elaborate on how to summon the Six Paths secret repository, Tianyuan suggested in a low tone. He and Tianwu had resolved that once they located the Dao Grand Secret Repository, they would proceed with a physical exorcism. All eyes turned toward Shi. The scripture inscribed on that heavenly jade is still unfamiliar to me. Once I return to comprehend it, I will be able to summon the Six Paths secret realm. He stated, "Young man, you possess quite the audacity, daring to demand benefits without full knowledge," Tianwu remarked darkly, with others echoing his discontent. "Then will you perform it yourself?" Shi retorted with a glare. In response, Tianwu fell silent, his demeanor chilling, having already resolved to thoroughly torment Shi. Is the secret realm, the Six Paths secret repository, situated within a hidden domain? The Earth God inquired upon hearing of the Six Paths secret realm. Some formidable beings could easily refine a world of their own. Thus, a secret realm serves as a miniature world to harbor legacies, perfectly suited for such purposes. Should it be a grand secret realm, the rewards would be incalculable, constituting a significant bounty for the powers behind them. Indeed, the Heavenly Jade records that the Six Paths secret repository is concealed within the secret realm refined by the true God of Six Paths. There may be remnants of beasts nurtured by the true God, as well as medicinal gardens, ensuring that there is no need for fierce contention over the treasures within. Shi remarked with a glint of cunning in his eyes, planning to lure Tianwu and the others into the Six Paths secret realm, where he would have ample means to deal with them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia, Yang Tian, Li Zishi, and Tianwu all bore smiles. Then let us join forces and advance into the Six Paths secret realm. On the surface, they appeared harmonious, but whether each harbored ulterior motives remained uncertain. "Hand me the key to the secret realm. I wish to study it further," Shi requested from the Earth God. The Earth God narrowed his eyes, smiling. "I believe it is safer in my possession. What if you were to misplace it accidentally? The key must be used in conjunction with the summoning scripture. If the Six Realms secret realm cannot be summoned, do not blame me," Stone Page said, shrugging his shoulders in a nonchalant manner. "Earth God, it would be best to entrust the key to young Stone. If the secret realm fails to be summoned, the blame will fall upon you," Gu Tianlong advised with a smile. He had been pondering how to retrieve the key from the Earth God, and Stone Page had unwittingly provided an excellent excuse. "Indeed, Earth God, since you are unable to wield this key, it is wise to hand it over to young Stone. We have traveled a great distance and do not wish to return empty-handed." Jiang Tian pressed the Earth God. Since he could not secure the key himself, he preferred that no one else should possess it. Tian Xian similarly exerted pressure on the Earth God, for the key must not fall into any one party's hands lest they find themselves at a disadvantage. "Haha, if that is the case, then I shall entrust the key to young Stone. Young friend, please safeguard it well and do not allow it to fall into the hands of those with ill intentions." The Earth God conceded under the collective pressure, knowing it was not yet the time to turn hostile, and thus maintained a facade of cordiality. At the very least, the key remained out of others' reach. "Haha, esteemed elder, rest assured I shall take good care of it. Besides, with so many skilled individuals present, who would dare be so brazen?" Stone Page replied with a smile. Indeed, the Earth God chuckled, looking at Gu Tianlong with amusement. Gu Tianlong, however, remained silent, his expression darkening. "With that settled, I shall take my leave. My home is rather small, so I cannot invite you all," Stone Page said cheerfully as he stood up to depart. "Wait, you must at least provide a time frame for your research. We cannot be left waiting until the next lunar month," Tian Xian interjected ominously. 3 days, I will notify you then," Stone Page replied. "Boy, you're not planning to run away, are you?" Tian Wu eyed him with suspicion. "Fear not. Where could I possibly flee to while you remain here?" Stone Page rolled his eyes, regarding Tian Wu as if he were foolish. With the protectors among Tian Wu's group, he would not be able to escape far. "You'd best not pull any tricks on me, or you shall learn what true cruelty is." Gu Tianlong's gaze turned icy as it fixed upon Stone Page. "In the presence of you all, what tricks could a mere mortal like me play?" "I take my leave," Stone Page replied indifferently, striding toward the exit. The others watched him with keen eyes, but made no attempt to stop him. "In the secret chamber, have we dispatched someone to monitor him?" Li Zishi inquired, her red lips parting to address the air before her. "Yes, we have sent someone to keep watch. Numerous individuals are already concealed outside the stone residence." A shadow emerged from the void, bowing respectfully to Li Zishi before vanishing once more. I suspect Stone Page is not being entirely truthful and is certainly concealing some crucial information, she remarked. Stone Page had appeared so calm and composed before them, indicating he possessed considerable confidence. He likely knows some details inside, and it is necessary to send someone to win him over. If that fails, he must be controlled. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Gu Tianlong's eyes. This is a difficult predicament. If we attempt to control him, it may push him towards others, ultimately relinquishing the initiative to them and resulting in a loss. Li Zishi's eyes shimmered with a violet light. Currently, the four families have formed a delicate situation, with the key to breaking the deadlock resting upon Shi Yi, making everyone hesitant to act against him, for no one truly knows what Shi Yi holds. This is precisely the scenario Shi Yi desires, as it allows him to safeguard himself amidst the myriad of immortal factions. This tableau was mirrored in several other locations. Meanwhile, the subject of discussion, Shi Yi, strolled leisurely back to the Shi family's estate, only to encounter an unfortunate scene upon his arrival. Why are you still alive? As Shi Yi approached the palace he resided in, he ran into Shi Kuan. Seeing Shi Yi, Shi Kuan could not contain the fiery wrath in his eyes, brimming with resentment and malice, wishing he could tear a piece of flesh from Shi Yi. Oh, Kuan Xiao, have you been up to your antics again? Playing around, even while seated in a wheelchair? Shi Yi mocked with a smirk. Shi Kuan sat in his wheelchair, pushed by a striking young woman, her alluring figure clad in a form-fitting dress, revealing a pair of long, slender legs accentuated by black high heels. A hint of feminine allure radiated from her. What do you care? Hand over the items auctioned at the event. Shi Kuan barked, his face a mask of hatred. Hearing Shi Kuan's almost commanding tone irked Shi Yi. What audacity to speak to me in such a manner. That little needle of yours, wasn't it broken during our wedding night? How do you intend to manage? With your hands, perhaps? Shi Yi laughed mercilessly, showing no mercy in his derision. Shi Kuan's face turned crimson with rage, veins bulging. His teeth clenched so tightly that it seemed his jaw might shatter. You worthless fool, go die? Shi Kuan produced a finely crafted, compact handgun from seemingly nowhere and began firing wildly at Shi Yi. Bang! Bang! The petite firearm charged instantly, emitting brilliant bursts of light from its muzzle. Swift as lightning and dazzling as a meteor. The rate of fire was rapid, the duration fleeting. Chapter 31. Only you can satisfy in an instant. The moment Shi Kuan pulled out the gun to when he fired spanned merely 2 breaths. Shi Yi, caught off guard, was struck. The bullet pierced his clothing and grazed his chest, but with his current cultivation of the water god technique, mundane weapons could hardly inflict any harm upon him. Nevertheless, Shi Yi was still filled with fury. Damn you, you little wretch. With a swift step, he advanced like lightning, seizing Shi Kuan by the collar and delivering a resounding slap. How dare you shoot at me? Are you tired of living? Shi Jing is nearly incapacitated by my hand. And you dare to be arrogant. Shi Yi unleashed a flurry of blows. With a resounding thud, Shi Kuan felt his mind buzzing, unable to articulate a single word. Shi Yi, do not be so audacious. A nearby woman shouted angrily, her long legs sweeping towards him. Despite its beauty, the force behind her kick was fierce enough to fell an ordinary person instantly. Yet, regrettably for her, she faced Shi Yi. He effortlessly seized Huang Xue's leg and hurled her away. Impossible. Huang Xue gasped mid-air, astonished that as a practitioner of the 9th level of innate strength, she found herself utterly defenseless, crashing 10 meters away as if it were child's play. Had she witnessed Shi Yi's terrifying dominion, her thoughts would have surely altered. No one can save you, Shi Yi declared, lifting Shi Kuan into the air. Coughing, Shi Kuan's voice was choked, blood trickling from his mouth as he pointed a trembling finger at Shi Yi. Though he could not speak, his eyes radiated a fierce hatred that was unmistakable. Your hand seems to have healed quickly, Shi Yi remarked with a smirk. Then, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Shi Kuan's lips as Shi Yi snapped his arm with a brutal twist. Pathetic. If you lack strength, do not act so recklessly. Shi Kuan was close to losing consciousness from the pain. Stop. Huang Xue struck again, her fist slicing through the air towards Shi Yi's head. He discarded Shi Kuan to the ground and effortlessly caught Huang Xue's fist with his palm, twisting her arm and rendering her subdued. Though I prefer not to strike women, I would not hesitate to mar your visage, he said menacingly. Meanwhile, Huang Xue's chest heaved with rage as she confronted her kin. Even if Shi Kuan has erred in the past, as the young master, you should lead with virtue. Humph, after provoking me time and again, do you believe I am malleable as clay? Shi chuckled at her words, recalling the times he was bullied without anyone mentioning kinship. The absurdity of it all struck him. This world was merely a realm of the strong preying upon the weak. To repay kindness with virtue, what of retribution? Shuejie, do not plead for him. I still wish to feed him more slop. Shi Kuan cackled maniacally from a distance, having resigned himself to a life of ruin. Oh, it seems you yearn for a meeting with the Buddha, Shi sneered. You cannot do this. The lady will not spare you. Huang Shui found Shi's laughter more malevolent than any demon. Begone, or shall I eliminate you as well? I would relish witnessing how the lady does not spare me. Shi retorted, casting Huang Shui aside. He intended to deliver Shi Kuan from this world, finding him increasingly exasperating. With deliberate steps, he approached Shi Kuan. Huh. If you possess the courage, then kill me. Shi Kuan laughed maniacally on the ground, his body trembling in agony. At that moment, hearing Shi's footsteps felt as though death itself was approaching, ready to harvest his life. He considered that ending it all might spare him from further humiliation. Crack! Crack! I implore you, take my life if you dare, you worthless creature. With a swift motion, Shi crushed Shi Kuan's fingers beneath his foot. The sound of bones shattering echoing sharply in the air. The excruciating pain compelled Shi Kuan to wish for death, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. You demon! Perish! Huang Shui exclaimed, her beautiful visage twisted in fury as she advanced upon Shi in her high heels. Concentrating her internal energy, she unleashed a fierce kick aimed at the back of Shi's head, the sharp sound of wind trailing her strike. How tiresome, Shi remarked. Annoyance etched on his face, as he effortlessly blocked her attack with a hand enveloped in azure light, before forcefully retaliating. A resounding impact followed, causing Huang Shui to cough up blood. I let you go, yet you dare to overstep, Shi sneered, gripping Huang Shui's delicate chin. Bah, you vile creature. Huang Shui spat defiantly, blood staining her lips, though Shi's power thwarted her act of rebellion. The scene was one of chaos. Huang Shui's disheveled attire revealed a glimpse of her porcelain skin, igniting a sense of humiliation and rage within her. Shi took advantage of this, forcefully pulling down the neckline of her dress, eliciting a faint blush upon her cheeks. You disgusting beast, how shameless, she retorted, her chest rising and falling with indignation. With a resounding slap, Shi struck her face, the sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. You are truly repulsive. With a swift motion, he tore her dress, exposing her further. Speak again, and I shall strip you bare, he declared coldly, continuing to rain blows upon her beautiful visage until it began to swell. Fear gripped Huang Shui's heart as she sought to plead for mercy, yet the words failed to escape her lips. Stop! A voice rang out, laced with suppressed fury. The commotion had already attracted Huang Rong's attention, yet none among the servants dared intervene. Instead, they rushed to inform her, prompting Huang Rong to hasten to the scene. Please, Master Shi, show mercy to Shui and Kuan Huang Rong implored, slightly bowing in supplication. She refrained from questioning Shi's motives, knowing well her Kuan-er's reckless nature in provoking him. He is unworthy of my mercy, Shi replied with a cold smirk. Despite their blood ties, I ask you to spare him this once. Should it happen again, I will not object to your decision, Huang Rong uttered, suppressing her frustration as she continued to plead. Oh, if you desire my clemency, know that everything comes at a cost, Shi remarked, raising an eyebrow as he appraised Huang Rong's figure, reminiscent of a ripe peach. Sensing his brazen gaze, Huang Rong felt a wave of discomfort. Please, master, state your demands. I shall do my utmost to comply. Indeed, only you can fulfill my desires, Shi replied, a devilish smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing this, Huang Rong felt a wave of relief wash over her. She understood that Shi had acquiesced, and though there would be a price to pay, it was preferable to the alternative of Shi refusing to relinquish the individuals and instead leading her young master and the others down first. She then turned to Shi and requested, might we proceed to the water pavilion for a discussion? The water pavilion was a charming tea house nestled within the expansive Shi family estate, typically reserved for receiving esteemed guests or for enjoying the breathtaking vistas of the estate from its elevated position. Let us go, Shi replied, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes as he followed Huang Rong. Huang Rong couldn't shake the unsettling feeling of a gaze lingering on her figure, particularly her curves, prompting her to quicken her pace, the sound of her high heels echoing against the ground. Chapter 32. The water pavilion was shrouded in mist, with a serene emerald pond adorning its front, dotted with blooming lotus flowers that evoked a sense of vibrant spring. Elegant cranes danced above the tranquil surface, creating ripples in the water. Shiyi sat opposite Huang Rong, watching her gracefully prepare the tea, boiling water, washing the leaves, and pouring the tea. The sight of a beautiful woman brewing tea is truly delightful, Shiyi remarked with a smile. Young master is jesting. I am already in my 40s, past my prime. Huang Rong replied with a respectful bow as she presented him with a cup of tea. Shiyi drained the cup in one swift gulp, causing Huang Rong to pause slightly, internally lamenting his crude behavior. She pondered what price would be worth the life of Shikuan. Shiyi cut to the chase, but the aggressive glint in his eyes made Huang Rong feel affronted. Suppressing her anger, she smiled and said, "From now on, the Shi family shall follow your lead. Young master, my brother Jing and I will fully support you in becoming the head of the family, sharing half of the family's resources with you." Shiyi scoffed inwardly. These so-called resources were merely mundane cultivation materials that he had no use for, especially since he possessed 400 million spirit coins and looked down upon such trivialities. "Is there anyone in the Shi family who can thwart me now? Do I need your support?" He sneered. Upon hearing this, Huang Rong's expression darkened as she forced a smile. "While it is true that you have ascended to become a cultivator, do not forget that the former patriarch remains equally unfathomable." Seeing Huang Rong invoke Shi Jian, Shiyi laughed coldly. "The old patriarch is still recuperating somewhere. Besides, do I need to fear him now?" With that, Shiyi unleashed a powerful punch, enveloped in surging spiritual energy, manifesting as a colossal blue water fist that crashed down. Boom! The pond erupted beneath the force of Shiyi's blow, sending waves soaring 10 zhang high. Huang Rong's beautiful eyes widened in shock. It had only been a short time, yet he had grown to such an extent. She was engulfed in doubt, uncertain whether Shi Jian could withstand such a strike. "Whatever you desire, young master, please speak, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate." Huang Rong thought helplessly, resigned to Shiyi's demands. "I have heard that you are a connoisseur of fine wines, madam. I would like to sample your exquisite brew," Shiyi said with a meaningful smile. "No, absolutely not," Huang Rong responded urgently, her demeanor shifting like a startled cat whose tail had been stepped on, her agitation palpable. The role of a winemaker is both sacred and intimate. Generally, the exquisite wines crafted by female winemakers are reserved solely for their husbands or for their children to enjoy. The wine they produce is akin to their own purity, never to be shared with outsiders, which explains the rarity and value of their creations. Typically, the wines available in the market are provided by a group of dedicated sellers, and married female winemakers seldom part with their own brews lightly. I have long heard of this particular wine, yet have never tasted its flavor. Might you fulfill my desire, my lady?" Shiyi rose and approached Huang Rong, lightly resting his hand on her shoulder with a somewhat frivolous tone. Huang Rong abruptly stood, forcefully shaking off his hand and stepping back, casting a cold, furious glare at him. She had always regarded Shiyi with disdain, and it was unthinkable for her to let him taste her exquisite wine so easily. Were it not for the overwhelming pressure of Shiyi's formidable strength, her proud nature would never permit her to speak so submissively to him. "Oh, since you claim to wish to satisfy my request." Shiyi pressed closer to Huang Rong until he stood directly before her. "Are you deceiving me, my lady?" With that, he reached out, grasping her chin and lifting it sharply. "Impudent! How dare you be so disrespectful?" Anger surged upon Huang Rong's delicate features. Her beautiful eyes widened in fury, and in her rage, she cast aside the honorific title of young master, her jade-like hands flailing in an attempt to escape this humiliating grasp. However, Shiyi's grip was as unyielding as iron, clenching her chin firmly. As Huang Rong struggled with extraordinary force, an unusual energy surged within her, a sensation that Shiyi could acutely perceive. "You dare to be so insolent? Do you not regard me, the mistress of this household, at all?" Huang Rong trembled with fury. Her stunning eyes filled with a mix of shock and rage as she vehemently struck at Shiyi's hand. "Haha, have you not treated me in such a manner before?" A sinister smile crept across Shiyi's lips as he coldly retorted. If Huang Rong and her husband truly regarded Shiyi and his lineage as family, would he have endured the humiliation and torment of the past? Upon hearing this, Huang Rong's expression darkened further, realizing she could scarcely escape Shiyi's clutches. Standing at nearly 175 meters, she possessed a voluptuous figure and a mature aura. She donned a low-cut dress that accentuated her alluring silhouette, complemented by delicate yellow stilettos. Beneath the slit of her skirt, sheer flesh-colored stockings hinted at her femininity, embodying the charm of a mature woman. Undeniably, Huang Rong, as a mature woman, held a significant allure for Shirya. Yet, he was not a man to be swayed by mere beauty. With a cold huff, he exerted his overwhelming presence, forcing Huang Rong to the ground, leaving her in a state of disarray. "You scoundrel, leave at once. I will have someone deliver it to you later." Huang Rong, pinned to the ground, had no choice but to yield, though her heart seethed with a desire to see Shirya suffer. "Isn't there a ready supply? Why must we wait?" Stone Yi, like a famished tiger pouncing upon its prey, seized the seasoning with fervor. "You shall not." Huang Rong, summoning all her strength, broke free from Stone Yi's oppressive grip, her face etched with resolute determination, as if to declare that any further transgression would result in mutual destruction. "I shall take my leave first. Do remember to bring me the wine." Recognizing the necessity to withdraw, Stone Yi ceased his coercion, fully aware that pushing further could yield undesirable consequences. As he departed, a flicker of malevolence glinted in his eyes. Once Stone Yi was gone, Huang Rong, consumed by anger, hurled the tea set from the table to the ground. Feeling that mere destruction was insufficient, she viciously stomped her stiletto heels down repeatedly, ultimately breaking one in her fury. Trembling with rage, her eyes sparkled with bitterness and resentment. Chapter 33. The limitations of celestial bones. Unbeknownst to the distant Stone Yi, had he been aware, he likely would not have given it a second thought, possibly even jesting. "My lady, allow me to guide you, to soothe your meridians." "Young master, you have returned. I was so worried about you." Upon his return, Li Xian rushed into Stone Yi's embrace. After Li Xian and the others departed, an astonishing commotion erupted in Tianbao Pavilion. Waves of terrifying energy swept forth, potent enough to annihilate an ordinary mortal, leaving Li Xian in a state of sheer terror and dread. She felt fortunate to have heeded Stone Yi's advice to leave early. Otherwise, she might have met a grim fate. "Never mind, you have completed your bath." Stone Yi gazed down, inhaling the fragrant scent of Li Xian's hair, the refreshing aroma invigorating his senses. "Indeed, I have prepared." Li Xian looked up, her eyes brimming with affection as she gazed at Stone Yi, her delicate face tinged with a hint of shyness. Stone Yi scrutinized the enchanting beauty in his arms. Clad in a little black dress, paired with a snug white blouse that accentuated her alluring figure and brown leather shoes. What captivated him most were the black stockings adorning her exquisite legs, complemented by white socks. The combination of black stockings and white socks grows increasingly appealing. "Do not rush, young master. Allow me to assist you with your grooming." Li Xian smiled, her words sincere. She knelt gracefully, removing his shoes and socks, her delicate hands tenderly massaging his feet. "Is this the indulgence of a wealthy lord?" Stone Yi mused inwardly. The reason for his diligent cultivation was to relish such moments. Returning home each day to find a beautiful maiden waiting at the door, exquisitely adorned and eager to serve, is the true essence of a cultivator's life. At that moment, Stone Yi reclined in the bathtub, luxuriating in the comfort provided by Li Xian, his eyes blissfully closed in enjoyment. How utterly delightful. But while Stone Yi reveled in his bath, an unseen figure stood outside the door, listening to the sounds emanating from within. Li Xian's eyes darkened momentarily with a glimmer of ruthlessness, prompting her to gracefully step away. Meanwhile, Li Yao swiftly made her way to the bathroom where Stone Yi had just bathed, seemingly searching for something among his discarded garments. Suddenly, a glimmer caught her eye, a storage pouch woven with golden threads, emblazoned with the character for stone. Li Yao swiftly stowed the pouch away and returned everything to its rightful place. She approached the door of the stone chamber, hearing sounds from within, and promptly departed. Remarkably, none seemed to notice her presence. As the enchanting night unfolded, time raced forward, and soon dawn broke. With the adage that the morning determines the day, Shirya was not one to languish in the embrace of slumber. Zhao Wujia and the others remained vigilant, their eyes keenly fixed upon him. Shirya was fervently eager to enhance his cultivation, aware that he needed to hone his skills for self-preservation. He gently shifted the jade arm resting upon him, gazing at the beauty still in slumber, and hastily donned his attire. After grooming himself, he stood before a grand mirror, adjusting his appearance. Clad in opulent robes, his stature was imposing, and his handsome visage, accentuated by arched brows and starry eyes, exuded a sense of dependability and gravitas. He firmly believed that one's image should precede one's strength. Before long, His personal chef, San, entered with a joyful expression, presenting breakfast to Yi. At this juncture, Yi was still in the qi refinement stage and had yet to engage in fasting. A cultivator must reach the spirit-gathering stage to truly refine the energies of heaven and earth for their own benefit, which meant fasting could only commence thereafter. Yi seated himself at the dining table, swiftly consuming his meal, unperturbed by the thought of poison. For he could perceive the resplendent seed of faith shimmering in San's mind, ensuring no betrayal was possible. Before long, Yi found himself in the underground cultivation chamber, surrounded by numerous spirit-gathering coins, nearly filling the entire room with their rich spiritual energy, which was almost palpable. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the water eye within Ye's dantian began to whirl violently, forming a massive vortex that relentlessly absorbed the spirit-gathering coins around him. The water eye greedily consumed the coins as if it were a gluttonous beast, resembling an abyss that seemed endless, with the surrounding coins rapidly depleting. Behind Yi, a vast ocean seemed to project, while the patterns of the great Dao flowed through his mind. The celestial bone upon his forehead radiated with ethereal light. As ancient runes flowed into his consciousness, Yi was exerting all his efforts to cultivate the water god technique, with his meridians operating according to the designated points of the technique. For layers, 5 layers, 10 layers, 19 layers, under the enhancement of the celestial bone, Yi ascended through the layers until he reached the 20th, where he finally halted. This was not a deliberate control on his part, for the celestial bone had dimmed, rendering it incapable of further aiding his cultivation. Though he could continue on his own, the speed would be significantly reduced. Yi furrowed his brow. Realizing that the use of the celestial bone had its limitations, it consumed a considerable amount of mental energy, leaving him feeling fatigued. The 99 pillars of mental strength within his sea of consciousness had all dimmed, each standing no taller than 3 inches. According to the insights from the Great Kunlun Divine Domain Chronicle, the current spiritual strength of Yi is equivalent to that of the Divine Movement realm, surpassing his cultivation level by 2 realms. With the aid of the celestial bone, Yi secretly deduces that he can attain that elusive state of enlightenment. The 99 pillars of mental energy can each sustain a state of comprehension for approximately 3 breaths. The previous calculations only spanned 300 breaths. Yet this was sufficient for Yi to advance many of his techniques to the threshold of mastery. However, the pillars were not long or large enough. Otherwise, Yi could have maintained that state of enlightenment for a significantly longer duration. As he progresses in the water god technique, the difficulty of cultivation increases. Yi estimates that during his next endeavor, utilizing 99 pillars of mental energy, he may reach the 5th level, given that he must simultaneously refine and cultivate his techniques, making the challenge formidable. Chapter 34. The 20th layer of chaotic water flow. At this moment, Yi involuntarily draws in and expels spiritual energy. This is not a conscious act of absorption, but rather an innate process of his body. This marks the attainment of the spirit-gathering realm, where spiritual energy converges within. Boom! Waves of spiritual energy resonate around him as the water god technique activates, unblocking the acupoints in his body. Early, mid, late, and peak stages of spirit gathering. In an environment rich with spiritual energy and amidst breakthroughs in his techniques, Yi's cultivation ascends rapidly, directly reaching the peak of spirit gathering. Should outsiders witness this, they would be astonished by Yi's remarkable pace of advancement, and notably, his cultivation appears remarkably solid rather than superficial. This solidity is attributed to the water god technique, which continuously refines and compresses the spiritual energy within Yi, repeatedly cleansing impurities through the water eye, rendering his spiritual energy exceedingly dense. However, what delights Yi even more than his cultivation's elevation is that the water god technique has transcended to the 20th layer of chaotic water flow. With his mind immersed in the Dan Sea, he observes 2 massive whirlpools incessantly swirling within the tumultuous sea, continuously circulating and refining the spiritual energy inside him. The water flow power within him emerges from the Dan Sea, coursing through Yi's meridians in a chaotic manner, then cascading back into the Dan Sea from all directions, establishing a grand circulation within his body, preventing his spiritual force from dispersing easily. With a thought, Yi halts the turbulence within the Dan Sea. The surface becomes eerily calm, as if the master of the sea has perished. At this moment, he extends a hand. Curiously, despite the stillness of the Dan Sea, vapor continuously emanates from his palm, akin to an engine of a race car that, while not running, allows its tires and other components to move autonomously. With another thought, water envelopes his feet. And with yet another, he condenses a water fist in front of his chest. Even without the Dancy in motion, he can unleash power from every part of his body at will. This is the essence of chaotic water flow, where the spiritual energy flows freely throughout his body, and the techniques operate without structure, allowing for unfettered expression of power. Just a single meridian is sufficient for execution, a truly miraculous phenomenon. In the realm of cultivation, one is inevitably bound to engage in conflicts, with countless practitioners meeting their demise in the relentless pursuit of opportunities. When a cultivator sustains injuries, their meridians are invariably damaged, resulting in a decline in their strength. However, a decrease in power during battle poses a lethal threat. A moment's carelessness may lead to one's downfall. Yet, the rebellious water technique allows the practitioner to harness the power of water as long as any meridian or part of their body remains intact. This signifies that Shiye's combat prowess can be sustained at a relatively peak state until the reservoir of his internal elixir is utterly depleted. Such a capability is extraordinarily formidable. In combat, Shiye can exchange injuries, continuously depleting his opponent's strength until they are ultimately exhausted by him. This is the remarkable aspect of the water god technique, in comparison to the cultivation levels of the great Kunlun divine realm. Shiye surmises that this technique is roughly equivalent to the divine level of practices in this world. With the aid of the celestial bone, Shiye is confident that he will soon be able to forge the supreme water god avatar described within the water god technique, instilling awe across the heavens and achieving divinity. Gazing at the two water orbs within his elixir sea, Shiye hastily began to circulate and refine the spiritual energy within him, converting it entirely into water power, enabling him to manipulate water with effortless abandon. Based on his previous life's experiences, the water god technique allows for the opening of a water orb every 12 layers out of a total of 108 layers. However, to his astonishment, he opened the second water orb at merely the 20th layer, likely due to the significant accumulation in this lifetime. Previously, the reserve of a single water orb was equivalent to more than triple that of an ordinary person, allowing him to easily overpower four opponents of the same realm. Now, with the enhancement of 2 water orbs, he could contend with 8 foes simultaneously. If he were to convert all his power into water energy, the reserves in his elixir sea would multiply, resulting in a qualitative leap. Boom. Shiye fervently activated the 2 colossal vortices, expending the remaining 1.5 billion spirit coins to fully transform into water power. Simultaneously, a soul herb was cast forth, hovering before him and radiating soul energy, which Shiye quickly absorbed. At that moment, his body resembled a cosmic furnace, incessantly refining everything around him. Spirit coins were swiftly consumed as the 2 engines operated vigorously, compressing energy, while 99 pillars of mental strength gradually ignited. A radiant light emanated from behind Shiye's head, and the heartbeat of a sacred heart began to resonate. The celestial bone once again erupted with celestial light, and various profound insights flooded into Shiye's mind. With the celestial bone, cultivating skills for Shiye became as effortless as quenching one's thirst. In no time, the divine light shimmered as if a sage had descended, casting a resplendent glow upon Shiye, while a sacred soul materialized behind him. The appearance of the sacred soul signified that Shiye had successfully cultivated the sacred soul heart sutra, with the strength of the sacred soul intensifying in proportion to the number of faith seeds he had sown. Shortly thereafter, Shiye opened his eyes and couldn't help but smile wryly, for he realized that the surrounding spirit coins had all turned to dust, and only 1/3 of the elixir sea had been refined. Taking a significant step forward, a dragon of water energy ascended from behind him, enveloping him in a brilliant azure aura, rendering Shiye akin to a deity of the waters. Boom. With a powerful punch directed downward, the reinforced ground collapsed with a thunderous roar, creating a vast chasm hundreds of feet deep. Within the underground training chamber, Shiye felt an unprecedented surge of strength, capable of effortlessly vanquishing 3 previous versions of himself, finding it nearly impossible to encounter an adversary of equal standing. Ha ha ha, who else remains? Destiny is on my side. Shiye laughed heartily, his voice reverberating through the subterranean space, causing the very structure to tremble. With a firm grip on the ground, He bent his knees and leaped upward with tremendous force, breaking through to the surface and forming a tunnel. At that moment, in the Grand Hall, Li Xian and Li Yao felt the earth shake violently. What is happening? The ground is moving. Li Xian's expression turned tense, a hint of panic evident as the ground beneath them rolled like a raging bull, making it difficult to maintain their balance. Could it be that a fight has broken out again? The terrifying commotion brought back memories for Li Yao of the auction at Tianbao Pavilion, where few returned, including notable members of various families. Yet, none dared speak, fully aware of the formidable presence they faced. Ha ha ha, it's the young master's voice. Outside in the courtyard, Shiye's boisterous laughter echoed. Upon hearing it, Li Xian hurried outside. This is too terrifying. As she stepped out, she was taken aback by the dark, gaping hole beside Shiye, wide enough to fit an egg. Young master, you've frightened everyone, Li Xian exclaimed, her heart racing as she patted her chest, feigning fear. Please, comfort me. Ha, my skills have greatly improved, and this commotion is merely a sprinkle of water. You have witnessed far more terrifying sounds before. Shiye embraced Li Xian, playfully pinching her soft cheek. Come, let us return and enjoy ourselves. Li Xian blushed as she was held, gently patting Shiye's chest with her small hands. And Yao too. Shiye reached out to embrace the still-stunned Li Yao, whose innocent face appeared quite endearing. A flicker of unease crossed Li Yao's eyes, yet she allowed Shiye to hold her as they made their way toward the bedroom. Having worked so hard in training, one must surely balance work and relaxation. Chapter 35. A bit of excitement, just as Shiye prepared to indulge in leisure with the two ladies. Li Yao gently pecked him on the cheek. Young master, look at this. Startled, Shiye watched as Li Yao guided one of his hands downward. Today, she wore a plaid mini-skirt, her lovely legs exposed to the air. Shiye's eyes widened, a rush of heat flooding his cheeks as he inhaled sharply. The raw sensation ignited a fire of indignation within him. Young master, why don't we head to Villa number 7? Li Yao's enchanting eyes blinked seductively, her tone laced with allure. Oh, you wish to provoke me? Shiye's heart raced, his noble spirit stirred. But I, Shiye, am a man of virtue. Noticing the slight shift in Shiye's demeanor, Li Yao, with a tempting expression, coaxed, just a little excitement. On that day, you rescued my sister from that perilous situation, a place that was undeniably exhilarating for us. Is that not true, dear Xian? Upon hearing this, Li Xian couldn't help but blush and nod in agreement. Let us go, Shiye exclaimed with fervor, as the power of water transformed into a swift wind, causing the three figures to vanish in its embrace. They hurriedly made their way to the villa from which Shiye had cast out Shirkuan, a place imbued with familiarity, still echoing memories of a wedding bed. Although Shirkuan no longer resided there, the space remained meticulously cleaned, untouched by dust. After a series of tumultuous events, Shiye felt a clarity of mind, as if entering a realm devoid of desire or need. Everything was understood without utterance. Let us tidy up, and then we shall return. Yet, within Shirkuan's house, Shiye felt an unsettling sensation, as though Shirkuan were watching him from the shadows. How curious. At that moment, Li Yao suddenly dashed to stand opposite Shiye, leaving both him and Li Xian in a state of bewilderment. With a sudden crash, Li Yao seized a cup and hurled it to the ground. Yaoer, what are you doing? Li Xian, her previously flushed cheeks now marked by confusion, inquired. Ha, Li Xian, hurry over, Shiye's time has come. Li Yao laughed triumphantly, her eyes gleaming with undisguised delight. After hiding her feelings for so many days, she was finally free to express them. Shiye furrowed his brow, sensing that Li Yao was acting rather erratically. Suddenly, the main door was violently kicked open. Surround them. Do not let them escape. A group of armored guards burst in, brandishing long spears, exuding the aura of innate warriors. They were a formidable force, encircling the villa tightly, suffusing the atmosphere with a chilling sense of foreboding. Today marks your demise, Shiye. A voice brimming with arrogance echoed from outside, preceding its owner. The guards arranged themselves into two neat lines, their long spears planted at their feet, creating a passageway. Under the scrutiny of many, Shirkuan was wheeled in, exuding arrogance, pushed by the stunning young woman, Huang Shui. Following them was the couple, Huang Rong and her husband, with Shi Jing appearing fully healed, emanating an otherworldly presence. With each step, a formidable pressure radiated from him, as if he were eager for all to recognize him as a celestial being. Huang Rong, adorned in a finely embroidered yellow qipao and elegant high heels, moved with grace. Her every gesture a testament to her poise and elegance. Why have you not brought the wine? Is it because you intend to turn against me? Do you think you stand a chance against us? Shi Yi scoffed coldly. Before Huang Rong could respond, Shi Kuan erupted in triumphant laughter. Ha! Shi Yi, you are unaware. But this time, it is all thanks to my beloved Yaoer. Come, Yaoer, sit in my embrace. Shi Kuan's tone was filled with vindictive satisfaction. Li Yao, her face tinged with shyness, gracefully stepped onto Shi Kuan's lap, allowing his intimate touch. I relish the sight of your ashen face. It must be unbearable to witness the betrayal of the woman beside you. Now, she belongs to me. Shi Kuan's expression was one of sheer delight, as he even extended a hand to demonstrate his prowess before Shi Yi. Shi Yi regarded Shi Kuan with a cold disdain, as if looking at a corpse. Although he viewed Li Yao merely as a vessel for his desires, Shi Kuan's involvement with her repulsed him. Li Yao, how can you betray the young master who has treated us so well? Does your conscience allow you to live with this? Before Shi Yi could voice his thoughts, Li Xian, filled with anger, defended him. Humph, we were meant to enjoy wealth and prosperity, not live in fear. It is he who has disrupted our peace and stability. In Shi Yi's eyes, only Kuan Ge can be the young master, and following him will eventually lead to ruin. Li Yao's gaze turned cold, brimming with animosity as she regarded Shi Yi. Then you too are a traitor. The young master procured the heavenly spirit elixir for us to maintain our youth. Have you forgotten these kindnesses? Li Xian found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Xiner, it is not too late for you to abandon the dark and embrace the light. Shi Kuan laughed heartily, his eyes glinting with mockery, then shifted his tone. Otherwise, I shall make your existence a torment of survival and death. Seeing that Li Xian wished to retort, Shi Yi silenced her. He could no longer tolerate Shi Kuan's arrogance and merely fantasized about shattering his skull. You are merely courting death. Shi Yi shook his head. Look now. Can you still feel the flow of your spiritual energy? Huang Rong's chilling laughter echoed as she regarded Shi Yi as one would a lifeless entity. Upon hearing this, Shi Yi delved into his danci, and his expression changed drastically. His danci lay still, seemingly sealed. Perceiving his confusion, Huang Rong remarked, You have been afflicted by the spirit-binding powder. Even a formidable cultivator would be rendered as powerless as a mortal. She had long harbored the desire to eliminate Shi Yi, with the humiliation he inflicted upon her at the water pavilion still fresh in her memory. How did you accomplish this? Shi Yi's complexion turned ashen. Have you ever considered who disclosed the information about the soul herb? I infused the spirit-binding powder into it. When you refined the herb, it entered your danci. You must be astonished, for you failed to notice it at first due to the absence of a catalyst. A man of your proclivities cannot resist the allure of women. So I placed the catalyst on Li Yao. When you engaged with her, the powder took effect. A glimmer of intelligence flashed in Huang Rong's eyes. Hearing this, Shi Yi's heart sank. This woman possessed a terrifying level of cunning. He comprehended the intricacies of her scheme. Huang Rong initially revealed the information about the soul herb through Shi Hu, enticing him to purchase it willingly, and then orchestrated his downfall through Li Yao. It was a masterful chain of events, and he had unwittingly fallen into Huang Rong's trap. No wonder he had subjected her to such humiliation. Her ability to endure was remarkable. Bring her forth. With a cold command from Huang Rong, the guards forcibly ushered two individuals through the door, compelling them to kneel upon the ground. Execute them. The command rang out. Young master, we shall depart first. We will meet again in the underworld. The captives were none other than Shi Hu and Shi Tu, with Shi Hu closing his small eyes to bid farewell to Shi Yi. In an instant, the guards struck with their blades, severing the heads of the two men, blood gushing forth in two violent arcs. Seeking death, Shi Yi's countenance darkened, rage igniting within his heart. The one courting death is you. Shi Jing was the first to act, unleashing the terrifying aura of the celestial realm, a formidable force emanating from his being as he struck forth with a fist. This blow was fearsome enough to annihilate even a master of the ninth layer. Had this been before, today would have surely spelled doom for Shi Yi. However, now? Chapter 36. I shall await you below. Shi Yi's expression turned steely as he unleashed the power of water, his own fist colliding fiercely with Shi Jing's. Crack! How could this be? Shi Jing's expression shifted dramatically as he perceived a brilliant azure light, followed by an overwhelming force surging through his arm. Shattered. Shi Jing's arm crumbled under the impact, as if it were mere paper. You clearly consumed the spirit-restraining powder. Shi Jing exclaimed in disbelief. After secretly obtaining the diamond crystal with Li Yao, he had finally broken through into the celestial realm, brimming with confidence. Yet, in the face of Shi Yi, he remained utterly vulnerable. Shi Yi, disinterested in further dialogue, summoned a water dragon behind him, enveloping his hand in the azure power of water, poised to obliterate Shi Jing. Roar! The water dragon roared forth, and with a single punch, Shi Yi reduced everything in its path to mere fragments. All of you attack, Shi Jing commanded, gripping his sword with his left hand while pulling on the guards with his right, ordering them to assault Shi Yi, now bolstered by the Huang family. They numbered 208 experts. He could not believe that such a multitude could not wear down Shi Yi, who had already fallen victim to the spirit-restraining powder and was surely on the brink of exhaustion. Kill. Though the guards were momentarily daunted by Shi Yi's overwhelming aura, their rigorous training kicked in, and they executed their martial techniques with precision, unleashing a cacophony of innate energy, vibrant and dazzling. Yet it was all for naught. Where Shi Yi tread, not a blade of grass remained. With each punch, a life was extinguished, despite the sealing of his dantian. The tumultuous power of the water god technique was not to be trifled with. Amidst the blood mist and flying limbs, Shi Yi's ferocity was unmatched. Each guard struck by his fists was either obliterated into dust or rendered mangled beyond recognition. A demon. Run. The guards, having never witnessed such brutality, were struck with terror, some trembling uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground. Yet, this did not evoke an ounce of mercy from Shi Yi. He continued his ruthless assault. Reaping lives like a harbinger of death. Die. Shi Jing seized the moment, executing a strike with his sword. This blow was as swift as lightning, aimed from Shi Yi's left side. Forewarned against the impending strike of the stone page, he deftly conjured a water shield with his left hand to effortlessly deflect the blow. The stone page, now devoid of mercy, unleashed a watery palm directly towards Shi Jing. You have forced my hand. Shi Jing gritted his teeth, igniting his entire dantian in a moment of desperation, unleashing an aura that surpassed the celestial realm. With a thunderous roar, a colossal heavenly sword materialized, seemingly intent on annihilating everything in its path, causing even the sword in Shi Jing's grasp to shatter under the immense pressure. This strike drained Shi Jing of his life force and cultivation, transforming his visage into that of a withered old man, akin to a 90-year-old. This sword was capable of cleaving beings beyond the celestial realm. Be careful, young master. Li Xian cried out, her heart racing with urgency. Boom. The stone page was instantaneously sent flying, colliding with pillar after pillar before crashing into a wall, resulting in the entire roof collapsing and burying him beneath the debris. He must be dead, right? Surely he is no more. Everyone anxiously stared at the spot where the stone page had been entombed. Cough, cough, he should be dead. Shi Jing spat blood, his once withered features revealing a flicker of relief. Yet, in the next instant, his expression transformed drastically. Boom. Debris flew as the stone page emerged from the rubble, enveloped in a brilliant blue protective barrier, the power of water swirling around him. As the light dissipated, the stone page appeared before the crowd, unscathed. How is this possible? The remaining onlookers were filled with terror. Brothers, retreat. The originally over 200 guards dwindled to merely a handful, all paralyzed with fear as they fled. The stone page did not pursue them, but instead advanced step by step towards Shi Jing, while the water power around him manifested as lethal water darts, harvesting the lives of the guards. You cannot kill me. I am your uncle. Slaying me will bring disgrace upon the entire Tianyuan. Shi Jing, gripped by terror, begged for mercy. How laughable. Did you proclaim our kinship when you sought my life? The stone page retorted, delivering a decisive punch. Young master, watch out. Li Xian shouted. In a moment of desperation, throwing herself behind the stone page just as a sword light sliced through the air, aimed at the back of his head. Stab! Li Xian intercepted the blow, the sword piercing her heart, blood spilling from her lips. Boom! The stone page retaliated with a punch, obliterating Shi Jing into mere fragments under his horrified gaze, before turning to unleash a burst of water power that sent Huang Rong soaring. The assailant was indeed Huang Rong. Why are you so foolish? The stone page cradled Li Xian in his arms, his heart stirred. He had not anticipated that someone would be willing to take a sword for him, and that this person was Li Xian. Young master, do not grieve for me. Li Xian extended a hand, wishing to caress the stone page's face one last time, but her hand fell limply. The stone page gently placed her hand upon his face. Feigning indifference, deep within, he was profoundly moved. "Young master, I will wait for you below." Li Xian closed her eyes with a satisfied smile. Shi Yi felt an odd sensation, realizing that Huang Rong had concealed her true nature well. To his astonishment, he discerned that she, too, was a practitioner of immortality, possessing the formidable strength of the 9th level of qi refinement. Such prowess, coupled with her ability to endure humiliation in silence, revealed a truly formidable intellect. "You are no different." Huang Rong acknowledged her defeat, recognizing that she could not withstand even a single strike from Shi Yi, in the face of overwhelming power. All schemes and plots were rendered futile. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 gunshots shattered the air as Shi Kuan raised his weapon and fired coldly at the back of Shi Ye's head. Unaware of the impending doom, Shi Ye's figure vanished before reappearing in front of Shi Kuan, delivering a swift and decisive strike. "Stop, you fiend!" Huang Shui cried out desperately, striving to intervene. Yet, her efforts were in vain. With a surge of water elemental energy, an immense force erupted from Shi Ye's hand, capable of obliterating gods and demons alike. Under the impact of his palm, Shi Kuan's head burst like a ripe watermelon, crimson and white matter scattering in all directions. Shi Kuan's brain matter splattered onto Li Yao, leaving her paralyzed with shock, her complexion drained of color. Huang Shui, equally startled, instinctively raised her hand to strike Shi Ye's face. However, this time fortune did not favor her. The water elemental force surged forth, manifesting as a brilliant azure sword before Shi Yi, radiating an oppressive chill as it cleaved through Huang Shui's head with ease, like slicing through tofu. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she was severed in 2, collapsing to the ground amidst a gruesome scene. Bang! Bang! Li Yao, terrified, fell to her knees. "Young master, I was wrong. I realize my mistake. Please forgive me. It was Shi Kuan and the others who forced me," she pleaded, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication. Shi Yi grasped her chin, declaring, "Having betrayed me, you must face the consequences." He showed no mercy to those who turned against him. Beauty could not save her from a grim fate. Crack! Li Yao's eyes rolled back as Shi Yi twisted her neck, ending her life. Shi Yi die? Driven mad by the loss of her husband and son, Huang Rong charged at Shi Yi with a sword, fueled by rage. "You overestimate your abilities." Shi Yi scoffed, countering with a powerful strike of his left palm. Huang Rong was defenseless against the onslaught. Her sword's light was shattered, and she was sent flying. Yet, Shi Yi remained steadfast, coldly staring at a specific point, his expression indifferent. "After watching for so long, is it time for you to reveal yourself?" Chapter 37. The Ancestor's Confidence. Haha. I never imagined you would retain such strength even after succumbing to the forbidden spirit powder. Shi Jian stepped forward with a smile, strolling casually as if the pile of corpses beneath him were non-existent. Unlike his usual upright demeanor, he now exuded a chilling, decayed aura, reminiscent of a wraith from the depths of hell. It seems you have great confidence in your own strength," Shi Yi remarked, his gaze narrowing, revealing a profound depth within his eyes. "That is natural. You cannot stir any waves before me." The atmosphere thickened ominously as Shi Jian unleashed a formidable aura, imbued with an icy chill. "Oh, is that so?" Within the Dan Sea, 2 water orbs suddenly activated, their aquatic energies swirling in all directions, causing Shi Yi's aura to escalate dramatically, culminating in the eruption of a formidable power akin to the gathering spirit realm. Under the tumultuous waters, the restrictions within his body proved utterly ineffective against Shi Yi. Shi Jian narrowed his eyes in surprise, but remained unperturbed, for he still had a trump card. He too released a wave of pressure to counter Shi Yi, an aura far surpassing that of a celestial being, transcendent and extraordinary. A martial artist at the pinnacle of the extraordinary. Shi Yi was slightly taken aback, for this aura was on par with the peak of a cultivator's gathering spirit realm. With a sudden clench of his fist, Shi Jian unleashed a tremendous force that seemed capable of annihilating the heavens. The flying dragon fist. His fist surged forth like a dragon, as his true energy erupted explosively, producing a series of explosive sounds as he struck the air. A massive dragon-shaped energy, stretching several dozen meters, roared heavenward and charged at Shi Yi. Under the might of this punch, even a celestial being would find it hard to withstand its brilliance. This punch embodied 60 years of cultivation. What would you use to block it? Alas, he encountered Shi Yi. The aura of the gathering spirit peak erupted abruptly, a terrifying force radiating from Shurye as a brilliant azure light flickered in his hand. Bang! Bang! How could this be? Shurjian was instantly sent flying. Simultaneously, Shurye felt a slight strain in his arm. In terms of physical strength, he was no match for Shurjian. Although he had repelled Shurjian with his overwhelming cultivation, certain weaknesses began to surface. Shurjian, as a martial artist, possessed a solid and robust physique. Truly, a body worthy of my admiration. Blood trickled from the corner of Shurjian's mouth as he appeared quite disheveled, yet he felt a sense of delight upon witnessing Shurye's vigorous vitality. At this remark, a shiver ran through Shurye, and a sudden tension gripped him. His gaze turned vigilant. Could this old fellow be plotting something? Humph. I declare that your body belongs to me. I intend to seize it. Observing Shurye's peculiar expression, Shurjian spoke coldly. Old man, I knew you harbored ill intentions. That spirit-restraining powder was undoubtedly given to Huang Rong by you. Shurye had long been wary of this old schemer. From the very beginning. With the Book of the Demonic Heart and Soul Scriptures, Shurjian had been plotting against him. Through Huang Rong and others, Shurjian sought to manipulate him, and should they succeed, he would not need to exert any effort. This world of cultivation truly operates in intricate layers. One must remain ever vigilant, lest they fall prey to schemes. Haha, indeed. That soul herb was also bestowed by me. I had no desire to intervene personally, but Shurjian and his ilk proved too troublesome. Therefore, you shall obediently surrender your body to me. Once I ascend to immortality, I shall ensure my descendants pay you homage, and by using your body, it would mean you too have attained immortality. Shurjian's laughter resonated ominously. In his view, Shurye's utilization of the divine soul herb undoubtedly indicated his cultivation of the demonic soul heart sutra. This could not allow him to be treated lightly. Shurye perceived the decaying aura surrounding Shurjian. Through the probing of his spiritual power, he discerned the deathly energy enveloping Shurjian, evidently indicating that the latter's physical form had succumbed to decay, necessitating a youthful and vigorous vessel. Shurye fit this requirement perfectly, and his prodigious talent further solidified Shurjian's intention to harvest him. The demonic soul manifested. Shurjian chuckled ominously, ceasing any trivial conversation and preparing to seize Shurye directly. In an instant, the world dimmed, as if reverting to the primordial chaos of creation. When the celestial bodies rose, a pitch-black darkness erupted from the very source of heaven and earth, an insidious shadow tainting the entirety of existence. A towering, shadowy figure emerged behind Shurjing, enveloped in a thick miasma of demonic energy, its crimson eyes seemingly capable of devouring the heavens themselves. Devour him. Shurjian laughed heartily, as the eyes of the demonic soul unleashed two crimson beams that penetrated Shurye's consciousness. In an instant, Shurye's gaze became vacant, as if his very soul had been extinguished. Ancestor, extract his soul. I shall kindle his light every night, ensuring he never attains rebirth. Upon witnessing Shurye ensnared by Shurjian's control, Huang Rong cried out in excitement. Her beautiful eyes were filled with venom and hatred. Her husband and son had perished at Shurye's hands, sealing her fate in an unending vendetta against him. Haha, wait. I shall first seize his body. Shurjian laughed boisterously, brimming with confidence that he would soon reclaim his former glory. A glint of lecherous intent flickered in his eyes as he observed Huang Rong, who, after being struck by Shurye, had her garments torn, revealing ample snow-white skin, particularly emphasizing her voluptuous curves. Resolute, Shurjian vowed that once he possessed Shurye, he would ensure Huang Rong bore him several robust offspring. This is merely to perpetuate the illustrious lineage of the Shur family. I trust that Shurjing, in the afterlife, would not blame his ancestor. Under the influence of the demonic soul, Shurjian's consciousness effortlessly infiltrated Shurye's mind. However, he found himself perplexed that Shurye's consciousness did not exude demonic energy. Logically, having cultivated the modified demonic heart-soul sutra, Shurye's consciousness should have brimmed with demonic essence, yet it radiated an aura of sanctity. Not dwelling on this anomaly, Shurjian pressed deeper within Shurye's consciousness, intending to refine him, believing that Shurye would be overawed by his formidable demonic soul. But where was the soul? As Shurjian ventured into the depths of Shurye's consciousness, he was met not with Shurye's spirit, but rather an overwhelming radiance of holiness, which instilled a sense of unease within Shurjian's essence. Boom! Suddenly, The sanctified light erupted within the consciousness, as 99 pillars of spiritual energy soared heavenward, forming a cage that ensnared Shijian. Startled, he attempted to escape, but it was too late. Upon colliding with the cage's edge, a sizzling sound emanated from his body as he was repelled. Ah! Shijian cried out in agony from the searing pain. Truly, it was said that heaven provides a path where one does not tread, while hell offers no entrance, yet one finds their way in regardless. With a gentle smile, Shiyi emerged. How is this possible? Did you not cultivate my magic heart and soul sutra? Shijian's face was filled with terror. Oh, what do you see here? As the golden lotus blossomed from the earth, a sacred light enveloped the scene, revealing a remarkably pure, Holy Spirit seated behind Shiyi, with radiant halos adorning its head, inciting a natural inclination for reverence and worship. Saint Soul, Shijian exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing that the brilliance of the Holy Spirit was an innate nemesis to his own soul. Subdue. Shiyi ceased the futile exchange and directly subdued Shijian's spirit. Although he might have had to exert effort in the outside world, within his own consciousness, Shijian was utterly at his mercy. The Holy Spirit uttered incantations, and with a single hand, it summoned sacred light that surged forth, overwhelming all realms, causing both immortals and demons to bow in submission. No, you cannot kill me. Under the weight of that hand, Shijian's soul sizzled and emitted anguished cries. Shiyi, you cannot kill me. Do you not wish to know the whereabouts of your parents? In a desperate gambit, Shijian revealed his final leverage. The Holy Spirit hesitated momentarily, and Shijian felt a glimmer of hope, believing Shiyi had relented. Just as he prepared to voice his demands, a radiant hand descended with sudden ferocity. Killing you will lead me to the answers. You are forcing my hand. Shijian trembled with fear as a dark light erupted from his being, intent on self-detonation. However, the holy hand swiftly captured him, suppressing his self-destruction. Transcend. The sacred light enveloped Shijian's spirit, forcefully transforming it, leaving him with a terrified gaze as he lost consciousness. Reduced to a soulless entity, Shiyi unleashed his spiritual power to probe Shijian's memories. Upon completion, a glimmer of insight sparkled in Shiyi's eyes. Fascinating. The original's parents have quite an impressive background. Subsequently, he cast Shijian into the 99 pillars of spiritual essence, activating the 99 reunification to refine and devour Shijian's soul. One by one, the pillars radiated light, and Shiyi's spiritual power experienced a slight enhancement. A realization dawned upon him. It seemed he had discovered a method to elevate his soul. With the presence of these 99 pillars and the blessing of the Holy Spirit, Shiyi could refine numerous souls without fearing any adverse consequences. It appeared that consumption was indeed the expedient path to growth. However, this method seemed excessively sinister. He did not wish to become a pariah, reviled by all. Chapter 38, Healing Crash. Shijian's physical form suddenly collapsed, and Shiyi's eyes regained their luster. Ancestor, what of Shiyi's spirit? Before Shiyi could speak, Huang Rong rushed over, a joyous expression upon her face. Oh, so I am regarded as an ancestor now. Shiyi mused playfully, adopting Shijian's tone, merely a lingering soul. With his hands clasped behind his back, he smiled with an air of nonchalance. Ancestor, may I have Shiyi's spirit? Huang Rong's eyes glinted with hatred, yet her face bore the satisfaction of imminent vengeance. Observing Huang Rong's demeanor, a flicker of intrigue crossed Shiyi's mind. Turning away from Huang Rong, he concealed his actions from her gaze. The spirit of Shiyi was suppressed within my consciousness. Yet during our confrontation, I sustained some internal injuries. If only I could acquire a miraculous elixir, I would swiftly extract Shiyi's spirit. Shiyi coughed, feigning injury and suggesting that he needed treatment to resolve the matter. Indeed, upon hearing this, Huang Rong hastily approached, exclaiming, I have brewed some wine myself. You must be aware of its remarkable healing properties. I shall fetch it for you immediately. She attempted to leave to pour the wine for Shiyi, only to be abruptly halted by him. Old ancestor, what are you doing? Huang Rong exclaimed, taken aback by Shiyi's sudden interruption. I am in urgent need of healing. Old ancestor, this is inappropriate, she insisted, pushing Shiyi's hand away in haste. Do you still wish for vengeance? Shiyi replied coldly. However, it is not suitable here. She countered, glancing at the numerous bodies strewn about, blood spilling everywhere, not far from her husband and son's remains. A mix of resistance and an unsettling thrill flickered across Huang Rong's face. "Do not worry. In due time, I shall no longer be able to suppress Shi Yi," he said, a surge of joy swelling within him at Huang Rong's implicit consent. He had not anticipated her compliance to come so easily. Had she not been caught off guard and failed to discern the loopholes in his words, she would not have acquiesced so readily. Initially, Shi Yi had contemplated eliminating Huang Rong, for he was not one to be distracted by beauty. His resolve was unwavering. However, given that Huang Rong had caused the demise of his beloved twin sisters, he resolved to administer a fitting punishment. Huang Rong's voluptuous form elicited a sigh of appreciation from Shi Yi. He marveled at the exquisite experience life had afforded him. Time passed, and Shi Yi had long since changed the battlefield, returning to the palace of the young master. Just as he pondered how to deceive Huang Rong, she awakened. "Old ancestor," Huang Rong said, upon regaining consciousness, displaying none of the typical distress of an ordinary woman. Instead, she simply removed Shi Yi's mischievous hand with a troubled expression, seemingly at a loss regarding their relationship. "From now on, you shall be the old ancestor's woman, and none shall dare to speak against it," Shi Yi asserted, his tone leaving no room for dispute, exuding an air of authoritative confidence. "And what of that wretched Shi Yi's spirit?" Huang Rong's face contorted with hatred, for it was Shi Yi who had wrought ruin upon her family, plunging her into this dire predicament. Noticing Huang Rong's fury, Shi Yi felt a sense of foreboding and quickly responded, "You are not in his embrace now. You just struck him fiercely." At his words, Huang Rong's face flushed crimson, and after enduring immense anger and sorrow, she spiraled into madness. "That is different," she retorted, her delicate hand fiercely pinching Shi Yi. Suddenly, Shi Yi sensed two presences drawing near. "What is it?" Huang Rong inquired, perplexed as she saw Shi Yi rise. "Lie back. I shall step outside to investigate," he said, pushing Huang Rong aside, swiftly donning his garments as he made his way toward the exit. A violet luminescence approached steadily from a distance, and Shi Yi felt a premonition within. He vanished from his original spot and darted outward. The waterside pavilion remained the same place where Shi Yi and Huang Rong shared tea, now illuminated exquisitely under the moonlight, with the pond still adorned by lush green lotus leaves. However, tonight, the surface of the water reflected a full moon, radiant and enchanting. "Please, take a seat. What brings you here at such a late hour?" Shi Yi extended a hand toward the seat opposite him, while with the other, he levitated the teaware. A surge of spiritual energy coalesced in the air, lifting a splash of water to cleanse the teapot. Beneath the moonlight, a silhouette of violet materialized before Shi Yi, possessing a breathtaking visage and an air of nobility. Ethereal mist swirled around her, casting her as a celestial being amidst the moon's glow. Chapter 39. Deceptive gains. Li Zishi elegantly settled across from Shi Yi, a glimmer of profound meaning flickering in her eyes. "Do you not know why I have come, young Master Shi?" "I truly do not," Shi Yi shrugged. "Perhaps to accompany me in admiring the flowers under the moonlight?" "You are quite the amusing character, young Master Shi," Li Zishi replied with a smile, her eyes sparkling with allure. "I wish to ascertain the specific circumstances within." With a gentle smile, she directly addressed the matter at hand. "Oh, I have disclosed everything I can. Do you still suspect I am withholding information?" Noticing Shi Yi's feigned innocence, Li Zishi's beautiful eyes shimmered, as if silently urging him to continue his act. "Honestly, miss, I have relayed all I learned from Tianyuan," Shi Yi stated. "Do refrain from calling me miss repeatedly. It feels overly formal. You may call me Zishi. Let us not digress. Feel free to express your requests, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." Li Zishi lightly tapped the table with her jade-like fingers. "Perhaps a sum of 3 to 500 million Taihan coins, along with 3 to 5 divine techniques would suffice." Shi Yi responded, his tone shifting to one of playful mirth. Upon hearing this, Li Zishi's body stiffened, a wave of annoyance surging within her. Was this fellow truly audacious enough to make such demands? Even she could not possibly procure 3 to 500 million Taihan coins. And divine techniques were treasures of immense worth, rarely exchanged even by the esteemed Tianbao Pavilion. "You are indeed bold to ask for such things. Do you comprehend their value?" Li Zishi shot Shi Yi a disapproving glance, astonished by his brazen audacity. "What then can you offer me?" Shi Yi recognized his own audacity, but believed negotiations could proceed gradually. "I can offer you 300 million Xuanxing coins, along with 3 techniques of Taihan Dao," Li Zishi replied through gritted teeth. "Is that not sufficient?" Noticing Shi Ye's continued smile and silence, Li Zishi frowned. Additionally, I require your share of the innate essence soil. Shi Ye insisted. I will provide you with a detailed map, he added, apart from certain confidential matters. The records on Tianyuan also detailed the routes to the 6 paths of secret realms, which Shi Ye had meticulously crafted into a map. These elements were his trump cards against them. Very well, I shall concede. Li Zishi felt her teeth clench in frustration, her heart bleeding internally as she lamented the effort it took to procure the innate essence soil from Zhao Wujing, only to end up crafting a metaphorical garment for Shi Ye. Li Zishi cast forth a space ring adorned with exquisite engravings, accompanied by a piece of soil enveloped in ethereal light. Shi Ye's heart soared with joy, his lips nearly splitting into a grin. With this, he could establish at least 4 celestial halls. Coupled with his own efforts and perseverance, he might even have the chance to cultivate 6. The more celestial halls he established, the higher his potential for growth would be, rendering the path to divinity a tangible possibility. Shi Ye relinquished a luminous scroll detailing the locations within the 6 paths secret realm, including the core periphery and routes. You better not deceive me, Li Zishi declared, unwilling to endure another moment of Shi Ye's smug demeanor. With the map in hand, she issued her warning and vanished into the horizon. Shi Ye lifted his teacup to his lips, remaining seated in quiet contemplation. Before long, starlight flickered at the edge of the sky, and a cerulean path materialized, adorned with shimmering stars, as a young divine king, crowned in celestial light, descended through the air. Observing Zhao Wujing, Shi Ye couldn't help but think, what an excellent actor. Zhao Wujing stepped forward without preamble and inquired, I wish to know the whereabouts of the 6 paths true God's legacy. Shi Ye, noting Zhao Wujing's aloof demeanor, was tempted to retort, well, think as you wish. However, Zhao Wujing promptly produced a space ring, causing Shi Ye's eyes to widen in astonishment. It contained a staggering 1 billion divine travel coins. In a moment of generosity, Shi Ye presented a luminous scroll, for the price was undeniably steep. Do you not wish to learn about other locations? The treasures there are quite bountiful, he suggested, noticing Zhao Wujing's intention to depart. What do you desire? Zhao Wujing asked. A spatial relocation talisman, Shi Ye replied. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Wujing acknowledged that these were 2 third-grade talismans capable of relocation over 3,000 miles. While they were vital for survival, he felt no remorse. After all, he was invincible among his peers. No one could compel him to flee. Shi Ye then produced a modified map resembling Li Zishi's, smiling as he received the 2 talismans radiating azure light. Once Zhao Wujing departed, Shi Ye remained, aware that others would soon seek him out. If he missed this evening, tomorrow, should Zhao Wujing and the others disseminate the information, they would no longer come to him for insider knowledge. Without a breeze, ethereal light danced as a young immortal, fan in hand, descended from the heavens. Upon closer inspection, the youth exuded an aura of invincibility, truly intimidating. It seems they have all come seeking you. If you can guide me, I shall grant you the status of a true disciple of the divine martial sect, Yang Tian declared, hoping to recruit Shi Ye, believing that securing him would be more reliable than merely exchanging information. Oh, I previously acknowledged your worth before the others. I trust you do not mind, Shi Ye smiled, skeptical of Yang Tian's intentions. He feared that returning to the divine martial sect might result in his very essence being scattered by Yang Tian. I, Yang Tian, am destined for divinity. If I cannot even accommodate this small request, how can I speak of the grand path or achieving godhood? Yang Tian laughed heartily, his spirit soaring. For he was destined to become a god, and subduing someone like Shi Ye, who harbored such rebellious thoughts, would undoubtedly bring him a sense of accomplishment. Moreover, it is well known that geniuses often possess a certain arrogance. Only by surpassing a genius can one hope to tame them. I appreciate your kindness, but I have no intention of joining any sect at this moment, Shi Ye replied with a smile. Shi Ye was adept at interpreting others' actions with the utmost malice. Who could tell if Yang Tian would speak one way and act another? You must consider this carefully. You have offended many, and without my protection, escaping the 6 paths secret realm will be exceedingly difficult, Yang Tian remarked. That won't be necessary. Hand me the martial god great technique, and I will provide you with the map contained within. Shi Ye gestured dismissively. A shadow of darkness flickered in Yang Tian's eyes, yet he still relinquished the martial god great technique to Shi Ye. This technique was notoriously challenging to master. Even he had only achieved a significant level of proficiency and was still far from perfection. In his view, Shi Yi likely aimed to refine the martial god great technique into a personal divine ability while in the heavenly palace realm. But having the means to obtain it did not guarantee the ability to cultivate it. Yang Tian harbored no concerns regarding the leakage of this divine technique, for he believed Shi Yi would never exit the Six Paths secret realm. He spoke the truth. After acquiring what he sought, Yang Tian departed swiftly, leaving no trace of hesitation. Haha, young man, here I come. Following Yang Tian's departure, a hearty laugh resonated through the air. A figure clad in fiery red descended from the sky, exuding a divine flame that enveloped him, each step radiating an overwhelming aura. Do you realize you are disturbing the peace? Shi Yi retorted with annoyance. Young man, quickly disclose the secrets of the Six Paths secret realm. I shall overlook your previous offenses, Tian Wu declared, offering Shi Yi an opportunity for redemption due to his knowledge of the secrets within the realm. Pay me in wealth and treasures, and I shall share, Shi Yi replied coldly. Why should I owe you any restitution? Did you not see that the others had to pay a price to obtain the map from me? There is no way I'll allow you to take it without compensation. Child, do not be ungrateful. You must cherish the opportunity to save your life. Tian Wu said icily. I demand 10 billion divine movement coins and 100 rejuvenating elixirs. If you cannot provide this, then be gone. Shi Yi showed no favor towards Tian Wu, unable to tolerate the lofty demeanor of these sect leaders. It seemed as though they believed granting you a task was a form of charity, expecting everyone to bend to their will. Tian Wu's expression darkened, and demonic flames surged around him as if he intended to incinerate the very heavens and earth. A flicker of murderous intent crossed his eyes, yet he begrudgingly produced the 10 billion divine movement coins and 100 rejuvenating elixirs. Just wait until we are within the Six Paths secret realm. I will show you what I am capable of. He scoffed, accepting the luminous tablet. Shi Yi's spirits soared. He had assumed Tian Wu would refuse, but to his surprise, these sect leaders were quite affluent. Had he known, he would have asked for more. He had thought obtaining 3 to 4 billion divine movement coins and 8 or 9 rejuvenating elixirs was already quite good, but Tian Wu had truly exceeded his expectations. His gaze softened toward Tian Wu, his eyes gleaming as if he were beholding a golden ingot. Upon witnessing the predatory gaze of Shi Yi, Tian Wu felt an unsettling chill creep into his heart. Could this fellow possibly be inclined toward a different orientation? He certainly had no interest in such matters. Promptly, he retreated with heightened vigilance. Shi Yi, realizing he had overstepped, donned a smile, feigning amicability, and bid him farewell without further escort. Tian Wu halted momentarily, transforming into a blazing inferno as he sped away. Chapter 40. The waters of Tianyuan. Suddenly, an idea struck Tian Wu, prompting him to return. Just as Shi Yi anticipated, Tian Wu's return bearing gifts. A fist descended from the heavens, accompanied by a torrent of flames, exuding an overwhelming and fearsome might. The punch shattered the void, as if it could vanquish deities. Alarmed, Shi Yi recognized that this blow was lethal. The waters swirled violently, the power of the aquatic forces enveloping his form, as an immense strength surged forth, unleashing the pinnacle of his spiritual energy. The heavens and earth roiled, and a colossal water fist materialized, shaking the clouds and trembling the cosmos, encompassing all. Bang! The void collapsed. Thunder erupted. Shi Yi's punch collided forcefully with Tian Wu's, causing the air to explode and generate shockwaves. Under the impact of that single blow, Shi Yi felt his arm go numb, staggering back several dozen steps, his heart racing in trepidation. Indeed, he had entered the gathering spirit realm. However, that was merely 30% of Tian Wu's strength. Consider this a lesson. For next time, I shall take your life. Tian Wu looked down upon Shi Yi from his elevated position before departing into the night. Watching Tian Wu fade from view, Shi Yi's expression darkened. Damn it. The billions in my pocket suddenly feel worthless. There remains a significant chasm between him and these prodigies. Tian Wu's cultivation far surpassed his own, and his mastery of combat techniques and spells was also greater. Yet, the true disparity lay in physical strength. Shi Yi could sense that the force behind that punch was at least 200,000 pounds, and despite activating his dual water eyes, he was still rendered numb and forced to retreat. This was under conditions where Tian Wu had not even exerted his full power, intensifying the urgency in Shi Yi's heart. It appeared that one must not be overly captivated by beauty, moderation is essential for the youth. With a lingering gaze toward the direction of his quarters, Shi vanished from his spot, seeking a place to cultivate. Unbeknownst to Shi, the retreating Tianyuan regarded his slightly reddened fist, the corners of his mouth twitching faintly. He had sensed Shi's profound aura, teeming with spiritual energy and vibrant life force, which sparked his curiosity for a test. He did not expect Shi to possess such capabilities. Had he not increased his strength, he would have been embarrassed, ultimately exerting 50% of his physical power to repel Shi. Nonetheless, he would only admit to 30%, for where would his dignity reside otherwise? Yet, this was the extent of Shi's prowess. Tianyuan was confident that with his full strength, he could obliterate Shi to dust. Within the Stone Jian's underground chamber, Shi invoked a secret technique to unlock the cultivation sanctuary of Stone Jian. After refining Stone Jian's soul, Shi discovered the existence of this hidden chamber. Upon entering the training room, he couldn't help but scoff. This old fellow truly knew how to indulge himself. The entire sanctuary was crafted from gold, with walls adorned with elaborate gathering spirit formations and embedded with numerous gathering spirit stones. In the meditation space, a series of small hills formed from spiritual stones lay stacked, amounting to an astonishing value of over 70 million gathering spirit coins. Even more astonishing to Shi was the revelation that Shi Jian's bed was also constructed from spiritual stones. Such opulence was truly remarkable. However, now it all belonged to him. With the treasures he had acquired from Li Zishi, Zhao Wuji, Yang Tian, and Tian Wu, Shi's wealth had become quite substantial. He couldn't help but marvel at the affluence of the disciples from these powerful factions. Henceforth, he resolved to engage with them more frequently. With his thoughts refocused, Shi sat down in Shi Jian's meditation spot. The power of water surged forth, enveloping him as the water god technique spun rapidly. The two immense water orbs in his dantian absorbed the surrounding spiritual stones, continuously refining the water elemental energy. Instead of first cultivating his Dao technique, Shi prioritized the refinement of water energy, quickly exhausting all the spiritual stones left by Shi Jian. A flicker of thought from Shi summoned a multitude of divine coins around him. The rank of these divine coins far surpassed that of gathering spirit coins. 100 million divine coins equated to a staggering 100 billion gathering spirit coins, heralding an unprecedented transformation in Shi's strength tonight. Boom! The dantian erupted in colossal waves, as the two enormous water orbs operated like harvesting machines, incessantly absorbing and refining the heavenly spiritual energy. At this moment, Shi resembled the ancient Tao Tai, voraciously devouring heaps of divine coins and wildly converting them into water energy, resulting in a geometric increase in his power. In no time, Shi's dantian expanded to an immense 30,000 zhong, having absorbed 300 million divine coins, which were transformed into spiritual water stored within the dantian. In the core of the dantian, a central region was vacated. Distinct from the outer areas, the water here exhibited a deep azure hue, radiating an unparalleled divinity, clearly indicating that Shi had entirely converted it into water elemental energy. It was time for the next step. Shi felt a surge of joy. With a buzz, a figure emerged from Shi's mind, and a torrent of spiritual power surged forth. At first glance, it was none other than Shi's spiritual projection. Witnessing this, Shi's spirit chanted incantations, his tongue blossoming like a lotus as ancient characters flowed from his essence. The runes of the Dao materialized, swirling around Shi's body and emanating a brilliant azure light. Water is the source of all things. All paths converge in water, and all things are ultimately water. Above the Dao lies the Supreme. The essence of water serves as the foundation, while the true water embodies the supreme juncture. The supreme juncture creates and blesses all paths. Shi silently recited the incantation. This was the technique he sought to cultivate, the water of supreme juncture. To transform into the water of supreme juncture, one must first convert their entire spiritual power into water elemental energy. This was the crux of Shi's endeavor tonight, the ancient immortal emperor's technique, the water of supreme juncture. One of the most treasured techniques he had acquired. The water of supreme juncture, a single drop weighs 1,000 jun. Achieving mastery in the supreme juncture grants one the power to shake the heavens and move the earth, wielding the stars and shattering the cosmos. Many paths to physical sanctification are forged through inner refinement. whether by enduring the searing flames, the grinding of extreme ice, or the torment of myriad demons. Only through such extreme trials can one achieve a sacred body. The Tianyuan water, emanating from within, grants unparalleled physical prowess to those who can refine it. It is particularly suited for practitioners of the water path, who cultivate their strength based on the elemental force of water. It is well acknowledged that those who follow the water path often possess frail bodies. However, the Tianyuan water adeptly resolves this issue, serving as a boon for water cultivators. According to the Grand Kunlun Divine Domain Compendium, the period preceding the celestial hall is the optimal time for cultivators to forge an exquisite foundation. The sturdier the foundation, the loftier the potential for growth. A robust physique allows for the establishment of multiple celestial halls, and the more halls one possesses, the greater the pathways one can ultimately embrace, rendering them virtually invincible. Shi hypothesized that Tianwu and his companions were suppressing their cultivation to enhance their physical strength. Otherwise, given their innate talents, they would have already ascended to higher realms. As Shi harnessed the Tianyuan water, an endless stream of profound truths manifested from the celestial bone on his forehead, while a divine light enveloped him, ushering him into an enigmatic realm. The essence of Tianyuan water unfolded within his consciousness, and, bolstered by the celestial bone, all the profound meanings of Tianyuan were absorbed by Shi. With a resonant hum, a droplet of crystal-clear Tianyuan water formed within his elixir field, akin to a celestial flower blossoming in resplendence. Upon the drop's descent, it weighed a staggering 10,000 pounds, instantly stirring tumultuous waves within the elixir sea. Another droplet fell, unleashing a tidal surge that engulfed the cosmos, causing the universe to tremble. As Shi refined this energy, the power of Tianyuan manifested, nourishing his body and infusing it with vitality that roared like a true dragon soaring through the heavens. In this moment, Shi's physical strength was formidable. A single punch could seemingly vanquish an ancient ferocious beast. As the radiant glow faded, 99 pillars of spirit dimmed, and 300 breaths passed in an ephemeral blink. The core of the elixir sea lay barren, with only droplets of translucent Tianyuan water, imbued with profound energy, remaining. Shi meticulously counted them, 50 droplets in total, signifying that a full-force punch could unleash a staggering 500,000 pounds of might. Remarkably, this was achieved in a mere 300 breaths. Should the powerful beings of the outside world learn that Shi could cultivate his physical strength to such an immense degree in such a short span, they might well find a block of tofu to dash their heads against. Chapter 41. Destiny lies with me. Shi rose, feeling an unprecedented vigor coursing through him. The surging strength of his body imparted an illusion that he could slay a true dragon. With an astounding 500,000 pounds of might, his combat prowess soared. Shi surmised that if he were to clash with Tianwu now, he could surely send him flying with a single punch. Gazing at the empty space within his spatial ring, Shi couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. In those fleeting 300 breaths, he had expended 18 billion divine currency, a truly terrifying consumption. To reach the realm of handily shaking the imperial weapon would undoubtedly require a vast reservoir of resources. Were it not for the insufficient celestial bone to support the continued cultivation of Shi, he might have relentlessly pursued his training until resources ran dry. However, every effort is worthwhile. The Great Kunlun Divine Domain Chronicle records that the physical limit of the Heavenly Palace was 9 million pounds of immense strength, thus enabling one to reach that legendary realm. Yet, Shi's Tianyuan water knows no bounds. As long as ample resources are available, it can continuously be refined to augment physical power, making the establishment of 9 heavenly palaces a mere dream. Coupled with Shi's water god technique, the culmination of the water god's true form is terrifying beyond imagination. Tianyuan water, a single drop, weighs as much as 10,000 jun, renders the body invincible. Shi's strength shall grow without limit. The water god's true form is immortal and indestructible, encompassing all paths of the world, embodying every physical constitution, and capable of infinitely containing Tianyuan water. It is widely acknowledged that the vast multitude of celestial physiques throughout history are either innate or cultivated through effort. However, in the realm of perfection, innate qualities ultimately surpass those acquired. Many divine bodies are inherently bestowed, even though throughout the ages, There have been powerful beings who created supreme techniques to strip and devour others' divine bodies. Those physiques acquired through later efforts invariably lack that thread of perfect innate opportunity, unable to achieve true harmonious integration. In contrast, the water god's true form, which embraces all rivers and oceans, embodies that innate opportunity. By utilizing the water god's true form as a vessel, one can refine the myriad physiques of the heavens, assimilating all paths and cultivating an immortal true form transcending the ages. Achieving unparalleled uniqueness, combined with the power of Tianyuan, one might ask, who among the heavens and earth could stand against me? At this moment, Shurye's heart surged with excitement. Even in his past life, he had never reached such heights, nor had he ever envisioned it. This life, however, he seizes every advantage. Destiny is on my side. In this moment, he could grasp the heavens with bare hands, tearing apart celestial beings. The exalted deities of the 9 heavens are but trifles. Shurye steadied his emotions. The path to the heavens lies beneath his feet, and diligence remains essential. He retrieved the 3 volumes of Tai Soul techniques, gifted by Li Zishi to peruse. He currently lacked certain offensive means, and these 3 tomes precisely fulfilled his requirements: 9 Dragon Fist, Heaven-Shaking Kick, and Sword of Convergence. These 3 Tai Soul techniques, while not overwhelmingly powerful in offense, are not weak either, with the most formidable being martial god as supreme power. The difficulty of cultivation is exceedingly high. Techniques are generally categorized according to the practitioner's realm. However, there exist some powerful divine abilities, secret arts, ancient techniques, and treasure arts whose ranks are difficult to define. Their strength can only be assessed by the difficulty of cultivation and the practitioner's inherent capabilities. Cultivating the martial god's supreme power to perfection can enhance physical strength, combat prowess, and defensive capabilities across the board. Shurye meticulously perused these methods, continuously consuming medicinal pills to restore his spiritual energy and rejuvenate his soul strength. With golden light shimmering and the sage imparting wisdom, 99 pillars of spiritual essence were ignited, as celestial bone gushed forth with boundless divine light, propelling Shurye once again into the profound realms of cultivation. Seated in meditation, Shurye's mind flourished with intricate techniques, as golden characters transformed into musical notes that danced above his consciousness. Shurye sprang into action. With a powerful punch, golden light erupted, and dragon energy surged forth, manifesting as a Tianyuan golden dragon that roared into existence. With hands that could alter the cosmos, his fists resonated, unleashing 2 golden dragons from his fists, exuding an imposing might. Bolstered by the essence of celestial bones, Shurye fully grasped the profundities of the 9 dragons' fist, bending forward to deliver a punch that echoed with the roar of 9 dragons. The 9 dragons' fist reached its zenith. 99 mental pillars dimmed once more as Shurye consumed vial after vial of spirit-replenishing elixirs, an ethereal light bursting forth anew. Stepping forward, the earth trembled violently. With a sweeping kick, he shattered all adversaries with earth-shaking force. The heaven-shattering kick achieved perfection. With a finger as his sword, he harmonized with the universe, cleaving through the stars, causing even spirits to wail in fear. The harmonizing sword reached its consummation, time and again, as his mental energy was exhausted. Shurye's soul experienced growth, the 99 pillars of spirit suddenly surging upwards. An entire inch of growth. Boom. The world fell silent as an invincible figure descended from the heavens, radiating formidable battle intent. The martial deity ascended. Shurye called out, merging with this invincible apparition. And in that fleeting moment, an inexhaustible fighting spirit surged through his being. A pair of crimson eyes manifested within his own, instilling fear in all who beheld them. At this moment, Shurye resembled the martial deity come to earth, his blood surging with ferocity, an unrestrained battle fervor. To battle the heavens, to battle the earth, to battle the deities, until death shall part us. The martial deity's great power reached its climax. In that instant, Shurye's combat prowess ascended to new heights. A flash of crimson light flickering across his right arm. He raised his arm, revealing a peculiar and divine symbol that appeared, though incomplete, only half of it manifested. A smile graced Shurye's face. The great Dao symbol. A testament to a formidable physique, 1,000,000 tons of strength would manifest a great Dao symbol on the body, earning such a physique the title of sacred body. Legends proclaim that those with 3 symbols are invincible, and those with 6 are destined for divinity. While this may border on exaggeration, it nonetheless illustrates the might of the great Dao symbols. Dear friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. Your companionship fuels my writing. Cultivation realms, Qi training realm, spirit gathering realm, divine action realm, heavenly palace realm, supreme soul realm, dharma form realm, dharma domain realm. Note, mental strength is equivalent to soul power. The primordial spirit is also referred to as the soul. Chapter 42. Dawn breaks as Shi Yi emerged from Shi Jian's cultivation chamber. The night had passed, and dawn had arrived. The air was refreshingly sweet. The day's plans begin at dawn. Shi Yi's physique was now immensely powerful, brimming with vitality. The prior bout with Huang Rong evoked a sense of rivalry, as he felt he was subtly at a disadvantage in combat. In contemporary times, the prowess of Shi Yi has surged, undoubtedly intent on suppressing all adversaries in the world. After merely a night apart, an inexplicable longing for his beloved arises within him. Shi Yi, brimming with enthusiasm, hastens back to his quarters, only to discover that Huang Rong has already departed. Upon inquiring, he learns that she has returned to her own chamber. Thus, Shi Yi transforms into a streak of azure light, vanishing from the spot. As he steps through the grand entrance, he is greeted by the distant fragrance of celestial spirit tea, which, upon closer inspection, invigorates the mind. Upon entering, Shi Yi beholds Huang Rong seated beside a jade table, exquisitely crafted from gilded jade, adorned with golden veining that exudes an air of nobility, fit only for the affluent. Today, Huang Rong dons a dress reminiscent of exquisite blue and white porcelain, which perfectly accentuates her figure, showcasing enchanting curves that captivate the soul. Her sumptuous legs, enveloped in a delicate layer of nude stockings, are crossed gracefully, revealing the poise of a mature woman. She completes her ensemble with a pair of refined ceramic-hued high-heeled shoes, radiating an unspoken elegance. Huang Rong lifts her morning tea with elegance, gently blowing upon it before sipping. With her smooth, fair hands, she picks up a pastry, her ruby lips parting slightly. Every movement embodies the noble grace of a distinguished family and the unforgettable aura of a sophisticated matron. Ancestor, you have arrived. Please, do partake in the pastries. She greets Shi Yi warmly upon his entrance. Ha! With you here, what need is there for pastries? Shi Yi exclaims, enveloping Huang Rong in his embrace. There are still servants present. She feigns modesty, lightly tapping his chest. You may leave, Shi Yi directs, casting a glance at the blushing maid nearby. My heavens, how can the madam be with the young master? My head is spinning, the maid mutters, hastily exiting the chamber, only to return and discreetly close the door behind her. Now, it appears we are alone. Shi Yi grins mischievously. With a large hand grasping the handle of the wine jug at the table's edge, he indulges in several hearty gulps of exquisite wine. For only the finest aged vintages possess true flavor. Huang Rong's complexion flushes, yet a flicker of coldness dances in her beautiful eyes. Before long, vibrant spring unfolds. A colossal airship, adorned with the banner of Tianbao Pavilion, looms majestically. This is indeed a vessel exclusive to the Tianbao Pavilion, its length stretching immeasurably, with resplendent palaces standing upon its deck. Within one of the grand palaces, Shi Yi sits face to face with Li Ji and others, yet the atmosphere is peculiar, as all present regard Shi Yi with cold disdain. Clearly, they are aware that he has bestowed upon them the same map. It is undoubtedly worth every bit. Shi Yi remarks with a grin. I hope what you say is true, Yang Tian replies, casting a frosty glance at Shi Yi, who, in his eyes, is no different from a corpse. Li Ji, Zhao Wuji, and Tian Wu share this sentiment, though they have yet to unlock the 6 Paths secret realm. Refraining from taking action for now, have they truly secured my fate? In the end, who meets their demise remains uncertain, Shi Yi muses, a cold smile forming within his heart. The kingdom of Tiansheng is drawing near. Are you certain it is there? Li Zishi inquired. Indeed, the key points in that direction. Shi Yi muttered the phrase 9-1, as the ancient key, small enough to fit in his palm, emitted a lustrous glow. The tail end of the key pointed unmistakably towards the location of the imperial city. Has the hidden peril been eradicated? Yang Tian asked. The Earth Elder has taken matters into his own hands, Zhao Wuji replied with a stoic expression. What does that mean? Shi Yi's brow furrowed. a sense of foreboding stirring within him. It means the elimination of those privy to this news, Tianyuan scoffed. He then grinned widely, declaring that it was akin to a massacre. At this declaration, a thunderclap of dread surged through Shurya, his countenance darkening. How audacious of these scoundrels to commit such atrocities. His kin resided within Tianyuan. Though he bore no direct ties to those kin, the blatant massacre unfolding before him was a blatant affront, a clear dismissal of his presence. This enmity was irrevocably forged. Alas, poor Rongrong, my beloved. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of trepidation swept through all in Tianyuan City as the sky darkened ominously. A colossal hand descended from above, exuding an unmatched might that threatened to extinguish all life. Run for your lives. The inhabitants of the city, upon witnessing the spectacle, were seized by panic, scurrying in all directions. It was apocalyptic. Some, paralyzed by fear, trembled uncontrollably, collapsing in place. We must flee. Li Zishi and her cohorts are ruthless, sparing not even their own. Those cultivators unaware of the impending doom remained within the Tianbao pavilion, hearts racing as they hastily sought escape. Yet, all efforts were in vain. The hand of the earth god had locked down the entirety of Tianyuan City, sealing all beneath its might. Time was suspended, space confined, and all existence obliterated. At the moment the colossal hand descended, every soul was pinned to the ground, rendered immobile. Boom! Clouds of dust billowed as Tianyuan City was obliterated in an instant, leaving behind a mere imprint of a hand spanning 1,000,000 feet. The earth god, the instigator, coldly surveyed the scene below, departing only after confirming no living beings remained. Such matters were trivial for him. Cultivators, in their conflicts, routinely slaughter millions and devastate entire continents. What powerful being had not emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Aboard the Tianbao Pavilion's airship, observing Shurya's somber demeanor, Li Zishi dismissed his concerns, remarking that they were merely a swarm of ants, unworthy of ire. But that was my beloved Rongrong. Shurya, witnessing Li Zishi's condescending attitude, yearned to pin her to the ground and shatter her arrogance. However, the time was not yet ripe. We are nearing our destination, Shurya announced. Li Zishi then waved her delicate hand, conjuring a luminous screen that revealed the projection of an imperial city. From a distance, the towering walls of the imperial city appear formidable, and its vast expanse seems boundless. Should a powerful being gaze upon it with divine insight, they would discern that this imperial city spans millions of kilometers. The city exudes an ancient grandeur, its magnificence radiating a vibrant vitality. Observing the ominous shadow that looms overhead, the inhabitants of the city engage in fervent discussions. What audacity possesses that faction's vessel to trespass directly over the imperial city? Such a rare occurrence. To witness someone daring to invade the imperial realm is indeed astonishing. Let us await the spectacle. The imperial guard will undoubtedly apprehend them. What a magnificent ancient city! Stone Page could not help but exclaim in awe at the sight of such a grand fortress. Truly, a rustic fool, lacking exposure to the world, commented Tian Wu disdainfully. For in the realm of Zhongtian, such powers are as numerous as the stars, and he has encountered many formidable ancient nations. Stone Page's countenance remained stoic, but a flash of lethal intent flickered in his eyes. At that moment, a voice, imbued with authority, rang out. Who dares to trespass upon the imperial city? Seize them at once. A formidable general, clad in golden armor and wielding a long spear, appeared in the air, blocking the vessel's path. Who approaches? Li Zishi asked. Her legs crossed, a smile gracing her lips. It is I, came the calm yet profoundly confident response from Zhao Wuji. Chapter 43, The Imperial Palace on the Horizon. A flicker of azure light heralded the arrival of a cerulean path, upon which a youth, resembling a divine monarch, descended, haloed by divine light and surrounded by azure mist. The guards were momentarily taken aback at the sight of such a majestic youth, though a hint of disdain crossed the general's face upon sensing that the boy was merely at the divine movement stage. As a formidable being of the heavenly hall, he was unperturbed by the boy's audacity to intrude upon the imperial city. You dare trespass? Surrender at once, the general bellowed, a grand celestial palace materializing behind him as his spear radiated overwhelming intent. That luminescent figure was about to meet his end. The soldiers below shook their heads in disbelief. With a vice commander intervening, the youth was likely doomed. However, much to the audience's astonishment, The young man's azure mist blossomed like a blue lotus, pointing like a sword, unleashing a streak of azure radiance that soared through the air. The guard general, initially smirking with contempt, prepared to evade. Yet, in the next instant, he felt a chill run down his spine. His body froze, unable to escape the pinpoint focus of that singular strike. With a sickening sound, the general's eyes widened as the finger pierced through him, creating a gaping hole in his chest. How could the vice commander have been defeated so easily? The soldiers and civilians below were left agape, utterly stunned. It wasn't until the vice commander's lifeless body plummeted from the sky that they regained their senses. Quick! Launch the piercing arrows. The soldiers shouted in panic. With a whoosh, a piercing arrow soared into the sky, exploding into a brilliant display of fireworks. Within the city, a general clad in three-clawed golden dragon armor, upon hearing the explosive sounds, unleashed a terrifying light from his eyes. The air was thick with murderous intent as he grasped the Fang Tianyuan ji, his golden boots striking the ground, transforming into a streak of light that shot forth. Who dares to act with such impunity in the imperial city? The voice boomed like thunder, instilling fear in all. The Grand Commander has arrived. It was this person who killed the Deputy Commander and brazenly intruded into the imperial city. The Grand Commander, enshrouded in an aura of fury, felt the temperature around him plummet several degrees, more effective than any air conditioner. The intruder of the imperial city shall die. His tone was frigid, his aura surging, as he unleashed a torrent of energy that tore the void behind him, creating two immense black holes. Lightning flickered ominously in his eyes, while a formidable power brewed upon his forehead. He was undeniably a being of supreme power. Without further ado, he raised his hand, and the Fang Tianyuan ji cleaved the air, splitting it open with a terrifying rift. The infinite fist. Zhao Wujing, undeterred, clenched his fists and swung with all his might. Utterly foolish. The Grand Commander scoffed, regarding Zhao Wujing as if he were already dead. A mere junior in the divine movement realm dared to confront a supreme powerhouse head-on. It was a reckless gamble with death. At that moment, the divine halo behind Zhao Wujing radiated brilliance, leaping forth to envelop his hands. A terrifying force erupted from his fists, seemingly surpassing all limits. As glimpses of reincarnation and the cyclical movement of the sun and moon emerged, a profound aura quietly unfurled, and within it, all present felt their spirits sink, witnessing an immensely towering figure shaking the heavens with bare hands, followed by a fist hurtling toward them. In that instant, fear gripped the hearts of all, as if that very fist would obliterate them. The essence of the infinite fist. Zhao Wujing had actually comprehended the essence of the fist. A flicker of astonishment passed through Li Zihuan's eyes. In this battle, Zhao Wujing had triumphed. A glint of apprehension crossed Yang Tian's gaze, for Zhao Wujing's fist essence posed a palpable threat. The Grand Commander's expression shifted to one of shock, as he found his speed diminished in this profound aura. Even the act of wielding the Fang Tianyuan ji felt overwhelmingly laborious. Boom! Zhao Wujing's infinite divine fist collided with the Grand Commander's Fang Tianyuan ji, unleashing a terrifying brilliance. The Grand Commander felt a jolt run through his hand, rendering it numb. To the astonishment of all, he was actually forced back by Zhao Wujing. The Grand Commander's face turned ashen as he brandished his spear, for a formidable being of the Supreme Soul realm could not afford to be defeated by a mere junior transcending two realms. Such disgrace would render him utterly devoid of face within the Imperial City. Boom, boom. The void above the Imperial City erupted, as Zhao Wujing and the Grand Commander clashed fiercely, their battle resonating like a terrifying storm, akin to a heavenly tribulation descending upon the world. All caught in this tempest trembled in fear. The Grand Commander was increasingly astonished, for throughout the encounter, he had been relentlessly pressed by Zhao Wujing. No matter the techniques he employed, Zhao Wujing, with his infinite divine fists, shattered his every spell. This could not continue. The Grand Commander, propelled by Zhao Wujing's fist, was sent flying, divine light flickering upon his forehead as he summoned his ultimate power toward the heavens. Zhao Wujing exuded an aura reminiscent of a humanoid tyrannosaurus, seemingly impervious to harm, and the Grand Commander could sense that Zhao still retained considerable strength. The sheer terror of the situation compelled him to rely on his divine abilities to deliver a decisive blow. With a thunderous crash, a celestial hall emerged from the Grand Commander's consciousness, exuding an overwhelming primal energy. Above him, a massive, 100-foot-long dark serpent materialized, its emerald scales glistening and its crimson eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. This serpent was a manifestation of the Grand Commander's mastery, refined from a millennia-old serpent during his ascension to the Great Soul Realm, serving as his life spirit and source of divine power. The serpent swiftly coiled around the Grand Commander's halberd, unleashing a ferocious presence as its tail shattered mountains with ease. Zhao Wuji, with an expression of icy indifference, summoned a 5-foot-long blade, its obsidian surface radiating an aura of dread that seemed to whisper of impending death. Gripping the blade tightly, he delivered a devastating slash, unleashing a blade of light that cleaved through the fabric of reality itself, as if the heavens and earth had been forcibly separated, obliterating an entire world in its wake. Unstoppable, the Grand Commander felt a chill run down his spine, his complexion paling at the realization that the power emanating from this blade was akin to that of a great soul artifact, while his own halberd was merely a weapon of lesser caliber. How could he possibly withstand such might? Panic surged through him, and he turned to flee. But it was too late. With a sickening sound, blood rained down as the Grand Commander was cleaved in two, plummeting from the sky with his innards spilling onto the ground. The soldiers defending the city, witnessing this horrific scene, lost all resolve and collapsed in despair. A ship passed over the imperial city, and all eyes were filled with dread. A reckoning was at hand. The young master of Wuji proved his formidable prowess. Zhao Wuji entered with an expression of calm detachment, as though he were not the one who had just engaged in battle. "Do not flatter me," he replied nonchalantly. "You all could have achieved the same with ease." Li Zixi praised him, her profound gaze betraying deeper thoughts unknown to others. Meanwhile, Tianwu scoffed, asserting that he too could have accomplished such a feat. It was evident to discerning eyes that the Grand Commander's cultivation was woefully inadequate. His weapons, techniques, and strategies were all disappointingly subpar, his power merely the result of crude enhancements, lacking the refinement of even average great soul practitioners, let alone the stronger celestial beings. In contrast, Zhao Wuji, a prodigy, would inevitably dominate. Through this battle, Shi gained a profound understanding of these exceptional talents, realizing that they could not be measured by ordinary standards. Some individuals possessed capabilities far beyond the norm, effortlessly engaging in battles across realms. At the Taiji Hall, the courtiers were in utter disarray, their voices rising in a cacophony of heated arguments. "Your Majesty, you must surrender. You are nothing but a coward. Contemplating capitulation before the enemy even reaches our gates." The Grand Inspector, his countenance aflame with indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at the Chancellor across from him. The Chancellor, however, remained unfazed, exuding an air of calm indifference, while his trusted aide, the minor minister, interjected. "Your Majesty," he began, "that great vessel is the royal carriage of the heavenly treasure pavilion. To oppose such a transcendent force is tantamount to courting death. I implore your Majesty to contemplate this gravely." Seated upon the dragon throne, Li Yuan felt a throbbing headache. Though nearing 40, his visage betrayed the wear of a man in his 50s, evidently ravaged by indulgence in wine and pleasure. The luxurious dragon robe he wore seemed to accentuate a sense of a feckless ruler. Just moments ago, he had been reveling in the company of his concubines, and now he was startled by the news of an assault on the imperial city, prompting him to summon his ministers for counsel. "General, what do you suggest we do?" Li Yuan directed his gaze towards the Grand General, and Lu Shan, a master among the three foremost martial experts of the heavenly sacred kingdom. "Your Majesty, let us first observe the outcome of the Commander's engagement. Should he prevail, we may negotiate with the heavenly treasure pavilion. If he falters, we shall deliberate further." And Lu Shan advised, his expression betraying no emotion, his eyes narrowing as he offered his counsel. Being one of the top 3 martial experts, and Lu Shan was acutely aware of the superficiality of his own prowess, a mere product of the kingdom's collective strength. "Very well, let it be so," the Emperor Li Yuan replied, a cloud of concern shadowing his features. Yet, at that moment, a panicked voice rang out. "The enemy has breached our defenses. The commander has been cut in two." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's legs trembled, nearly casting him from his throne. Boom! The thunderous roar of the airship slicing through the sky echoed ominously, exuding a palpable sense of dread. There had been attempts to counter the assault, yet the sight of the Imperial Guard commander soaring into the sky and subsequently raining down in dismemberment shattered the morale of the soldiers. who cowered on the ground in abject terror. And Lu Shan, his flesh quivering, quickly knelt, urging, "Your Majesty, surrender may be our only recourse." The Chancellor, advocating for capitulation, promptly followed suit, urging, "I beseech your Majesty to yield. You spineless wretches." The Grand Inspector trembled with rage, his finger quivering as he pointed at the kneeling ministers. Thud. "Your Majesty, please surrender." The Grand Inspector suddenly knelt, realizing that his earlier display was merely an act to assert imperial authority, and having now played his part, he deemed it prudent to retreat. With all the civil and military officials prostrated before him, Emperor Li Yuan, filled with resignation, spoke in a somber tone. "What say you, my lords?" The Chancellor stepped forward, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, we must immediately host a royal banquet, extending the highest state honors to our esteemed guests, and delight them with beauties, thereby winning their favor. This may afford our heavenly sacred kingdom a slender chance of survival." Upon hearing this, the Emperor's countenance contorted in turmoil, a flicker of humiliation flashing in his eyes at the thought of a sovereign bowing to others, pandering with courtesans. As for where to procure such beauties, they would naturally be drawn from his own harem. A profound disgrace, an utter humiliation. I, Li Yuan, shall endure this. My esteemed lords, hasten to welcome the dignitaries of the Tianbao Pavilion. At that moment, a domineering and audacious voice thundered from the heavens, demanding to know the whereabouts of this humble nation's emperor, insisting that he swiftly emerge to kneel in greeting. With the might of the divine winds beneath his feet, the formidable Tianwu descended, flames of divine power blazing across the sky, resembling a fearsome demon as he arrived atop a fiery Qilin. "Pay your respects, my lords." Emperor Li Yuan led his ministers in a humble prostration before the grand hall. Li Zishi retracted her flying vessel, allowing the assembly to touch the ground. In that fleeting moment, Shi Yi nearly faltered, for he had yet to attain the realm of divine flight and was not adept at soaring through the skies at will. With a surge of thought, the power of water enveloped him, ensuring his steady descent to the earth, which caused Li Zishi to regard him with newfound respect. Indeed, her intention was deliberate. Fully aware that Shi Yi could not master flight, she sought to catch him off guard, a subtle retribution for the mischief he had wrought upon them. Shi Yi could only glare at her with a vexed expression, muttering, "Just you wait, little vixen." "You are the emperor of the heavenly sacred nation," Tianwu proclaimed, striding forward to give Li Yuan a kick. The kneeling Li Yuan felt an intense humiliation wash over him. Yet he maintained a smile, replying, "Yes, my lord. We shall requisition your royal palace. Do you have any objections?" Tianwu continued, kicking Li Yuan once more with a playful grin. Li Yuan thought to himself, "With your foot upon me, what objection could I possibly raise?" "Haha, no objections at all," he replied, masking his simmering anger behind a facade of laughter. The Chancellor, witnessing the scene, quickly interjected, "Esteemed immortals, we have prepared a royal banquet to honor you, and we hope you will grace us with your presence." "Indeed, let us indulge in the exotic flavors of your land," Tianwu replied with a curious expression, but his demeanor shifted dramatically in the next instant. "What insolence is this? Daring to presume I would grace you with my presence?" With disdain evident on his face, Tianwu brought his foot crashing down upon the Chancellor's head. The impact was as heavy as a mountain. Splat! The Chancellor, caught unawares, found his head exploding like a fragile tofu. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, all present fell into a deathly silence, their hearts racing with dread, fearing they might be next. Li Yuan's legs trembled uncontrollably, rendering him immobile as the air grew oppressively still. How foolish to speak out of turn. The presence of such immortals in our palace is a monumental honor for the heavenly sacred nation, destined to be etched into history for future generations to revere. Beside the remnants of the Chancellor's shattered form, and Lu Shan, steeling himself, approached to wipe Tianwu's shoes with his own garments. "Very good," Tianwu remarked, his satisfaction evident as he regarded in Lu Shan's sycophantic demeanor. "This is the attitude befitting an ant. Are you certain this is the place?" Tianwu inquired, his tone growing ominous as he turned to Shi Yi. Earlier, his guardian's divine sense had swept across the palace without detecting any anomalies, leaving Tianwu with a sense of betrayal. "Indeed, this is the location. With the full moon tonight, the secret realms of the six paths can be summoned," Shi Yi replied, mirroring Tianwu's stern demeanor, for the ancient texts of the Tiangu rite indicated this very position. "Let us take a moment to rest here." Li Zishi's expression was cool, her red lips slightly parted. Upon hearing her words, Yang Tian and Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement, their demeanor calm. Esteemed immortals, please proceed inside. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan promptly led the way into the inner palace, with the ministers following closely behind in trepidation. Passing through the grand doors of the Tai Chi Hall, they entered the inner palace, where the entire imperial palace was adorned predominantly in golden hues, showcasing regal opulence with intricately carved beams and painted rafters. Each pillar was crafted from the rare golden silk spirit wood of the mortal realm, and the golden dragons intricately carved upon them evoked a sense of majesty and solemnity. The palace maids, youthful and graceful, moved elegantly along the way. Shi Yi observed all of this with great interest, while Li Zishi and her companions appeared indifferent. Rumors of the 3,000 beauties in the inner palace proved true, as Shi Yi encountered many young and striking women along the path, contemplating the possibility of an enchanting encounter with a beautiful concubine that very evening. Chapter 45. The Blissful Dance. The efficiency of the imperial palace was remarkable. By the time Shi Yi and his companions arrived at the inner palace, the atmosphere was already filled with song and dance. With a red carpet laid out and exquisite jade tables arranged on either side, this banquet was held in the imperial garden, which was vast and teeming with rare and exotic flora, where various beautiful spiritual flowers vied for attention. Winding streams meandered around artificial hills, creating a splendid setting for the feast. Esteemed immortals, please take your seats, Emperor Li Yuan said humbly, guiding Tianwu and the others to the main seats. The foremost position, typically occupied by the emperor himself, had today been supplemented with 4 chairs intricately carved with 5-clawed golden dragons. Not bad, you are doing well, Tianwu remarked, patting Li Yuan on the shoulder, his gesture akin to a mountain descending upon him. Li Yuan felt the weight of Tianwu's hand, as though a great mountain had struck him, yet he bore it with his cultivation at the spirit-gathering realm, concealing any displeasure behind a smile. Though internally he was beset by 1,000 thoughts of frustration. 5 distinguished chairs were placed upon the elevated platform, leaving the emperor and the ministers to occupy the lower seats. The jade tables were square, adorned with layers of precious silk, and a round basin for hand-washing was placed at the upper left corner. By merely resting one's hands upon it, the spiritual energy would cleanse them. Bring forth the dishes, commanded Emperor Li Yuan with authority. Tap, tap, tap. The elegant rhythm of high heels striking the ground heralded the approach of beautiful maidens, their smiles radiant as they walked gracefully. They wore matching resplendent kipeos, slit to the thigh, revealing the delicate beauty of their forms. Each maiden carried a plate adorned with carved phoenix patterns, laden with exquisite delicacies. With graceful steps, they ascended to the high platform to serve. Each table attended by 2 beautiful maids, one responsible for presenting the dishes, the other for serving them, exemplifying the royal etiquette in every movement. The food upon the jade tables far surpassed the delicacies from the Shi household, with many items that Shi Yi had never before tasted. The exquisite dishes of Baiqi Yulong, Pao Jiu Lingyu, Xinhe Bao, Tiandu Yuxian, and Fima Chinzui are visually stunning, each arousing an insatiable appetite. Each dish possesses its own unique qualities and a rich flavor. The fine wine contained within the jade pot is indeed a divine delicacy, served in lavish golden goblets. Such a grand feast would be incomplete without the company of enchanting beauties. Emperor Li Yuan chuckled, then clapped his hands. A procession of lovely courtesans gracefully approached, led by the resplendent empress adorned in a phoenix robe, her beauty unparalleled and exuding an aura of regal maturity. The robe accentuated her graceful silhouette, revealing a hint of pristine white at her ankles, elegantly adorned with exquisite high heels etched with phoenix motifs, epitomizing nobility. Behind her trailed concubines in various splendid attires. Some donned luxurious gowns with alluring black stockings that captivated the eye, while others sported short skirts that showcased their long, elegant legs, paired with low-cut tops that highlighted their alluring figures. Each of these stunning courtesans was a vision of beauty, none less striking than the empress, with some even subtly eclipsing her in allure. Without exception, all wore exquisite high heels, revealing their delicate jade-like feet. Greetings to all esteemed immortals, the empress said, leading the beautiful entourage in a slight curtsy towards Shi Yi and the others. Soon after, the 5 most beautiful concubines took their places beside Shi Yi, Tianwu, Zhao Wuji, Yang Tian, and Li Zishi, ready to serve. Tianwu, Zhao Wuji, and Yang Tian welcomed the attentions of the courtesans, indulging in the offerings of wine and delicacies, as they had experienced such scenes before. Even Li Zishi allowed a beauty to nestle against him. "Let us drink, esteemed immortal." One concubine, clad in a teal short skirt, pressed herself against Tian Wu, her delicate hand lifting a golden goblet to his lips. Tian Wu, naturally, welcomed the gesture, embracing her as she poured wine for him, her slender fingers intentionally brushing against his lips. "Are you satisfied, esteemed immortal?" Li Yuan remarked, grinning at the sight of Tian Wu's intoxicated expression. "You, as an emperor, have done well," Tian Wu replied, withdrawing his hand from beneath the table to gently push away the entranced concubine leaning against him. Changing his tone, he added, "However, I would be even more pleased if you could spare the beauty beside you." With that, he cast a playful glance at the empress next to Li Yuan. At these words, Li Yuan's expression soured, resembling one who had tasted something foul, wishing he could slap himself in frustration. Feeling utterly constrained, he reluctantly nudged the empress beside him, not daring to refuse. The empress, filled with profound sorrow, felt entirely disillusioned by Li Yuan. Allowing her concubines to be toyed with was one thing, but surrendering the empress herself was a true affront to his masculinity. With a stoic expression, the empress turned away from Li Yuan, harboring disdain for him in her heart. "You go and accompany him," Tian Wu instructed, pointing at Li Yuan, as he pushed away the concubine in his arms and drew the empress into his embrace. "I particularly enjoy teasing dignified women like you." With that, he lifted her pristine and noble chin, leaning in to kiss her, while his other hand sought something beneath the table. Seated below, Li Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as he watched his queen revel in the embrace of another man, utterly powerless to intervene. In a moment of despair, he downed another gulp of wine and decided to indulge in the company of a nearby concubine, choosing to feign ignorance. However, his distress went unnoticed by all. The ministers raised their cups, sharing glances and toasting with the beauties at their sides. Both Yang Tian and Zhao Wujia were similarly occupied, though unlike Yang Tian, Zhao Wujia had little interest in women, remaining unmoved by the flirtations of the concubine beside him. His heart was solely dedicated to the pursuit of the Dao, devoid of any yearning for feminine companionship. As the revelry continued, the concubine nestled against Shi Yi, pouring wine into his mouth while her delicate fingers playfully stirred within. "Oh, esteemed immortal, are you aware there exists a more exquisite method of drinking? Would you care to try?" Despite Shi Yi's own singular focus on the Dao, he found it difficult to resist the allure of the beautiful woman's invitation. The concubine swiftly poured wine into her mouth before suddenly capturing Shi Yi's lips. The coolness of the drink, mingled with something soft, elicited an expression of enjoyment from him. "How does it feel, esteemed immortal?" she teased, her hand caressing his chest. "Truly, it is an experience to savor," Shi Yi replied with a playful grin. Everyone present, save for Li Yuan, reveled in the joyous atmosphere, clinking cups and laughing heartily. "I have prepared something special for all you esteemed immortals. Please enjoy," the queen proclaimed, her face flushed as she struggled to sit upright. "Let us all appreciate this together," Tian Wu announced, clapping his hands, inadvertently spilling wine onto himself as droplets splashed around. Seeing Tian Wu join in the applause, the ministers eagerly followed suit, anxious not to displease the immortals. As the applause resonated, a troop of elegantly clad women in high heels and kipeos entered, their garments artfully slit to the thigh, accentuating their long, slender legs clad in glossy black stockings. The sight of these alluring figures eased the minister's initial discomfort. "This is the blissful dance, the most fashionable performance in the kingdom of Tiansheng," the queen exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. The lead dancer bowed before Shi Yi and the other immortals, while the musicians gracefully dispersed to either side, allowing the central beauties to position themselves. With the music commencing, the dancers brandished fans, gracefully sweeping them overhead in a half circle. The tempo quickened, and the dancers, their glossy black stockings glistening, moved in time with the rhythm, executing intricate steps and fluid arm movements. The performance was a feast for the eyes, captivating all in attendance, even the likes of Tian Wu, who had never before experienced such an entrancing beat combined with dazzling choreography. It was indeed a marvel to behold. Chapter 46. That night, joyful revelry. The gathering was lively, with the ministers appearing more intoxicated than usual, hastily departing the palace in a state of inebriation, while Tianwu and others retired to their chambers with their beautiful companions. Emperor Li Yuan was thoroughly drunk, being assisted back to the palace by the eunuchs. "Where's your sleeping quarters?" Tianwu inquired, his tone tinged with urgency, as if a pressing matter awaited his attention. The already inebriated empress pointed with her delicate hand, leading Tianwu back to the palace of Kunning. That night, Tianwu indulged luxuriously on the dragon bed, reveling in his pleasures. Meanwhile, Shiyi accompanied concubine Hui back to the palace of Changlo, where he now lay in a bath, relaxing his body. In Shiyi's view, the path of cultivation necessitated a balance of work and rest. An obsessive pursuit of rapid advancement often yielded diminishing returns. "What rewards did you speak of today?" Shiyi jested. "Are you aware of the unique traits of the kingdom of Tiansheng?" Concubine Hui raised an eyebrow. During their amicable exchanges at the banquet, she had revealed her name to Shiyi, who preferred to be addressed as young master rather than immortal. "Oh, what uniqueness could there be?" Shiyi queried, a puzzled expression on his face, for he had never heard the term 3 baths of Tiansheng before. Could it refer to cuisine or some culinary delicacy? "Allow me to first assist you in cleansing your body," Concubine Hui offered, retracting her slightly flushed hand to fetch a bath towel. Shiyi stepped out of the bath and stood at the edge, permitting Concubine Hui to attend to him. While she may not have possessed the stunning allure of Huang Rong, she was undeniably captivating in her own right. After all, which beauty selected for the imperial harem could be considered unattractive? Concubine Hui's enchanting eyes sparkled with allure, her complexion blushing like a youthful maiden. Yet her demeanor exuded the grace of a gentle, mature woman. "Young men are filled with vigor," she remarked softly. "Haha, how could one remain indifferent in the presence of such beauty?" Shiyi laughed heartily, unabashed. "Now that we find ourselves alone in this chamber, what do you suppose the emperor thinks?" He regarded Concubine Hui with a playful glint in his eyes. He had noted that the concubines accompanying them that evening were particularly enthusiastic, and even the empress had finally let loose under Tianwu's influence. It seemed likely that Tianwu had already shared a secret rendezvous with the empress. Today His Majesty dispatched someone to summon us, and we were all mentally prepared for it. As concubines, we have always remained the emperor's private possessions, never to be paraded before esteemed guests. Given the events of this day, word has surely reached us. Concubine Hui spoke with a calm and gentle tone, as if this matter bore no consequence for her. Shiyi responded with a smile. "After we depart, your fate may not be so fortunate. After all, an emperor must preserve his dignity. The concubines present today may face dire consequences, either execution or relegation to the cold palace." Concubine Hui laid Shiyi upon a soft bed, encouraging him to lie face down. With the empress allowing her companions to share her bed, what right does the emperor have to punish us? The empress's methods are formidable. After tonight, His Majesty may well find himself retreating in her presence. Confident in the empress's prowess, Concubine Hui noted that none had ever bested her in the harem's intricate power play. Shiyi pondered, given Tianwu's temperament, if the empress were to satisfy him this evening, it was entirely possible that he would crush the emperor without a second thought. "I trust, my lord, that you will ensure my safety, correct?" Suddenly, Hui Fei's eyes brimmed with tears, gazing at Shiyi with a tender look, her autumn-like eyes evoking sympathy. "Of course, if he shows you any disrespect, I shall crush him." In this moment, Shiyi exuded an overwhelming confidence, radiating authority. I shall express my gratitude to you in advance, my lord," Hui Fei chuckled softly. "And what should Hui Fei do then?" Shiyi turned to face Hui Fei. She suggested, "One should repay in kind. What do you think, my lord? Pray tell, what manner of repayment do you speak of?" Hui Fei had spoken extensively, igniting Shiyi's curiosity. This pertains to the unique customs of the Tiansheng Kingdom Palace. Soon, Shiyi would experience it firsthand. It must be said that as an emperor, he certainly knew how to indulging in luxuries unattainable by ordinary mortals throughout their lives. While relaxing, Shiyi did not neglect his cultivation. Diligence in learning is the path to mastery, while idleness leads to decline. He mentally rehearsed the doctrines he had learned, preparing for the forthcoming expedition into the secret realm. Shiyi was always cautious regarding the unknown, even with some understanding of the six-path secret repository. After tens of thousands of years, no one could ascertain what changes had transpired within. Within his consciousness, the sacred soul hovered, radiating pure divine light to nourish Shiyi's spirit, while celestial bones intertwined to manifest profound truths. illuminating the essence of cultivation in his mind. Chapter 47. The Might of the Divine as Night Deepened. Moonlight cascaded over the resplendent imperial palace, rendering it exceptionally luminous. A full moon gradually revealed itself in the sky. Shirya had bid farewell to Huifei early on, ascending to the highest point of the Forbidden City to await the moon's complete unveiling, ultimately not stepping outside with her. The impending battle would be fraught with peril, allowing for no margin of error, as even the slightest distraction could compromise his combat effectiveness. Women, after all, could only hinder the swiftness of one's blade. At this moment, Zhao Wuji, Yang Tian, and Li Zishi had already arrived at the pinnacle of the Forbidden City, awaiting the arrival of the full moon. While several indistinct figures concealed themselves in the surrounding void, surrounded by cascading runes of the great Dao. Shortly thereafter, Tianwu shattered the void. His lips tinged with a faint pallor, yet his spirit remained formidable, each step exuding an aura of terror. Behind him, an elderly figure followed, cloaked in runes of the great Dao, emanating an overwhelming presence that could intimidate the heavens and earth. "Shall we commence?" Li Zishi remarked indifferently. Suddenly, a palm-sized ancient key appeared in Shirya's hand. He tossed it into the sky, where it floated and slowly rotated. Void and reality, the cosmos and the abyss. The chant of the divine, Shirya intoned, casting a spell derived from the invocation of the divine in the 9 nines returned to 1. With a hum, the palm-sized key erupted with divine light, spinning rapidly in midair, sending waves of divine brilliance rippling outward. The key suddenly erupted with an overwhelming power, swiftly disintegrating into a radiant beam that plunged into the earth. In that moment, the heavens trembled and the ground quaked violently, as if unable to withstand the pressure exerted by the luminous column. The entire palace shook relentlessly. What is happening? At this instant, everyone was jolted awake. No one could maintain their footing on the ground, not even Zhao Wujia and his companions, who hastily employed their mystical arts to stabilize themselves. A resounding roar echoed throughout the realm, as the palace suddenly collapsed, causing the entire imperial city, stretching 100,000 miles around, to crumble, with the earth itself tearing apart. Help! The world is collapsing. The apocalypse has arrived. This night would be etched in the memories of all as a night of disaster. Just as panic ensued among the crowd, a brilliant light surged forth from within the palace, instantly rending the heavens and piercing the sky, casting down the stars. Witnessing this magnificent spectacle, Li Zishi and her companions felt a twinge of unease, for the magnitude of the event could surely attract the attention of celestial forces. Yet, in that fleeting moment, within the imperial city of 100,000 miles, all beings felt an overwhelming divine presence, causing countless souls to tremble in its wake. In the void, Jiang Tian, the earth god, the heavenly heart, and the ancient heavenly dragon were compelled to reveal their true forms and descend to the ground, their faces betraying their unease. Far beyond, in the celestial realm, what transpired? Many cultivators in the celestial expanse witnessed a radiant burst on the distant horizon, akin to an ethereal light, dazzling and brilliant. Shortly thereafter, a divine aura broke through the heavens, instilling awe across the cosmos. All cultivators trembled in response, filled with profound reverence. Under this formidable presence, they felt as insignificant as ants, inconsequential in the grand scheme. The sky above the imperial city was suddenly torn asunder, revealing a fragment of another world within the celestial vault, as the structures of the imperial city collapsed one after another. The divine aura commanded the very fabric of the universe, and beneath this supreme essence, no one could remain steadfast. Even the ancient heavenly dragon and his peers were pressed to the ground, trembling in fear and trepidation. Beyond the endless cosmos, the starry river swayed, as colossal stars plummeted, transforming into meteoric trails that streaked across the heavens. A world was abruptly yanked down, crashing against the barriers of the grand Kunlun divine domain, causing all, from the exalted to the humble cultivators, to feel a sudden tremor throughout existence. This was the essence of divinity, the might of the gods. Far away in the celestial realm, all major sects of cultivation sensed the impending emergence of a divine secret realm. Countless cultivators gasped in astonishment, their eyes ignited with fervor. Greed etched upon their faces. We must hurry, seize the opportunity. Numerous formidable cultivators tore through the cosmos, traversing the void towards the Tianyuan continent. The location of the secret realm. As the Six Paths secret realm began to gradually unveil itself upon the Tianyuan continent, it felt as if the very framework of the continent was on the verge of collapse. An immense, chaotic radiance enveloped the entire sky, revealing to all the world barriers above the firmament. When half of the Six Paths secret realm materialized, terrifying divine lights erupted from the celestial realm, drawing the attention of supreme beings towards the Tianyuan continent. Layers of space were torn asunder, and countless trembling gazes were cast upon the continent, fixating on the entirety of the secret realm. When the Six Paths secret realm fully manifested above the Tianyuan continent, the flicker of hope in the hearts of figures like the ancient heavenly dragon vanished entirely. The fortune hidden within could not be monopolized. At that moment, the entire Tianyuan continent suddenly trembled, as from billions of miles away, a colossal hand stretched across the vastness of space, reaching toward the Six Paths secret realm. This enormous hand emerged from the boundless galaxy, where the laws of the cosmos descended, capable of manipulating the heavens and earth effortlessly. The emergence of such a supreme force captivated all. With a thunderous roar, the entire Six Paths secret realm was seized, and the heavens quaked as this unparalleled hand forcefully dragged it away. Yet, at that instant, a breathtaking divine radiance erupted from within the secret realm, a terrifying power that instantaneously pushed the colossal hand back. A majestic figure materialized amidst the celestial expanse, exuding an aura of supreme divinity that compelled all beings to submit. As this figure appeared, a cacophony of roars resonated. All paths of existence bowed before its feet. In that moment, it wielded the cosmos, commanding all under its dominion. With a gentle wave of its hand, an overwhelming divine might surged forth, transforming into a spear of light that swept across the heavens. This spear, embodying the might of ages, descended with unstoppable force. The master of the giant hand, taken aback, quickly retracted his palms spanning billions of miles. However, all efforts proved futile beneath the grandeur of this magnificent figure. With a swift flash, the invincible hand was severed, torrents of blood erupting forth and showering the skies. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. The spear of light pierced deep into the river of stars. A chilling wail echoed from the depths of the universe, audible to all. The ancient being truly seemed to have grown weary of existence, inviting calamity upon itself. An exalted murmur resonated throughout the boundless heavens, questioning the arrogance of those who believe themselves invincible after an eternity of existence. Divinities are not to be trifled with, commanded a chaotic figure. Hasten. Retrieve the true divine legacy of the Six Paths. The Tsangming Divine Academy urged its mentors to lead their students in the pursuit of this inheritance. Meanwhile, the Qinggu sacred land, led by the Holy Sun and accompanied by elders, sought to contest for this divine fortune. Simultaneously, myriad forces from the celestial realm dispatched their disciples to the Six Paths secret realm, vying for the divine endowment. Transcendent powers, ancient lineages, and immortal clans all sent forth their disciples and elders to the Tianyuan continent. In that moment, the winds of the great Kunlun divine domain stirred. Chapter 48. The world's turmoil is in my hands, cursed be it. This scoundrel has not apprised us of such a significant commotion. Tianwu scolded vehemently, his countenance exceedingly grim, while Li Zixu, Zhao Wuji, and Yang Tian shared similar expressions of dismay. Where do you think you're going? Sure, ye had arrived at the portal of the Six Paths secret realm unbeknownst to anyone. A blood-red giant hand from Tianxin swept through the air, its fingers transforming into colossal pillars aimed to seize Shi Yi. Greetings, everyone. Shi Yi smiled at Tianxin and the others, producing a teleportation talisman in his hand. The talisman shimmered with light, morphing into a streak of brilliance that vanished into the portal radiating silver divine light. The talisman awaited this very moment. Damn it! If only I could catch him, I shall ensure his body is torn asunder. Tianwu's expression darkened. With other factions yet to arrive, we must enter now while we still can. A shadow loomed over Li Zixu's face. After expending such tremendous effort, they would ultimately benefit the myriad celestial factions. This native dares to toy with us. Upon encountering him within, he must be exterminated. Yang Tian's handsome visage bore a hint of malevolence. We possess the map. It may yet grant us the advantage. Let us proceed inside and deliberate further. Gu Tianlong's face was icy, and the others wore expressions devoid of emotion. for the map in their possession might well be a counterfeit. Thus, young Tian and the others, no longer hesitating, transformed into beams of light and soared into the silver divine light portal. Upon entering the six-path secret realm, the expressions of the formidable figures like Gu Tianlong suddenly shifted. Cursed be it. Once again, they were made fools of. They beheld celestial symbols inscribing themselves upon Gu Tianlong, Jiang Tian, the earth god, and Tianxin. Their auras plummeted abruptly, suppressed to the level of the divine movement realm, their consciousness also constrained to that tier. Gu Tianlong and the others wore faces etched with despair, their eyes harboring a tempest of fury. For sure Yi had failed to inform them that entering the secret realm would entail a suppression of their realms, thus obliterating their advantage in cultivation. In fact, at the divine movement level, they could not even measure up to their own young master, rendering them potentially burdensome in conflicts against formidable foes. How could they not be enraged? I shall not rest until I flay him alive to assuage my wrath. Gu Tianlong seethed with fury. Had Shi been present, he would have cried out in injustice, for he too was unaware that this divine being's secret realm would suppress cultivation levels. Li Zishu and the others exchanged glances before transforming into streaks of light, each heading towards their desired destination. Not far from the imperial city, atop a towering mountain, a young man clad in plain garments, with a resolute countenance, opened his eyes. He had been meditating when startled by the astounding uproar. The plain-clad youth's eyes emanated two beams of divine light, and a confident smile graced his lips. Who would have thought that in such a remote place I would encounter such astonishing divine providence? In the southern region of the Tianyuan continent, a hunchbacked elder, leaning on a staff, lifted his gaze towards the northern region, his eyes seemingly piercing through countless miles. With a gentle tap of his staff, he mysteriously vanished from the spot. The young man beside him, witnessing the elder's sudden disappearance, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, only to find that the elder had indeed vanished. I have encountered an ancient celestial being, the youth exclaimed. After Li Zishi and the others had departed for a brief moment, a colossal space-time portal abruptly materialized in the sky, a golden gateway emerging, exuding a majestic aura of space. The portal rippled with waves, and a young man, crowned by the sun and surrounded by the elements of mountains, rivers, sun, and moon, stepped forth. Following him was a throng of robust young disciples, each brimming with vitality and vigor. The elder tested the waters. The leading youth gazed at the silver portal before him, his divine eyes radiating confidence. With a hum, an elder, adorned in resplendent robes and encircled by the symbols of the Great Path, emerged with a gesture that seemed to alter the very fabric of reality. The laws bending to his will, he plunged his palm into the silver portal. Alas, the elder swiftly retracted his hand, observing that two fingers had shattered, their brilliance dimmed. While an imprint of the character for suppression burned upon his palm, the oppressive aura rapidly cascading, diminishing the elder's energy. This elder, however, was resolute. He transformed his hand into a sharp, celestial blade, severing his own palm. This realm had a limit set for divine passage. It was permissible to enter. The elder spoke in a calm tone, as the severed hand restored itself instantaneously. May the southern heaven bestow blessings upon all disciples. Do not force the natural order, but instead, be decisive in your abandon, the elder advised the leading youth. The youth nodded, his eyes shimmering with benevolence, and stepped forth, the sun and moon following as he boldly entered the six paths secret realm. The elder then vanished into the void, merging his essence with the cosmos, lying in wait outside the realm to assist. Soon, powerful factions traversed billions of miles, their portals appearing outside the six paths secret realm, waves of disciples entering in succession. Meanwhile, the esteemed elders of the sect remained outside, awaiting the return of their disciples, or gathering in small groups to share anecdotes of their sect or engage in grand discussions regarding the trends of the world. Within the six paths secret realm, towering mountains rose, ancient trees obscured the sky, and magnificent ranges stretched endlessly, while torrents of rivers surged around, twisting and turning amidst the peaks. Gazing across the expanse, the landscape resembled an untouched primeval forest, the mountains undulating like colossal dragons resting upon the earth. Here, the winding ancient vines resembled serpents, and the crowns of the giant trees formed vast canopies, casting shadows over extensive territories. Deep within the earth, the faint echoes of tigers' roars and dragons' chants resonated. The resonating sounds of the mythical Kuei cattle plowing the fields reverberated, and fearsome, celestial birds lamented in the skies. Each startling sound sent waves of awe through the heart, instilling a sense of trepidation, as if invincible beasts lurked within the realm, and strange creatures perched upon the towering canopies watched with cold, calculating eyes, sending shivers down one's spine. Upon entry, one could immediately sense the sweet fragrance of spiritual energy. The essence of heaven and earth here was exceedingly rich. And should a cultivator train within this realm, their speed of cultivation would be accelerated by 65 times compared to usual. Let us momentarily set aside other treasures of heaven and earth. The sheer concentration of spiritual energy here alone suffices to deem this place an exceptional sanctuary for cultivation. Within the Six Paths secret realm, towering mountains rise majestically, and colossal trees obscure the sky, rendering it utterly challenging to discern direction. This land abounds in riches, with spiritual herbs scattered throughout. The 5 spatial rings upon Shurye's hands have already filled 4 to capacity, and he feels no desire to continue harvesting the herbs unless he encounters more advanced royal or imperial medicines. Opportunities abound, yet so do dangers. Shurye soon discovers a 4,000-year-old spiritual herb not far from him, its entire being radiating a captivating ice-blue hue, indicative of its water attribute. Just as he hastens toward this precious herb, a black water serpent darts forth like a swift arrow. Startled, Shurye's water god technique instinctively envelopes him in a protective blue barrier. The serpent is repelled, crashing back to the ground, hissing and flicking its tongue at Shurye. In quick succession, a stream of black venom is expelled from the serpent's mouth. The barrier before Shurye collides with the serpent's venom, instantly turning black. He swiftly sidesteps to the right, pointing his finger to unleash an ice-blue sword light. The convergent sword. With a resounding thud, the water serpent is cleaved in two. A near miss. Gazing at the severed serpent, Shurye realizes it is a 1,000-year-old demon beast, possessing strength equivalent to that of a late-stage spirit-gathering cultivator. Although a bite would hardly harm him, he remains vigilant. Shurye approaches the serpent's lair and collects the 4,000-year-old water attribute spiritual herb, which is perfectly suited for his cultivation. Standing before the serpent, he wields the convergent sword, its azure blade covering his hand as he slices open the serpent's dantian. Extracting a demon core imbued with spiritual energy, he tosses the core into his danci, invoking the water god technique to consume and refine it through 2 immense water eyes. The categorization of celestial herbs, mundane herbs, spiritual herbs, royal herbs, imperial herbs, holy herbs, ancestral herbs, immortal herbs, the age classification of demon beasts, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, million years. Dear friends, we have reached a monumental 11,000 words. I am deeply grateful for your companionship. My mind brims with wondrous ideas that I long to express. Yet I often find my efforts unsatisfactory, which is quite disheartening. I am determined to chronicle the grand and tumultuous life of Shurye, and I vow to avoid an unsatisfactory conclusion. My aim is a solid foundation of 300,000 words. Onward. Chapter 49. The deep-sea frenzied shark. It is time to venture toward the core region. A map materializes in Shurye's hand. Indeed, this is the very map he provided to Li Zishi and the others, detailing the route to the True God Palace, albeit in a modified version. Shurye hastens southward, for therein lies what he seeks. Before long, he arrives at the banks of an immense river, its waters seemingly cascading down from the heavens, with no end in sight. Its serpentine shape resembles that of a colossal frost dragon, lying prostrate upon the earth. The river's depths are pitch black, unfathomable, akin to a chasm of immeasurable depth, instilling a sense of dread in all who gaze upon it. On this side of the river, the opposite bank is entirely obscured from view due to the immense width of the river. A hazy mist floats over its surface, rendering the path ahead utterly indistinct. The inky darkness of the water is intimidating. Only those with divine prowess could hope to cross it. Within this enigmatic realm, traversing such a river unscathed requires a formidable artifact. However, Shurye does not require such devices. With a soft murmur of water escape, he transforms into a pool of water, seamlessly merging into the vast river, gliding towards the opposite shore with the grace of a fish. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation prickles at the back of his neck, as if something sinister has set its gaze upon him. Turning his head, he is met by the sight of enormous, eerie eyes, dark and green, sending a chill down his spine. A thunderous roar erupts as a monstrous beast stirs beneath the water, causing tumultuous waves to rise. A creature of immense proportions, the netherworld serpent, charges towards Shi. His expression turns cold. He recognizes the danger. In an instant, he unleashes a powerful punch, summoning a tidal wave of force that upheaves the river, sending it into chaos. The serpent's eyes seem intent on devouring him. The terrifying aura it exudes comparable to a 10th-level tsunami. This ancient beast, with its formidable physicality, possesses the strength of 500,000 pounds, enough to shatter mountains. Oh, I was just lamenting the lack of materials to refine the supreme water. Today, I shall claim your demon core for that purpose. Shi declares, unleashing a mighty kick that reverberates through the heavens, as if infused with the weight of countless mountains. With a thunderous impact, his kick collides with the serpent's massive head, sending a cascade of water splashing into the air. The netherworld serpent is launched backwards at remarkable speed, blood gushing forth like a torrential downpour. In that singular clash, the beast has no chance to cry out. Its colossal head explodes like shattered rock. Only a demon core, the size of a fist, remains suspended in the water. This ancient creature, renowned for its terrifying might, would be a formidable foe even for celestial practitioners. Yet, it has encountered Shi, a man unmatched in the water. With one hand, Shi grasps the demon core, releasing a surge of water energy to cleanse away the lingering scent before swallowing it whole. The two immense water orbs within him begin to churn, as the 9-9 convergence technique purifies the beast's resentment, while the water god technique refines and devours the core. Ultimately, 10 crystalline drops of supreme water materialize within Shi's dantian, radiating the essence of the supreme law. As Shi ventured further, the waters erupted with colossal waves. The disturbance far more terrifying than that caused by the ethereal dark python. A horde of massive deep-sea savage sharks, lured by the scent of the python's blood, surged toward its carcass. Within mere breaths, the once formidable creature was reduced to nothing but a pristine skeleton. A multitude of blood-red, ravenous eyes fixated on Shi. Encircling him, with each movement he made, more savage sharks drew closer. Each shark resembled a moving mountain, their fearsome jaws housing teeth that stretched a staggering 30 meters in length, as thick as the pillars of a grand palace. These deep-sea savage sharks, known for their pack mentality, were inherently savage and combative. Unless the matriarch shark was slain, they would relentlessly pursue and attack their prey. Now, as ever more sharks closed in, roaring menacingly at Shi, it seemed they would soon rend him to shreds. How dare a mere 1,000-year beast act so brazenly before me? Very well, today I shall vanquish you and hone my might. Even when ensnared in a tightening circle, Shi remained unfazed, shaking his head before plunging into the throng of sharks. In response to Shi's provocation, a 1,000-year-old savage shark bellowed and lunged, its massive jaws aimed directly at his neck. The ferocity of the deep-sea savage shark stemmed from its enormous, razor-sharp teeth. With a mere flick of his hand, Shi conjured a 5-foot sword from the water, executing a swift and lethal strike that stirred the depths, cleaving the shark in twain. An ocean of blood stained the river, the vanquished shark unable to utter a sound as it departed for the void. The sight of blood enraged the entire pack of savage sharks, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty crimson hue as they charged toward Shi. Undeterred, he unleashed a torrent of water, his sword sweeping through the air, annihilating hundreds of sharks in a single arc. With a thunderous kick, he stirred the winds and whipped the river into a frenzy, obliterating the massive sharks that dared approach. With fists raised, he unleashed the dragon fist technique, summoning 900-foot water dragons that surged forth with invincible force, creating a passage through the frenzied swarm. The river flowed crimson, the lifeless bodies of the savage sharks bobbing to the surface. Shi, seemingly tireless, continued his relentless assault amidst the depths. As he wielded the water-walking golden lotus, he was elevated within the water, a roar of water dragons erupting behind him, a 1,000-foot sword poised before him. In that moment, Shi radiated a dazzling blue light, his hair dancing wildly in the water, embodying an indomitable deity of the depths. Wherever he traversed, the river ran red, a tempest of blood and carnage, the stench of death overwhelming to the senses. A multitude of lifeless bodies surfaced, and by the end, Shi had lost count of the countless deep-sea mad sharks he had slain. Throughout this ordeal, he relentlessly tested his martial skills and Taoist techniques. With one hand, he manifested supreme methods, causing the cosmos to sway. Each divine power was adeptly employed in the heat of battle, and this exhilarating combat exponentially enhanced Shi Ye's combat prowess and experience. Finally, with a decisive strike, he felled the last of the ancient deep-sea mad sharks. And only then did the waters grow tranquil, surrounded by murky blood and an endless array of corpses. Suddenly, a magnificent water lotus emerged beneath Shi Ye, lifting him to the surface. At that moment, myriad demon orbs floated above his Dan sea. Two enormous water eyes spun wildly, absorbing the power of the demon orbs, while the method of 9-9 unification glimmered with golden light, continuously purging the resentment from the orbs. Over 13,000 demon orbs, including those from ancient beasts, had been violently dispatched by Shi Ye, making the intensity of their resentment all too palpable. In an instant, a thick aura of vengeance enveloped Shi Ye, as if the malevolent spirits from an endless hell had taken possession of him. In a reckless act, he swallowed all the demon orbs, overwhelmed by the influx, and hastily steadied his mind. He invoked the Sacred Heart, and a holy soul of unparalleled purity manifested behind him, meditating in the void and infusing Shi Ye with beams of pure light. This divine illumination purified all traces of resentment, while the Tianyuan method refined droplets of Tianyuan water, rapidly augmenting Shi Ye's strength. The barriers of his realm shattered with a resounding boom. He had reached the initial stage of divine movement. This was achieved even while he deliberately restrained himself, channeling all energy into refining the Tianyuan water to fortify his physical form. Once all the demon orbs had been refined, a satisfied smile graced Shi Ye's face. The once half-formed red divine pattern on his arm transformed into a magnificent blue-golden divine script, complemented by a nascent divine inscription. An incredible strength of 160,000 pounds surged within him. The over 13,000 demon orbs had bestowed upon Shi Ye 99 droplets of Tianyuan water, with the final drop resulting from his breakthrough. Just as Shi Ye basked in his newfound vigor, an inexplicable chill coursed through him, his soul trembling as if a fearsome presence had set its sights upon him. Upon turning his head, he was instantly gripped by terror, nearly fleeing in panic. But rationality anchored his feet to the ground. Before him lay an indescribable creature, vast beyond comprehension. Its body nearly spanned the banks of the river, which were themselves 100 kilometers apart, amplifying the terror of its size. One eye was larger than that of a millennium-old deep-sea mad shark, a million-year-old beast. Shi Ye was struck with profound astonishment and immediately activated the water god technique, silently channeling the power of water. Transforming into liquid, Shi Ye swiftly melded with the river, becoming indistinguishable from its currents, as if he were an inherent part of this flowing body of water. So seamless is the concealment that even a formidable being of the law's manifestation would struggle to discern the stone tablet hidden within the depths of the water. Nevertheless, the stone tablet dared not make a single movement, wary of attracting the attention of the ancient beast that had roamed for 1,000,000 years. As that colossal eye shifted, seemingly oblivious to any disturbance, it gradually closed, merging with the inky waters of the river. The immense shadow beneath the water slowly receded. The stone tablet, fixating on the direction in which the ancient beast had departed, exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed the commotion had been too pronounced, and this particular stretch of water lay perilously close to the beast's domain, prompting its investigation. With a deep breath, the tablet melded into the dark waters and glided towards the riverbank, moving with astonishing speed, faster than even the formidable deep-sea frenzy shark. Yet, despite this, it took over an hour to reach the shore. Upon emerging, the stone tablet beheld a gentle stream gracefully flowing into the great river. To its astonishment, this modest brook was composed of pure spiritual essence. What pristine spiritual water! The tablet approached and scooped up a handful, marveling at its tangible spiritual quality. A thrill surged within. It traced the stream to its source, eager to validate a burgeoning hypothesis. Following the brook, it arrived at the base of a grand mountain, towering approximately 9,000 jong. At the foot of the mountain, a large cavity continuously expelled spiritual water, forming a small pond that overflowed into the stream below. Indeed, there was a spiritual vein beneath. The stone tablet was elated. Regardless of the vein's grade, absorbing its essence would undoubtedly catalyze a qualitative leap in its physical prowess. Water escape. The tablet executed a swift maneuver, plunging into the spiritual pool and slipping through the cracks in the stones into the depths below. Soon, a serpentine spiritual vein revealed itself, pulsating with a rich aura of spiritual energy, with droplets of tangible spiritual water cascading down. 1, 2, 3, 4. The tablet counted in awe, unable to suppress a gasp. For exceptional spiritual veins, this was a windfall. The refinement of supreme water requires an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. The tablet surmised that absorbing this exceptional vein could yield hundreds of drops of supreme water. Exceptional spiritual veins. Truly, destiny smiles upon me. The tablet surveyed the 4 veins, marveling at its fortuitous fortune, and without further ado, dove into the powerful spiritual veins to commence absorption. After several days of absorption in this place, Tianwu and his companions would surely arrive. The tablet planned to await them in the core area. According to the map it had provided, the path leading to the true goddess palace would traverse the core region, detailing specific locations within the 6 Paths secret realm. However, the tablet had subtly altered the indication of danger for certain areas, ensuring that each person's map differed slightly. After all, Tianwu and his companions were not fools. They would undoubtedly discern some truths from the fabrications. Tianwu, Yang Tian, you are finished. The tablet chuckled to itself. It had long yearned to settle the score with Tianwu, that scoundrel. Outside the 6 Paths secret realm, these sect leaders had the protection of their guardians. Otherwise, the tablet would have overturned the table long ago. The circumstances are indeed more formidable than the individual, compelling one to temporarily bow one's head. True heroes possess the ability to yield and yet rise again. This time, Tianwu, do you believe I will not send you soaring? With eyes closed, Shiya allowed the currents of his cultivation to surge, entering a state of closed-door training. Time slipped away, moment by moment. During Shiya's seclusion, the 6th Dao secret realm was abuzz with activity. This realm, rich with treasures, afforded many cultivators bountiful rewards, marking a grand event within the world of cultivation. Notably, transcendent forces from Zhongtian had dispatched representatives, creating a lively atmosphere. A multitude of cultivators engaged in treasure hunting while exchanging conversations. The people from Tianyuan divine sect had arrived, the foremost power of the great Kunlun divine domain. It seemed that the fortunes of this gathering would likely fall into their hands once more. However, one cannot be too certain. The Tsangming Divine Academy and the Qinggu Sacred Land also sent their emissaries, making it uncertain whether Tianyuan divine sect could easily claim the spoils. The top-tier forces, including Haotian sect and Yuanshu divine sect, had also sent representatives, ensuring that this would be a fierce contest. Among those from Tianyuan divine sect was Tianyuan Nantian, who possessed the sacred body of the sun and moon. He had just demonstrated his prowess by obliterating a 15,000-year-old beast with a single strike by manipulating the celestial orbs. Meanwhile, Lu Wuyo from Tsangming Divine Academy had single-handedly slain a 200,000-year-old dragon, showcasing his unparalleled strength in this era. Concurrently, atop a perilous mountain, a group of cultivators clad in blood-red robes surrounded a young man in simple attire. Many onlookers gathered around. The leading young cultivator spoke with grandiloquence, claiming that the precious herb was his discovery, though the greed in his eyes betrayed his true intentions. The young man in plain clothes was in for a dire fate, having encountered a band of marauders from the Blood God sect. Indeed, the allure of the precious herb was irresistible. It was a 200,000-year-old medicinal king. However, this herb was discovered and plucked by me first, the young man protested innocently, his hands revealing a blood-red treasure. Its emerald leaves cascading with the essence of the Great Way. I was the first to find it. Do you have a problem with that? The leader's face darkened with hostility, and the other 9 disciples tightened their grips on their blades. Do you have an issue? The young man, now sheathing the medicinal king, raised his gaze slightly, speaking calmly. It is you who fails to recognize the situation. Do not blame me. The leader's eyes gleamed with malice as he swung his blade fiercely, unleashing a crimson arc aimed directly at the young man's head. A ruthless strike intended to claim a life. In a mere instant, the young man extended 2 fingers, effortlessly catching the blade's arc, his formidable physical strength surging forth. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the blade's arc rebounding back, catching the leader off guard and sending him flying. Thud! He crashed to the ground, coughing up blood violently. Get him! Kill him! Commanded the leader, as the remaining 9 drew their blades. unleashing a torrent of crimson blade energy that shattered the earth beneath them. The Blood God sect had dispatched only elite disciples, all at the realm of divine movement. Nearby, some lamented the situation, recognizing that those in the divine movement realm could already open their sea of consciousness and cultivate their spiritual power, wielding immense strength at this stage. Even if one's physical body lacks the strength of 1,000,000 pounds, a cultivator can unleash an overwhelming force that surpasses such might through profound techniques and sharp artifacts. Thus, the physical form has never been the sole measure of a cultivator's strength. Boom. 9 individuals united to summon a blade formation, encircling the youth in simple attire within its confines. The air crackled with blade energy, and the techniques unleashed were of tremendous power. Yet, the youth remained undaunted, transforming into a fleeting shadow and appearing before a disciple of the Blood God sect, delivering a punch that seemed unremarkable but erupted with the force of an ancient divine mountain. The explosive power shattered the disciple's body. Splatter. Blood rained down, and severed limbs fell to the ground. With one life extinguished, the formation collapsed, and the remaining 9 were struck with terror. Such a formidable physique. The youth acted decisively, launching another powerful punch that resonated with a series of sonic booms. Boom. Another strike pierced the disciple's chest, leaving them lifeless and unblinking. Damn it. The leading disciple pulled out a violent pill and hastily consumed it, feeling their breath surge and their eyes turn crimson, their strength reaching the pinnacle of the Godspeed realm. Blood God Blade. A blade of hellish fury was unleashed, its aura so ferocious that it cracked the very earth. The youth's expression turned cold. His blood surged like a roaring inferno, transforming him into a golden flame warrior, resplendent and exuding a terrifying aura that flooded the surroundings like a tidal wave. With a single punch, he embodied the essence of rise and fall, an indomitable fighting spirit. Boom. The youth clashed head-on with the Blood God Blade, deflecting the awe-inspiring strike. And the overwhelming force obliterated the leading disciple's massive form. Their soul returned to the heavens. You cannot kill me. The Blood God sect will not let you go. The remaining disciples trembled in fear. The youth advanced step by step, claiming lives with each stride. Our young master will not spare you, exclaimed the last 2 disciples, witnessing their companions being brutally slain, panic taking hold. Go tell your young master the name of the slayer, Mu Shouty. If you dare, come and challenge me. With a resounding thud, one was pulverized with a single blow, leaving only one disciple to carry the message. The fortunate survivor, drenched in fear, scrambled away in haste. Such scenes of slaughter and treasure-seeking unfolded throughout the secret realm. Yet many lacked the power of Mu Shouty and ultimately lost both wealth and life. Chapter 51. Shun Yuchu Boom. The ground collapsed. The cultivator, Shi Yi, was bewildered, wondering how he had been unearthed mid-cultivation. A large pit appeared above him. Senior sister, there's someone in there. Someone exclaimed upon spotting Shi Yi. Who are you? Why are you here? Where is the spiritual vein? A stunningly beautiful girl with an enchanting figure coldly questioned. She donned a black lace miniskirt that accentuated her long, exquisite legs, which were adorned with alluring 18D black stockings, and she stepped into a pair of shiny black leather shoes. Remarkably, her black stockings were complemented by white knee-high socks, and her entire outfit radiated a mysterious luminescence, indicating that these garments were crafted from some extraordinary material. Stone Ye's expression turned icy. Even the ethereal beauty of her lofty demeanor was insufficient to evoke any admiration. I am your father. Do you think your presence is necessary here? He retorted unapologetically, accustomed as he was to the haughty little fairies who believed every man should grovel at their feet. It's all that Fei Yangyang's fault. Shin Yuchu was momentarily taken aback. The man who usually spoke to her with utmost reverence seemed to have transformed, daring to address her in such a manner. Who was this audacious individual that spoke so brazenly to Shin Yuchu? It was truly vulgar to address a goddess in such a way. The fact that the goddess herself chose to speak to him was a stroke of fortune he did not recognize. As Shin Yuchu's divine presence drew a crowd, she glared frostily, her stunning visage marred by anger. She intended to make this insolent youth feel the wrath of a goddess. A pure white whip materialized in her hand, emanating an icy chill capable of freezing a man in his tracks. Let me handle this. Fei Yangyang eagerly volunteered to defend the goddess in her moment of fury. A young man clad in a cerulean robe stepped forth, a mighty hammer embroidered on his chest. You chose the wrong target, provoking our esteemed Yuchu of the Haotian sect. the darling of many. We will incapacitate you. Remember to be more cautious in the future. Lightning crackled ominously around the young man's hands. And with a sense of foreboding, the onlookers anticipated a fierce confrontation. Brother Li Chang's thunder fist will surely obliterate this fool, they murmured. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky as Li Chang surged forward, unleashing a torrent of energy from his dantian. A massive fist, shimmering with electrical energy, erupted and shattered the air, causing the very ground to tremble. Before the goddess, Li Chang was determined to showcase his prowess with a thunderous strike, hoping to catch her eye with his display of strength. Stone Yi, however, regarded him with indifference, merely delivering a seemingly effortless punch that concealed boundless power. Witnessing this, Li Chang's irritation flared. He interpreted the act as a blatant insult. You are finished, he seethed. With a thunderous blow, the ground was rent asunder, revealing the once vibrant spiritual veins now completely drained by the stone page, leading to a cataclysmic collapse. Crack! As the fists of the two combatants clashed, Li Chang's expression shifted dramatically. Shattered, his arm lay in ruins, and he felt an overwhelming force course through his hand, swiftly followed by a numbing void. Thud! Before Li Chang could utter a cry of despair, a colossal fist pierced through his very being. He had slain Li Chang's senior brother. It was only when Shi Yi kicked aside Li Chang's lifeless body that the members of the Haotian sect snapped back to reality, rallying to avenge their fallen comrade. Had Shi Yi merely injured Li Chang, it would have been inconsequential. However, his lethal act transformed the situation entirely. This would be perceived as a direct affront to the Haotian sect, and thus, a relentless vendetta was inevitable. Buzz! The disciples of the Haotian sect brandished their treasured artifacts, unleashing a barrage of formidable spells aimed directly at Shi Yi's head. The weakest among them were at the peak of spirit gathering, and the dazzling array of techniques illuminated the surrounding space, casting it into a state of disarray. Such a terrifying onslaught would be overwhelming even for the most formidable practitioners of the Celestial Hall. Yet, Shi Yi remained unfazed, merely a flock of chickens and dogs. Suddenly, a brilliant azure sword light emanated from Shi Yi, the convergence sword, sweeping across the heavens and earth. As Shi Yi's power surged, so too did the ferocity of his convergence sword. With a single stroke, he obliterated the void and shattered the abyss. No matter the myriad skills one possessed, they would only meet with bitter defeat beneath this sword. Thud! With one sweeping strike, Shi Yi laid waste to all, and the numerous talented disciples of the Haotian sect were rendered utterly defenseless. One by one, their lifeless heads soared into the air, blood gushing forth from their severed necks, as their bodies crashed to the ground. Such terrifying prowess. Who was this individual? To slay a multitude of the Haotian sect's finest. Only a peerless prodigy like Tianyuan Nantian could achieve such a feat. What is this man's origin? The onlooking talents were left in awe by Shi Yi's might. You, kneel before me. Sever your own limbs. Xin Yuchu, her exquisite visage shrouded in frost, seethed with rage, the temperature around her plummeting. How dare Shi Yi slaughter the disciples of the Haotian sect before her eyes? If she did not eliminate him, what honor would remain for her sect? Crack! With a flick of her long whip, Xin Yuchu carved a 49-meter-long fissure into the ground. Kneel, and I may spare your life. Even now, her tone remained imperious, inciting Shi Yi's ire. Such audacity. Very well, allow me to bestow a few lashes upon you before you beg for forgiveness. Xin Yuchu's voice was frigid as she lashed her whip towards Shi Yi's face. As the whip struck forth, it bore a chilling frost, the air crackling with a terrifying force, akin to a mountain range hurtling towards Shi Yi, cleaving the sky as it tore a massive rift through the atmosphere. The whip is truly formidable. It possesses a force of at least 500,000 pounds. The surrounding geniuses exclaimed in astonishment. At the moment Xin Yuchu swung the whip, a tempest arose, nearly unsteadying those nearby, who staggered backward. Indeed, Xin Yuchu is renowned as the foremost among the disciples of Haotian sect beneath Tianyuan, a goddess whose prowess is matched only by her beauty. With such immense strength, combined with her mastery of the divine movement realm, her combat power far exceeds the mere physicality of 500,000 pounds. One might even fear a confrontation with a formidable soul. Although Xin Yuchu lacks a special physique, she possesses extraordinary innate talent with her heavenly grade roots. With a swift motion, Shi Yi extended his palm, as if to grasp the very heavens and manipulate the cosmos. Shin Yuchu's terrifying strike was firmly caught in his grasp, yet she could not inflict harm upon him. Shin Yuchu's beautiful pupils narrowed in realization of the immense power her whip contained. Not even a practitioner of the Heavenly Palace realm could withstand such force, let alone an ordinary practitioner of the Soul realm. Only her brother, Shin Daoyan, could so casually counter her strike. Before Shin Yuchu could react, Shi suddenly exerted force, pulling her towards him. She felt an overwhelming strength dragging her away, and then she was airborne. Shi's right hand seized her slender neck and forcefully pinned her to the ground. Shin Yuchu gasped for breath, her complexion paling, as her long legs, clad in black silk, struggled helplessly, immobilized by Shi's grip on her ankles, encased in white stockings. Chapter 52. The thunderous sacred body in an exceedingly compromising position. Shin Yuchu found herself pinned beneath Shi, her skirt offering a revealing view from his perspective. "Do not be so audacious. Release me at once," she declared, her expression darkening while maintaining an air of superiority, dismissing Shi entirely. "Oh, and what if I refuse to let you go?" Shi replied with a playful smirk, his hand creeping up her delicate calf. The combination of black silk and white stockings was increasingly captivating, stirring an undeniable allure. "Release me. Remove your filthy hands." A flush of humiliation spread across Shin Yuchu's exquisite face. Her beautiful eyes filled with indignation, though a tremor of fear flickered within. How could such a morally corrupt act transpire in broad daylight? Witnessing the goddess being humiliated, the crowd could no longer remain passive. "Release Shin Yuchu at once." A fair-faced youth emerged from the throng, vociferously admonishing Shi, prompting a chorus of support from the bystanders. "Stop this immediately, or you shall face dire consequences. Scoundrel, let her go." It was as if Shi were an unrepentant villain. His cold gaze swept over, causing the fair youth to instinctively retreat a step. Feigning calmness as he questioned, "Why do you glare at me? What do you intend?" Shi swiftly unleashed a piercing beam of sword light, and in an instant, the young man's head soared high, blood gushing forth and splattering those nearby. The onlookers were momentarily paralyzed by Shi's ferocity. "You demon! How dare you commit such an atrocity before so many of us? What will you do when we unite against you? Do you think we would cower in fear?" A few individuals stepped forward, attempting to rally the crowd to pressure Shi into submission. Yet, Shi was not one to be intimidated by the words of the masses. With a chilling sweep of his sword, akin to the grim reaper reaping souls, heads began to fly, blood blooming like grotesque flowers. "Who else dares to voice dissent?" Shi demanded, executing those who had boisterously provoked him, instilling terror in those around him who began to retreat in fright. Such is the nature of humanity. When faced with the weak, they bully relentlessly, yet when confronted by the formidable, they quickly cower. And no, the remaining crowd fervently shook their heads, fearful of a sword beam slicing through their ranks, then hastened to depart. Shi commanded coldly. Yes. The people scrambled in all directions. "Young master, his brother is Shin Daoyan, who possesses the thunder sacred body. Do not provoke his sister too harshly," one youth, cowed by Shi's imposing presence, remarked as he fled, hastily rolling up his pant legs. "So ruthless. Who can save you now?" Shi taunted as he struck Shin Yuchu's delicate face, a glint of sinister delight flickering in his eyes. The sight of her exquisite visage, marred by shame and fury, was utterly irresistible. "My brother is on his way. Your demise is imminent," Shin Yuchu thought inwardly, her cheeks flushed with humiliation. She longed to resist, yet found herself powerless. Is the thunder's sacred body truly formidable? Shi feigned ignorance, as if he were genuinely intimidated by it. My brother possesses a sacred body and is unmatched among his peers. Now release me. Kneel at my feet, and lick my shoes clean, and perhaps I shall convince my brother to spare you," Shin Yuchu replied with a cold laugh, her tone dripping with arrogance, as if submission would be Shi's only hope for survival. "Rip, what are you doing?" Shi abruptly tore the black stockings from Shin Yuchu's beautiful legs, exposing her fair thighs. Shin Yuchu was taken aback, never anticipating such an affront. She had expected Shi to kneel and beg for forgiveness, and was now frozen in shock, her face pale as snow. "How dare you treat me so?" Shin Yuchu exclaimed in panic. "Oh, I dare to do much more," Shi replied with a playful grin. In the next moment, pain shot through her as he seized the most tender part of her body, an agonizing sensation flooding her senses. "Do you still want me to kneel?" "Rip, Another tearing sound echoed as a piece of her white blouse was shredded. No more. Please, no more. On the exquisite countenance of Shen Yuqiu, there was not a trace of pride, only sheer terror. She feared that Shi Yi might commit unspeakable acts against her. As Shi Yi stood and released Shen Yuqiu, she momentarily froze, followed by a flicker of joy in her heart. However, the very next instant, a resounding slap echoed as Shi Yi struck her beautiful face. The stinging pain enveloped Shen Yuqiu, leaving her utterly dazed, her enchanting eyes soon shimmering with tears. She wept, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. Throughout her life, she had been cherished and adored, never having encountered such indignities. In her sect, she was revered as a goddess, pampered by all. Under her brother's protection, no one dared to offend her. Yet today, not only had she been affronted, her innocence was nearly lost. When Shi Yi had released her, she believed she was liberated, only to be met with that brutal slap, shattering her defenses completely. Stop crying. Shi Yi barked with malice. Shen Yuqiu quickly stifled her sobs. Yet the tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. Once more, Shi Yi's patience frayed, and he delivered another harsh slap to the opposite side of her face. Shen Yuqiu stood in stunned silence, hastily covering her mouth with her hands, but the tears flowed uncontrollably, her large eyes brimming with sorrow. Kneel. At once. Shen Yuqiu dropped to her knees without hesitation. Shi Yi gently patted her head. Do you understand your mistake? She nodded fervently, tears streaming down her face. I told you to speak. Shi Yi raised his hand again, and a shiver ran through Shen Yuqiu. She quickly dropped her hands from her face and pleaded, her eyes wide with distress, glistening with unshed tears. That's better. In the future, don't demand that others kneel so easily, understand? Shi Yi tousled her hair and spoke earnestly, akin to a concerned father. Yes, I understand. Shen Yuqiu replied obediently, kneeling at his feet, her head resting against his thigh as she listened to his reprimands. An unusual feeling stirred within her, but she swiftly dismissed the thought. No, this was due to the terrifying aura of this fiend, not a submission to him. Release my sister. A voice, brimming with fury, resonated like a great bell, thundering in Shi Yi's ears. A youth, surrounded by crackling thunder, descended from the heavens, each step seeming to shake the very earth beneath him, exuding an overwhelming pressure that left one breathless. Clad in a golden robe with a purple sash, crowned with a diadem of lightning, he appeared as a thunder god from the celestial realms. What have you done to my sister? Shen Daoyan traversed through layers of ethereal void, his gaze fixed upon his sister, who knelt before the stone tablet, incessantly nodding and shaking her head. Her stockings were torn, her appearance disheveled, and upon closer inspection, one could see her knees were swollen and bruised, clearly indicative of inhumane torment. A rumble echoed through the heavens as Shen Daoyan's fury surged, dark clouds enveloping the sky, and the thunderous roars resonated like a release of his wrath. Chapter 53. The Three Divine Patterns of the Great Path. Do you not see what has been done? The stone tablet shrugged, displaying an expression of exasperation. Brother, you're here. Upon seeing Shen Daoyan, Shen Yuqiu's face lit up with joy as she swiftly broke free from the large hand that had been pressing down on her head and rushed towards him. The stone tablet did not impede her, allowing Shen Yuqiu to approach her brother. That scoundrel bullied me. You must take care of him. Shen Yuqiu clung to Shen Daoyan's arm, her demeanor once again exuding arrogance, yet her small face bore a pitiful expression, reminiscent of a child wronged seeking solace from a parent. Hurry, let us see who dared to provoke Shen Daoyan. They truly do not know the gravity of their actions. Shen Daoyan's furious countenance drew the attention of many, who followed in curiosity, eager to witness the fool who had dared to incite his wrath. Kneel. Apologize to my sister at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Shen Daoyan's eyes widened in fury, flames of rage flickering within them, his voice booming like thunder, causing the very air around to tremble slightly. Seeing his beloved sister endure such humiliation and suffering, Shen Daoyan felt as if his heart were being sliced by a knife, his pain unbearable. Typically, he could hardly bear to utter a harsh word to her, but witnessing her in such agony ignited an inferno of wrath within him. In that moment, Shen Daoyan transformed into an immovable mountain, exuding an unparalleled aura of strength. His roar echoed like rolling thunder, resonating through the skies, sweeping towards the stone tablet with an undeniable authority. Under the overwhelming pressure of his presence, The ground itself seemed to tremble in resonance with his fury. This kid is doomed. He is Shun Daonian, the unparalleled prodigy with a sacred body. At that moment, renowned talents began to arrive, drawn by Shun Daonian's immense reputation. Many had come out of admiration, eager to witness the fabled prowess of the sacred body. Upon seeing the seemingly ordinary stone tablet before Shun Daonian, disappointment washed over numerous faces. I thought it was a descendant of a great power. Turns out, it's just a mediocre fellow. Observing that the stone tablet's attire did not resemble that of a disciple from a prominent sect, but rather that of a wandering cultivator, many shook their heads in disapproval. This young man possesses nothing but good looks. Provoking Shun Daonian's sister is a grave error. Yet, it must be noted that the young man displayed some skill. Just look at those torn stockings. It seems he has enjoyed his share of fortune. As onlookers caught sight of Shun Yuchu's torn stockings and the exposed skin of her thighs, a myriad of lewd and lascivious expressions emerged among the crowd. Shun Daonian, sensing the predatory gazes surrounding him, felt a surge of protectiveness as Shun Yuchu gently shook his arm, her large eyes reflecting a sense of grievance. "I don't want to see anymore," she seemed to convey. In response, Shun Daonian's eyes flickered with a tempestuous fury, radiating an overwhelming aura that compelled the surrounding talented individuals to avert their gazes and lower their heads in deference. Simultaneously, a robe materialized in his hand, draping over Shun Yuchu's delicate form, shielding her from the prying eyes. "I command you, approach and kneel for your demise. Do you hear me?" A thunderous roar reverberated as Shun Daonian exuded an intimidating presence, as if he might obliterate the very heavens and earth. Shuryi shook his head, reflecting on the audacity of these siblings, who so easily commanded others to kneel in submission, truly believing themselves to be sovereigns. "You consider yourself formidable? What gives you the right to demand my submission? Kneel now, and I may spare your life," Shuryi retorted coolly, his demeanor unwavering. He had always adhered to the principle of never bowing to heaven or earth, refusing to yield to anyone. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The audacity of this young man to provoke Shun Daonian was astonishing. He is doomed. How many moves do you think he can withstand from Shun Daonian? Perhaps he will shatter upon contact, another speculated. It was said that Shun Daonian possessed a physical strength exceeding 200,000 pounds. My heavens, is he truly that terrifying? Someone murmured. Indeed, during his time in the Gathering Spirits realm, Shun Daonian had dared to venture alone into the treacherous depths of the Ming Sea, capturing a 10,000-year-old dragon with his bare hands, a feat that could rival that of a youthful sovereign. The Haotian sect, a renowned sect of the Central Heavens, was founded by an invincible sage and had stood the test of time, dominating vast territories with an unparalleled depth of heritage. Thus, to be regarded as the foremost youth. Shun Daonian's strength was undeniable. A cold glimmer passed across Shun Daonian's face as the tempest of thunder surged within him. "Next, you shall understand the basis of my authority to command your kneeling." Shun Yuchu, her exquisite visage tinged with anger and humiliation, interjected, "Brother, we cannot let him go unpunished for slaying our Haotian sect disciples." Upon hearing this, Shun Daonian's eyes widened, a murderous intent radiating from him. With a resounding crash, a formidable bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, enveloping the sky in a tempest of thunderclouds, as wild arcs of electricity danced violently. Shun Daonian unleashed an overwhelming aura, casting a chilling atmosphere over the ground, leaving all present feeling stifled. Truly worthy of Shun Daonian. "Even his mere presence sends shivers down my spine," one genius remarked. "Very well, you have chosen your path to destruction." With a single step, Shun Daonian summoned a myriad of thunderous manifestations, shaking the very fabric of reality, dimming the sun and moon. "Ah, splendid. This resembles the countenance of my adversary," Shuryi quipped, raising an eyebrow and feigning seriousness, as if attempting to emulate Shun Daonian's demeanor, albeit in a manner that appeared rather absurd. Shun Daonian's expression darkened, momentarily rendering him bewildered. "Laozi proclaimed your demise, yet you merely utter a sound of indifference." The onlookers were left speechless, having anticipated a formidable declaration from Shuryi, only to witness the once solemn battlefield devolve into farce. Shun Yuchu cast a fierce glare at Shuryi. Boom! The thunderous retribution erupted with a resounding roar, and Shun Daonian, his countenance darkened, unleashed a powerful strike, shattering the storm clouds above and unleashing an unending torrent of thunder. The crackling bolts enveloped Shun Daonian's fist, resonating with the fury of nature. In that moment, all present felt a profound sense of trepidation. Shiya too was affected, his expression turning serious. Shen Daoyan possessed considerable prowess. With a mighty stomp, he summoned an overwhelming tide of aquatic energy that surged around him, delivering a punch that transformed the atmosphere, conjuring 9 colossal water dragons that erupted from behind him. The 9-dragon fist. The 9 dragons surged forth, invincible in their might. The spectators, taken aback by this aura, exchanged astonished glances. This unknown contender was indeed formidable, rivaling Shen Daoyan. The clash of the 9 towering water dragons against the myriad bolts of lightning sent shockwaves through the earth, shaking the very foundations of reality. The ground trembled and crumbled beneath the onslaught of relentless thunder, illuminating the sky with brilliant radiance. Their fists collided with tremendous force, sending both combatants reeling backwards. Clearly evenly matched and eager to continue their duel. Bang! Bang! Upon separating, Shiya and Shen Daoyan charged at one another once more, their fists striking in a relentless barrage, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. The sound of flesh meeting flesh resonated, igniting the fervor of the onlookers. Waves of impact rippled outward, prompting the assembled talents to retreat in cautious awe. Boom! Shiya unleashed a blinding sword light that cleaved through the earth itself, prompting Shen Daoyan to evade swiftly, grasping the thunder as he hurled a towering lightning spear. The very fabric of space collapsed, shrouding the world in an ephemeral void. A fearsome gale tore through the atmosphere, rending the heavens and the earth asunder. Hiss! Such overwhelming strength. As the battle raged on, astonishment painted the faces of all present. The might of these 2 warriors was unparalleled. The mere fluctuations of their combat deterred the aspiring talents from daring to approach. Who could this individual be? Possessing such formidable power, unworthy of remaining in obscurity? Beside them, Shin Yochu's exquisite visage darkened with concern. She had initially believed that her brother could effortlessly vanquish Shiya. To her astonishment, her sibling struggled against him. Unlike the others, Shin Yochu, well-versed in the ways of combat, discerned that her brother was subtly at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Shen Daoyan retreated, divine runes swirling around him, radiating with astonishing lightning energy. 1, 2, 3. 3 divine runes signifying his qualification to establish 3 heavenly temples. With a staggering force of 300,000 pounds, Shen Daoyan was prepared to unleash his full might. Around, the gifted individuals meticulously counted the profound divine patterns of Shen Daoyan, exclaiming in astonishment at their formidable potency, indicating that matters were becoming serious. Shen Daoyan's expression turned icy. The strength of Shiya was unexpectedly on par with his own, suggesting that he must fully unleash the power of the divine patterns. Boom! 3 grand divine patterns manifested, encircling Shen Daoyan, causing his blood energy to surge skyward as his aura ascended dramatically. A torrential thunderstorm descended from the heavens, transforming the surroundings into a sea of lightning. Chapter 54. How will you respond? The golden robe billowed majestically. With a single punch, a vast expanse of thunderous sea erupted. In that moment, Shen Daoyan resembled the legendary thunder god, the thunderous annihilation. With a single step, the heavens bowed in submission, commanding the thunder of the 9 skies to heed his call. Countless thick bolts of lightning streaked across the sky like shooting stars, annihilating all foes in their path. Shiya dared not be careless. The water god technique operated at high frequency, unleashing turbulent waves within his dantian as the supreme water surged from his heart meridian, enveloping his body. The earth-shattering kick. With a single strike, he shook the heavens and exterminated demons. The 9-dragon fist. A 100-jong dragon roared across the universe, instilling fear in the abyss. The convergence sword. With a sweep of the sword, he eradicated all malevolent spirits, fostering peace across the seas. Boom! In that instant, the 2 forces collided, unleashing a terrifying power. An immensely powerful shockwave swept across the land, sending the nearby gifted individuals flying. Those of weaker prowess were sent reeling, coughing up blood under the force of the residual pressure. Their clash resembled the explosion of a star, a spectacle of immense horror. Shiya cleaved through the boundless lightning, charging towards Shen Daoyan, delivering a kick that struck with the weight of a colossal divine mountain. Shen Daoyan's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly crossed his arms to shield himself. However, an overwhelming force struck, sending Shen Daoyan flying. the terrifying impact causing him to spit blood. Good heavens, what am I witnessing? Shen Daonian has been injured. The 3 grand divine patterns could not withstand the onslaught. Could it be that this young man possesses 4 grand divine patterns? Before reaching the heavenly palace realm, a single grand divine pattern represented a significant threshold, with vastly different strengths. The gifted assembly nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment, speculating whether Shirye possessed 4 grand divine patterns. It seems you are preparing to kneel before me. Shirye, with hands clasped behind his back, shook his head at Shen Daonian. Enraged, Shen Daonian's veins bulged as he struck the ground with great force. When my Thunder Saint body emerges, how shall you respond? Shen Daonian bellowed, as the Thunder Saint body erupted with boundless lightning, akin to a star exploding at the dawn of the universe. At that moment, a suffocating thunderous force spread across the ground. The sea of lightning roared, with torrents of thunder cascading from the sky like waterfalls. As the thunderous principles manifested, everyone felt their cultivation suppressed, their movements hindered. The Thunder Law Domain. Shen Daonian had actually unleashed the Thunder Law Domain, a manifestation of his innate advantage due to his unique physique. Within this domain, Shen Daonian was invincible. However, this was merely the embryonic form of the domain. Observant and knowledgeable individuals recognized the signs. Individuals endowed with extraordinary physiques can manifest the nascent form of their domain of law even before reaching the realm of mastery, rendering them immensely formidable. Consequently, those possessed of such unique attributes are considerably more terrifying during their developmental stages, for even a mere fraction of their inherent power can be overwhelmingly potent. Those who engage in combat with Shen Daonian find themselves in dire straits, unless they, too, possess a special physique. Upon witnessing her brother's thunderous domain materialize, Shen Youchu's countenance transformed, revealing a look of relief and immense pride, for she is blessed with an exceptionally powerful brother. Shirye knelt in place, exclaiming, "Youngster, I had intended to reserve my thunderous domain for Tianyuan Nantian and the others. I never anticipated you would compel me to unleash it. How will you respond now?" Shen Daonian loomed majestically above the sea of thunder, radiating an aura of divine electricity, resembling the supreme deity of thunder itself. Shirye's expression shifted as he sensed the constriction of his own power, his speed curtailed, and an overwhelming feeling of being under Shen Daonian's control enveloped him. Is this the manifestation of a domain? It is truly remarkable. Merely its embryonic form possesses such might. How formidable must the true domain be? Shirye murmured. For this was his inaugural encounter with a domain. The strands of law emanating from this domain instilled a sense of trepidation in him, despite it being only a nascent form, and Shen Daonian unable to fully harness its power. It was beyond the capacity of cultivators beneath the heavenly temple realm to contend with. Receive my punch. Shen Daonian bellowed as he propelled a strike towards Shirye. The punch imbued with profound law, carrying the weight of the universe, advancing towards Shirye. In that moment, Shirye was not merely confronting a single opponent, but the entirety of this alternative realm, for the domain represented a unique universe unto itself. At this juncture, Shen Daonian was the sovereign of this realm. Boom. Suddenly, an endless azure divine light erupted from Shirye, with radiant blue and gold divine patterns encircling his physique, exuding a staggering divine essence, reminiscent of an exalted golden form. 4 grand divine patterns manifested. Hiss. 4 grand divine patterns. No wonder he is so terrifying. The 4 divine patterns signified a transformation into a golden form, truly a prodigy. As Shirye unveiled the 4 grand divine patterns, a chorus of gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd. However, it remained precarious. Relying solely on his physical form would prove insufficient to withstand Shen Daonian's thunderous domain, as even the most erudite prodigies shook their heads in disbelief. At that moment, a blood-red void materialized behind Shirye. The void abruptly tore open, and silence enveloped the world. An invincible figure emerged from within, and as he stepped forth, an overwhelming aura of battle surged through the heavens and the earth. Martial God, arise. The invincible figure approached Shirye, merging into him, and an astonishingly formidable battle intent erupted from Shirye's being. His blood-red eyes scanned the universe, radiating an unparalleled murderous intent. Those prodigies who met his gaze trembled uncontrollably, their bodies quaking in fear. In that instant, Shirye transformed into the martial god, ready to battle the heavens, the earth, and the very spirits of war. With a thunderous strike, the fierce battle intent surged forth, clashing against Shun Daoyan's domain of the Thunder God. Alone, he shook the heavens and the earth. Two watery orbs spinning at a high frequency, akin to two stone tablets exerting their power simultaneously. A terrifying force, nearly 8 million in strength, erupted forth. The explosive sound reverberated for thousands of miles, as towering mountains crumbled like withered reeds, and the earth split open, revealing bottomless chasms, ancient trees uprooted in their entirety. How could this be? Shun Daoyan, who had once felt assured of victory, turned pale as he witnessed his unmatched Thunder God domain being ground down by the stone tablet. Though the Thunder God domain significantly enhanced his power, it could not withstand a force that surpassed his own, illustrating the truth of the adage that a single strength can shatter myriad laws. Consequently, Shun Daoyan was sent flying backward like a kite, with its strings severed. His garments tattered and his body stained with blood. Thud! He crashed to the ground like a lifeless dog, blood spilling from his mouth, motionless. Oh, you now resemble a dead dog. The stone tablet's massive foot pressed down on Shun Daoyan's handsome face. Coughing, he spat blood repeatedly, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation as his boundless anger was trampled underfoot. Once the blinding light dissipated, gasps of astonishment erupted from the gathered crowd of talented onlookers. What were they witnessing? The exalted Thunder God Shun Daoyan was being trampled like a dead dog. This was utterly terrifying. From where did this genius emerge? Just moments ago, he had unleashed a divine martial art of the highest caliber, a power that doubled his combat effectiveness in an instant. How extraordinary! He had mastered a perfected level of divine martial prowess. Divine martial arts are immensely potent techniques, typically requiring decades of refinement to achieve perfection. Even some prodigies need several years, yet the stone tablet appeared to be merely in his early 20s. Incredible! In this era, only the heir of the divine martial sect, Yang Tian, could accomplish such a feat. Could he be Yang Tian? No, he is not Yang Tian. I have seen Yang Tian before. At this moment, a genius radiating wisdom stepped forward, exuding an air of sagacity. I have seen Yang Tian. Though handsome, he pales in comparison to the one before us. This individual possesses unmatched beauty and strength, his demeanor transcending that of mortals, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Indeed, it is said that the words of a wise man surpass 10 years of cultivation. All eyes turned toward the stone tablet. Truly, this man was strikingly handsome and powerful. Such divine attributes could hardly be overstated. Brother, you scoundrel, let go of my brother. Upon witnessing her brother being hurled away, the initially proud Shun Youchu's expression changed dramatically as she rushed forward, raising her small fist to strike the stone tablet's face. The stone tablet effortlessly extended his large hand, grasping Shun Youchu's tiny hand and pulling her into his embrace, firmly holding her in place. Scoundrel, release me. Shun Youchu's face flushed with anger as she struggled wildly. In Ye's eyes flickered a subtle malevolence as he grasped the tender area, reminding her of past lessons forgotten. Shun Youchu winced in pain, emitting a muffled sound, feeling as though that spot might burst. No, no, please spare my brother. Tears streamed down her large, innocent eyes, brimming with overwhelming grievance. Sister, do not plead for him. Whether he wishes to kill or torture, we of the Haotian sect have no weakness. With a cruel twist of his foot upon Shun Daoyan's wound, Yi ground it mercilessly, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from Shun Daoyan. Chapter 55. It matters not to you. Yi jeered. Oh, so your bones have hardened, and now you remain silent. Shun Daoyan simmered with frustration, on the brink of unconsciousness. Had it not been for the vast disparity in strength between him and Yi, he would have contemplated self-detonation. How could a dignified Thunder Saint body, a peerless prodigy ranked 10th on the divine movement list, be so utterly defeated by a mere Yi, whose name barely echoed? It was an unbearable humiliation. I beg you, spare my brother, Shun Youchu pleaded, gripping Yi's hand tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Is this how you beg for mercy? Yi tightened his grip, his voice laced with mockery. Kneel. With a thud, Shun Youchu obediently sank to her knees, her beautiful eyes filled with deep sorrow. Her knees, wrapped in torn stockings, were red and swollen against the ground, evoking pity. Youchu, rise. Do not kneel before him. Shun Daoyan trembled with rage, shouting at Shun Youchu in desperation. Silence. Yi placed a foot directly over Shun Daoyan's mouth. Fuming, Shen Daoyan's eyes reddened as he desperately urged the essence of the Thunder Saint body, longing for self-destruction. The humiliation was too great. You wish to self-destruct? Not on my watch, Shi sneered, a mysterious glow striking directly at Shen Daoyan's dantian, sealing him entirely. Crack! Crack! It shattered. 2 tears of humiliation streamed from the corners of Shen Daoyan's eyes. His steadfast resolve crumbled, a proud saint brought to such disgrace. Darkness engulfed him as he chose to faint. Remaining conscious was simply too shameful. Today, the siblings Shen Daoyan and Shen Yuchu fell completely into the hands of the divine martial sect's disciple. From this day forth, Shen Daoyan's indomitable spirit lay in ruins. Indeed, the disciple of the divine martial sect, this martial god, was extraordinarily formidable. Surrounding geniuses murmured in astonishment. They had anticipated witnessing Shen Daoyan's display of might, only to see him brought low beneath another's heel. This individual, esteemed by the talented as the disciple of the divine martial sect, was Shi. Truly, the disciple of the divine martial sect was an unparalleled genius, capable of subduing even the aloof Shen Yuchu, compelling her to yield. At that moment, a sage radiating wisdom stepped forward, capturing the attention of the crowd. His words drew unanimous agreement. Indeed, what a remarkable genius to effortlessly subjugate a goddess like Shen Yuchu. I shall deem him the pinnacle of this era. Behold, the Daozi caresses the goddess and treads upon the sacred body. I ask, who in this world can achieve such a feat? Upon hearing the sage's words, the crowd expressed their admiration in unison. The sage, unable to suppress his pride, lifted his head, his eyes glimmering with satisfaction. To witness such extraordinary talent rise in this prosperous era is indeed a privilege beyond measure. Let us together extol the true name of the Daozi. At this, the gazes directed towards Shi were filled with reverence, as he appeared to them akin to a youthful immortal. The existence of a genius with a sacred body was already beyond their reach, let alone one who could vanquish such a being as Shi. When the chasm of disparity renders hope for transcendence invisible, what remains in the hearts of the people is often only awe and admiration. To infringe upon me is to pay the price of one's life. Shi gently caressed Shen Yuchu's delicate visage. We merely interrupted your cultivation inadvertently. Our momentary indiscretion has not caused you any tangible harm. Moreover, you have slain disciples of our Haotian sect, which surely poses no threat to you. Shen Yuchu raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Shi. Oh, does it mean that if my rights have not been violated, I need not defend them? Shi replied with a smile, a hint of mockery flitting across his eyes. Shen Yuchu's large eyes appeared exceptionally aggrieved. What manner of person is this? She had never encountered such shamelessness in her life. What does it mean that if my rights have not been infringed, I need not defend them? This is utterly disgraceful, more so than a sister she had once known. In the celestial realm of the middle heaven, a sister had once claimed that her fiancé had assaulted her, rushing to the imperial court to file charges and then bribing officials. Now that sister not only obtained immense resources for cultivation from the man, but also saw him imprisoned. Truly, the depths of shamelessness are profound, and in Shen Yuchu's eyes, Shi surpassed even that sister. But, you truly have not suffered harm, Shen Yuchu said, her voice laden with grievance. Oh, just because I have not been harmed does it mean I need not defend my rights? Does it mean I am not entitled to compensation? Shi teased. This girl is simply too endearing. Her woeful demeanor truly invites mockery. Here, this is all my savings. I give it all to you. Shen Yuchu, her large eyes reddened, hesitated before producing a spatial ring, her face contorted with pain. Then you should give it to me, Shi said fiercely, as the girl had placed the spatial ring in her hand but clutched it tightly. Oh, let go. Shen Yuchu reluctantly released the ring. It was a pale pink spatial ring, intricately carved with delicate stars. Shen Yuchu unlocked its restrictions, and Shi's consciousness swept inside. He could not help but marvel at how this girl was indeed a little wealthy heiress. Inside, spirit coins were piled high, spirit herbs were carelessly arranged, and rows of elixirs and vibrant talismans awaited. As he counted meticulously, to his astonishment, there lay a staggering 101 billion Shinshin coins, 988 spirit herbs, and 306 bottles of third-grade elixirs. Furthermore, there were 3 divine artifacts and 2 celestial palace treasures, not to mention a singular soul artifact. 10 third-grade talismans graced the collection as well. Such opulence was truly astounding. What left Shi even more bewildered was the presence of 10 medicinal kings among the treasures. This exceeded what he had acquired from Li Zishi and others. And with just Shin Yuchu alone, Shi felt he had become extraordinarily wealthy. In that moment, his gaze upon Shin Yuchu softened considerably, and an immature thought blossomed within him. What if he were to plunder all the prodigies within the secret realm? With such resources for cultivation, worries would be a thing of the past. Could you perhaps spare us? Shin Yuchu timidly implored Shi, noticing the glimmer of ambition in his eyes. I truly have given you everything. It's all right there. Coming back to his senses, Shi smiled as he ruffled Shin Yuchu's hair. Indeed, quite impressive. May I rise now? Shin Yuchu inquired cautiously, her legs numb from kneeling. Shi nodded affirmatively. As she stood, she nearly stumbled. Hey, don't doze off. Get up quickly, Shi exclaimed, delivering a kick to Shin Daoyan. Who am I? Where am I? Shin Daoyan feigned confusion as he opened his eyes, only to immediately express indignation. How dare you? This isn't over between us. Thus, Shi delivered another kick to Shin Daoyan, the force of which caused him to curl up in pain. Brother, are you all right? You promised to let us go, Shin Yuchu fretted, her large eyes fixed on Shi. Chapter 56. I shall sing the true name of Daozi for all eternity, until the cycle of reincarnation. Hand over your treasures. And you may leave, Shi said with a narrowed gaze and a sly smile. In that moment, his smile appeared devilish to Shin Daoyan and Shin Yuchu alike. Noticing Shin Daoyan's hesitation, Shi pretended to lift his foot to crush him once more. All right, I will give it, Shin Daoyan hastily conceded, realizing he had already lost face today and that losing his life would be an unworthy trade. He was still young, with a sister to protect, and did not wish to meet his end so soon. After all, defeat was a common occurrence. Even those invincible beings who had left their mark in the annals of history had faced dismal failures in their youth. What was this minor setback to him? Only an unyielding heart remained undefeated. One day, he would surely suppress Shi. Shi accepted Shin Daoyan's spatial ring. Well done, you may leave now. This lad possessed commendable fortitude. Had this humiliation been endured by an ordinary prodigy, they might have crumbled. A commendable spirit indeed. Upon hearing Shi's words, Shin Yuchu hurriedly assisted Shin Daoyan, and they departed swiftly, fearful that Shi might change his mind and detain them once more. Unexpectedly, as Shin Daoyan distanced himself from Shi by several meters, he suddenly turned around, his fists clenched tightly. Dare to invoke your esteemed name? Upon hearing this, the nearby prodigies shifted their gaze towards Shi, eager to discern his identity. After all, the news of the sacred body's defeat was a sensation that would undoubtedly be boasted about. Shi did not respond immediately, his expression reflecting surprise as he regarded Shin Daoyan. For a moment, the atmosphere grew still. Brother, have you lost your senses? What if he changes his mind again? Shin Yuchu tugged at Shin Daoyan's sleeve, her petite face etched with anxiety. Oh, what is it? Are you planning to summon your ancestor to deal with me? It's not uncommon in the cultivation world for the small to summon the large. In the realm of cultivation, one cannot thrive without a formidable background, save for those favored by destiny. Shi, too, sought to align himself with a powerful force to prevent being extinguished before he could flourish. I have been defeated by your hand, yet I must personally vanquish you to validate my invincible resolve, Shin Daoyan declared loudly, his eyes aflame with determination. Next time, luck may not favor you so. Perhaps it will be the end of your Dao, Shi replied coolly, dismissing Shin Daoyan's words, confident in his ability to defeat him whenever he pleased. Then let us determine our standings on the path to divinity. With that, Shin Daoyan, accompanied by Shin Yuchu, departed towards the secret realm's exit. He was severely injured, and remaining there held no significance. Should anyone harbor greed towards the siblings, their lives could be forfeit. By the way, my name is Shi. From behind Shin Daoyan, Shi's voice emerged, soft yet imbued with the weight of a mountain, as if this name would usher in nightmares for Shin Daoyan. Shin Daoyan paused momentarily. I shall remember it. Meanwhile, before departing, Shin Yuchu cast one last glance at Shi, her large eyes brimming with a tumult of emotions, anger, shame, and even a hint of bewilderment. Once Shin Daoyan and Shin Yuchu had left, silence enveloped the scene. Shi turned his gaze to the surrounding prodigies, who immediately stood rigid, clasping their hands in respect. Sir Daozi, farewell. Sir Daozi, I shall take my leave first. The prodigies bid farewell to Shi as they began to disperse. Wait, As the crowd was about to depart, Shiye's voice rang out softly. May I inquire what instructions Daozi has? The prodigies turned their attention to Shiye, aware that having someone of his caliber attend to their requests was a great honor. However, none aspired to become his followers, as their qualifications fell short. Making such a proposal would only lead to humiliation. Shiye smiled gently, his tone warm. I am grateful to all you esteemed friends for witnessing my battle. I fear you may have missed numerous opportunities during this time. I have some spiritual herbs I wish to share with you all. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment, for they had not anticipated that watching a performance could yield such rewards. Although everyone had come with their focus on Tianyuan, in this moment, no one was foolish enough to claim they were there solely for him. The Daozi embodies righteousness. We express our gratitude here. Indeed, the Daozi's benevolence is unparalleled, pure, and virtuous. The gazes directed at Shiye were filled with reverence, as if beholding a sage. With a grand gesture, Shiye conjured forth thousands of medicinal herbs before the esteemed youths, exuding an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. He cast aside all mundane herbs, revealing the precious spiritual elixirs he had acquired from Tianyuan and Yuchu. Even the ordinary and spiritual herbs had ages spanning hundreds or thousands of years, commanding exorbitant prices in the market. The sight of countless spiritual herbs left the talented youths breathless. These were indeed treasures. Upon their arrival, the outer circle had already been stripped clean of spiritual herbs by various powerful factions, leaving them with meager finds of even the mundane ones. And now, merely by witnessing a performance, they were bestowed with such fortune. Who wouldn't be exhilarated? Daozi, your righteousness is commendable. Thank you, Daozi. You are like a second father to me. Truly, you are a paragon of virtue in this era. You are a true sage among mortals. The crowd, having received their bounty, lavished praise upon Shiye, their expressions brimming with profound gratitude. Yet, amidst the chorus of appreciation, none noticed the subtle hint of malevolence in Shiye's eyes. In this world, even the most sinister and malevolent must cloak their true nature. Those who commit heinous acts must at least adorn themselves with a veneer of moral brilliance. Engaging in abhorrent deeds while masquerading under a guise of virtue is essential. One must always present an admirable facade. Whether good or evil, a commendable disguise is imperative. This is the significance behind Shiye's distribution of fortune. He sought to cultivate his own influence, drawing renown to himself through a radiant facade. It was, in a sense, akin to paying for advertising. This precious king herb is bestowed upon you, Shiye declared with a gentle smile as he waved his hand, sending a herb imbued with the symbols of the great Dao soaring towards a youth radiating wisdom. During his earlier encounter with Tianyuan, Shiye had kept his consciousness attuned to the surroundings, catching snippets of the crowd's discussions about him. His use of the martial god's divine power had led them to mistakenly believe he was the long-hidden Daozi of the divine martial sect. However, Shiye refrained from clarification. Should any complications arise, he could leave the burden to the divine martial sect. Thank you, Daozi, exclaimed Tianyuan, the youth radiating wisdom, his voice trembling with disbelief that the Daozi had taken note of a mere individual like him. He had been granted the immensely valuable king herb, which boasted an age of at least 100,000 years, an extraordinary rarity that could easily fetch a fortune, yet was scarcely available on the market. With this king herb, his path towards enlightenment would surely extend even further. Tianyuan was abandoned by his parents in the wilderness from a young age. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him, and a mother wolf took him in, nurturing him as if he were her own offspring. Raised amidst the harshness of the jungle, he faced the daily trials of life and death, with every creature of the demon tribe viewing him as an aberration, intent on consuming him. The only being that showed him kindness was the mother wolf. Upon her demise, Tianyuan realized he could no longer survive in the jungle. Thus, he departed from that world and ventured into the realm of humanity. However, having lived so long away from human society, he found it exceedingly difficult to integrate into human life, suffering immense humiliation throughout his growth. Even after joining a sect, he was embroiled in constant intrigue and competition for resources. It was precisely in such an environment that he honed his keen insight and exceptional wisdom. After the mother wolf, Shiye was the first individual to treat him with such kindness, though he understood that this might be a mere whim of Shiye. The gratitude he felt was profound enough to last a lifetime. Daozi, you are truly my reborn parents. I shall sing the praises of Daozi's true name for all eternity. At that moment, Tianyuan's expression was one of utmost reverence as he made his heartfelt vow. Shi appeared somewhat astonished, for within Tianyuan had sprouted the seed of faith. Deep within the Dan Sea, the sacred soul inexplicably drew a trace of faithful energy from Tianyuan. Could he have become my disciple? Shi wondered, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Chapter 57. Establishing worth. You are remarkable. This is a gift for you. May you remain true to your initial intentions and traverse the path of Dao ever further. A spatial ring materialized in Shi's hand and flew towards Tianyuan. Inside were various Dao techniques and spirit stones of the gathering spirit rank. The techniques obtained from Shun Yuchu and Shun Daoyan, while the spirit stones were remnants from Shi's absorption of the spiritual vein. Being his first disciple, Shi was more than generous. Thank you, Daozi. I shall honor you as the true monarch of virtue, a paragon for cultivators. Thud, thud, thud. Tianyuan was overwhelmed with emotion and immediately knelt, performing 3 bows and 9 prostrations in gratitude for Shi's fortune. To Shi, these gifts were inconsequential, but for Tianyuan, they represented immense fortune. Bestowing such fortune upon someone felt akin to having reborn parents. I shall dedicate my life to proclaiming the deeds of the true monarch, igniting the flame of this noble cause with my humble existence. Tianyuan's gaze was resolute and devout. He had resolved to promote the illustrious exploits of Daozi for a lifetime. Those around him watched with envy as Tianyuan received Shi's favor, longing to exchange places with him. Yet, despite their jealousy, none dared to seize the fortune from his hands, for to do so would mean incurring Shi's wrath, an act as foolish as administering poison to a beautiful maiden. Though our fortunes may be scant, I implore you all to accept this token of goodwill. We are grateful to Daozi. His benevolence is unparalleled. Upon witnessing the scene, the crowd hastily accepted the spiritual herbs before them, each movement more urgent than the last, lest they be outpaced by others eager to seize their share of the precious bounty. Even the least fortunate among them managed to acquire at least 7 or 8 herbs. A considerable haul, though their eyes sparkled with greed, yearning to immediately pocket their newfound treasures, a semblance of rationality prevailed. After all, it was customary for esteemed elders to impart heartfelt wisdom before bestowing their gifts. Gratitude flowed freely as the crowd swiftly claimed the blessings offered by their superiors. In truth, their focus was not on the lengthy discourses delivered by the elders, but rather on the personal advantages they might glean from the occasion. This was a well-worn routine. Such generosity from the Daozi. In all my years, I have never encountered a figure so magnanimous. Truly, I long to bask in his radiance. Indeed, one could hardly wish for a more fortuitous encounter with such a personage. The young prodigies, adjusting their attire and adopting solemn expressions, appeared as though they had not just engaged in a frenzied scramble for the spiritual herbs. Tianyuan brushed off his sleeves, straightened his posture, and stepped before the assembly, turning his back to them as he faced the stone tablet, his gaze imbued with reverence. Chant with me, Daozi Rinda, Daozi Rinda. Chant with me, Daozi Zhenjun, Daozi Zhenjun. Observing this spectacle, Shi could not help but smile wryly. He recognized that the applause was not for the hollow accolades of popularity. Among this throng, few genuinely believed in him. Their sole concern lay in what they could gain. After all, uttering a few slogans costs nothing, does it not? Yet, concurrently, Shi's objective was achieved. He needed to cultivate an aura that would ensure, once these so-called prodigies departed, his accomplishments would be widely disseminated. This was akin to a mobile advertisement for Shi, elevating his renown. Shi was acutely aware that the commotion caused by the Six Paths secret realm would undoubtedly attract the attention of powerful factions, and this moment represented the perfect opportunity for him to amplify his reputation. Subsequently, as long as he established his worth within the Six Paths secret realm, the mighty powers would realize that he was merely a grassroots prodigy who had inherited the blessings of the true God. Would they not scramble to claim him? What followed would be his triumph over the disciples and heirs of those formidable factions, thereby skyrocketing his status. This was precisely why Shi chose to spare Shun Daoyan and his sister. It was merely about vanquishing those heirs, not annihilating them entirely. Although Shi harbored no fear, it was conceivable that Shun Daoyan's sect might offer a more enticing proposition. If he were to eliminate their heirs, would the higher-ups be pleased? Thus, one must understand that cultivation also involves navigating the intricacies of human relationships. Aside from the Child of Destiny, Shi had never witnessed anyone provoke the ire of all the great powers of a vast world and live to tell the tale. It is folly to assert that these formidable factions would refrain from direct action against a mere junior. Such notions are absurd. Shi had seen enough to know that the most shameless were often those ancient clans and immortal families with deep-rooted legacies. Once provoked, the entire ancient clan's power would swiftly suppress you, even dispatching formidable beings to eradicate you without hesitation. Ha ha, gentlemen, let us part ways here. With a hearty laugh, Shi vanished from sight. Farewell, Daozi. The crowd echoed with a chorus of uneven voices. Tianyuan gazed at Shi Ye's retreating figure, unable to withdraw his gaze for an extended period. Rest assured, Daozi, I shall bear the banner for you. Shi Ye moved rapidly through the ancient forest, advancing at his utmost speed until he reached the juncture of two towering mountains. This place appeared as if it had been violently torn apart by an unfathomable force, revealing a vast chasm. Approaching the chasm, Shi Ye did not hesitate and plunged headlong into its depths. The mountains on either side of the chasm were overgrown with ancient grasses, lush and verdant. Evergreen ancient trees flourished, their branches and leaves intertwining densely, suggesting that this realm had not been traversed by anyone for many years. Shi Ye halted his steps, for ahead loomed a towering mountain, leaving no further path to tread. Come forth. You have followed me for so long, and it must have been arduous. His calm voice echoed through the chasm. Yet, apart from the chirping of insects and the calls of birds, silence reigned. Ha! A coward hiding in the shadows. A fierce light ignited in Shi Ye's eyes as he unleashed a devastating punch, his arm enveloped in the terrifying Tianyuan water, conjuring a 100-foot-long water dragon that roared into the sky. Boom! The punch reverberated through the chasm, causing violent tremors and cascading stones. However, this strike was not directed at the so-called enemy, but rather aimed at the entrance of the chasm. With a thunderous crash, massive stones fell, blocking the entire exit of the chasm. Are you not coming out? Shi Ye's tone turned frigid. This lad cannot be attempting to deceive me, mused Li Changfeng, who was concealed within the chasm, his brow arching slightly. Although he had been suppressed in his cultivation upon entering the Six Paths secret realm, his concealing technique was not easily discernible. Even the old scholars from the academy would find it challenging to perceive his stealth. Li Changfeng was certain that this youth was indeed trying to trick him. Let us see what tricks you can conjure. Originally, Li Changfeng had intended to observe Tianyuan, curious to discern the gap between the renowned youth and the students from his own academy. However, upon encountering the lesser-known Shi Ye, who displayed astonishing talents and even defeated Tianyuan, Li Changfeng felt a surge of excitement and decided to follow Shi Ye. Ah, splendid! Shi Ye's gaze fixed upon a specific location, his aura swirling ominously as the terrifying Tianyuan stillness enveloped the heavens and earth. His eyes sparkled like an ancient volcanic mountain on the verge of eruption. With a forceful punch, he unleashed a tempest of power, the 9 dragons roaring in unison. Quite impressive. Li Changfeng sensed Shi Ye's attention directed toward his vicinity and chuckled, shaking his head. If I were to be forced out so easily, it would be a grave embarrassment for this old senior. Li Changfeng seamlessly merged with the cosmos, silent and colorless, evading the strike of the stone page with a deft maneuver. Boom! The vast chasm was shattered beneath the force of the stone page's fist, and the surrounding ancient peaks crumbled away under its might. As Li Changfeng observed this spectacle with a smile, a sword of icy azure, towering 100 feet, suddenly appeared above his head, its razor-sharp edge descending from the heavens. Li Changfeng's expression shifted dramatically. It was too late to evade. He raised his arms defensively, channeling his Taoist techniques. With a sharp sound, a stooped figure emerged from the chasm, sent flying by the sword strike. This sword was the stone page's ultimate technique, capable of shadowing its wielder while remaining remarkably elusive, indicating extraordinary martial prowess. By launching a feigned punch to provoke Li Changfeng's teleportation, the stone page knew that any movement would create a disturbance, a testament to its battle awareness. For even the most adept techniques would leave a trace in the fabric of reality. Once a disturbance occurred, an opportunity to counterattack would arise. The stone page offered no respite, delivering a thunderous kick that reverberated through the sky. In response, Li Changfeng quickly raised his hands, manifesting a protective technique. A cerulean light shield enveloped his body, with bizarre phenomena unfolding upon it, resembling the evolution of an entire world, impervious barriers encircling him. Clearly, this was a profoundly advanced Taoist art. However, Li Changfeng underestimated the stone page. With a swift stroke, the sword severed the vastness, and even the strongest of barriers crumbled like paper under the stone page's enchanted blade. Heavens! Li Changfeng exclaimed, shock evident on his face as he was sent flying, a trickle of blood escaping from a small wound on his chest. He was injured. Although his realm was suppressed, his mastery of Taoist techniques should have rendered him invulnerable, even against a typical Tianyuan realm opponent. This illustrated the stone page's formidable prowess. The stone page furrowed his brow, surprised that this old fellow's barrier was akin to a turtle shell. He had held nothing back, yet had only managed to inflict a superficial wound. Instantly, the azure sword in his hand transformed, and blue-golden runes of the Tao ascended from his being, akin to the primordial chaos and the dawn of the universe. Golden light intertwined across the heavens, as spiritual energy coalesced into blue swords materializing from thin air, filling the surroundings with a palpable aura of menace. A prison of swords formed from the very fabric of the world, enveloping Li Changfeng. Wait, I have something to say, Li Changfeng shouted, sensing the stone page was serious. Oh, I thought you were merely hiding and keeping silent, the stone page replied with a smirk, pressing forward with his sword, causing the sword prison to descend upon Li Changfeng. Do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders? Li Changfeng was so exasperated that he felt like pulling out his own beard, lamenting that this young fellow showed no signs of relenting. With a flourish of his tattered long sleeves, an ancient bell emerged, radiant in its golden hue, swiftly enlarging to hover above his head. The bell shimmered with golden light, while strands of profound laws cascaded down, forming an impenetrable barrier. Observing this, Shirya also relinquished his powers, realizing that he could do nothing against Li Changfeng. The laws descending from the bell were beyond his current capabilities to shatter. Old man, why are you following me? Shirya inquired, gazing at Li Changfeng, whose white hair, long beard, stooped posture, and tattered attire painted a comical picture. Remarkable, it's actually 5 divine patterns of the great Tao. Li Changfeng did not respond to Shirya's question, but instead fixated on the 5 floating divine patterns surrounding him. A prodigy indeed. With the Academy's guidance, it is not impossible for him to open 8 heavenly temples in the future. For thousands of years, the Academy has seen a decline. I must persuade this lad to return. At that moment, Li Changfeng regarded Shirya as one would a rare treasure. In truth, Shirya had easily defeated Tianyuan due to his superior physical strength. The covetous gaze from Li Changfeng sent a chill down Shirya's spine, prompting him to instinctively step back. This old man can't possibly have some peculiar preference, can he? Noting Shirya's strange expression, Li Changfeng's beard bristled in irritation. Hey, what are you up to, lad? I am not one to entertain such notions. He continued, in my youth, I was quite the dashing figure, with admirers flocking to me from all corners. Shirya had no desire to listen to Li Changfeng's rambling tales of glory from the past. He knew that if given the chance, the elder could talk for days. So, he waved his hand dismissively, interrupting the old man's nostalgic reverie. Unperturbed by the interruption, Li Changfeng began to elaborate on the bell. Do you know the origin of this bell? Without waiting for Shirya's response, he continued, this bell, known as immovable, was once wielded by the supreme Hao Yu in his youth. In those days, Hao Yu brandished the immovable bell in the divine domain of Kunlun, making the generation of prodigies bow their heads in defeat. He swept through the 6 realms, ultimately achieving an invincible status. Li Changfeng's eyes sparkled as he observed the fervor within Shirya's gaze regarding the immovable bell. Ah, you speak so highly of this weapon. It seems it is destined for me. I thank you in advance, venerable elder, Shirya replied, a playful glint in his eyes. Li Changfeng's expression darkened. This lad is truly shameless. No, it is you who is fated to be connected with me. With a sly tug at his beard, he continued, I possess many such weapons. With a sweep of his long sleeves, a multitude of treasures flew forth. In this moment, the heavens and the earth were suffused with celestial treasures, the ethereal light shimmering as exquisite artifacts radiated a brilliant glow. Great principles descended from the sky, and wondrous phenomena unfolded. Celestial dragons soared through the skies, divine phoenixes sang, and the black tortoise stabilized the heavens, while a divine radiance of 9 colors cascaded down, illuminating the myriad treasures in resplendent hues. Golden springs surged from the earth, and golden lotuses of the grand path blossomed and flourished. For a moment, Shi Yi was utterly captivated, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The most exquisite artifact in his possession was merely a Taishan treasure acquired from the Shin siblings. Yet, each artifact cast forth by Li Changfeng bore traces of the Grand Dao. Even a single one could rend the heavens and shatter the earth. This old fellow possesses an abundance of treasures. It truly stirs one's heart. If not for the knowledge that seizing them by force was unwise, sure you would have been tempted to resort to violence to claim these treasures. Upon noticing the glimmer of hunger and greed in Shi Ye's eyes, Li Changfeng elegantly waved his sleeve, reclaiming all the magical artifacts. Shi Yi lamented inwardly, feeling regretful that he had not yet quenched his thirst for viewing them. Chapter 59. The Three Academies and Six Sacred Grounds. Li Changfeng chuckled, inwardly pleased, and continued, I observe that your bone structure is extraordinary, your visage is noble, and there is a hint of purple energy emanating from your forehead. It is indeed fate that we meet today in this vast Kunlun divine domain. Would you care to take me as your master? In the years to come, I shall aid you in achieving divinity and renown. Having spoken, Li Changfeng turned away, hands clasped behind his back, his sleeves billowing without wind, and his previously stooped figure now stood erect, enveloped in a faint celestial glow. As a gentle breeze stirred, his aura elevated, revealing the demeanor of an enlightened immortal. Quickly beseech me. I shall bestow upon you supreme fortune. Li Changfeng thought to himself, anticipating that Shi Yi would soon be overwhelmed with gratitude, bowing deeply to acknowledge him as a master. The envy of those old fellows in the academy will be palpable. 1 second, 2 seconds, a minute, 10 minutes passed, yet Shi Yi remained silent. Li Changfeng awkwardly turned back, only to find that Shi Yi had, at some point, produced a table laden with delicacies and a multitude of spirit coins. Seated comfortably as he indulged in his meal, he was utterly oblivious to his surroundings. You continue your boasting while I savor my food, he seemed to convey, which incited Li Changfeng's frustration. Veins throbbed upon his forehead, and his beard seemed to multiply with each passing moment. Had it not been for the suppression of his realm, Li Changfeng would have certainly taught Shi Yi a lesson on respecting his elders. This truly vexes me. Do you or do you not wish to take me as your master? Li Changfeng's voice, now low and tense, struggled to maintain the composure befitting an enlightened immortal. At the same time, he continued to entice. If you take me as your master, you may choose any treasure you desire, and the supreme techniques are countless. With your aptitude, achieving divinity within a millennium is not beyond possibility. Treasures, no matter how potent, are ultimately external. Powerful techniques are merely embellishments. When the time comes for your cultivation to reach its zenith, treasures shall be yours to claim, rendering you invincible. As the stone-eyed youth slightly raised his eyelids, he spoke softly, though I am tempted by the treasure before me, I have yet to reach a state of irrationality. Upon witnessing Shi Ye's rejection, Li Changfeng felt no anger. Instead, he regarded Shi Yi with newfound respect. Were he an ordinary prodigy, he would likely have begged to take him as a disciple upon encountering such a remarkable talent. Yet, Shi Yi remained unaffected by the allure of this unparalleled opportunity, truly commendable. In that moment, Li Changfeng's resolve to invite Shi Yi to join the Hanhai Academy was further solidified. You may be unaware of my origins, but you must have heard of the legendary One Sect, 3 Institutes, and 6 Sacred Grounds, Li Changfeng continued. Shi Yi glanced at him, intrigued. He had indeed come across some references to the One Sect, 3 Institutes, and 6 Sacred Grounds in the Grand Tome of the Great Kunlun Divine Realm. These 10 powers represented transcendent forces within the Great Kunlun Divine Realm, akin to colossi of immense influence. The existence of the One Sect, 3 Institutes, and 6 Sacred Grounds stretches back through the annals of time, believed to have persisted since the era of ancient deities, transcending countless epochs. It is said that these 10 forces were founded by sages, beings who govern the cosmos, master myriad paths, and stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine, eternally invincible. Their mere word can command the ages. It is said, in this world, one has yet to hear of immortals, if such beings exist. They are none other than the sages. Indeed, sages are unmatched. Throughout the vast history of the myriad heavens, many of the most powerful saints, invincible sovereigns, and immortal deities have emerged from the One Sect, 3 Institutes, and 6 Sacred Grounds. This is a place under the protection of sages, guarded by imperial foundations, and nourished by ancestral essence, possessing an extraordinarily profound heritage. Anyone fortunate enough to be invited into their ranks is undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. Even supreme beings such as the true gods of the six paths cannot easily shake their standing. Do you hail from one of these 10 transcendent forces? Shiyi inquired. For the weight of these entities was immense, akin to a chasm difficult to traverse. Indeed, I am Li Changfeng of the Hanhai Academy. Li Changfeng replied with a light chuckle, displaying a sense of pride. Remarkable indeed, Shiyi nodded in acknowledgement. He was aware of Hanhai Academy, known for its ancient history, said to have been established since the era of ancient deities, with an unparalleled depth of heritage. You have not heard of me. Li Changfeng's expression faltered slightly, realizing that while Shiyi was familiar with Hanhai Academy, he himself was not known. Observing the mix of emotions on Li Changfeng's face, Shiyi explained with a smile. I am from the Tianyuan homeland. Ah, that makes sense. It is truly impressive for someone from such a remote place to know of Hanhai Academy, Li Changfeng remarked, his expression revealing a sense of understanding. Do you comprehend the significance of the one sect, 3 institutes, and 6 sacred grounds? Even talents like yourself are abundant among us. Mere potential is insufficient. True greatness is defined by the ability to grow. A talent from humble origins, without the backing of a formidable force, may struggle to thrive. Li Changfeng said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Today, by fate, I offer to take you as my disciple. Joining Hanhai Academy for your cultivation would undoubtedly lead to an extraordinary future. Upon hearing this, Shiyi nodded. Li Changfeng's words were not merely alarmist. The harsh reality was indeed as he described. It was exceedingly difficult for an ordinary cultivator to achieve prominence. I need to contemplate this further, as it is likely that other forces will seek to recruit me. Shiyi eschewed insincere platitudes and candidly expressed his thoughts. Li Changfeng understood that with Shiyi's remarkable aptitude, evidenced by his 5 divine patterns, he was fully entitled to negotiate terms with various factions. Should you choose to join the Hanhai Academy, the possibility of mastering divine techniques in the future is not out of reach. Our academy possesses methods that rival the sage's arts. Although Li Changfeng comprehended Shiyi's perspective, he still aimed to persuade him. I present you with my offer. Joining the Hanhai Academy will grant you access to supreme-level techniques, an annual stipend of 3 million Tianyuan coins, a royal herb, and a piece of Tianyuan Great Sage's artifact. The mere mention of supreme techniques, great sage artifacts, and royal herbs would likely instill fear in the hearts of many. Such items could incite chaos beyond measure. The title of Supreme signifies an unparalleled figure across the heavens and earth, eclipsing even the invincible sage's arts. Shiyi fell into deep contemplation. The conditions offered were indeed generous, enough to entice even a Tianyuan saint. In this era, the Supreme seldom emerges, leaving the saints in reverence. Mastering supreme-level techniques to reach the Tianyuan realm seemed almost inevitable. Noticing Shiyi's flicker of interest, Li Changfeng added, of course. Should you gain the favor of the entire academy, the pursuit of divine techniques remains a viable path. The allure of divine techniques profoundly shook Shiyi's heart. The prospect painted was grand and tempting, making refusal nearly impossible. Haha, well said. Elder Changfeng, please leave me a couple of tokens, and I shall contact you when I venture out, Shiyi said, beaming brightly at Li Changfeng. Certainly, I am not a miser, Li Changfeng replied with a smile. Though inwardly he berated Shiyi for his shrewdness. Asking for tokens was quite bold of him. Shiyi's request was merely a probe to see if Li Changfeng could produce genuine items. Divine techniques were indeed formidable, yet they were merely Li Changfeng's verbal assurances, lacking tangible proof. Shiyi had always believed that only what one could grasp was truly substantial. With a grand gesture, Li Changfeng waved his hand through the air, as if using the sky as parchment and his fingers as a quill, inscribing a letter that gracefully descended before Shiyi. As the heavenly hall opened, he conjured a sword that materialized before Shiyi. The blade shimmered with a deep azure hue, adorned with intricate and profound inscriptions, emanating an astonishing aura. The sword's edge glinted like cold water, exuding a series of principles. It seemed that a single slash could cleave rivers and vanquish myriad foes. A magnificent sword. Shiyi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The principles cascading from this blade resonated perfectly with the techniques he had been cultivating. Holding this letter grants you admission to my Hanhai Academy without examination. I observe that your cultivation method aligns with the water element. Thus, this sword, named the Ghostly Water Sword, is in harmony with your affinity. It is equivalent to a treasure of the law domain. And I bestow it upon you as a token of our first meeting, Li Changfeng declared. If a treasure of the law domain can be exchanged for the brilliance of a genius, such a loss is indeed invaluable. The Han Hai Academy, truly a stalwart institution, embodies an allure that is simply enchanting. Shi Yi chuckled heartily as he accepted the letter and the ghostly water sword. Witnessing Shi Yi's smug demeanor, Li Changfeng felt several strands of his beard slip away. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile as he prepared to depart, stating that he had other matters to investigate. As he turned to leave, dissipating into a wisp of green smoke, he cautioned Shi Yi, "Young man, the constraints of this realm are gradually loosening. Soon, an influx of formidable beings will arrive. Be wary not to offend others lightly." Li Changfeng's voice echoed throughout the valley. The lifting of restrictions. Indeed, one must remain vigilant. Shi Yi pondered. The notion of avoiding offense did not weigh heavily on him. If one were to fear offending others on the path of enlightenment, it would be better to retreat home and forsake cultivation altogether. Chapter 60. The Little Fox. As one traverses this realm, it imparts a sensation that it is not merely a secret domain, but rather an entire world. Towering mountains stand majestically, and amidst them, one feels akin to an ant. Insignificant in the grand scheme. In this expanse, the essence of the heavens and earth is remarkably potent. Even the act of cultivation can amplify one's progress manifold. Treasures abound, with spiritual herbs from centuries to millennia scattered everywhere, though peril lurks in every shadow. Shi Yi had already vanquished numerous beasts along his journey. However, he had rarely encountered herbs over 10,000 years old. It puzzled him. He wondered where Shin Yuchu had procured 10 strains of medicinal kings, while, in stark contrast, Shin Daonian had not a single one to his name, a rather embarrassing predicament. In terms of cultivation resources, he found himself at a disadvantage compared to Shin Yuchu. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Shin Daonian's storage ring contained 5 billion spirit coins, along with various spiritual herbs and ores, as well as a few tomes of techniques. Throughout this journey, Shi Yi had simultaneously honed his skills and cultivated his abilities. After absorbing from a spiritual vein, he had refined over 500 drops of Tianyuan water, elevating his cultivation to the mid-stage of the spirit realm. At this level, cultivators gain the ability to fly through the air and, more importantly, to cultivate spiritual power. Only with spiritual power can one adeptly wield techniques and methods. It is akin to possessing a magnificent vehicle, yet lacking fuel. Without it, one can only push it along. However, with a full tank, the vehicle soars, much like having a splendid car, but lacking the skill to control it, resulting in a clumsy application of the accelerator that fails to harmonize with one's strength. However, with the advent of technology, circumstances change dramatically. Each experience varies in intensity, yet every moment allows for an exquisite mastery of the vehicle, which emits a comforting roar and unleashes terrifying speed. The same principle applies to cultivation, even if a practitioner possesses immense physical strength in the early stages. Without the mastery of mental energy, they cannot fully harness their corporeal power. By deepening their understanding of techniques and mystical arts through mental prowess, one can unleash the ability to move mountains and drain seas. The stone tablet, imbued with the soul cultivation techniques acquired from Shin Daonian, carries the hammer of the earth, a technique of modest rank, yet enhanced by celestial bones. It enables swift and complete cultivation. With the power of the soul transformed into a celestial hammer to strike foes, each blow grows in strength, capable of stacking power and drawing upon the earth's might. The celestial script flickers between Shi Yi's brows as the essence of hammer of the earth manifests in his mind. Simultaneously, he devours a substantial amount of spirit coins to replenish himself, refining numerous soul-enhancing herbs, causing his spiritual power to continuously ascend. The spiritual pillar guarding Shi Yi's sea of consciousness radiates abundant soul energy, gradually ascending. The sacred soul unfurls its wings, illuminating Shi Yi's spirit. Boom! A tumultuous wave erupts within the sea of consciousness as a colossal celestial hammer descends, seemingly capable of sinking the earth and shattering the stars. The hammer of the earth reaches perfection. This enhancement costs Shi Yi an astounding 8 billion spirit coins, along with thousands of herbs and 2 medicinal kings aged over 130,000 years. Should outsiders learn that a mere practitioner of spiritual movement consumed such immense resources for cultivation, they would undoubtedly be astounded. It is worth noting that a single medicinal king could elevate a formidable practitioner to greater heights, underscoring the extent of Shurye's resource consumption. The spiritual pillar has reached 5 inches, marking the pinnacle of spiritual movement, an immense advancement. Shurye smiled. Unbeknownst to him, the secret realm had transformed with the moon now hanging high in the sky. Yet for practitioners endowed with mental power, the distinction between night and day is negligible, as their vision remains clear. Suddenly feeling hungry, Shurye realized the need to replenish his energy during cultivation. With a wry smile, he acknowledged the hunger emanating from his stomach and retrieved preserved meat from his storage ring. Although practitioners can replenish themselves by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Shurye preferred sustenance through consumption. Drawing forth the ghost water sword, he skillfully sliced even pieces of meat from the thigh of the mystical beast resembling a cow, which was perfect for nourishment due to its rich essence of heaven and earth. The meat was succulent and tender, delivering a delightful taste upon entry. Quickly igniting a fire, Shurye placed the meat slices upon the ghost water sword to roast, sprinkling herbs he had prepared as seasoning evenly atop. As the meat cooked, an alluring aroma wafted through the air. The flavor was exquisite. Shurye took a generous bite of the meat, his face reflecting sheer enjoyment. The dense essence of heaven and earth melded in his mouth, infused with the potency of the herbs, invigorating the flow of his blood. As Shurye devoured his meat, he suddenly turned his head, sensing the approach of someone from the east. Moments later, 2 figures gradually came into view, a woman and a fox. The woman appeared to be around 30, possessing a voluptuous figure and unparalleled beauty. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, and she wore a mountain ink-colored qipao with a slit that revealed her fair, alluring calves. Her glances exuded a unique charm characteristic of a mature woman. Oh, so the delightful fragrance emanated from here. To Shurye's astonishment, the little fox spoke, its voice chiming like that of a young girl. With a sprightly gait, it trotted over to Shurye's side. "Hello, big brother, you look so handsome. Your roasted meat smells divine. May I have a piece?" it said, its tone imbued with childlike playfulness. Shurye raised his gaze, examining the little fox closely. Its pristine white fur was complemented by a striking red mark on its forehead, rendering it quite adorable. This was Shurye's first encounter with a talking fox, and he found it rather intriguing. Before he could respond, the woman, referred to as Aunt Nan, spoke up. "Please, do not be rude. My little girl was drawn here by the enticing aroma. Might you spare some food? We are willing to exchange it for spirit coins," she said, extending her delicate hand, from which a Tianyuan bag flew toward Shurye. Smiling, Shurye caught the bag, discovering it contained 200,000 spirit coins. "Quite the generous offer." "Of course," he replied, retrieving several pieces of meat from the Yushui's sword and placing them before the little fox. After finishing, the fox smacked its lips, a look of pure enjoyment spreading across its face, appearing adorably foolish. "Big brother, your roasted meat is truly delicious. Can I have more?" "Certainly, there's plenty more." Shurye smiled, finding joy in the little fox's endearing demeanor. With Shurye's permission, the fox eagerly used its plump paw to grab the meat from the Yushui's sword and began to munch away. Seeing that Shurye had no objections, the woman remained silent. She had no concerns about the meat's quality. With her level of cultivation, it was nearly impossible for anyone to deceive her. In the vast mountains, it was indeed peculiar to find someone roasting meat in the dead of night. Observing Shurye using a magical artifact to cook, the woman deduced that he was merely a scion from a well-to-do family, here in the 6 Paths secret realm to seek treasures. He posed no significant threat. "Big brother, what brings you here?" the little fox inquired. "I am here to hunt for treasures," Shurye replied. The little fox's eyes sparkled with curiosity as it asked, "Aren't you afraid of the many beasts here?" "Not at all, I simply avoid them." "But what about you?" Shurye chuckled, countering with a question. The little fox, without a moment's hesitation, responded eagerly. "I am certainly unafraid, for Aunt Nan is here. She is indeed formidable, a master among my kin." The little fox, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "Elder brother, what treasure do you seek here?" "I am in search of martial arts techniques and a sword." "And what about you?" Stone Page replied patiently. "We are headed forward to find." Before the little fox could finish, a woman nearby scoffed coldly. The little fox, feeling wronged, fell silent and obediently returned to her side, nestling in her embrace. The woman turned to Stone Page and said indifferently, "Young man, do temper your curiosity. Did your elders not instruct you against prying into the privacy of others? In this profound world, one cannot rely solely on a few treasures to thrive. She cast a glance at the ghost water sword that Stone Page used for roasting meat. If you wish to keep your life, you should promptly return home. Stone Page, touching his nose and smiling, bore no anger. When I find my treasure, I shall return. The woman regarded him with a cool glance. Realizing that good advice often falls on deaf ears, and chose to remain silent. Chapter 61. Seeking truth amidst the vastness. After a while, a hearty laughter echoed from afar. Haha, Zhuang Yinan, you remain as punctual as ever. A towering figure emerged from the shadows. Rather than simply tall, he resembled a giant. Standing nearly 3 meters high, his body was a mass of powerful muscles, exuding an overwhelming force. His upper body bared, his chest resembled a boulder. He moved with a weight akin to a mountain, causing the earth to tremble with each step. A gruesome scar marred his face, lending him the appearance of a fearsome deity. On his back was slung an enormous blade, akin to a long measuring stick, stretching 2 meters in length, imparting an oppressive heaviness that could shatter mountains even without being drawn. Thud, thud. The giant approached. Manzin, you are quite punctual as well, the beautiful woman, Zhuang Nanyin, remarked coolly. Zhuang Yinan, it has been a while. You remain as stunningly beautiful as ever. At that moment, a frivolous voice rang out from a distance. In a flash of light, flower petals cascaded from the sky as a young man clad in splendid attire, wielding a fan, appeared before Zhuang Yinan. With a flick, the young man opened his fan, releasing a cloud of pink mist, causing vibrant blossoms to bloom. In that instant, everyone beheld a procession of scantily clad, enchanting women approaching them. Zhuang Yinan scoffed, dispersing the pink mist with a wave of her hand, causing the beautiful women to vanish. Hua Shui, such lowly tactics should not be showcased to disgrace yourself. Zhuang Yinan frowned, her eyes filled with disdain. Haha, Yinan, you remain breathtakingly unmatched, truly. Do you not wish to join me in cultivating the path of yin and yang? Hua Shui replied with a wicked smile, unfazed, as if accustomed to Zhuang Yinnan's aloofness. Zhuang Yinnan's gaze hardened, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing through her eyes. If you wish to live, you should retract that distasteful gaze of yours. Hua Shui reluctantly retracted his lascivious gaze, shifting his attention to Shi Yi. Who is this boy, so feeble in strength, yet daring to meddle in our affairs? Hua Shui, not known for his benevolence, regarded the insignificant Shi Yi with disdain, seeking to reclaim the dignity he had lost before Zhuang Yinan. In truth, most of Shi Yi's power lay concealed within the Tianyuan water. The water god technique, gentle and subtle, silently nurtures all, rendering Shi Yi indistinguishable from an ordinary cultivator when he refrains from action. Thud, thud. The imposing figure of Manzun approached, his footsteps causing the ground beneath Shi Yi to tremble, scattering the flames of the fire. This boy possesses a certain vitality. It would be quite advantageous to absorb his essence. Manzun's voice was gruff, resonating like an amplified bass. He fixated on Shi Yi, licking his lips, his scarred visage exuding a menacing aura. Manzun practiced devouring techniques, growing stronger by consuming the essence of others. Upon their first encounter, Ling Er, drawn by the aroma of roasting meat, arrived at the scene, recognizing the fire and meat as Manzun's doing. Zhuang Yinan spoke coolly, showing no concern for Shi Yi's fate. She had already issued a warning. Should he refuse to leave, death awaited him. Hua Shui's eyes narrowed as he noticed the Yu Shui sword Shi Yi used for roasting meat. You may consume the others, but that sword is mine. His greed was unmistakable. Even he knew that a treasure of such caliber was not easily possessed. Very well, Manzun exclaimed, stretching out his hand, for fingers resembling towering pillars, reaching for Shi Yi. For Manzun, the pinnacle of his strength lay in his physical form. The Yu Shui sword was of little value compared to the essence contained within Shi Yi's flesh. Shi Yi sheathed the Yu Shui sword and rose, maintaining a serene demeanor. He turned to the little fox beside him, smiling. Little fox, your eagerness for meat is rather unsettling. The little fox, sensing it had brought trouble to Shi Yi, scampered over to Zhuang Yinan, nuzzling her affectionately. Aunt Nan, the big brother is a good person, please don't harm him. The pleading in the little fox's voice was heart-wrenching, making it difficult to refuse. Wait, this boy still holds some value, Zhuang Yinan interjected. Upon hearing this, Manzun retracted his outstretched hand. I shall spare you for now. Consider yourself fortunate. Had it not been for Yinan's intervention, I would have sent you to meet the Dao Ancestor. Hua Lushui dismissed his fan with a cold snort. Sure, you remained silent, increasingly intrigued by the unfolding events. Zhuang Yinan, are you certain that the medicine sovereign is here? Manzun inquired. Zhuang Yinan did not respond verbally, but instead produced a hexagonal compass that shimmered in her hand. The compass glowed, projecting a map dotted with various colored markers. The seeking immortal compass indicates that we are indeed within this mountain range. If we follow this path, we shall locate the Ci dragon herb. Zhuang Yinan delicately tapped a yellow dot on the seeking immortal compass, revealing a path that unfolded before the gathered crowd, guided by the compass needle. Since the Yin envoy and the Yang envoy have arrived, why not show yourselves? Do not hide any longer, Zhuang Yinan suddenly declared. Ha ha, Yinan. Your keen eyes are impressive. You discerned us at a glance, a soft, melodious voice chimed in response. As the space shifted, a man and a woman materialized. Their appearance heralded a harmonious interplay of yin and yang within the realm. The woman exuded a potent aura of yin energy, instantly causing the temperature in the air to drop. Two ethereal, azure flames danced playfully upon her shoulders. She wore tight-fitting red shorts that accentuated her long, graceful legs, while her upper attire clung to her form, artfully showcasing her curves. Her bare feet lightly touched the air, and every smile and frown revealed the allure of a mature woman. The flames at her delicate collarbone evoked the essence of a divine yin goddess. The man, clad in a flowing wine-red robe, possessed a robust physique and a resolute countenance, with fierce flames swirling around him. Manifesting as solar pathways illuminating his presence, he resembled a god of fire. Yin envoy, it is not merely your perceptive nature. I too have recognized your presence long ago. Hua Lushui remarked with a teasing smile, waving his fan. Windy envoy, you appear rather pallid, with dark circles under your eyes. Have you been excessively drained by women? The Yin envoy giggled, her attire swaying alluringly, raising concerns of her imminent emergence. Hua Liushui's expression darkened, and he retorted, I have always been the one to draw energy from women. Who could possibly drain me? Are you suggesting a trial, Yin envoy? With a playful smile, the Yin envoy replied, I would indeed entertain the thought, though my esteemed companion's approval is uncertain. The young envoy's brow furrowed as the flames around him surged dramatically. Locking his gaze on Hua Lushui, his voice cold and resolute. Feel free to try. Let us see if my solar flames can reduce you to ash. Hua Lushui snorted in response and fell silent, fully aware that the young envoy's power far exceeded his own, compounded by the presence of the ever-ready Yin envoy. Chapter 62. The six sacred gates. The young envoy chose to disregard Hua Lushui, focusing his attention on the luminous screen of the seeking immortal compass. Now that we have located the Xia dragon herb, let us set forth, he announced. The Xia dragon herb is no trivial matter. According to the information gleaned from the seeking immortal compass, this herb is at least 2 million years old, Zhuang Yinan slowly articulated. Moreover, such a potent herb will undoubtedly be guarded by formidable creatures. Here, our capabilities are limited to that of the heavenly hall, making it exceedingly difficult to capture the herb. The gravity of her words cast a shadow over the group, as none could ascertain the might of the guardians amidst the oppressive laws of this realm. Leave that creature to Hua Lushui and me. I will summon a sacred artifact, and together we will contain it while you deal with the herb, Manzun suggested. Casting a glance at Hua Lushui, I, too, shall summon a sacred artifact for this endeavor. What about the rest of you? Zhuang Yinan gazed at the Sun Messenger and the Moon Messenger. By the command of our venerable ancestor, my spouse and I wield the yin-yang round wheel to assist. The Sun Messenger spoke, while Hua Lushui, fanning himself, chuckled, excellent. With our 3 sacred artifacts in hand, I cannot fathom why we would be unable to subdue that revered medicine sovereign. Let us depart swiftly. The emergence of the 3 sacred artifacts bolstered the spirits of the gathering considerably. Hold your horses. There is still another yet to arrive, Zhuang Yinan remarked coolly. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances. Could it be from the Array Path lineage? Hua Lushui inquired. Among the 6 holy gates, there existed 6 major lineages, with Zhuang Yinan and his companions hailing from each. The Array Path lineage was known for its rarity in the world. Zhuang Yinan nodded. This operation is of utmost significance for our 6 holy gates, receiving the full support of our venerable ancestor, and with the array path lineage overseeing it. We shall guard against any missteps. This endeavor seems nearly foolproof. I wonder which descendant of the array path lineage has been sent this time, the moon messenger chuckled, her ample bosom swaying slightly. Beside them, Shi grasped the purpose of their expedition. The mission of the 6 holy gates was to seek out a medicine sovereign. The medicine sovereign was no ordinary being, and Zhuang Yan'an and his companions had brought forth 3 sacred artifacts. Shi's gaze flickered. Perhaps fortune awaited them. Within the 6 paths secret realm, no matter the entity, they would be suppressed by the true gods, with none exceeding the divine movement realm. Among this group, only Zhuang Yan'an, the sun messenger, and the barbarian sovereign exerted considerable pressure on him. This young man has such delicate and tender skin. He is truly delightful. The moon messenger had approached Shi without his notice. Her slender jade hands rested upon his robust shoulders, her exquisite visage brushing against his ear. Allowing him to inhale the fragrant aroma, she exhaled. The moon messenger's hands glided along Shi's neck, caressing his face. Such vibrant vitality. It makes one wish to take a bite, she remarked, revealing a glimmer of greed. Shi maintained his composure, feeling the softness of her ample form pressed against him. With you so close, won't your partner feel jealous? He glanced towards the sun messenger not far away. The moon messenger giggled. Her lithe figure seemingly gliding through the air, swiftly positioning herself before Shi, hands cradling his face. Why would he feel jealous over food? Upon hearing this, Shi felt a chill run down his spine, a wave of trepidation washing over him. These individuals dared to regard him as sustenance. Noticing Shi's grim expression, the moon messenger smirked, her smile laced with mockery, akin to teasing a pet. Zhuang Yan'an addressed Shi. Young man, this is your fortune, obey, and you shall reap the rewards. Shi chuckled softly. Obey? You mean to send me as cannon fodder? Hua Lushui let out a cold snort. A wave of oppressive force descending upon Shi. The only reason we trust you to assist us is out of respect. Otherwise, I would twist your head off right now. To which Shi replied nonchalantly, Oh, my head is rather tough. I fear you might not be able to twist it off. Such arrogance. Just as Hua Lushui was about to teach Shi a lesson, Zhuang Yan'an interjected. Rest assured, we only require you to scout the path for us. We possess sacred artifacts, and should we approach, that entity may detect us. If it attacks you, we shall intervene immediately. Shi nodded, a flicker of excitement igniting within him as he discreetly examined the Xuanxin compass held by Zhuang Yan'an. This was a remarkable item. Perhaps this time he would not only have the chance to acquire the medicine sovereign, but also a sacred artifact. Every celestial and earthly spirit must be guarded by mystical beasts, and one of the medicine sovereign's caliber would undoubtedly have formidable guardians. When Zhuang Yan'an and the others became entangled with these spiritual creatures, he might seize the opportunity to obtain the medicine sovereign himself. Someone is approaching. Manzun turned to the east. Before the group's gaze, a middle-aged man clad in blue garments strolled towards them. Though his pace appeared leisurely, there was an inexplicable aura of profound understanding emanating from his steps. In the blink of an eye, he stood before them. It seems the array path has dispatched you. Su Wuzi, the sun envoy, remarked. Su Wuzi was a distinguished figure in the array path, well-versed in the intricacies of celestial formations, inscribed arrays, and the art of defense and offense. He had now ascended to the status of an elder rather than merely a disciple. Greetings to you all, Su Wuzi said, his blue attire subtly adorned with array inscriptions. Zhuang Yan'an and the others nodded in acknowledgement. We assumed the array path would send a disciple, but to our surprise, it is Elder Su Wuzi. What a delightful surprise. With Su Wuzi's protection, this endeavor is certain to succeed. Manzun laughed heartily, causing the surrounding forest to tremble. My disciples are still inexperienced. The sect's ancestors have sent me to assist you, Su Wuzi stated. Now that I am here, let us set forth. The Tianyuan voice spoke. Zhuang Yan'an nodded. The intricacies of heaven and earth, all things can be sought. Go. He uttered the incantation, his jade-like hands forming seals as the Xuanxin compass radiated enigmatic light, casting down strands of laws that coalesced into a celestial crane soaring forward. Follow it, Zhuang Yan'an commanded. Everyone activated their techniques, swiftly pursuing the celestial crane. Zhuang Yan'an beckoned to the little fox, which, understanding his intent, transformed into a streak of light and attached itself to his wrist. Su Wuzi, please take this young man with you, Zhuang Yan'an instructed. glancing at Shi before turning back to Su Wuzi. Su Wuzi nodded, inscriptions dancing in his hands as a circle inscribed with runes appeared beneath Shi's feet. Lifting him forward, Shi made no attempt to resist, allowing Su Wuzi to carry him swiftly along. In truth, his own strength and speed were not inferior to Su Wuzi and the others. In the eyes of Zhuang Yan'an and the others, he was merely a fledgling practitioner of the divine movement, undoubtedly inferior in speed to them. The celestial crane led the way, and all figures glided like fleeting shadows through the nighttime mountains, moving with a swiftness that, despite the constraints of the secret realm's laws, surpassed that of ordinary heavenly hall cultivators. Chapter 63. The tiger's stripes. Throughout the journey, Su Wuzi remained silent, refraining from conversing with Shi. His eyes were guarded by inscriptions, concealing the light of his Dao. This youth was peculiar. Possessing the eye of a ray, Su Wuzi could perceive the world and decipher the interplay of yin and yang, delving into the very essence of existence. His mastery as an array grandmaster was largely attributed to these remarkable eyes. Within Su Wuzi's keen observation, he discerned a mist swirling within Shi, as if the latter were entirely composed of vapor. Shi's physical prowess was merely anchored by a half-formed divine pattern hovering above his foundation. To the untrained eye, he appeared no different from an ordinary practitioner of divine movement. Yet Su Wuzi sensed an undercurrent of terrifying power concealed within him. However, even at the peak of his perceptive abilities, Shi was still merely at the level of an average cultivator. Such peculiarities would yield no significant surprises, Su Wuzi mused silently. Especially with the formidable Zhuang Yan'an and his companions present. Even if Shi possessed remarkable talents, he would not be able to manifest anything extraordinary. Shi gazed ahead, following Su Wuzi, acutely aware of the latter's probing scrutiny. To mitigate unforeseen complications, he channeled the water deity technique to cultivate a state of chaos within himself, obscuring his vital essence. Before long, Zhuang Yan'an and the others arrived at the shores of a vast lake. The surface shimmered with spiritual energy, shrouded in mist, its shape resembling a gourd. Narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, stretching for miles. At the center of the lake lay a small isle, measuring several dozen zhang. Its ground level and adorned with flourishing spiritual herbs, a sight of exquisite beauty. The apothecary emperor resided upon that isle. The sun monarch's eyes sparkled with fiery insight, surveying the surroundings. The others opened their celestial eyes, illuminating the center of the lake. There, amidst the vibrant isle, emanated an overwhelming aura of imperial laws. The essence of the apothecary emperor nourishing the entire lake, saturating it with spiritual energy. Such potent medicinal energy could only belong to the apothecary emperor. Even from hundreds of miles away, all could perceive the richness of that medicinal power. Su Wuzi. Zhuang Yan'an cast a glance at Su Wuzi, who understood the unspoken command and invoked his divine abilities, inscribing array patterns along the lakeshore. This served as the central cornerstone of the array, to be placed upon the isle, where the heaven-locking spirit array would be formed. Su Wuzi produced a stone inscribed with intricate array texts. Upon receiving it, Zhuang Yan'an watched as Su Wuzi soared around the lake's perimeter, laying down the mighty array inscriptions. Young one, simply place the central cornerstone upon the isle, and I assure you, you shall emerge from these mountains unscathed, Wali Ushui remarked to Shi. Shi discerned the underlying implication. Failure to complete the task successfully would invite Wali Ushui's wrath. He chose to disregard this threat, instead focusing on Zhuang Yan'an. Hold this cornerstone and place it upon the isle, but remember, do not disturb the spirit beasts within. Should any mishap occur, I shall ensure your safety. Zhuang Yan'an placed the central keystone into Shi's hands and instructed him. Shi chuckled lightly, nodding in acknowledgement. Dismissing the assurances of safety as mere platitudes, he was grateful they posed no threat to him. With a graceful wave of his jade hand, Zhuang Yan'an summoned a small boat that gently descended upon the lake's surface. The vessel, approximately 10 zhang in length, was adorned with intricate inscriptions. It emanated a soft glow, creating a protective barrier. Board this vessel. It possesses the ability to conceal your presence and boasts formidable defensive capabilities to safeguard you in critical moments. Shi wasted no time, stepping onto the small boat and steering it toward the lake's center. As the inscriptions on the boat were activated, streams of light surged from its stern, propelling it forward with astonishing speed. Shi was taken aback by the vessel's swiftness as it swiftly transported him to the edge of a small isle. The rich fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, a testament to the imperial elixirs. Even before setting foot on the isle, Shi was enveloped by an intoxicating aroma that invigorated his blood flow. His spiritual senses sharpened, stirring the innate energy within him. The vast ocean of his dantian surged, and 2 water orbs began to whirl uncontrollably, igniting within him a fervent desire to break through. Remarkable. Merely the essence of a medicinal fragrance has instigated such a response. If I were to cultivate under the influence of these imperial herbs for an extended period, my progress would surely soar. Shi mused to himself. As he steered the boat to the shore, the central keystone in his grasp suddenly erupted with uncontrollable power, forcing Shi's hand away. A sense of alarm washed over him. He attempted to suppress the keystone, but it was too late. The central keystone soared into the air above the isle, radiating overwhelming array power, and inscriptions surged forth like a torrent, enveloping the entire isle in a sea of glyphs. The earth trembled violently as the lake erupted in towering waves, and the vast body of water was ensnared by the formation. Columns of light ascended along the lake's banks, their immense spiritual energy converging at the center to merge with the central keystone. At the moment of their union, a colossal cage materialized, sealing the entire lake. A thunderous roar, akin to the beating of a drum, echoed from the isle, stirring the spirit beasts within. A massive creature leaped forth, its roar resonating like celestial drums, leaving Shi momentarily deafened. The beast advanced with each step, its immense weight causing the isle to tremble beneath it. A hubo. Shi's expression shifted upon witnessing the creature. He recalled descriptions of the hubo from the great Kunlun Divine Domain Compendium. There exists a beast resembling a horse, with a white body and black tail, a single horn, and tiger-like fangs and claws. Its roar resembles thunder, and it is known as the hubo, a predator of great demons, capable of commanding soldiers. Before Shi stood a towering creature, its tiger-striped form reaching heights of several hundred zhang. Its massive body reminiscent of a colossal steed, cloaked in white, with a long tail that gleamed like black crystal. Each roar resonated like the beating of war drums, emanating an overwhelming aura of dread, as the formidable beast exuded an intimidating presence. This is dire, Shi thought, realizing that Sun Wozi and the others had not communicated with him and had activated the formation with ill intent. The moment the tiger-striped creature emerged, it immediately detected Shi, an intruder in its domain, its pillar-like legs launching forward with immense force, aiming a devastating kick at him. Shi swiftly retreated onto a small boat, but the creature's foot struck with the weight of a mountain, crashing down upon the vessel. In that instant, the inscriptions on the boat were activated, conjuring layers of defense that appeared as though they were constructing an impenetrable barrier. With a thunderous boom, the lake erupted into tumultuous waves as the creature's kick shattered the defenses, sending the entire boat plunging beneath the surface. The terrifying shockwave causing Shi's blood to surge violently. How fragile is this defense? Zhui Yan'an, that treacherous woman, has betrayed me. Shi cursed. His face darkened as he hastily raised his hands to shield his chest. Yet, the tiger-striped beast's kick seemed infused with the weight of 1,000 mountains, sending him crashing to the lake's depths. Chapter 64, Bloodline Talent, Commanding the Weapon. The tiger-striped creature roared, its enormous eyes scanning the surface of the lake. Suddenly, it turned its head and bellowed in anger. Someone had dared to sneak around and capture the medicine emperor beneath its very nose. That brat must be stopped. A petal fluttered through the air, and Huashui appeared upon the lake's surface. Taste my blade, roared the barbarian sovereign as he soared in from the shore, exuding an aura of ferocity, his massive form crushing the ground beneath him. Drawing forth a colossal blade from his back, a thick scent of blood surrounded him. And with a single slash, demons would spill their blood. The tiger-striped creature howled in fury, its enormous head unleashing a terrifying force as its single horn charged forth, tearing through the surrounding space. When the two collided, a dreadful sonic boom echoed throughout the heavens, the very air exploding around them. Boom. The tiger-striped beast was sent flying by the barbarian sovereign's strike, crashing into the hills of a small island. At the same time, a ghostly light emerged from behind the creature, a phantom fan materializing to slice through the air and strike the beast. Sparks flew as the tiger-striped creature clashed with the ethereal weapon, resembling the sound of indomitable steel meeting a sharp blade. Enraged by the ambush, the creature writhed, its massive form twisting as its dark tail swung towards Huashui. A terrifying black light erupted, and the aftermath of the tail's sweep tore through the space like paper, resembling a mountain being flung with the force to level towering peaks. Witnessing this impending strike, Huashui's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly conjured defenses to protect himself, his hands moving with incredible speed as he formed intricate seals faster than the flicker of blossoms. Instantly, enormous Buddhas materialized, their radiance illuminating the world as they guarded Huashui from all directions, their palms pushing back against the cosmos. The great Buddha stands guard, causing demons to retreat in terror. With a resounding crash, defenses are shattered, the Buddha bleeds, his body fragmented, while Huashui is violently thrown back, spewing blood and flesh. Cough, cough. Barbarian, make your move. This beast possesses terrifying brute strength. Huashui cries out towards the barbarian sovereign. In a fit of rage, the tiger strike lashes out, inflicting severe injuries, damaging internal organs. The tiger strike steps forward with incredible speed, intent on delivering another blow to Huashui, who, in sheer panic, hastily grabs a spirit potion and gulps it down, rolling away just in time. With a thud, the ground erupts as the tiger strike stomps, creating a massive crater. At that moment, the barbarian sovereign's attack descends, a colossal blade, cutting through the air in all directions, unleashing a terrifying aura capable of cleaving the heavens, raining down upon the tiger strike like a meteor shower. The tiger strike allows the onslaught to pummel him, retaliating with a kick that pierces through the barbarian sovereign's formidable blade shadow. The barbarian sovereign swiftly raises his sword in defense, but is sent flying, crashing into a hillside, creating a significant indentation. With a roar, the barbarian sovereign bursts forth from the valley, his battle spirit undiminished despite being struck down. Great God, wield your blade, he bellows, invoking his indomitable prowess. In that instant, an overwhelming aura of destruction, capable of annihilating millions, surges from him. Blood rises like an ocean, and ethereal dragons of vitality ascend from the heavens. As a towering giant emerges from the boundless sea of blood, crowned by sun and moon, treading upon sacred grounds, wielding a divine blade. As he steps into existence, the atmosphere is saturated with an unmatched battle intent. Such a titan could slay demon kings and confront divine warriors. With a single strike, the world mourns, and countless souls perish. This strike transcends the boundaries of the divine realm, challenging the very essence of existence, summoning ominous clouds of tribulation, charged with impending lightning. This blow surpasses the restrictions of this realm, invoking a divine retribution from a hidden domain, 100,000 miles away. The rumbling thunder captures the attention of the young Emperor Mu, whose eyes, infused with divine light, seem to perceive the scene unfolding far beyond. Though clad in simple garb, his presence is striking, embodying the essence of nobility, his aura as deep as the ocean. My formidable rival, I am not alone on this journey. Despite the unleashed power breaching the limits of the world, the young Emperor Mu remains undaunted, igniting his indomitable spirit and soaring battle intent. This commotion also draws the attention of Lu Wui, who is drenched in blood, radiating an aura of invincibility. Standing atop the carcass of a 200,000-year-old giant python, he has just subdued with his bare hands. Tianyuan Nantian, or Zhou Yendao, how intriguing, Lu Wui muses to himself, summoning an overwhelming battle spirit. On a majestic peak, Zhao Wuji gazes into the distance, his eyes piercing through the horizon as emerald light swells around him. Within the azure expanse, imperial laws descend like radiant stars. Astonishingly, amidst his vast ocean of power, a rare imperial herb spirals majestically. The true inheritance of the divine can only belong to me. No one else stands a chance. In this moment, Zhao Wuji resembled an unparalleled war god, exuding an invincible aura that seemed to suppress the very heavens and earth. Within a radius of thousands of miles, even ancient demons and mythical beasts bowed in submission beneath his overwhelming pressure. Roar. Even when confronted with the formidable strike of the barbarian sovereign, which transcended all boundaries, the fierce Hubo remained undaunted. The massive beast, akin to a horse, unleashed a torrent of bloodline power, awakening an essence that seemed to originate from the primordial chaos. A spectral image of a ferocious ancient beast manifested upon Hubo's form. Bloodline talent, weapon mastery. From a distance, the observing Shi Ye's eyes narrowed as he recognized the skill exhibited by Hu Bo. This unique talent, exclusive to beings of Hu Bo's kind, allowed him to become immune to all weapon damage while in the weapon mastery state. A truly extraordinary ability, one that only creatures from the primordial era could possess. It seemed apparent that this Hu Bo was a descendant of such ancient beasts, and they were likely to face a great misfortune. Shi Ye also noted the awakening of Hu Bo's bloodline talent, a spectacle that promised to be entertaining. He felt a surge of delight, anticipating that when Zhuang Yan'an and the others faltered, he would be poised to reap the benefits as an opportunistic bystander. Whoosh! Hu Bo transformed into a blazing comet, engulfed in an endless surge of bloodline power. The massive horns upon his head pierced through the heavens with an unyielding force, as the primordial beast charged towards the barbarian sovereign. Bang! Bang! The barbarian sovereign wielded a colossal blade, unleashing slashes that cut through the 8 realms. Yet Hu Bo continued to push him back relentlessly. Each strike from the barbarian sovereign felt feeble against Hu Bo's grand physique, leaving only white streaks upon his flesh without inflicting any real harm. Instead, Hu Bo pressed forward, each step overwhelming the sovereign, sending him flying with a flick of his tail, blood streaming from his wounds. The barbarian sovereign faced Hu Bo, a creature capable of weapon mastery and immune to weapon damage. No matter how powerful the weapon, it struggled to harm him, leaving only hand-to-hand combat as an option. Hua Lushui, wielding a treasured artifact, unleashed beams of light to force Hu Bo back, then called out to the barbarian sovereign. Chapter 65. The Yin-Yang Wheel suppresses the Zhiya Dragon Tree. Hua Lushui held the Dharma artifact fan, the immense power of the Dharma surging through the artifact, summoning a manifestation of the celestial realm behind him. However, constrained by the limits of this realm, the celestial manifestation could only exert a mere fraction of its true strength. This creature is truly formidable. Let me engage it in close combat. The barbarian sovereign laughed heartily, his muscles swelling, tearing his garments apart as crimson patterns emerged upon his body. 1, 2, 5. A total of 5 divine patterns appeared on the barbarian sovereign, signifying that his physical cultivation prior to entering the celestial hall endowed him with a strength of at least 500,000 pounds. He could be considered a genius among geniuses, a testament to his lineage and the cultivation methods he practiced, which rendered his physique exceptionally powerful. It is worth noting that even the direct descendants of the imperial celestial sect may not attain such prowess. The formidable strength of the barbarian sovereign is evident. Hua Lushui has relinquished the celestial laws and put away the law attribute treasure fan, revealing 3 divine patterns of the great Dao upon his body. With a thunderous roar, the barbarian sovereign summoned boundless might from the divine patterns, unleashing a punch that shattered the fabric of space itself. This singular blow possessed a force comparable to that of ancient divine mountains, surpassing 500,000 pounds of raw power. Meteor Fist. Hua Lushui unleashed myriad radiant fist shadows, drawing upon the power of the stars, delivering a terrifying strike towards the side of the tiger bow. Should a cultivator from the celestial hall face this attack, they would likely meet their demise on the spot. The tiger bow, growing ever more ferocious, charged at the barbarian sovereign with renewed vigor. Bang! Bang! The collision of the two was akin to the explosion of a miniature universe, causing the space to collapse with a thunderous roar. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed like detonating air. The barbarian sovereign felt his fists tingle, sent reeling backward with blood spitting from his mouth, while the tiger bow merely bore a red imprint and was pushed back a mere step. Yet Hua Lushui fared even worse. He was ruthlessly kicked by the tiger bow's hind hoof, his body fracturing like glass. Had he not summoned the law attribute treasure fan at a critical moment, his corporeal form would have been utterly obliterated. This beast likely possessed an overwhelming force of 700,000 or 800,000 pounds, a challenge to contend with. The expression of the barbarian sovereign grew grave. He had never encountered such a fierce beast in his years of cultivation. Although they struggled to unleash even a fraction of their true power within the confines of the 6 Paths secret realm, it was crucial to remember that the tiger bow was likewise suppressed. If unleashed, the sheer terror of this beast was beyond the barbarian sovereign's imagination. We shall hold it off, waiting for Zhuang Yan'an and the others to free their hands before we deal with it. Hua Lushui declared. Withdraw for now. I will engage it. The barbarian sovereign responded, raising his fists to once again clash with the tiger bow. Hua Lushui complied. retreating to the side to take medicinal pills for healing. His body was nearly shattered, leaving him devoid of further combat capability. Another strike from the tiger bow would likely spell his end. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the entire small continent and the surrounding lake trembled as an invincible, transcendent aura swept across the heavens and the earth. Humans, you shall perish. The tiger bow roared, its voice resounding with the clarity of human speech. Its lantern-sized eyes ablaze with fury. Detecting that someone was attempting to seize its precious herb, the tiger bow bellowed like a war drum, unleashing a terrifying sonic wave from its mouth. The surrounding space rippled like water, creating towering waves. This sudden assault sent the barbarian sovereign flying, blood spraying forth, clearly indicating that he alone was no match for the tiger bow's might. After this strike, the tiger bow immediately turned and charged back. Meanwhile, the battle near the Sitsai dragon tree was equally intense. As the barbarian sovereign launched his attack on the tiger bow, Zhuang Yan'an and the others had already begun their efforts to capture the Sitsai dragon tree. The tree, towering 100 meters high, had ancient, robust roots deeply embedded in the earth, siphoning the power of the land. The ancient Xiaolongsu tree, with its extraordinarily broad trunk, spirals majestically above the earth like a colossal dragon. Its bark is adorned with scales of ebony, each scale exuding the essence of dragon energy, a palpable aura of sovereignty. The crown of the tree looms magnificently, resembling the head of a great dragon surveying the realm below, while vibrant green leaves flutter, imbued with the essence of life. From the crown, regal tendrils of law cascade downward, enveloping the ground in an aura of invincibility, akin to an untouchable divine dragon. With the mighty trunk radiating a force as formidable as a dragon's blood. Within its trunk lies a world of vibrant energy. At this moment, the Xiaolongsu tree unleashes its branches, launching an assault on Zhuang Yan'an, the moon envoy, and the sun envoy. Crack, crack, crack. Each branch strikes the air like a whip, producing thunderous booms. The sun envoy, surrounded by the terrifying power of the sun, retaliates with a roar of fire, expertly wielding fire manipulation to char the branches to a crisp. Meanwhile, the moon envoy conjures a realm of lunar energy, enveloping the Xiaolongsu tree in an aura of bone-chilling cold, freezing the very earth beneath. The moon envoy hovers gracefully in the air, with the pale moonlight illuminating her like a goddess of the night, relentlessly extinguishing the tree's vital energy. Yet, the focus of the Xiaolongsu tree's assault remains on Zhuang Yan'an. As its fearsome energy transforms into a vast river, its branches hurled forth like javelins. A barrage of strikes shatters the silence of the night. As the dragon rises in the wild, and the winds and clouds swirl around the heavens. Boom, boom. The sound resonates like the clash of bronze. While Zhuang Yan'an wields a sacred vessel above the Xiaolongsu tree, the mighty laws of the sacred path cascading downwards. Profound ancient runes burst forth, radiating overwhelming divine authority, suppressing the heavens and severing the tree's connection to the cosmos. With the sacred artifact in hand, Zhuang Yan'an stands proudly in the air, her long hair dancing in the wind, the elegant silhouette of her traditional dress revealing her fair thighs. As she utters incantations, spiritual energy surges skyward, an endless torrent of divine might emanating from the sacred vessel, shaking the very heavens. The Xiaolongsu tree realizes that if suppressed by such a vessel, it would be left with no power to resist. Branches flail wildly, an infinite tide of energy rising to counter the vessel's dominance. At this moment, even with the sacred artifact, Zhuang Yan'an finds it challenging to impose control, the vessel suspended in the firmament, unable to descend. Quickly, unite our sacred artifacts to suppress the Xiaolongsu tree. Zhuang Yan'an urges, her expression grave. The moon envoy and sun envoy, heeding her call, summoned their sacred yin-yang wheel. Boom, boom. At this moment, divine power surges into the sky, an unending torrent of celestial might wreaking havoc upon the world, as a colossal disk crushes the firmament. Chapter 66. The tenfold might of the Xia dragon tree. The yin-yang round wheel loomed like an immense celestial disk, occupying the dazzling expanse of the starry river, while the laws of yin and yang cascaded down from the heavens like mighty rivers. The terrifying laws of yin and yang surged forth towards the trunk of the Xia dragon tree, akin to a barrage of epical light cannons, annihilating all in their path and piercing through the very fabric of existence. Suddenly, The crown of the Saya dragon tree trembled as the royal laws manifested as a formidable celestial shield before it. A multitude of emerald leaves erupted like arrows, coalescing into a colossal heavenly shield to safeguard the realms of the universe. The heavens trembled, the void collapsed, and the earth was ravaged by the overwhelming force, leveling the entire isle. The chaotic forces of yin and yang wreaked havoc upon the world in the supreme divine might. In conjunction with the explosive brilliance of yin and yang, pierced through the celestial shield, striking fiercely against the trunk of the Saya dragon tree. A roar of agony erupted from the Saya dragon tree as its vast trunk charred, shedding many scales, while countless branches were reduced to ash. Its defenses, however, were formidable. The assault merely breached its bark. Witnessing this scene, the Sun Envoy was taken aback, acutely aware that they wielded sacred artifacts. Under the combined forces of their harmonious yin and yang laws, even constrained by the natural order, they were able to unleash a power akin to 1/10 of a celestial sage. The regenerative abilities of the Saya dragon tree were equally astonishing. Zhuang Yinan marveled as the Saya dragon tree expelled a torrent of vital life energy, mending its wounds. In mere moments, its scales regrew, and the destroyed branches reemerged. Continue the bombardment. I wish to see how many rounds of sacred artifact strikes it can withstand. The Tianyuan envoy scoffed, as an overwhelming force of Tianyuan surged forth, infusing the yin-yang round wheel with immense vitality. The Sun Envoy was enveloped in divine flames, a radiant golden sun manifesting behind him, as chains of solar laws erupted. His blood essence soaring toward the yin-yang round wheel high above. Let us strike together, the Sun Envoy proclaimed with fervor. Zhuang Yinan emanated a vibrant azure glow, an ancient seal forming between her brows. In that fleeting moment, her aura surged with unparalleled strength as a celestial fox materialized in the heavens behind her. The celestial fox extended its mighty limbs, clutching another radiant moon, which it exhaled, evolving into a world brimming with demonic energy, akin to a manifestation of celestial might surging towards the cosmic vessel above. In an instant, the cosmic vessel expanded tremendously, encompassing the realms and shrouding the vast starry river, as divine power surged throughout the heavens. At that moment, the Saya dragon tree was engulfed by terror, as a sea of blood surged forth like a deluge. It unleashed a roar akin to a dragon, the blood sea swirling violently, exuding an aura tenfold its own strength. The royal laws flared like mountain ranges, its massive trunk transforming into a blood-red divine dragon, soaring into the sky to resist the onslaught of the two sacred artifacts. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens swayed, stars fell, and the entire isle was ravaged, with the earth fracturing and sinking into the lake. Even though the Zeal dragon tree unleashed an astounding tenfold increase in its offensive power, it remained unable to withstand the might of two sacred artifacts. The imperial laws, as robust as mountain ranges, were severed by the forces of yin and yang. The blood dragon emitted a mournful wail as it was cleaved in half by the radiant light of the sacred vessel, while the imperial laws of the Zeal dragon tree were gradually obliterated. Even the overwhelming vitality could not mend the inflicted wounds, and branches were splintered. The dragon scales adorning its trunk were shattered, striking at the very essence of the Zeal dragon tree, causing it to bleed crimson, its vitality waning. At that moment, both the solar and lunar envoys found themselves in dire straits as well. The exertion of the sacred artifacts drained their immense life force, rendering their faces pale and their breaths labored. Zhuang Yinan was likewise affected. It cannot endure any longer. Yinan, swiftly seal it, the lunar envoy commanded with urgency. Gritting her silver teeth, Zhuang Yinan summoned her spiritual energy, though her complexion paled further. Pardon, sacred seal. The sacred vessel expanded, enveloping the Zeal dragon tree, and an inexhaustible sacred might descended upon it, pressing down with immense force. The Zeal dragon tree emitted pained cries, its countless charred branches flailing in desperation. Yet they could not impede the suppression of the sacred vessel. Just as a flicker of hope appeared on Zhuang Yinan's face, a thunderous roar reverberated like a battle drum, followed by the emergence of a colossal beast. A massive horn, gleaming with strange radiance, toppled the great sacred vessel, saving the Zeal dragon tree from impending subjugation. Upon the arrival of the fierce beast, the branches of the Zeal dragon tree fluttered in joyous response. This is not good. Retreat. The solar envoy suddenly shouted to the lunar envoy. As the beast appeared, it swung its mountain-like black tail, unleashing a terrifying force upon the lunar and solar envoys. They hurriedly struck at the beast's tail with their weapons. "Do not use your weapons. Get out of the way," cried the barbarian sovereign, who had been pursuing from behind. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, clutching a sacred artifact, his body bore the scars left by the beast, indicating that he had endured considerable punishment at its hands. However, it was too late. The expressions of the solar and lunar envoys shifted drastically. Their weapon-induced attacks fell upon the beast as if they were but pebbles cast into the ocean, while the beast's tail, imbued with terrifying strength, swung towards them. Boom, boom. The solar and lunar envoys were sent soaring by the force of the tail, blood spurting from their mouths. Barbarian sovereign, how could you let it through? Zhuang Yinan's brows furrowed in annoyance, realizing that their chance to capture the Zeal Dragon tree had been thwarted by the beast. It is too powerful. Our weapons are nearly ineffective against it. I, along with Hualio, cannot withstand it, the barbarian sovereign admitted, a hint of shame in his voice. Very well. We must first eliminate this beast, Zhuang Yinan replied with a sense of resignation. She was well aware of the beast's might, its physical form impervious to weaponry, leaving them with no choice but to engage in close combat. Can the lunar and solar envoys still fight? Fight! The sun envoy and the moon envoy spoke in unison. The fierce tiger bow roared angrily and lunged towards Zhuang Yinan and his companions with its beastly claws. As Manzun chased after tiger bow, Hua Lushui sat cross-legged on the shore of a small isle, consuming healing elixirs, while ethereal herbs spiraled around him, providing him nourishment. His injuries gradually began to mend. That brat is dead. His storage pouch should still remain. It is, after all, a treasure of the law domain. I wonder which foolish clan allowed such a junior to carry such a precious item. I must seek it out. The treasure of the law domain shall be mine. Suddenly, Hua Lushui recalled the magnificent artifact that belonged to Shi Yi. Upon laying eyes on that sword, he had never considered allowing Shi Yi to leave alive. Fortunately, Shi Yi met his demise under Tiger Bow's foot, sparing Hua Lushui from having to dirty his own hands. Watch me dig, and excavate the great treasure of the law domain. Crouching by the water's edge, Hua Lushui plunged his hands into the lake, searching fervently. However, the more he searched, the more he sensed something amiss. Not only did he find no treasure, but he couldn't even retrieve a single hair from that brat. Chapter 67. Shi Yi slays the flowing water. Shi Yi observed Hua Lushui squatting by the lakeside, resembling a person in distress, as he repeatedly plunged his hands into the depths of the water. Curious, Shi Yi approached, hovering near Hua Lushui. How exasperating, not a single thing to be found. And this lake has even devoured my treasures. Hua Lushui exclaimed, striking the water's surface with frustration, his temper flaring. He lamented his severe injuries and his utter lack of success. Yet, he remained oblivious to the presence of a figure behind him. Are you searching for me? Whispered Shi Yi, who had appeared unnoticed behind Hua Lushui. Startled, Hua Lushui leaped into the air, and upon turning to see Shi Yi, exclaimed, Brat, you're not dead. Despite having witnessed Shi Yi being kicked by Tiger Bow, he was astonished to see him unscathed before him. If you're still alive, how could I perish? Shi Yi replied, spreading his arms wide. Instantly, Hua Lushui's eyes glinted with malice as he retorted, you just startled me. What punishment shall befall you for that? Is that what frightened you? You're rather pathetic, Shi Yi scoffed. Hua Lushui extended his fingers towards Shi Yi, demanding, you startled me, so hand over your storage ring. With a swift motion, Shi Yi easily deflected Hua Lushui's hand. Ah, your true intentions have been revealed. You covet my treasures, Shi Yi chuckled. Having had his intentions exposed, Hua Lushui unabashedly declared, hand over your storage ring, and I shall leave your corpse intact, sparing you a most humiliating demise. Blame your own arrogance for your misfortune. Shi Yi replied coolly, you think you deserve to claim my treasures? Then prepare to meet your end. With your death, all treasures shall rightfully belong to me. Hua Lushui roared, retracting his hand, the divine patterns of the great Dao manifesting upon him. 300,000 pounds of force surged into his fist, an overwhelming display of power. He unleashed a punch toward Shi Yi, its ferocity akin to a beast strike capable of shattering mountain peaks. With the force of a flowing river, one strike could accompany 10,000 mountains. Despite his current grievous injuries, he found it effortless to eliminate ordinary practitioners of divine movement. To him, Shi was merely another common cultivator. Shi, too, retaliated with a single punch, devoid of any trickery or incantations, relying solely on the pure strength of his flesh. Yet, this singular blow bore the weight of countless mountains. The impact akin to a million stars colliding. Bang! Under the absolute might, Hua Lushue's entire arm was shattered, blood raining down like a crimson sky. Infuriated, Hua Lushue had anticipated an easy victory over Shi, only to be blindsided by Shi's devastating strike. "You shall pay for this," he bellowed, unleashing a fierce aura. "Strangely enough, I concur. You truly deserve to perish," Shi replied with a light chuckle, conjuring the Yushue sword in his hand. The power of the law enveloped the blade, and with a swift, thunderous sweep, it annihilated millions of lives. Hua Lushue's expression shifted dramatically. Thud, thud, thud. With a single stroke, a head soared high, blood gushing from the severed neck in a towering fountain. The last sight that Hua Lushue beheld was his own legs. His eyes wide open, unable to comprehend how Shi had bested him. The sword, imbued with the power of the law, obliterated him along with his very soul. It is time to move on. They have likely exhausted themselves. Shi turned his gaze towards the central area, where the sacred might fluctuated. He swiftly extracted a ring from Hua Lushue's hand and tucked it away, transforming into a puddle that darted across the ground. Boom! With a single impact, Hu Bo repelled both the sun and moon envoys, while a flick of his tail sent Zhuang Yan'an staggering back. At this juncture, Zhuang Yan'an and his companions no longer exuded their former poise. All three bore ashen faces, their vitality waning, blood staining their bodies. The barbarian monarch was particularly grievously wounded, with flesh torn away by Hu Bo's claws. Conversely, Hu Bo's might surged, continuously nourished by the blood and life force from the Tsiji dragon tree, rapidly mending his wounds. This Hu Bo had forged a pact with the Tsiji dragon tree, effectively doubling his combat prowess, rendering him nearly invulnerable. Zhuang Yan'an furrowed his brow. His water-patterned robe nearly drenched in crimson, tattered, and exposing glimpses of spring's allure. The severity of their predicament exceeded all expectations. We must sever the connection between Hu Bo and the Tsiji dragon tree. The latter amplifies Hu Bo's combat capabilities to nearly several times their normal levels, overpowering us. The Sun Envoy spoke solemnly. Even with all their combined efforts, Zhuang Yan'an, the barbarian monarch, the Sun Envoy, and the Moon Envoy could not subdue Hu Bo, bolstered by the Tsiji dragon tree. With the overwhelming influx of blood and life energy, Hu Bo seemed nearly indestructible, and the Tsiji dragon tree further endowed him with enhanced combat abilities. "Humans, retreat at once, and I shall spare your lives," Hu Bo proclaimed in human speech. Having cultivated under the Tsiji dragon tree since his youth, he had awakened his intellect and sensed that this group might possess hidden cards. Thus unwilling to continue the skirmish with Zhuang Yan'an and the others, it is not that he does not wish to depart. On numerous occasions, Hu Bo has longed to leave with the Xialongsu, yet they are thwarted by the celestial array that binds them. Considering the arduous path of your cultivation, should you choose to leave now, I shall spare your life, but we shall take the Xialongsu, spoke Zhuang Yan'an. Never, Hu Bo bellowed, unwilling to relinquish the Xialongsu, for it is akin to his innate spirit herb. Without it, he would not be who he is today, and thus he could not easily forsake it. Onward. Zhuang Yan'an recognized Hu Bo's reluctance to part with the Xialongsu, leaving no choice but to annihilate him. Mighty transformation, roared Manzun, his blood surging skyward as his form expanded, ancient patterns enveloping him, brimming with battle fervor and an overwhelming aura of slaughter that ravaged the heavens and earth. In that moment, he resembled a deity of war, his power magnified as he unleashed a barrage of fists upon Hu Bo, akin to casting away countless celestial bodies, wreaking havoc upon creation. Hu Bo, too, howled skyward, charging forth to engage in battle with Manzun. Harnessing the sacred artifact, he unleashed a full-throttle assault. Even with his formidable bloodline, he could not withstand the relentless obliteration of the artifact's laws. Zhuang Yan'an called out to the lunar and solar envoys. "We can only activate the sacred artifact once more. After this, we shall be unable to act again. Are you certain?" The lunar envoy's countenance turned pale as paper, for even they could scarcely endure the strain of activating the sacred artifact twice consecutively. coupled with the intense combat against Hu Bo and the Cylon Su. Their stamina was nearing its limit. Strike! I possess a contingency, Zhuang Yinan declared with unwavering resolve. Boom, boom, boom. Upon hearing this, the lunar envoy ceased to hesitate. Channeling the last vestiges of his vitality into the yin-yang wheel, the spiritual energy from his dantian surging forth in full force. Chapter 68. The rampage of the sacred artifact provokes divine retribution. The most frigid and chilling power of the yin surged uncontrollably from the lunar envoy's delicate form. In that instant, even the earth and lakes were encased in ice. The solar envoy similarly unleashed all his life force, infusing the searing, sunlit energy into the yin-yang wheel. As chains of solar law coiled into it like mountain ranges, the yin-yang wheel erupted with a terrifying, sacred might, and a transcendent figure of a saint appeared, grasping the yin-yang wheel, as the powers of yin and yang radiated like the light of creation. The convergence of yin and yang heralded the dawn of the universe, with pure essence rising and turbid energies sinking, delivering a strike that would open the myriad realms of yin and yang. Thunderous roars echoed across the firmament. The formidable sacred presence triggered the prohibitions of this realm. Crackling and terrifying, divine thunderous retribution coalesced above the saintly figure. Someone is wielding a sacred artifact. Who has brought a sacred artifact here? The devastation wrought by the sacred artifact aroused the attention of countless formidable elites, their piercing gazes seemingly capable of piercing through the heavens and earth. Hu Bo felt every hair on his body stand on end, sensing a lethal peril. A peculiar ember manifested within his mind, flames that appeared capable of igniting the very heavens. The tiger roared fiercely, its voice resonating like a war drum, as the power of its bloodline ignited within, causing its colossal form to expand to unimaginable heights. The terrifying essence of its bloodline transformed into thick, heavy armor that enveloped its body. An ancient and formidable beast descended from the void, surveying the world with a gaze that could rend the heavens asunder. The tiger was resolute, burning its bloodline power without regard for the cost. The Xia dragon tree sensed the tiger's determination and immediately unleashed an endless torrent of blood energy to bolster its strength, amplifying the tiger's aura tenfold. In this moment, the tiger resembled a world-destroying deity, capable of shattering the very fabric of existence and slaying gods with its claws. Two extremes of power erupted, wreaking havoc across a radius of 100,000 miles. What a formidable creature this tiger is, its strength astonishingly immense. Even more remarkable was the fact that the medicine sovereign could double the tiger's battle prowess. Truly an act against the heavens, Stone Page marveled. At this moment, Stone Page, hiding a distance away, was filled with trepidation at the sight. Such power could effortlessly obliterate him. Previously, he had believed he could subdue the likes of the Tianyuan envoy and others, or at least contend with them. Now, he realized he had overestimated his own capabilities. Even if the Sun Envoy and Tianyuan envoy summoned sacred artifacts, he would be no match for their onslaught. The depths of this world were unfathomable, and he resolved to intensify his training. The desire to grow stronger surged within him, rendering the likes of Hua Lushui insignificant in his eyes. He cast a disdainful glance toward the direction of Hua Yoshue's corpse. The resounding might of the celestial power reverberated through the heavens, as the yin-yang wheel crushed all in its path, unleashing waves of destructive light toward the tiger, with its towering form trampling the firmament. The tiger's massive horns tore through the shackles of the universe, colliding fiercely with the yin-yang wheel. Void Child, take action, Zhuang Yinan bellowed. The Void Child appeared behind the Xia dragon tree, his presence unknown until now. Confining dragon, lock the heavens. The central cornerstone radiated a brilliant light as the grand formation enveloped the area, siphoning the Earth's essence within 1,000 miles. The spiritual energy of the land was instantly depleted, and the cornerstone's radiance dimmed, all power converging into the lock of the heavens. The formation's power, designed to confine the cosmos, ensnared the Xia dragon tree. The cornerstone unleashed a dazzling strike, severing the connection between the Xia dragon tree and the tiger. Following this, Zhuang Yinan activated the sacred artifact, the body bowl, channeling all his blood energy, spiritual strength, and the immense power of the celestial fox into it. The body bowl shone brilliantly, transforming into a hand of the sage, reaching out to suppress the Xia dragon tree. The Xia dragon tree roared in fury, its massive trunk coiling into a blood-red divine dragon, unleashing an infinite dragon might that surged toward the body bowl, seeking to break free from its suppression. The 100-foot-long dragon body relentlessly battered against the body bowl. Zhuang Yan'an, clutching the vessel, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood but persevered in his effort to subdue the Xia dragon tree. As the battle reached a critical juncture, the barbarian sovereign unleashed his minor manifestation, his stone-like muscles bursting forth, blood energy surging like a dragon into the sacred artifact he wielded. The barbarian sovereign's sacred weapon was a colossal staff, inscribed with intricate and arcane sacred runes. With this staff in hand, the sovereign's divine might soared, and he swung the immense weapon across the heavens, striking down upon the blood-red divine dragon that the Xia dragon tree had become. With a resounding crash, the blood-red divine dragon was unexpectedly struck at its midsection, spurting blood and sent flying by a single blow. The actions of the lunar and solar envoys, followed closely by the barbarian sovereign, transpired in mere moments. 3 sacred artifacts were simultaneously activated, unleashing a cataclysmic divine might that ravaged the heavens and earth, suppressing the celestial path and causing all beings to tremble. Under the relentless assault of the sacred artifacts, the tiger-like creature was torn to shreds. Even its defiance could not withstand such onslaught, especially without the support of the Xia dragon tree. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. As the tiger-like creature's body was shattered by the relentless strikes of the solar and lunar envoys wielding their sacred artifacts. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, everyone within the 6 Paths secret realm felt a shackle within them shatter. The limits of this realm transformed into the celestial palace realm. Almost simultaneously, Zhuang Yan'an, the barbarian sovereign, the solar envoy, and the lunar envoy broke free from their constraints, unleashing the might of the celestial palace. Thunder rumbled violently in the heavens, and a tempest of divine retribution surged toward Zhuang Yan'an and the others. This is bad. They have violated the taboo. The expressions of Zhuang Yan'an and the others changed dramatically as they realized their use of sacred artifacts had prematurely opened the realm's limitations, inciting the wrath of the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder rolled, and the winds surged, transforming the midnight sky into a blinding daylight as lightning illuminated the entire secret realm. Who invoked the divine punishment? Someone had forcefully breached the realm, inviting heavenly wrath. Over there, where the sacred artifacts had just been unleashed, someone opened their heavenly eye to gaze toward the lake. They truly do not know the meaning of danger, daring to so carelessly violate the rules of this realm. Witnessing this scene, some clapped in delight, believing that those who wielded the sacred artifacts deserved their fate. A massive bolt of thunder struck down, and Zhuang Yan'an swiftly summoned a talisman, creating a luminous barrier to shield his chest. Crack! The thunder pierced through the barrier and struck Zhuang Yan'an, causing him to cough up blood and plummet to the ground. Crack! Another bolt of thunder descended, aimed at the lunar and solar envoys, who were attacking the tiger-like creature. Terrified, they quickly raised the yin-yang round wheel in defense, which erupted with divine might to withstand the heavenly calamity. With a resounding explosion, the lunar and solar envoys, hidden behind the yin-yang round wheel, spat out blood. Even though the sacred artifacts shielded them from most of the thunder, the residual force was beyond their endurance. Crack, crack, crack. Thunder continued to rain down mercilessly, each bolt striking like divine punishment, unrelenting in its assault. The barbarian sovereign also sheltered behind the sacred artifact, struggling to endure, his body severely ravaged, his vitality waning. Meanwhile, the previously battered tiger-like creature, already on the brink of death, was obliterated by the thunder, its flesh scattering as it emitted a mournful cry. Chapter 69, Looting the Corpse. Striking it rich. The Xia dragon tree was also charred by the strikes, yet the heavenly thunder seemed to deliberately avoid it, suffering only minor damage. However, the void child fared poorly, lacking a sacred artifact and possessing insufficient physical strength. Struck by the lightning, his clothes were tattered, his hair singed, and blood flowed profusely from his body. The others, wielding sacred artifacts, struggled to maintain their stance, seemingly inciting the wrath of the thunderstorm even further. The lightning within the thunderous pool surged with a tempestuous fury, cascading down with an aura of destruction. The heavens roared, as the cataclysmic tribulation descended like mighty rivers from the sky. In this moment, all within the range of the thunderous calamity faced indiscriminate obliteration. even the celestial entity. The Chiya dragon tree was engulfed by the wrath of the storm. Yet, at that very moment, the Chiya dragon tree was sealed within the vessel, surrendering its resistance and shrinking to be contained completely. Beside it, Zhuang Yannan lamented his misfortune, unable to summon the sacred artifacts for protection, and was subsequently overwhelmed by the tempest. The solar and lunar envoys were struck down by the thunder. Despite having reached their limits, they were battered to the ground, blood painting the sky, devoid of life. The thunderous tribulation arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving the sky clear after a few breaths. Alas, how tragic! They must have been utterly annihilated, Stone Leaf mused. Long before the storm brewed, he had retreated to a safe distance, submerging himself in the depths of the earth, fearing the repercussions. Only after the tempest dissipated did he emerge. Walking upon the shattered isle, Stone Leaf beheld the desolate landscape, shrouded in darkness, with countless spiritual herbs ruined, causing him great sorrow. Such precious treasures, he lamented, wishing fervently that these herbs could find refuge in his possession. The devastation of even the largest entities was pitiful. Approaching the fallen manzan, he found it devoid of life, its form grotesquely altered, most of its body obliterated. "Behold, a sacred artifact," Stone Leaf exclaimed, noticing an arm lying on the ground, clutching a hefty club. Instantly, envy ignited within him, his heart racing. He had recently witnessed the immense power of sacred artifacts, capable of cataclysmic destruction. Ah, it shall be mine. Blinded by greed, Stone Leaf reached out to seize the artifact. Suddenly, a surge of sacred might erupted. The club, sensing an attempt to be claimed, trembled violently and swung down towards Stone Leaf. "Cursed be my carelessness," he gasped, recalling too late that sacred artifacts often held imprints. Without authorization, they would retaliate. With a resounding crash, Stone Leaf was sent crashing to the ground. He burst forth from the earth, covered in dirt and disheveled. "You shall not escape my grasp," he cursed, furious over the blow he had received. Drawing forth the ghost water sword, he aimed to subdue the club, striking at it with fervor. The club, sensing the assault, vibrated ominously, repelling him with a single strike before vanishing into the void. Ill fortune. Stone Leaf's expression darkened as he kicked the lifeless manzan, questioning why it had not unraveled its restraints before its demise. "Never mind, I shall seek other corpses." He ventured towards the fallen lunar envoy. "Isn't this the solar envoy? Good heavens, its head is split open." The solar envoy's body lay shattered by the thunder, its flesh charred and its head nearly severed. Yet, amidst this devastation, a glimmer of fortune emerged. As Shuri rummaged through the remnants of the solar envoy, he discovered a storage ring, a stroke of divine assistance, for its seals had been shattered. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. The ring, gleaming in a golden red hue, was adorned with intricately carved miniature suns, a clear indication of its considerable worth, though a small fissure marred its surface, allowing energy to seep out. With ease, Shuri delved into the depths of the ring with his consciousness. "Ah," he gasped, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Inside, spiritual stones were piled high, and precious metals lay in abundance, akin to mountains, with various treasures and tomes amassed in a chaotic array. "Wealth has graced me," he exclaimed joyfully, his grin widening. The storage space of the solar envoy's ring was nearly 100 times greater than his own, and remarkably, the contents remained unscathed despite the lightning strike, suggesting the materials were of extraordinary quality. Such a plethora of resources was more than enough to sustain Shuri's cultivation efforts. "Goodness, there's more," he mused, his smile growing ever broader as he spotted a well-defined leg protruding from the soil beneath the solar envoy's corpse. With a swift motion, he cleared away the body to unearth the mound of earth beneath. Soon, the form of a mature woman came into view, the lunar envoy, clad in tattered hot pants and a shredded top, revealing an abundance of exquisite beauty. What a tragic fate for such a lovely woman. Fortunately, her body remained largely intact. Besides some injuries from the lightning and a few inflicted by a tiger, she had not sustained significant damage. As Shuri explored further, he discovered the lunar envoy's storage ring, which shimmered in a deep azure hue, resembling a translucent jade loop, though it too bore cracks. He deftly probed within, uncovering an array of sensual garments and pairs of shoes meticulously arranged in designated spaces. Such flamboyant attire, he murmured, yet he refrained from discarding them. Alas, he lamented, much precious metal had been rendered useless. Though he noted some spiritual stones and treasures had been squandered, a wealth of resources still remained. Another sacred artifact. Shuriya's gaze fell upon the yin-yang wheel, lying nearby and emanating a divine aura. The challenge lay in how to seize it, for it appeared elusive. A vexing predicament indeed. Despite its proximity, the artifact seemed unattainable, as any attempt to touch it would likely cause it to flee. Suddenly, a soft moan escaped the lips of the woman on the ground. The lunar envoy slowly opened her eyes, her mind clouded with drowsiness. "What are you doing, boy?" she inquired, her expression a mix of irritation and fatigue. Shuriyi was taken aback by her sudden awakening. "You're alive," he exclaimed. "You were just groping me." The lunar envoy's eyes widened, a fierce aura radiating from her. Shuriya hastily withdrew the storage ring from his hand, thinking you might have perished. "I intended to gather resources for you first, then retrieve your remains." As he spoke, Shuriya cast a glance at Tianyuan. "Boy, quickly return my storage ring, otherwise you shall suffer dire consequences." Tianyuan promptly covered her exposed skin, yearning for Shuriya to return the ring so she could don her garments. Chapter 70. Astonishment. "Have you practiced?" Seeing Tianyuan's arrogant demeanor, Shuriya was unwilling to indulge her. "You simply hand it over. Don't you think being unclothed is rather liberating? It allows one to feel the laws of heaven and earth." Shuriya unabashedly scrutinized Tianyuan's figure. "You seek death," Tianyuan exclaimed in fury, extending her palm towards Shuriya. However, she had forgotten her current state of injury, her energy depleted and her blood essence drained. Shuriya effortlessly grasped her hand. "TSK. You are no match for me now." He then swatted away her hand as she tried to cover herself. Tianyuan resignedly dropped her hand, allowing Shuriya to observe her, thinking it akin to a dog being watched. "What must I do to have my storage ring returned?" she inquired, suppressing her anger. "Returning it is out of the question. Instead, here is a garment to cover your modesty." Shuriya carelessly tossed a piece of clothing from the storage ring to Tianyuan. Though she was voluptuous and alluring, Shuriya was not one to be easily swayed by beauty. Without hesitation, Tianyuan began changing into a skirt before Shuriya. He drew forth the Yushui sword, its chilling power enveloping the blade's tip. "Tell me how to master that sacred artifact." The sword pointed menacingly at Tianyuan's throat, as if poised to pierce it at any moment. Tianyuan's gaze flickered. She realized that resisting Shuriya was futile. "That is a sacred artifact. It is beyond your grasp. Enough with the empty words. Will you give it to me or not?" The Yushui sword grazed Tianyuan's delicate neck, blood dripping down. A surge of fury consumed Tianyuan. She never anticipated that a mere ant, whom she regarded as prey, could dictate her fate. At the critical moment, the Sun Envoy had shielded her from a lethal strike, and she was unwilling to perish here. To control the yin-yang roundel, one requires the yin-yang secret method. Tianyuan sighed. "Recite the secret method." Shuriya sheathed the Yushui sword. "In chaos, there is the beginning. In turbid clarity, the dawn is yet to break." From heaven's transformation, guided by yin and yang, the mysteries of all beings are unveiled. Tianyuan recited the yin-yang secret method word for word. As Shuriya contemplated the yin-yang secret method, a flicker of disdain crossed Tianyuan's beautiful eyes. The cultivation of the yin-yang secret method was exceedingly arduous. Without a constitution attuned to yin and yang, mastering it was akin to ascending to the heavens. "Even if I divulge the entire method, what of it? Such techniques are not meant for someone of your lowly stature." A mere mortal dares to aspire to wield a sacred artifact. What a foolish dream. The lunar envoy looked down upon him, unable to discern any remarkable qualities in Shuriyi, regardless of her elevated perspective. Even when employing her keen insight, Shuriyi appeared to her as nothing more than an ordinary individual, so lacking in potential that one could hardly expect him to comprehend the profound yin-yang technique, let alone be accepted into any minor sect. Shuriyi, undeterred, remained in place, immersed in the intricate workings of the yin-yang technique. Suddenly, an enigmatic aura of yin and yang enveloped him, with the two forces swirling around him like miniature dragons. "How is this possible?" the lunar envoy gasped. Her lips parted in astonishment, nearly dropping her jaw. Even after rubbing her eyes vigorously, she continued to see the yin-yang energy surrounding Shuriyi. "Have you already practiced the yin-yang technique?" she exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. She understood well the difficulty of mastering this technique, having struggled for many years to barely grasp it, and that was with her innate lunar body as an advantage. The fact that Shuriyi had managed to achieve such proficiency in mere minutes left her utterly astonished. No, I must thank you for imparting the complete technique. Shiyi replied with a smile. His mental fortitude now extended 5 inches, each capable of supporting 5 breaths of enlightenment, making the cultivation of yin-yang energy a trivial matter. What surprised him was that the lunar envoy had actually provided him with the flawless yin-yang technique. He couldn't discern whether her honesty was a virtue or a sign of disdain for him. Remain here quietly. I shall see if I can master the sacred artifact, he commanded, forming seals with his hands and casting several bindings upon the lunar envoy to restrain her, preventing any mischief. If you dare deceive me, you shall face dire consequences, he warned with feigned ferocity. Approaching the yin-yang wheel, he took a deep breath and began to channel the yin-yang technique, enveloping his hands with its energy before bending down to grasp the wheel. Buzzing, the yin-yang wheel erupted with formidable sacred might, attempting to break free from Shiyi's grasp. However, as the yin-yang energy enveloped it, the wheel ceased its trembling and returned to tranquility. Success! Shiyi secured the yin-yang wheel within a storage ring devoid of items, choosing not to place it in his danci. For now, he possessed control over the wheel, yet it bore indelible marks left by the 6 sacred gates. Unless he could erase these marks and imprint his own, the sacred artifact might still elude him. Imagine if, during a battle, the artifact were to stir within his danci, it would be catastrophic. Thus, storing it in the ring was the safest option, as he would only risk losing the ring itself. You have obtained the sacred artifact. Now you must release me, the lunar envoy said coldly. Shiyi stepped forward, lifting her chin with a smile. Remain here for the time being. I shall check on others and decide later whether to release you. The moonlight cast a serene glow as it illuminated the scene, while the figure of Shiyi strode purposefully ahead. His thoughts were occupied with the enchanting Zhuang Yinan, who had recently deceived him into a precarious situation. He reflected bitterly on her words about coming to his aid in times of peril. Realizing the truth behind the allure of beautiful women, deceit often lurked beneath their charms. Shiyi's mind further wandered to the extraordinary medicinal plant he had seen, now claimed by Zhuang Yinan, and he knew that its consumption could have elevated his prowess dramatically. Alas, the ground was now strewn with remnants of flesh, a nauseating scent of blood pervading the air. As he knelt to retrieve a severed finger, he deftly extracted a spatial ring, discarding the digit carelessly. The ring was marred by cracks, and as Shiyi probed within with his consciousness, he lamented the emptiness within. It was utterly devoid of value. The remnants inside were severely damaged, leaving behind only materials for array formation. From this, he surmised that the scattered flesh belonged to the void child, a peculiar variation of a treasure-hunting corpse. He collected the array materials, pondering their potential utility in the future. His search then led him to the original pit of the Sealy Long Tree, where he sought Zhuang Yinnan's body. The landscape was marred by fissures and deep depressions, notably. The lake had evaporated, leaving cracked earth and disordered mounds of soil. Despite his thorough examination, Zhuang Yinnan's body eluded him. Not even a fragment of flesh remained. It struck him as peculiar. How could she have vanished entirely? Surely, with the protection of a sacred artifact, there should have been at least some remains. Yet now even the artifact was nowhere to be found, leaving him perplexed. Are you searching for me? A voice suddenly resonated behind him. Turning to face Zhuang Yinan, he found her standing not far away, her elegant qipao tattered, blood trickling down her form, and her long legs similarly stained. Despite her pale visage, which bore an air of tragic beauty, Shiyi felt no compassion. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch, summoning a dragon's roar that pierced the heavens. How dare you? Zhuang Yinan exclaimed, retaliating with a palm strike that conjured a swirling vortex of energy aimed at Shiyi. Yet, in her weakened state, she was no match for him. The dragon's might tore through her defenses, and a colossal dragon head collided with her chest, sending her hurtling backwards, blood spilling from her lips. In a swift motion, Shiyi appeared before her, sealing her power with a few precise taps on her chest. Which clan do you hail from, to act with such audacity? Zhuang Yinnan's voice rang out in anger, her heart heavy with indignation. In her desperate bid to escape the wrath of the heavens, she had exhausted all means of self-preservation, causing the little fox that guarded her to fall into a deep slumber, only to be taken advantage of by Shiyi. The latter, indifferent to her plight, began to rummage through her belongings, soon uncovering her storage ring, a piece adorned in exquisite blue and white porcelain hues. Open it, Shiyi commanded, directing his gaze at Zhuang Yinan. Shameless, Scoundrel! Zhuang Yinnan's face flushed with rage. How dare he search her person instead of allowing her to retrieve her storage ring herself? Dream on. You will never obtain what lies within, she retorted coldly, unwilling to relinquish the treasures that her sect, the 6 sacred gates, had painstakingly acquired at great cost. In a swift motion, Shurya summoned the ethereal energies of the universe, binding her with the fluid power of water, securing her tightly. He lifted Zhuang Yinan effortlessly. What are you doing? She screamed, her visage marred by humiliation. With little regard for her dignity, Shurya discarded her beside the Tianyuan envoy, as if she were refuse. With a thud, Zhuang Yinan landed heavily on the ground, her indignation palpable. Despite the harshness of her treatment, she was relieved she had not resisted. The Tianyuan envoy mused inwardly, recognizing that Zhuang Yinan, despite her remarkable figure and grace, elicited no reaction from Shurya, whom she deemed ruthless. You are all in my grasp now. Will you choose life or death? Cooperate, Shurya said with a smile, his intent clear. Surrender all possessions for the chance to survive. Giggling, the young master. I shall comply, the Tianyuan envoy purred, accentuating her alluring form to entice Shurya, presenting herself as a prize to be claimed. Zhuang Yinan huffed disdainfully. She could never stoop to the level of the Tianyuan envoy to curry favor with Shurya, channeling her life force. She silently recited the incantation of the Xianyu Immortal to unlock her constraints. Upon hearing her words, Shurya immediately harnessed his own life force to envelop the blue and white ring, murmuring the same incantation. Xianyu Immortal. Unlocked. He glanced at Zhuang Yinan, then directed his consciousness into the vast expanse of the storage ring. The spatial realm was remarkably expansive, surpassing even that of the Sun Envoy's ring. As he surveyed the interior, he beheld heaps of refined iron celestial crystals emitting an ethereal glow. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. At the center of the space floated a sacred vessel, radiating an aura of sanctity, from which cascaded threads of profound laws, arcane runes swirling around it. With a mere thought, the sacred vessel materialized before Shurya. Abruptly, it surged toward him. A sense of alarm washed over Shurya, a burgeoning awareness of imminent danger enveloping him. Boom! The vessel rapidly expanded in his sight, hurtling directly toward him. Due to the proximity, the body vessel collided violently with Shurya, unleashing an immense force that sent him soaring. Blood gushed from Shurya's mouth, and his vitality waned. Just then, Zhuang Yinan suddenly erupted with a formidable aura, and a yellow talisman soared forth, its profound power liberating Shurya from his constraints. In a flash, she seized the body vessel, her delicate hand forming a seal to command it to crush Shurya as he lay vulnerable, seeking his demise. Shurya, having regained his senses, cursed softly, realizing that this beautiful woman still had a hidden card to play. At that moment, the body vessel advanced menacingly towards him. 9 dragons, arise! Shurya bellowed, his eyes widening as a tremendous wave of water energy surged from his body, his blood roaring like a tidal wave. Towering water dragons emerged, their might sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Taking a bold step forward, Shurya unleashed the 9 dragons' fist, shaking the very ground beneath him. Utterly deluded, Zhuang Yinan scoffed, incredulous that Shurya dared to confront a sacred artifact with his mere flesh. Even in her current state, she could not unleash even a fraction of the artifact's true power, yet it was not something a mere cultivator could contend with. The air rippled with explosive force as the water dragons were ruthlessly crushed beneath the body vessel, the laws of the great path emanating from it mercilessly obliterating the dragons. After a series of mournful cries, the water dragons were vanquished, dissolving into puddles upon the ground, while Shurya was mercilessly hurled away, his body fissured and blood gushing forth. Truly formidable, mere flesh cannot withstand such might. Shurya's complexion turned a shade of ashen gray as he was ground into the earth. At that moment, Zhuang Yinan released the seal binding Shurya to the Tianyuan envoy. Find a place to hide. I will deal with that brat, she declared, intending to stride towards Shurya. Hurry. The yin-yang circular wheel has fallen into that brat's hands. The Tianyuan envoy exclaimed anxiously, pulling Zhuang Yinan away. Fear not. Even if the sacred artifact is in his possession, he cannot. Zhuang Yinnan's words were cut short by Shurya's furious roar. Receive my strike. The yin-yang circular wheel manifested in Shurya's grasp, his overwhelming blood energy surging forth like an enraged celestial dragon as he hurled the wheel with brutal simplicity. Be cautious, the Tianyuan envoy cried out in alarm. Zhuang Yinan's expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly maneuvered the body vessel to shield herself. Boom! The two sacred artifacts collided, generating a cataclysmic shockwave, the laws shattering instantaneously. The resultant force akin to a planetary explosion. Even with the protection of the sacred artifact, Zhuang Yinan was not spared. She violently coughed up blood, her already wounded visage resembling gilded parchment. The situation for Tianyuan has become dire, as he was directly swept away by the shockwave, collapsing to the ground. His fate uncertain. I am eager to see how many times you can endure this. Shi Yi sneered, seizing the yin-yang round wheel and hurling it towards Zhuang Yinan. Although Shi Yi could not unleash the inherent powers of the artifact, he was still capable of wielding it like a discus. Moreover, Zhuang Yinan's vitality was nearly depleted. Even if he could still manipulate the sacred artifact, under Shi Yi's relentless assault, he would struggle to maintain his grip on it. Indeed, as Shi Yi continued his onslaught, Zhuang Yinan could no longer control the body bowl, which was sent flying by the force of the yin-yang round wheel. Zhuang Yinan spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly to the ground. Dare to deceive me? Do not blame me for my ruthless actions. Shi Yi advanced step by step towards Zhuang Yinan, intent on finishing him off. Heavenly thunder, arise. Zhuang Yinan hastily summoned the last talisman concealed on his person, and a flash of purple lightning streaked through the air. In an instant, clouds gathered, dragons formed, and thunder roared, as if a celestial battery tilted the heavenly bolts downwards, inundating Shi Yi in a tide of thunder. Shi Yi was compelled to halt, raising the yin-yang round wheel above his head to deflect the strike of the thunder. However, beneath the protection of the sacred artifact, such thunder posed little threat to him. Let the thunder strike me. It is you who shall meet your demise, Shi Yi remarked. Cleaving through the air with the Yushui's sword, aiming directly for Zhuang Yinan's neck. A wave of dread washed over Zhuang Yinan, plunging him into despair. He felt utterly powerless to turn the tide. Why is no one coming to my aid? Gritting his silver teeth, Zhuang Yinan resolved within himself. Ban the Xinxian, release. He expended the last vestiges of his strength, uttering the incantation. Shi Yi glanced up at the thundering body bowl, sensing an ominous shift. As Zhuang Yinan's incantation took effect, the aura of the body bowl surged forth, and chains of divine laws began to unravel, with a cacophony of clanging. As the sealing chains broke, a blood-red ancient tree, resembling a dragon yet distinctly not one, emerged from within. What in the world? Shi Yi muttered, a sense of foreboding gripping his heart. The massive form of the Zeal dragon tree expanded in the air, its branches thrashing about as if in fury, transforming into colossal whips that lashed out at its surroundings. Upon realizing that only Shi Yi stood before it, the tree perceived him as its adversary. Shi Yi had no choice but to abandon his pursuit of Zhuang Yinan and instead cast the yin-yang round wheel to defend against the Zeal dragon tree's onslaught. The yin-yang round wheel spun like a harvester, severing branch after branch. However, the tree's limbs seemed endless, raining down upon Shi Yi like a torrential storm. Shi Yi leaped and dodged, closing in on the Zeal dragon tree to strike at its trunk, yet the tree appeared almost sentient, using its branches as shields. Intertwined green limbs rose before it, forming thick barricades that thwarted Shi Yi's advances. The stone page unleashed the Nine Dragons' fist, propelled by an unparalleled momentum, crashing fiercely against the shield crafted from intertwined branches. However, it merely splintered the outer layer of the branches, failing to penetrate further. Unyielding, the stone page concentrated his thoughts, and a brilliant azure water sword manifested, cleaving downwards with unparalleled sharpness, infused with the force of water. At his current strength, even a practitioner of the same realm would find themselves decapitated by the combined sword, yet it merely carved a deep gash in the tree shield. This defense was formidable. Perhaps a weapon could breach it, the stone page pondered. In the next moment, the spectral water sword appeared in his grasp, radiating an ethereal blue glow, releasing an aura of magical domain. A powerful beam of sword light surged forth. The sword struck the ocean's depths, resonating with the tumult of 1,000 waves. Under the influence of the domain artifact, the stone page cleaved through the tree shield, the sword slicing into the trunk of the Sitsai dragon tree. A mournful cry erupted from the tree. Seizing the opportunity, the stone page activated the yin-yang round to suppress the Sitsai dragon tree. The essence of yin and yang rose from him, allowing him to communicate with the yin-yang round. The round siphoned immense life force from the stone page, emanating a sacred might as the Taiji diagram materialized, inscribing holy runes that bound the Sitsai dragon tree. Though it struggled incessantly, its efforts were futile. Already weakened from previous suppression by Zhuang Yan'an and her companions, it was easily ensnared by the stone page. The chains of the laws, forged by the sacred artifact, quickly secured the tree to the ground. The Yin-Yang Taiji diagram spun ominously in the air, descending upon the Sitsai dragon tree. The stone page communicated with the diagram, pressing it down. Once the seal was imprinted upon the tree, it would be completely subdued. At that critical moment, a young man appeared beside Zhuang Yan'an, seemingly out of nowhere. "Aunt Nan, I have arrived late," he said, his heart heavy with guilt upon seeing her bloodied state, her breath nearly extinguished. When he received her distress signal, he had rushed with all his might, yet still arrived too late. "Quickly stop him. Retrieve that medicinal emperor." Zhuang Yan'an uttered these words before succumbing to unconsciousness. She had held on only for Zhuang Nanzhou's arrival, confident in his strength, knowing he was unmatched within their realm, allowing her to finally surrender to unconsciousness. Zhuang Nanzhou gently opened her mouth and administered a healing elixir, then turned his gaze towards the stone page. A tremendous aura of killing intent erupted from him, palpable and fierce, locking onto the stone page. "Dare to harm Aunt Nan? Then prepare to pay with your life." An overwhelming force exploded from Zhuang Nanzhou, akin to a furious volcano, propelling him towards the stone page. The stone page, now aware of Zhuang Nanzhou's presence, felt a discomforting chill from the intensity of his murderous intent. At this moment, the stone page could only multitask, simultaneously channeling the Yin-Yang Taiji diagram to suppress the Sitsai dragon tree while contending with Zhuang Nanzhou, which was immensely taxing for him. Arrogant, Zhuang Nanzhou's face turned ashen. How dare the stone page divide his focus, dedicating merely one hand to confront him. "You shall pay the price for this." With a cold snort, Zhuang Nanzhou intensified his assault against the stone page. Bang! The fists of both parties collided violently, producing a cacophony of sonic booms. The stone page let out a muffled groan, his internal energy surging tumultuously, leaving him in a passive state, as he was constrained to a limited area while simultaneously propelling the yin-yang wheel. Chapter 73. The reputation is established like a true hero. Wait until I free my hand. The stone page shouted, yet his movements remained unceasing, summoning the 9 dragons, their water-based powers piercing the heavens. Despicable, Zhuang Nanzhou scoffed, his body radiating a brilliant golden light, akin to a diamond warrior. His golden fists descended upon the stone page like a meteor shower. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows. The sounds of flesh meeting flesh echoed continuously, and the stone page could only endure, with the 9-dragon fist roaring incessantly, yet still receiving the brunt of Zhuang Nanzhou's strikes. Each fist, imbued with boundless strength, proved overwhelming even for the stone page's physique, leaving cracks upon his surface and a flow of blood. This fellow possesses formidable strength, at least equivalent to 2 Shindaoyan. The stone page muttered, acknowledging Zhuang Nanzhou's might, which was beginning to wear him down. If Zhuang Nanzhou continued this onslaught, he feared he might sustain grave injuries. Unbeknownst to him, Zhuang Nanzhou was equally astonished. Such powerful flesh. To withstand my assault with just one hand, there exists someone within the same realm who surpasses my strength. No wonder he could seize the medicine sovereign from Aunt Nan. Zhuang Nanzhou's physical prowess had reached an astonishing 4 million pounds of force. He could effortlessly shatter a 1,000-foot iron mountain. Yet, he was taken aback that the stone page could withstand his barrage. What infuriated him further was the realization that the stone page was battling him with a single hand, making him feel belittled. Die! Zhuang Nanzhou roared, 6 profound powers manifesting around him in a swirling dance. Those present would undoubtedly recognize these as the 6 powers of the Dao. To wield 6 Dao powers at such a young age would leave one utterly astounded if word spread. The energy erupting from Zhuang Nanzhou far exceeded ordinary elemental forces, warping the surrounding space and enveloping him in a radiant, otherworldly glow. The stone page's heart raced as he sensed the terror of this impending strike. Fortunately, at that moment, the Yin-Yang Taiji diagram heavily imprinted upon the Sitsai dragon tree, allowing the stone page to finally free his hand. Yet, he remained oblivious to the peculiar divine essence emanating from the dragon-like eyes of the Sitsai dragon tree. In an instant, spirals of divine runes burst forth from the stone page, an indomitable battle intent soaring to the heavens, as blue-golden runes enveloped him, unleashing an overwhelming surge of vitality. Boom, boom. With a forceful punch, Shi pierced through space, colliding against Zhuang Nanzhou, where millions of pounds of might clashed with 6 distinct powers of the Dao. The Dao's energy gnawed relentlessly at Shi's arm, leaving it drenched in blood. Following the impact, both figures were violently propelled backward. Zhuang Nanzhou's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Shi, an overwhelming and unyielding battle intent erupting from within him. You are not an insignificant nobody. Who exactly are you? I do not slay the nameless. Zhuang Nanzhou was perplexed. In his memory, there existed no figure named Shi, and those who were his equal in strength were exceedingly rare. He was not blindly arrogant. As the sole saint child of the 6 sacred sects, endowed with exceptional talent and the bulk of the sect's resources, he had undergone countless trials. Possessing 4 divine patterns of the great Dao and mastering the 6 sacred Dao principles, making him virtually invincible among his peers. Few could reach his level. With only figures like Tianyuan Nantian, Lu Wuya, Zhou Yandao, and Situ Haonan qualifying as his worthy adversaries. In this contest for inheritance, he regarded these individuals as his foes, dismissing all others entirely. He never expected to encounter someone of equal stature. I am Shi, he stated calmly, not wishing to engage in idle chatter with Zhuang Nanzhou, but merely to ascertain whether his followers had spread his reputation. So it is you, the one heralded as the Dao child of the divine martial sect. You are the one who defeated Tianyuan? Zhuang Nanzhou recalled the recent uproar surrounding the defeat of the saint body Tianyuan by a mere mortal, a humiliation for the saint body. Nevertheless, he held Tianyuan in little regard, considering his mere 3 divine patterns of the great Dao to be insignificant. Thus, upon hearing this news, he dismissed Shi as well, believing that anyone capable of defeating Tianyuan could not be particularly formidable. Indeed, Shi replied, a hint of satisfaction in his voice, pleased to see that his followers had managed to elevate his standing. Humph, do not presume that defeating that waste of a saint body makes you invincible. What strength can one possess from besting a worthless opponent? Zhuang Nanzhou coldly retorted, his eyes brimming with unbounded arrogance and emanating an aura of disdain for all. Oh, how strong do you think I am? Did you not just witness it? Shi's expression hardened, sensing Zhuang Nanzhou's contempt. He was determined to make this dismissive adversary pay for his arrogance. Without further ado, Shi launched another punch, his fists ignited with resplendent blue light, carrying the weight of millions. Arrogance. Allow me to show you what a true prodigy is. Zhuang Nanzhou's aura suddenly transformed into an unparalleled ferocity, akin to an unrivaled war god, his fury unleashing a torrent of might. Judging by the sheer momentum, it was evident that Zhuang Nanzhou was immensely powerful, far surpassing Tianyuan. However, Shi felt no fear. Zhuang Nanzhou may be strong, but he was even stronger. Zhuang Nanzhou launched a punch that was both fierce and formidable, as if his fist bore the weight of countless mountains. The golden fist swept through the air with an unstoppable force, obliterating everything in its path. To Shi, this ordinary strike appeared imbued with an unyielding essence of the diamond fist, instilling within him the sensation of being pierced by steel. With a resounding crash, the 2 combatants clashed repeatedly, waves of energy surging and tumultuous winds swirling, each evenly matched in prowess. Excellent. It has been far too long since I encountered such a formidable adversary. You merit my full effort. Zhuang Nanzhou felt an exhilarating thrill at the prospect of facing an evenly matched opponent, igniting within him an unparalleled fighting spirit. For sacred patterns of the great Dao erupted forth, unleashing a terrifying surge of vitality that enveloped the heavens and the earth. In this moment, Zhuang Nanzhou's aura reached its zenith. Diamond Infinite Fist. He roared, as radiant golden light erupted from his entire being, enveloping him as if he were clad in golden armor. His fierce presence becoming indomitable. His 2 fists, as robust as they were unyielding, hurtled towards Shi, akin to a meteorite hurtling through the heavens. A sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Heh, you may be strong, but I am stronger. Shi remained vigilant, summoning the tumultuous waves of his inner waters, channeling the power of water through his entirety, as 5 sacred patterns of the great Dao unfurled around him like a protective barrier. The full manifestation of these 5 patterns signified the seriousness with which Shi Yi regarded Zhuang Nanzhou. He unleashed the 9 Dragons' Fist, propelling it towards Zhuang Nanzhou with great force. The 2 forces collided with a thunderous impact, sending Zhuang Nanzhou hurtling backwards. In terms of pure physical strength, Shi Yi's 5 sacred patterns far surpassed those of Zhuang Nanzhou, and even if Zhuang Nanzhou summoned all his might, he could only expect to be overwhelmed. However, Shi Yi's arms felt numb from the force, as he sensed the relentless encroachment of the Diamond Fist's essence upon his flesh. The 9 Dragons' Fist is somewhat lacking, Shi Yi mused. Although he had perfected the technique, its classification as a soul-level Dao art inherently limited its efficacy. Zhuang Nanzhou's martial technique was at least 2 tiers superior, which had become a disadvantage for Shi Yi. Is that all you've got? Mere brute strength? Any one of the true disciples from the 6 sacred gates possesses superior martial prowess. Despite feeling the tumult of blood and energy within him, Zhuang Nanzhou taunted Shi Yi. He recognized that Shi Yi's 9 Dragons' Fist could not rival his own Dao technique, as the execution appeared rather coarse, fundamentally relying on sheer strength. What of it? I command numerous Dao arts and possess greater strength than you, Shi Yi replied, his expression unwavering. He then unleashed the Tremor of Heaven kick, a strike that shook the very earth, infused with a fearsome force. Zhuang Nanzhou's expression shifted as he sensed an imminent danger and hastily prepared to defend himself. The sound of impact echoed as Shi Yi's relentless kicks bore down upon him, forcing Zhuang Nanzhou to retreat step by step, his hands growing numb and his internal organs sustaining damage. To his dismay, after delivering the Tremor of Heaven kick, Shi Yi followed up with a sword strike that resembled a celestial river cascading downwards, nearly cleaving him in 2. Zhuang Nanzhou's body was marred by numerous horrific wounds, with bones protruding and blood flowing profusely. Almighty martial god! In an instant, an overwhelming surge of combat spirit enveloped Shi Yi, waves of martial prowess radiating outward, his eyes aflame with the fervor of battle. With a single step, an immense combat intent soared skyward, toppling all in its wake. A punch was unleashed, piercing through Zhuang Nanzhou's defenses. Thud! Thud! Zhuang Nanzhou felt his entire arm shatter, fissures tearing through his body as blood gushed forth. Damn it! How have you mastered such an array of martial arts? Zhuang Nanzhou's complexion turned ashen. Not only was Shi Yi's physical strength superior, but he also wielded a greater repertoire of techniques. More astonishingly, each technique appeared to be perfected to its fullest extent. This was beyond his comprehension, ordinarily. Cultivators beneath the Celestial Hall focused on solidifying their foundations, dedicating immense effort to cultivate their skills while simultaneously honing their physical forms. Mastering 1 or 2 techniques was already deemed exceptional. Furthermore, a practitioner at the first realm of spiritual awakening lacked the spiritual energy to fully realize such techniques. Attaining mastery in even 1 technique was a feat reserved for the most extraordinary of talents. Only a handful of prodigies could bring 2 or 3 techniques to fruition. Yet here stood Shi Yi, exhibiting at least 4 perfected techniques. What kind of monster had he encountered? Thud! Thud! Zhuang Nanzhou was knocked to the ground by Shi Yi's punch, his previously confident demeanor now reduced to a state of utter disarray. You have successfully provoked my wrath. This lethal move was originally intended for Tianyuan and his companions. But consider yourself fortunate to perish beneath my might. An inexplicable power enveloped Zhuang Nanzhou, a sacred aura quietly blossoming, exerting a pressure that dominated the realm. His garments billowed dramatically, black hair cascading wildly, emanating an indomitable and arrogant spirit, while 6 principles of the Dao converged to suppress all directions. Shi Yi furrowed his brow. The techniques of the transcendent sage. Quite impressive. I concede you possess some discernment. To perish beneath such sacred arts today is not in vain for your time upon this earth. Zhuang Nanzhou laughed with pride. This was the technique he cherished most. The very reason he had mastered the power of 6 principles even at a lower realm. He felt an unwavering confidence under this lethal move. Even a paragon like Tianyuan would have to evade its edge. Otherwise, death awaited. Shi Yi's expression turned grave as he sensed a majestic impact, as if facing the suppression of a grand Dao, rendering him acutely aware of his own insignificance. Was this the pressure of a sage? Such overwhelming power emanated from merely a single technique. In that moment, Shi Yi deeply felt the invincibility of the so-called transcendent sage. Even a mere aura could extinguish one's will to fight. Previously, he had observed the circulation of Dao principles around Zhuang Nanzhou, but in their confrontation, Zhuang Nanzhou refrained from utilizing them. Now, Shiya understood that Zhuang Nanzhou had awaited this very moment. 6 sacred fists. Zhuang Nanzhou unleashed a thunderous roar, and an overwhelming aura of sanctity erupted forth. Amidst the boundless expanse, 6 towering figures seemed to materialize, each radiating an air of reverence that caused demons and monsters to retreat in fear. From Zhuang Nanzhou's eyes burst forth a blinding divine light, while the immense power of the Dao principles surged around him, distorting the very fabric of space with its invincible presence. The 6 manifestations of sacred intent descended, eternally indelible, their luminous strands akin to the executioner's blade wielded by a sage, annihilating all foes that dared to infringe upon this sanctified might. With a single, formidable punch, Zhuang Nanzhou channeled an unparalleled momentum, reaching the pinnacle of his physical prowess, vitality, and spirit. This punch, imbued with the suppression of 6 Dao principles, resonated with such force that it sent tremors through the hearts and souls of all who stood beneath its shadow. This was a lethal strike. Under the auspices of the Supreme Soul, none could withstand it. Zhuang Nanzhou stood proud and confident, for this punch encapsulated the entirety of his strength. It was not merely a physical assault, but rather a confluence of immortal sanctity and the might of the Dao. This power transcended all limits, instilling a sense of dread with its sacred essence, rendering those beneath the Supreme Soul utterly defenseless against its obliterating force. The potency of the Dao was such that only those above the Supreme Soul were permitted to engage with it, while those beneath it could only await their demise. As Shiya beheld the approaching 6 sacred fist, he felt his entire being stiffen, his spiritual energy hindered, and even his soul suppressed. The myriad forces of the Dao extinguished the protective water energy surrounding him, stifling his vitality and reducing his aura to its nadir. Truly, there are realms beyond realms, and beings beyond beings. Shiya was awestruck, recognizing the formidable strength of Zhuang Nanzhou for the first time, feeling the palpable threat of death from a peer. Come forth. Without a trace of hesitation, Shiya summoned all his strength to confront Zhuang Nanzhou. Within the boundless sea of elixirs, 2 water orbs surged to life, unleashing torrents of spiritual energy from Shiya's being. The power of a single water orb had already granted him strength far exceeding that of his contemporaries. 2 water orbs meant the combined might of 2 Shiya's. The resplendent blue-golden Dao patterns shimmered brilliantly as Shiya's muscles swelled with vigor, and he unleashed the 9-dragon fist with all his might. Roaring like a beast god, the 9 dragons surged forth, their power doubled by the 2 water orbs. Unleashing a colossal force weighing in the tens of thousands of pounds, aimed squarely at Zhuang Nanzhou. What? The expression on Zhuang Nanzhou's face shifted dramatically, shock coursing through him as he sensed the overwhelming force barreling towards him, suffocating in its intensity. Even the 6 sacred figures were contorted under the pressure. He could feel the combined might of 2 Shiya's bearing down upon him. Block it! Zhuang Nanzhou, in a moment of panic, bellowed as he commanded the 6 manifestations of sacred intent to converge into invincible fists, employing all 6 Dao principles to obliterate the 9 water dragons in a desperate attempt to stave off Shiya's assault. But it was all in vain. Shiya scoffed, for under the weight of absolute power, even the most exquisite techniques and divine arts would be crushed. The essence of one force breaks all laws is precisely encapsulated here. The sacred intent of the 6 paths has been shattered, and the 6 pathways have been utterly obliterated. With a sharp crack, Zhuang Nanzhou's eyes widened in disbelief as Shiya's fist brutally crushed him, blood splattering across the heavens. Yet, in the next moment, a diminutive effigy emerged from the place where Zhuang Nanzhou had been struck down, a replacement doll. Shiya's gaze narrowed, his eyes flickering like candlelight as they scanned the surroundings. In that fleeting instant, the previously suppressed Saya Dragon tree suddenly flickered with brilliance, transforming into a streak of light that surged directly into Shiya's Dansi, leaving him no time to react. Boom! As the Saya Dragon tree entered Shiya's Dansi, chaos erupted, sending tumultuous waves throughout. Chapter 75. The hidden 6th The Dansi of Shiya was thrown into disarray, its essence becoming chaotic as the Saya Dragon tree extended countless roots into the Dansi, siphoning Shiya's power. Nearby, a faint aura of life lingered, and Zhuang Nanzhou's figure reappeared in the world, his complexion pale and wan. "Attack! Strike him!" Zhuang Nanzhou shouted. The air rippled. Several men and women clad in the garb of the 6 sacred gates suddenly materialized near Zhuang Nanzhou, as if conjured from thin air. At Zhuang Nanzhou's command, they unleashed a torrent of blood energy, collectively activating the sacred artifact, the body bowl. The artifact trembled, an overwhelming sacred might surging forth. As the sacred laws of the body bowl transcended the void, forming a colossal swastika outlined by divine runes, which hurtled towards Shurya with lethal intent. Seeing this, Shurya's expression shifted dramatically, the dread of death flooding his heart, forcing him to disregard the chaos wrought by the Saya dragon tree in his Dansi. In a flurry of panic, he hastily summoned the Yin-Yang circular wheel to shield himself. Boom! The swastika crushed all in its path. An unstoppable force battering Shurya's flesh and divine runes, the terrifying sacred might scouring away much of Shurya's corporeal form, exposing vast swathes of bone. Despite Shurya's efforts to defend with the sacred artifact, he could not withstand the onslaught and was grievously wounded. Darkness enveloped Shurya's mind as his soul endured a violent shock, the 99 pillars of spirit within his sea of consciousness shattering, eliciting a wretched scream from him. Bang! Shurya's body was sent flying, blood spraying forth, the Yin-Yang circular wheel emitting a thunderous roar. Shurya's entire being throbbed with agony, a profound sense of impending death welling within him. "No, I cannot fall here." With a fierce resolve, Shurya, ignoring the excruciating pain, propelled himself like a streak of light toward the edge of the islet, even neglecting the Yin-Yang circular wheel. "Saint, should we pursue?" inquired a resolute young man. Turning to Zhuang Nanzhou, "Do not pursue. His speed rivals ours, and you have expended too much blood energy. Chasing him may provoke a desperate counterattack," Zhuang Nanzhou replied, a lingering dread in his heart. The intimidation Shurya had instilled in him was profound. He could not believe that Shurya lacked any life-preserving measures bestowed by the sect. For the remaining disciples, pursuing could very well mean a death sentence. Upon hearing this, Li Shanghai had no choice but to relent, simultaneously exhaling a sigh of relief. The few individuals had expended a significant amount of their vital essence while activating the sacred artifact, leaving their faces pale. "Who is this holy son? I have never encountered him before." Li Shanghai voiced his inner curiosity, and the others turned their inquisitive gazes toward Zhuang Nanzhou. They had received a message from Zhuang Nanzhou, stealthily preparing to deliver a lethal strike to Shi. Witnessing Shi overpower the holy son at the entrance left them utterly astonished. Among their peers, only a handful of extraordinary prodigies could consistently best Zhuang Nanzhou, yet Shi was not among those exceptional few. The disciple of the divine martial sect, Shi. Zhuang Nanzhou slowly articulated, inwardly regarding Shi as a formidable rival on the path to supremacy. "He is the one who defeated Shindanian." Li Shanghai and the others were greatly taken aback. During their quest for rare treasures, they had heard rumors about Shi. The existence that triumphed over a sacred body with a mundane physique became the talk of the town, lauded by many who claimed that Shindanian had been subdued by Shi with a mere hand. It was said that 3 Shindaonians could scarcely contend with Shi, and even the invocation of a sacred body would prove futile. Others claimed that Shindanian was the most inept sacred body, unable to even best an ordinary physique. Initially, upon hearing this news, Li Shanghai and his companions were astounded, but did not believe that he could surpass their holy son. The disparity between reputation and true strength was not uncommon. However, witnessing Shi dominate Zhuang Nanzhou firsthand made them realize the truth of the claims. "Holy son, shall we simply allow this individual, who has offended the sect and obstructed its grand matters, to depart?" A strikingly beautiful woman inquired. "It matters not. The elders of the sect are waiting outside. He cannot escape," Zhuang Nanzhou replied, withholding a crucial thought. Having seized the designated medicinal sovereign of the sect, there was no possibility of letting him go. "Enough. Let us first take Aunt Nan and the others away for treatment," Zhuang Nanzhou instructed the other disciples, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Meanwhile, Shurya's aura was chaotic, his vital essence depleting as he sought a secure place for healing. "I nearly met my end," cursed Yin Ren Lao Lu. Shi gritted his teeth in frustration. If anyone were to witness his current state, they would surely be horrified. The skin on half of Shurya's body was entirely ravaged, exposing his bones and the organs beneath. This accursed Zilai dragon tree. I cannot discern whether it is a blessing or a curse. At this moment, the Zilai dragon tree had firmly established its roots within Shi Yezdan Sea, siphoning his vital essence and spiritual energy. Shi Yi, having depleted a considerable amount of both vital essence and spiritual energy, was overwhelmed with the need to heal while also monitoring the state of the Zilai dragon tree. His internal condition was dire. Shi Yi's spatial ring glimmered, and he retrieved a copious amount of healing herbs, hastily stuffing them into his mouth. Subsequently, he swallowed every healing pill he could find without a hint of remorse. Previously, Shi Yi had amassed a vast fortune from the corpses of the Sun Envoy, the Moon Envoy, and Zhuang Nanzhou, rendering him untroubled in terms of healing resources. Shi Yi's spirit had suffered grave injuries, leaving his eyelids heavy, as if he might faint at any moment. Damn it! How dare you devour my medicinal herb? Stone Page seethed with rage as the Sitsai dragon tree within his elixir sea had audaciously consumed the very remedy he intended for his healing. The sheer fury coursing through him was palpable, had it not been for the unexpected assault from the Sitsai dragon tree. He might not have sustained such grievous injuries so easily. At that moment, the Sitsai dragon tree exuded an exuberant energy, its branches swaying animatedly within the elixir sea. A semblance of consciousness, akin to a divine awareness, reached out to Stone Page. I still desire medicinal herbs. What? You still want more after consuming so many of my herbs? Stone Page was utterly exasperated. Having already feasted on his healing elixirs, the tree dared to demand further sustenance. This was intolerable. He needed to find a place to recuperate without delay. Ignoring the Sitsai dragon tree, he gritted his teeth and sped deeper into the mountain range. A sense of foreboding gripped him. He felt he could lose consciousness at any moment, and his endurance thus far had been solely a testament to his willpower. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and his awareness faded as he plummeted from the sky. Just before his consciousness extinguished, the Sitsai dragon tree's voice echoed once more. Give me the royal herb, and I shall aid your recovery. Bang! Stone Page crashed to the ground, completely losing consciousness. His spatial ring flashing as a multitude of medicinal herbs spilled forth. In a vast plain, a group of youthful individuals ventured deeper into the secret realm, slaying monsters and collecting treasures, while exploring the elemental energies of heaven and earth and excavating iron ore. Among them were spirited young men and women, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, all clad in matching attire, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Sister, training here is far more effective than at the academy. I wish we could remain here indefinitely, a girl exclaimed with a bright smile, her large, expressive eyes brimming with vitality. She wore a white blouse adorned with a blue outer coat, intricately embroidered with golden patterns, while the sleeves boasted blue gemstones, and the emblem of the academy was emblazoned upon her prominently curved chest. Her lower attire consisted of a pleated skirt in a wave of blue, accentuating her fair complexion, complemented by white knee-high socks and elegant black-soled shoes. The girl's cherubic face radiated an enchanting liveliness. You, of all people, should be aware of the dangers that lurk everywhere. Only you would wish to remain here. If your grandfather learns of this, he will certainly reprimand you, remarked a tall, stunningly beautiful woman beside her, who, like the girl, donned the same uniform, albeit with even longer legs. Zhang Chushi, unfazed, retorted, I have no desire to return. Every time I do, that old man relentlessly pushes me to train, day in and day out. It's utterly exhausting. The other woman shook her head in resignation, her expression cool and detached. Observing her companion's demeanor, Zhang Chushi ran up and clung to her arm, playfully pleading, besides, with you and brother Zhangqi around, what danger could there possibly be? Wouldn't you agree? Hee. With that, Zhang Chushi turned her gaze toward the tall and imposing figure of Zhang Chu. Zhang Qi donned a blue academy uniform, intricately adorned with exquisite golden patterns, emanating a profound aura that exuded an air of composure, as immovable as a mountain. His resolute visage bore the demeanor of one unflinching in the face of calamity. With a furrowed brow, Zhang Qi turned to Zhang Chushi and spoke in a grave tone. Junior sister, the talented individuals who have come to the secret realm are numerous, and among them lie hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Some of these prodigies are such that even Rong Yu and I dare not provoke them lightly. Zhang Qi's earnestness served as a preemptive warning to Zhang Chushi. ensuring that this unruly little ancestor would not attract grave trouble. Zhang Chushi replied softly, I understand, senior brother. I will not cause you any trouble. That is good to hear. In the secret realm, focus intently on your cultivation. By the end of this expedition, you should be prepared to enter the Sea of Transcendence, remarked Xiao Rongyu, unable to stifle a smile at Zhang Chushi's pitiful expression. The Sea of Transcendence is not a specific location manifesting in the world. Rather, it exists as an essence within the Grand Dao. Only those who can awaken the Dao's resonance can access it. Furthermore, the sea is a foundational place for cultivators to establish their future paths, serving as a crucial gateway for identifying talents and prodigies. Only those of formidable strength possess the qualifications to awaken the Dao's resonance and enter the Sea of Transcendence in search of their fortunes. This expedition into the secret realm aims to enhance the disciples' prowess, thus fostering a greater number of geniuses capable of reaching the sea. It is rumored that those who traverse the Sea of Transcendence will attain great fortune. Sister Rongyu, I have yet to construct my star map of transcendence. How can I possibly venture to the sea? Moreover, after crafting the star map, one must comprehend the heavens and earth. I am still far from that point. You and senior brother Zhang have already constructed your star maps. You should be more concerned about how to enter the sea yourselves, Zhang Chushi remarked nonchalantly. Xiao Rongyu, expressionless, found herself at a loss for words regarding her little junior sister and thus turned her gaze to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi, frowning, addressed Zhang Chushi. Without even a single Dao divine pattern, you naturally cannot construct a star map. He then turned to the crowd with a serious demeanor, stating, My teacher has entrusted me with the responsibility to utilize the rare treasures within this secret realm to ensure everyone strives to condense a Dao divine pattern. Otherwise, you shall struggle throughout your lives, and upon graduation, find no auspicious paths ahead. Finally, Zhang Qi's gaze hardened as he spoke sternly to Zhang Chushi, especially you. This time you must condense a Dao divine pattern. Do not squander your talents. You must adhere to the directives, coordinate with unity, and refrain from reckless actions. Otherwise, do not blame your senior brother for being merciless. Do you all understand? Understood. The disciples responded in unison, fully aware that this venture pertained to their future, and none dared to defy Zhang Qi. Zhang Chushi reluctantly muttered, I understand. Zhang Qi felt exasperated at the thought of taking Zhang Chushi out for practical experience. Her unruliness was exacerbated by the indulgence of the numerous elders, leaving her with no sense of restraint and emboldening her to act without fear of consequence. Every outing seems to spell trouble, requiring vigilant supervision. Were it not for Zhang Chushi's grandfather being the esteemed mentor of Zhang Qi, he would have been disinclined to intervene, allowing her to indulge in her mischief, knowing that a host of elders would bear the brunt of any consequences. As the group progressed, a radiant light swiftly approached. Zhang Qi raised his right hand, signaling everyone to halt. Moments later, a young man appeared before Zhang Qi and the others, clad in the same uniform as them. It was the very individual Zhang Qi had dispatched earlier to investigate the situation. The young man, panting, bowed respectfully to Zhang Qi and Xiao Rongyu, stating, Senior brother, senior sister, the reports are indeed accurate. Within 300 miles from here, in the mountains, there exists the 9-leaf body essence herb. Xiao Rongyu remarked coolly. It seems the rumors hold truth. There must be many gathering at the 9-leaf body essence herb now. Earlier, while traveling, they had heard whispers of the 9-leaf body essence herb, said to be absorbing the essence of heaven and earth atop the mountain, nearing maturity. The 9-leaf body essence herb is a rare and precious entity categorized as an extraordinary species, featuring 9 divine leaves, each possessing the ability to enhance physical prowess and invigorate one's vital energy. It is said that a single leaf can enable an individual to condense half a Dao divine pattern, thereby augmenting their physical strength, making it exceedingly valuable for young cultivators. This was precisely what Xiao Rongyu and her companions sought, yet it was also the coveted treasure for all cultivators at this stage. Whether true or false, they felt compelled to investigate, thus leading to the present scene. Zhang Qi inquired, How long until the 9-leaf body essence herb reaches maturity? Li Fei replied, Returning to my senior brother, I observed that it has grown 7 leaves, based on its absorption of the essence of heaven and earth. It should reach maturity in approximately 3 months' time. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Chushi's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's wonderful. Once the 9-leaf body essence herb matures, I will be able to condense the divine pattern. Let's hurry there. However, Xiao Rongyu replied calmly, there is no rush. At our current pace, we will arrive within 3 days, and we can gather any spiritual herbs we encounter along the way. Moreover, since many are already aware of this news, arriving later might result in fewer conflicts. Xiao Rongyu added, we should proceed with caution. Zhang Chuxi stepped forward, linking her arm with Xiao Rongyu's, grinning, Sister Rongyu. You and senior brother Zhang Qi have few rivals among your peers. We can simply charge in. Who could possibly stand in our way? Li Fei glanced at Zhang Qi, his tone becoming somber. Senior brother, when I arrived there, I noticed that Tian Wu was already waiting. Along the way, I also heard news of Lu Wuyo making his way there. It could be quite troublesome. Upon hearing that Tian Wu was also awaiting the maturity of the 9-leaf body essence herb, Zhang Qi and Xiao Rongyu maintained their composure. Yet, upon hearing the name Lu Wuyo, both felt a weight settle in their hearts. Chapter 77. Lu Wuyo stirred a palpable reaction among those present. Though Tian Wu is formidable among the younger generation of Zhongtian, either Zhang Qi or Xiao Rongyu would be capable of matching him in a contest. However, Lu Wuyo's strength surpassed theirs by no small measure. Although Zhang Qi and Xiao Rongyu had never clashed with Lu Wuyo, they, as the elite of the younger generation from the Tsangming Academy, were not mere names without substance. The Tsangming Academy, tracing its origins back to the primeval era, has stood for millions of years, ranking among the 3 great institutions and 6 sacred places of the Grand Kunlun divine realm, possessing profound heritage and being a behemoth among the imperial sections. Lu Wuyo's ability to stand out amidst the gathering of prodigies at Tsangming Academy attests to his extraordinary prowess. Is it truly the Lu Wuyo reputed to possess dual saintly talents? Zhang Chuxi questioned incredulously. Li Fei nodded heavily in affirmation. Lu Wuyo hailed from an ancient clan, endowed with extraordinary gifts and inherited sacred blood, while simultaneously embodying a sacred physique. It is said that from the day of his birth, golden rain fell from the heavens, and the great Dao was stirred to cleanse and refine him, with mystical birds bringing sacred fruits as a form of celebration. Since joining Tsangming Academy, he has never known defeat, remaining invincible among his peers and consistently ranking first in annual assessments. Then do we stand no chance? Zhang Chuxi sighed. She was well aware of Lu Wuyo's reputation as one of the pinnacle geniuses of the central heaven and understood the vast chasm between herself and those top talents. A sense of hopelessness washed over her. Not only Zhang Chuxi, but also the other disciples behind her voiced their collective sighs, having initially harbored hopes of solidifying their divine patterns, only to find themselves overshadowed by Lu Wuyo. Seeing his junior brothers and sisters lamenting, Zhang Qi stepped forward, his voice steady and resolute. What if Lu Wuyo is indeed formidable? Throughout history, there are countless instances of the weak prevailing over the strong, and we are not without strength ourselves. As he spoke, Zhang Qi's gaze sharpened, and a formidable aura erupted from him, his presence as unyielding as a mountain, instilling the fighting spirit in all. Xiao Rongyu added, fortune, strength, and opportunity are all indispensable. Besides, we are not lacking. Her exquisite visage radiated determination, and an aura comparable to Zhang Qi's surged forth, followed by ripples of divine patterns emanating a chilling intensity. Remarkably, 3 strands of divine patterns manifested before her. Zhang Qi similarly conjured 3 divine patterns that enveloped everyone, causing their hearts to tremble with renewed resolve. Indeed, we are not weak. With so many geniuses present, even Lu Wuyo will find it challenging. Their words ignited the fighting spirit within the group, reminding them that opportunities were not reserved solely for the strongest. With senior brothers and sisters by their side, what was there to fear? Lu Wuyo only possessed 5 divine patterns. Could they not contend with him together? Zhang Chuxi regained her confidence, and, with a playful glint in her eyes, remarked, what if Lu Wuyo is defeated by an even stronger genius? We could then reap the benefits. Haha, indeed. Perhaps Lu Wuyo is not as formidable as he seems. Zhang Chuxi's light-hearted comment dispelled the somber atmosphere, and joyful expressions spread across the faces of all. Observing this scene, Zhang Qi shook his head and chuckled softly, then remarked, all right, let us proceed. We must not overlook the treasures along the way. Gather as much as you can. Upon hearing this, the disciples adjusted their mindsets, diligently collecting the rare materials encountered on their journey. Each individual searched for treasures with utmost seriousness, never allowing themselves to become complacent. Although Zhang Qi did not explicitly state it, Everyone understood that even if they ultimately failed to acquire the nine-leaf body grass, amassing a wealth of treasures would still enable them to condense the great Dao divine patterns. Precious metals, rare ores, and medicinal herbs could be exchanged at the academy for resources needed for their cultivation. Suddenly, a disciple exclaimed from atop a hill, "Senior brothers and sisters, come quickly. I have discovered a mysterious gold mine." His voice was filled with surprise and excitement. Upon hearing this news, everyone gathered around. "Look, senior brother." The disciple focused his spiritual energy and struck the ground with a powerful punch, creating a large hole. Immediately, a ghostly green light illuminated the faces of the crowd, revealing the mysterious gold mingled with stones, the exposed or radiating a faint green glow. "Excellent. You have made a significant contribution with this mysterious gold mine. You will gain resources to refine your great Dao divine patterns." Even the usually composed Zhang Qi displayed a hint of emotion on his face. Mysterious gold is exceptionally hard. Weapons forged from it can sever iron and slice through gold, capable of harnessing the power of cultivators without shattering. Due to the favorable properties of mysterious gold, it is a preferred material for weapon crafting. It is one of the top choices for forging weapons, thus commanding a high price. "Lu Yu, you are fortunate," Zhang Chushi exclaimed, patting Lu Yu on the shoulder, her eyes sparkling with genuine delight. Now, senior brother Lu Yu's cultivation has found its footing. Laughter and congratulations ensued among the disciples, their expressions filled with admiration rather than jealousy. Perhaps this is the spirit of camaraderie in their student days. Xiao Rongyu spoke calmly. "All right, everyone, let us assist Lu Yu in extracting this ore. After we gather the stones, we must hasten to the location of the nine-leaf body grass. Mining the ore would take considerable time. If they delayed, they might miss the optimal moment for the nine-leaf body grass's maturation." Xiao Rongyu organized everyone to work together, as discovering and extracting the ore required collective effort. Individual attempts would be inefficient. Lu Yu, beaming with joy, clasped his hands together and said, "Haha, I appreciate everyone's help with the extraction. When we return to the academy, I shall treat you all to spirit tea." Spirit tea is known for its invigorating effects and its ability to accelerate cultivation. Soon, everyone energetically began mining the ore, and with their combined efforts, they swiftly extracted a significant portion of the entire mysterious gold mine. Each disciple was equipped with specialized tools for mining, and with their cultivation abilities, they worked with remarkable speed. "Senior brother, I have made a discovery," suddenly exclaimed a female disciple from deep within the mountains. If one listens closely, amidst the gasps of astonishment lies a thread of fear. What could it be now? Have they unearthed another treasure? Zhang Chushi's delicate form quivered as she swiftly darted into the depths of the mountains, the swirling snowflakes appearing to leave behind ephemeral traces. Upon her eager arrival, she paused for a moment, only to exclaim in shock, "What is this? A person, and a handsome man at that." Soon, everyone gathered around, discovering a youth of their own age lying on the ground, clad in tattered clothing, his body marred by numerous wounds, with patches of dried blood surrounding him. By his side lay a pile of ashes. "He can't be dead, can he? His face is as pale as a ghost," one disciple voiced in concern. "Not necessarily. He seems to lack any fatal injuries," replied a female disciple who had spotted the boy. "We should help him up and provide some care," Zhang Chushi suggested, her eyes reflecting a hint of compassion. Just as she was about to assist the young man, Zhang Qi's voice rang out from behind her. "Chushi, wait. Do not move yet." Chapter 78. Dongdao Academy. The crowd parted to make way as Zhang Qi and Xiao Rongyu approached. "Hold on. The situation is unclear, and we should not rush to aid others." Zhang Qi frowned as he regarded the figure sprawled on the ground. "But Haven T, our elders often taught us to protect the weak and to heal the wounded," Zhang Chushi replied, torn by her desire to help the boy. "Hee. I see you are smitten by his good looks and wish to befriend him," teased a beautiful young girl. "Ha ha ha. Chushi has fallen for a handsome face." The disciples laughed in unison. Zhang Chushi's cheeks flushed crimson as she stamped her foot, exclaiming, No, I am merely following our elders' teachings." "Ha ha. I've never seen you heed their words until now. It seems only when a handsome fellow appears do you remember their advice." They continued to jest. Zhang Chushi, feeling exposed, pouted defiantly, "No, I'm not. I said no. And be careful, or I'll make you regret it." At this, the crowd fell silent. None wished to provoke this little matriarch. Although they chuckled, there was no malice in their laughter. Despite the silence, their eyes and expressions betrayed their mirth. filled with teasing delight. Zhang Chushi, fully aware of their jest, glared at them with puffed cheeks, seemingly jotting down the names of those who dared to mock her in a mental notebook. Within him lingered remnants of martial intent. The skin beneath his left shoulder was tender and vibrant, as if newly born. Yet, his vitality appeared drained, suggesting he had suffered grievous injuries but was now in a state of recovery. I surmise he was gravely wounded and consumed some sort of life-saving elixir, ultimately collapsing here. I conjectured. Xiao Rongyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with a divine light as she turned to Zhang Qi and spoke with an air of composure. Zhang Qi nodded, acknowledging her enhanced perception. Your vision far surpasses mine. Although he could discern the residual fist intent and injuries on the individual before them, his insight was nowhere near as profound as Xiao Rongyu's. Let us take him with us, Zhang Chushi interjected, her eyes reflecting a hint of urgency. If we leave him here, he may very well be devoured by the beasts. Zhang Qi shook his head slowly. This person's origins are unclear, and he is likely being pursued by enemies. We must also seek the nine-leaf body grass. We should avoid unnecessary complications. He declined Zhang Chushi's plea, emphasizing the importance of a steady approach during their training expedition without inviting extraneous troubles. Zhang Chushi turned to Xiao Rongyu. Sister Rongyu, look at how pitiful he is. It would be a tragedy to leave him to die. He is a living soul. If we have the chance to save him, we ought to do so. She glanced at the surrounding disciples, attempting to persuade them. Our academy has always advocated for saving lives. Saving one person is worth more than constructing a towering pagoda. The disciples nearby fell silent, some perhaps wishing to help, but none spoke up. They all turned their gazes toward Zhang Qi and Xiao Rongyu, who were responsible for their expedition and held the decision-making power. Xiao Rongyu paused briefly before saying, "Let us take him along. His cultivation is merely at the peak of the spirit movement realm, and his physical strength is around 100,000. He poses no threat to us. His enemies likely will not be formidable either." Upon hearing Xiao Rongyu's words, Zhang Chushi exclaimed with delight, "Yes. Sister Rongyu is both beautiful and kind-hearted. Very well, Luyu. Bring 2 people to carry him." Zhang Qi expressed his confidence in Xiao Rongyu's discerning abilities. If she deemed it safe, he was inclined to agree. With a mere 100,000 in physical strength, he could easily suppress the individual with a wave of his hand. Throughout their journey, they had relied on Xiao Rongyu's keen insight to avoid numerous dangers, and unlike other factions, Zhang Qi's group had suffered no losses, save for minor injuries. Understood. Senior brother. Luyu responded promptly to Zhang Qi's command, swiftly enlisting 2 male disciples to lift the injured man onto a stretcher. They then retrieved a specialized transport cart designed for the injured. The cart resembled a horse-drawn carriage but was devoid of horses, instead featuring 4 copper wheels beneath its carriage, adorned with the emblem of the Eastern Academy. Once the man was placed aboard, the cart commenced its journey, propelled by spiritual energy. As the extraction of the mysterious golden ore concluded, the group continued on their way, the night enveloping them, with stars twinkling above. They kindled a fire, gathering around to rest and prepare their meal. After a considerable time, Shi slowly opened his eyes. The first sight that met him was the white ceiling of the cart. Initially, he thought it a mere illusion, but upon closer inspection, he realized he was lying on a soft cushion, covered by a cozy blanket. With a sudden movement, Shi sat up, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the stillness. "I nearly met my demise. What a pity for my sacred artifact. Such a grand misfortune." In the depths of his heart, Shi felt a profound sense of regret, his body languid and weak, as if drained of vitality by a seductive enchantress. "Oh, you're awake." Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed the door swing open, revealing a young woman gracefully entering with a porcelain bowl, her face radiating warmth and joy. Her large, beautiful eyes sparkled, framed by delicate white stockings, a short skirt, and dainty shoes. Additionally, her snow-white complexion left an immediate impression of innocence and charm. "Hey, have you gone into a trance? Hurry and put some clothes on." Zhang Chushi waved her hand in front of Shi. Instantly, he became aware of his own lapse in decorum, his expression turning apologetic. "I apologize. I was lost in thought, reflecting on your act of saving me. And your beauty caught me off guard. I meant no disrespect." He spoke earnestly, his eyes clear and sincere. "No worries at all," she replied, her cheeks slightly flushed but without a hint of anger. Moreover, Shi's gaze bore no lewdness. After placing the medicine on the small table beside Shi's bed, Zhang Chushi hurriedly exited. With a smile, Shiyi picked up the medicine and consumed it without a second thought, trusting in its safety. After all, if she harbored ill intentions, she wouldn't have rescued him in the first place. As the liquid coursed through him, he felt an invigorating sensation. As if his very blood was quickening, the medicinal properties within hastening the recovery of his injuries. This was indeed a restorative concoction. Upon drinking, Shiyi understood its essence. His eyes gently closing as his consciousness sank into the depths of his dantian. Chapter 79. The abilities of the Xia Dragon Tree within the expansive dantian. Certain areas had withered, revealing cracked earth, while two pools of water had receded to the very center, slowly rotating. At a glance, a towering tree had taken root at the heart of Shiyi's dantian, its blood-red roots sprawling across the expanse, drawing in boundless life force. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this life force nourished Shiyi's dantian, enhancing the spiritual energy and the water element's power, accelerating his recovery. Upon sensing Shiyi's presence, the Xia Dragon Tree emitted a jubilant sound, its dragon scale-like leaves rustling in delight. Shiyi received the tree's feedback, which conveyed that it had aided in restoring his flesh and replenishing his essence, albeit at the cost of consuming all his spiritual herbs. Are you seeking praise? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been gravely injured, and my spiritual herbs wouldn't have been entirely devoured by you. It seems all the benefits have gone to you. Shiyi expressed his dissatisfaction. Having endured a severe injury, he felt as though he had lost nearly everything, and thus felt a tinge of frustration. Sensing Shiyi's emotions, the Xia Dragon Tree began to sway gently, hastily signaling its importance to him. Suddenly, Shiyi's mind was flooded with information. The Xia Dragon Tree had absorbed several of his royal herbs, enhancing its own power. Now boasting an age of 138,000 years, capable of providing him with immeasurable life force. As long as Shiyi was injured, the Xia Dragon Tree could swiftly heal him. Is that all? It seems rather unimpressive, Shiyi mused. Shiyi expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, moreover, the Xia Dragon Tree can instantly enhance your combat prowess tenfold. Shiyi was astonished, deeply impressed by the capabilities of the Xia Dragon Tree. Although he was unaware of the rarity of the Xia Dragon Tree within the realm of spiritual herbs, he understood that such herbs capable of amplifying combat strength must be exceedingly rare. It was no surprise that Zhuang Nanyin and the others sought to capture the Xia Dragon Tree with divine artifacts. Evidently, it was a unique treasure, perhaps unseen in the outside world. Thus, it could be said that the loss was not without its blessings. Although Shiyi had lost the divine artifact, he had gained the more fitting Xia Dragon Tree. The divine artifact, while powerful, was beyond his control and demanded vast amounts of vitality each time it was activated. Furthermore, that yin-yang circular wheel could be summoned back by the 6 holy gates at any moment. In contrast, the Xia Dragon Tree not only preserved his vitality, but also provided significant enhancements. As Shiyi continued to converse with the Xia Dragon Tree, he became increasingly aware of its extraordinary attributes. In summary, the Xia Dragon Tree possessed 3 remarkable abilities. First, it could provide Shiyi with boundless vitality, allowing him to wield powerful weapons without concern for self-harm. Second, it had formidable healing capabilities. Should Shiyi suffer severe injuries, the Xia Dragon Tree could swiftly aid his recovery. Third, it could instantly elevate Shiyi's combat power tenfold. Each of these abilities, when considered individually, was nothing short of miraculous, rendering it immensely powerful. Even more astonishing was the revelation from the Xia Dragon Tree that its growth knew no bounds. As long as it continued to consume other precious herbs, it could perpetually evolve, potentially transforming into the legendary celestial herb. After recuperating from his injuries, achieving about 70 to 80% recovery, Shiyi donned his clothing and stepped out of the transport vehicle. Upon exiting, he felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him. Greetings to all. I am profoundly grateful for your rescue, Shiyi said, bowing in appreciation. Haha, it is good to see you awake. Assisting in times of injustice has always been the noble virtue of our Eastern Academy. The group greeted him cheerfully. Go on, it was clearly I who saved you. Shiyi, come here. Let me introduce you to everyone, Zhang Chushi interjected, giving a knowing glance to the others before pulling Shiyi closer. Shiyi did not resist, smiling as he followed Zhang Chushi. I am Zhang Chushi, your savior. This is our senior brother, Zhang Qi, And this seemingly aloof beauty is our senior sister, Xiao Rongyu. Though she appears cold, she possesses a kind heart. Zhang Chuxi introduced himself, pointing to Zhang Qi and Xiao Rongyu for Shiya's acquaintance. Shiya greeted them with warm smiles. He could discern that Zhang Chuxi and his companions were led by these two individuals, both of whom exuded remarkable charisma. Zhang Qi imparted a sense of formidable presence akin to a towering mountain, while Xiao Rongyu emanated an icy coldness that felt as if it could freeze the very heavens. The two individuals should not be underestimated. In Shiya's mind, he formed an evaluation of them. Similarly, Zhang Qi and Xiao Rongyu also assessed Shiyi. Though their attire was humble, it exuded an air of elegance and distinction, reminiscent of scions from noble families. However, their strength was lacking, akin to the airs of minor clans venturing forth for training. Zhang Qi turned to Shiyi and remarked, "While I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding your previous injury, as host from the Eastern Academy, we have chosen to rescue you and shall provide you with protection. However, you must adhere to our collective actions and refrain from acting independently." This implicitly offered Shiyi a sense of reassurance, while simultaneously indicating that their protection came with the expectation of obedience. Shiyi, not in a hurry to seek the inheritance of the six paths true God, and still nursing his injuries, found it agreeable to accompany these cultivators from the central sky and engage in conversation, thereby gaining insights into their world. With a smile, Shiyi replied, "Indeed, I shall not create unnecessary troubles. Thank you all." Thus, he journeyed alongside Zhang Qi and the others. Drawing upon his years of experience, Shiyi quickly integrated with the group. However, this decision to allow an individual of uncertain origins to join their ranks did not sit well with Li Fei, who expressed his concerns to Zhang Qi. "It's of no consequence. With both Rongyu and me here, there will be no tricks." Zhang Qi reassured him with a dismissive wave. Observing the group, Shiyi discerned their naive nature, embodying the essence of students, with clear eyes that bore a hint of foolishness. This realization brought Shiyi joy, prompting his thoughts to drift back to a time long past, when he had yet to arrive in this fantastical world. Back then, he was merely a student, engaging in idle chatter with classmates about grandiose dreams, beautiful girls, and the latest celebrities. It had been a long time since he felt such relaxation, nearly forgetting that he too was still a young man. Shiyi experienced a moment of introspection, enhancing his state of mind and fortifying his resolve. Perhaps he would have the opportunity to return to his azure homeland. "What troubles you? Are you yearning for home?" Zhang Chuxi, sitting nearby, noticed Shiyi's unusual demeanor. "No, I was reflecting on my beloved," Shiyi replied with a smile. Zhang Chuxi, observing his playful expression, playfully struck his chest, exclaiming, "You're deceiving me. I had that same look when I first left home to cultivate. You cannot fool me." She bore an air of someone who had seen through his facade. "You are quite astute," Shiyi laughed heartily. "Indeed," Zhang Chuxi replied, her face flushed with pride. He found her personality quite endearing, as it brought him a sense of ease. The central sky possesses a comprehensive cultivation process, primarily divided into the spirit-building stage and the path-opening stage. The spirit-building stage refers to the journey from the most rudimentary qi refinement realm to the lofty heights of celestial mastery, while the path-opening stage signifies the transcendence beyond celestial boundaries. At the age of 6, cultivators undergo a talent assessment, subsequently enrolling in a primary academy for training, which typically concludes around the age of 12. During the junior college phase, there is a significant examination. Those who excel in it will advance to higher-level academies for further cultivation, reminiscent of the educational system on Blue Star. The Dongdao Academy stands as a prestigious institution above the junior college, where only those with superior cultivation aptitude can gain admission, as those lacking talent would have already been eliminated in the initial round of examinations. In essence, both the junior and senior academies serve the purpose of identifying the most exceptional talents at the Spirit Foundation stage. Since you have not joined any academy, why not participate in our Dongdao Academy's assessment? As long as you come, I, Dongming, and Zhang Chuxi will protect you, and no one will dare to bully you," Zhang Chuxi remarked. During the conversation, Shiyi clarified that he had not affiliated himself with any sect. "All right, once we leave the secret realm, I shall attend your academy's assessment," Shiyi replied cheerfully. "Then be warned, if I do not see you at the assessment, you shall be in trouble," Zhang Chuxi said with a fierce tone. "Absolutely, absolutely." Chapter 80. A gathering of prodigies soon. The group arrived at the site where the 9-leaf body grass had matured. Li Fei, take a few disciples and secure a position to set up camp, Zhang Qi instructed. Everyone, stay put and do not act recklessly. Xiao Rongyu commanded sharply. There are so many people here. It's curious why they are all watching from a distance, Zhang Chushi mused as he surveyed the surroundings. Sure, you did the same. Noticing a throng of approximately 1,000 to 2,000 individuals, with the majority of factions gathered at the periphery, the air thick with a strange and oppressive atmosphere. Blood God Sect, you are overstepping your bounds. Li Fei's furious voice echoed, followed by a domineering surge of sword energy shooting into the sky, causing the ground to tremble. Something has happened with Li Fei. Zhang Qi and Xiao Rongyu instantly transformed into streaks of light, rushing toward Li Fei. Shi Yi and the others hurried to follow. They found Li Fei and 3 disciples from Dongdao Academy in disarray, their bodies marred with wounds from blades, with 2 already fallen. Surrounding them were several individuals clad in blood-red attire from the Blood God Sect. Do you think Dongdao Academy has no one to stand against you? Zhang Qi snorted coldly, his presence rising like a mountain, emanating a terrifying divine light that bore down with an overwhelming gravity. With a single step, the disciples of the Blood God Sect were forced back. A conflict had erupted between the Blood God Sect and Dongdao Academy, drawing an ever-growing crowd of onlookers eager for entertainment. The Blood God Sect acts with such tyranny, not even allowing anyone to approach. One would think this secret realm belongs to them, someone remarked sarcastically. Just as Zhang Qi was preparing to confront the disciples of the Blood God Sect, a figure of unparalleled dominance descended from the sky, engulfed in terrifying divine flames, an aura of supremacy bearing down upon Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi stood his ground resolutely. Boom. The clash of their auras ignited a tempestuous wind. Tianwu let out a cold snort, a blood-red aura pulsating from beneath his feet, forcefully taking a step forward. Boom. Zhang Qi emitted a muffled groan, retreating 2 steps. The 2 were formidable. The sheer intensity of their presence was enough to leave one breathless. Yet, Tianwu held the upper hand. Although many harbored disdain for him, one could not help but admire his prowess. With such meager strength, I suggest you and your companions from the Eastern Academy take your leave, Tianwu taunted, his eyes brimming with contempt. What if I join in? Xiao Rongyu replied icily, a piercing chill emanating from her, freezing the ground beneath her feet as she charged towards Tianwu. The moment she unleashed her power, even the flames of Tianwu dimmed. And with her intervention, the balance of power shifted dramatically, forcing Tianwu to retreat repeatedly. So it is the Ice Beauty, Tianwu remarked, his gaze darkening, clearly wary of their alliance. Alliance? It appears your Eastern Academy will be withdrawing today, a haughty voice interjected, and a dashing young man adorned in resplendent attire stepped forth. He was enveloped in a dense azure aura, reminiscent of primordial chaos, with streaks of azure light seemingly concealing an entire world within, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who beheld it. Sidu Haonan, are you from the Yuanshu divine sect intending to interfere? Zhang Qi's eyes turned cold, a flicker of apprehension crossing his gaze. Situ Haonan, the scion of the Yuanshu divine sect, possessed extraordinary talent, a sacred bone within him, and unfathomable strength. His physical prowess alone exceeded 400,000. He had once single-handedly slain ancient beasts and emerged unscathed from battles against emperors of entire realms. In merely a few minutes, 4 prodigies had converged, rendering the scene utterly captivating. Some spectators were filled with fervent excitement. Witnessing such a clash was a once-in-a-lifetime honor for ordinary individuals. Situ Haonan, do you intend to make an enemy of our Eastern Academy? Xiao Rongyu's tone was frigid, her eyes radiating a terrifying chill. Oh, so it is the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. No wonder the Eastern Academy is so resolute. It appears the Xiao family lends its support, someone mused. To speak of enmity would be an exaggeration. However, fate favors those who rely on their own capabilities. Should you carelessly falter, your demise here would leave even the elder powers speechless. Situ Haonan's tone shifted, a sinister smirk playing upon his lips. Boom. The azure energy surged forth, barreling towards Xiao Rongyu and Zhang Qi like a primordial torrent, threatening to obliterate them. You think I fear you? Zhang Qi shouted, his entire being vibrating, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that pressed heavily against the earth. Situ Haonan smirked, stepping forward as azure energy coiled around him, delivering a devastating kick. Each strand of azure was as heavy as mountains, shattering the air. Unyielding as a mountain, Zhang Qi transformed, a multitude of divine peaks materializing behind him, rendering his form as steadfast as rock. Bang! The azure energy swept through the divine peaks, piercing even the most resilient mountains. The weighty kick landed squarely on Zhang Qi, and in that moment, even the seemingly indestructible Zhang Qi was sent flying. The disparity in strength between the two individuals was striking, with the prowess of Situ Shengzi shattering the confidence of all present. Everyone was awestruck by Situ Haonan's formidable abilities, hesitating to act recklessly. Chapter 81. The Mighty Lu Wuya. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Eastern Path Academy were filled with indignation, yet dared not approach hastily, for they understood that intervening would only hinder Zhang Qi and his companions. Situ Haonan's arrogance, leveraging his strength to oppress others, was truly despicable. Such a handsome visage belied a heart as dark as coal. Zhang Chushi exclaimed, her anger palpable. Xiao Rongyu sprang into action, noticing that Zhang Qi was at a disadvantage. Drawing her longsword, she unleashed a formidable ice blade aimed directly at Situ Haonan's head. Am I invisible? Women should merely lie in wait for men to strut about. The Tianwu derided. A punch erupted, a massive fist of demonic flames blocking Xiao Rongyu's icy onslaught. Furrowing her brows, Xiao Rongyu felt a chilling disdain for this Tianwu, who was utterly insufferable. As her sword techniques shifted, waves of sword energy surged toward Tianwu. While he attempted to counter, a myriad of sword strikes appeared behind him, sealing off his escape. In mere moments, she had unleashed countless sword energies, entrapping Tianwu. Her mastery of the sword was indeed formidable, prompting admiration from onlookers. Sister, you're incredible. Take care of this Tianwu. I cannot stand his arrogant demeanor, a disciple of the Eastern Path Academy declared fiercely. That fellow, with a modicum of strength, puts on airs and behaves haughtily. He is loathed by many in Zhongtian, Zhang Chushi remarked, her disdain for Tianwu growing stronger with each glance. Shi chuckled. This guy truly is pretentious, strutting around like a villain destined to meet an early demise. Early demise? Like in a novel? Zhang Chushi inquired, puzzled. Precisely. It means he is likely to perish soon. Oh, I see. Just as the four engaged in fierce combat, a voice from the crowd suddenly shouted, Lu Wuya has arrived. A tall figure strode through the air, exuding an aura of sanctity, each step seemingly accompanied by celestial beings reciting scriptures. The man's striking handsomeness captivated all, reminiscent of a saint bathed in divine light. Upon witnessing him, Tianwu, Situ Haonan, Xiao Rongyu, and Zhang Qi instinctively withdrew, maintaining a cautious distance as they gazed at Lu Wuya with grave expressions. The aura of his reputation was profoundly intimidating. The dual talents of the sacred duality were not to be underestimated. Unlike the others, Situ Haonan appeared anxious. In his earlier days as a Qi refinement practitioner, he had once been arrogant, having possessed 2 divine patterns of the great Dao, and had challenged Lu Wuya. Yet, he had been defeated in mere 3 moves. Although his strength had significantly improved over the years, Lu Wuya had undoubtedly progressed as well. Upon his arrival, Lu Wuya paid no heed to the crowd and directly approached the heart of the 9-leaf vitality grass, awaiting its maturation. Although Tianwu, Situ Haonan, Xiao Rongyu, and Zhang Qi did not exchange words, they each regarded Lu Wuya as their foremost adversary, the primary target for their assault. The onlookers promptly retreated 300 meters, aware that any failure to comply would result in dire consequences. With a swift motion, Tianwu unleashed a blade of light, carving a long line upon the ground. Why should we leave? This treasure does not belong to you alone. Indeed, rare treasures are meant for those with destiny. Your blood god sect is positioning itself against us all. Exactly. We are not afraid of the blood god sect with so many of us gathered here. A tumult arose among the crowd, discontent brewing against Tianwu's tyrannical demeanor. Many were reluctant to depart, clinging to the hope of seizing even a fragment of the 9-leaf spirit herb, believing that any small gain would be a tremendous fortune. Most present were from minor sects or rogue cultivators, and they hoped that by banding together, they could deter Tianwu from acting against them. However, they gravely underestimated his ruthlessness. Since you court death, I shall oblige. Tianwu scoffed, drawing his blade and striking towards the throng. A domineering aura of murderous intent ascending into the heavens, annihilating all in its path. Why you? No one anticipated that Tianwu would act so decisively. With a swift slash, The blade's energy swept through, resulting in a cacophony of screams as lives were harvested like ripe wheat. The blood-soaked ground instilled terror in the once boisterous crowd, prompting a wave of nausea and panic as they fled in all directions. "This scoundrel is too brutal," Zhang Chushi exclaimed, her face pale, as her fellow disciples trembled in fear, some of the female disciples succumbing to their distress. Such a brutal scene was unprecedented for the inexperienced group. In contrast, Shi Yi remained unfazed, having recently witnessed a massacre within the Shi clan. "Humph. A bunch of worthless souls. Is it not better to live than to force my hand to sever your heads?" Tianwu continued to wield his long blade, claiming the lives of hundreds. "This damn bastard." Zhang Chushi, fueled by rage, retrieved a small black sphere and hurled it towards Tianwu. "Sister, don't be reckless." A nearby disciple shouted in alarm, but it was too late. With a thunderous explosion, a terrifying shockwave erupted, sending a cloud of dust soaring into the air. All gazed in astonishment at the unfolding chaos. "Not good." Zhang Qi and Xiao Rongyu's expressions shifted dramatically. "You seek death." From the swirling dust emerged a figure, cloaked in a golden aura and adorned with a talisman atop their head. Tianwu remained unscathed, his blood surging as he unleashed a blade of unparalleled ferocity aimed directly at Zhang Chushi, his fury manifesting in a force exceeding 200,000 pounds. Zhang Chushi possessed not even a single divine pattern to aid her defense. How could she withstand such an onslaught? Zhang Chushi found herself ensnared by an overwhelming and formidable aura of blade energy, rendering her body immobile, as if her very soul had been frozen. "Tianwu, cease at once." Zhang Qi and Xiao Rongyu bellowed in unison, launching their assaults towards Tianwu. However, it was already too late. Shi Yi sighed, stepping forward to shield Zhang Chushi, prepared to intervene. This girl was utterly reckless. To his surprise, Zhang Chushi misinterpreted Shi Yi's intention as a protective gesture against the fatal strike. In a state of panic, she hastily opened her storage ring, releasing a myriad of talismans, treasures, and explosive beads, both defensive and offensive, into the fray. Boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event, as mushroom clouds ascended and protective shields enveloped Shi Yi and the others.